Yeah, it's like that. But oats overnight is better. It's an oatmeal shake with over 20 flavors and up to 20 grams protein. Spend 30 seconds the night before and wake up to a healthy grab-and-go breakfast you'll actually enjoy. Oats overnight. Try it out, and you'll understand.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
The HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X. Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to the HCS Salt Lake City Major, hosted by Spacestation Gaming. Now, it's another year, it's another Spacestation Gaming event, so you know this one is going to be a banger. And I can tell you right now, looking around this arena, looking at what is on offer and in store for everyone here live with us, it is going to be incredible. Not to mention the Halo Infinite being played on our main stage as well. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be your desk host all weekend long, joined by my experts and friends. Clutch, Onset, Brav, lovely to see you, gents. Great to be back in Salt Lake City. And I've got to say, what an incredible place this is. The main stage is looking great, and the features for our players, looking even greater, I think.
This place is awesome. There's so many rooms for activities. There's so many activities to do. I haven't even seen half of what's going on here, but this place is starting to fill out, and we haven't even gotten to talk about the competition at hand. So much talent here. The deck is stacked with the best in the world. I can't wait to get it kicked off.
It really is. Honestly, I mean, it's the last major of the season. This is go hard or go home. A lot of people fighting fit for Worlds around the corner. You know, there's a lot to take away from this event and a lot to gain for some of our teams.
Yeah, we're into the business end of the event now, right? It's the season where you make your money, essentially. This is the last major of the year, and then, of course, we have Worlds around the corner waiting, so it's going to give us a real good look at the landscape heading to the Halo World Championship. So this is a big event for everybody. Every single team that steps on that stage over the next few days is going to want to take that title home. Just to say, World's around the corner, we're the team to watch.
Bro, we always talk about the competition, how fierce it is, how it's getting better and more improved every single event. I hate to be that broken record once again, but it is honestly better than ever this season. And World's coming around the corner. I'm starting to think that we might even see some of our teams who haven't made roster changes elevate their play even more.
Yeah, if there's one broken record we have to listen to, I think this is one I'm fine listening to. It's been unbelievable, and it is no exaggeration to say that things are even tighter than they were just a few months ago. It's been an unbelievable few months of competition, and I would say it's harder to call than ever, maybe ever, in professional Halo right now. It's an exciting place to be for sure.
It really is indeed. An exciting place to be is also on our roadmap, because we of course do have this major set in stone, Salt Lake City. It is happening here, folks, right now live. But around the corner we do have Seattle, Washington. That will be our World Championships, the home of Halo, of course. All to play for there. That is where you leave it all on the door and make sure that you're coming in fighting fit with your team and you're ready to compete, because some of these teams are looking so good. And like Ross said, it's really hard to call right now. It's very difficult to kind of foresee what's going to be happening. But at our last major, HCS Atlanta, we did see our home team here, Spacestation Gaming, take the win once again, the second win of the season. The only team so far to have 2 dubs against their name. They were looking unbelievable, not only on LAN, but online too. They have been unstoppable so far, Wes.
The consistent play at the highest level is what SSG is bringing into this tournament, hosted by their own organization. But these guys in Atlanta looked to be a completely different level from the competition. That grand finals was dominant, but it was everything we saw from them in Arlington consistently done once again, which makes you believe that SSG is the team to beat.
Now, Onset, when you're looking at that grand finals against Optic Gaming, very different story coming off the back of London. It was great to see some of those wrongs righted. They put in a lot of work, clearly, in between. But what was it about Spacestation Gaming in Atlanta that really just started to click for them?
I think the big thing that stood out for me is usually when you win an event, when you get to a grand final, whatever it may be, you have a great performance. As a player, you look at on the squad and you're like, they had a standout tournament. For SSG, back at the last event, it felt like every player was taking turns to be that guy. I mean, Eco, you can see on your screen here, he was having some monster games. You had Bound stepping up from his performance, his disappointing performance, by his own words back in London as well. And then, of course, you've got Stellar and Legend, who have been just two of the best players that we've seen all year long. So everybody took their turn, and I think it was just difficult to pick out who the best player was because everyone was playing at such a high level.
It's really hard to not talk about them entirely as a roster, but if you're going to pick out one superstar right now, it has to be that young demon over from France who's made history in so many different ways. Legend has been a force on this roster. I think it's one thing to come in as that young guy who's looking to make something of himself, right? To be that pickup, to elevate this team to victory, not just to any placement, victory, Brav, but to come in and be honestly the superstar on this roster. That is just unbelievable. What are you making of this French phenom?
I think, first of all, we go back to the beginning of the season, right? Bound said there was one player in the world we were picking up if we were making a team change, and it was going to be Legend. That paid off immediately, but I think the bigger testament to his skill, his maturity, and what he's done is the fact that after the setback of London, right, a lot of younger players would have easily taken that pretty hard. Maybe you get off your game just a bit, but instead they bounce back even stronger. He's proving that he's not just kind of a flash in the pan talent. He's here to stay. And right now, as we said, they're poised to maybe take this one as well.
When you look at this year as a whole, you start to think about, as we transcend towards that World Championship, who's the MVP for the year? It is a scary thought for me to say the best player in the world so far this year might not be American. For the first time in Halo's history, the European superstar and legend has made his claim to at least a podium spot on that MVP. If he plays well this weekend, goes into Worlds and has another performance, we could be saying the best player in the world, European, that's LQ Legend.
It certainly could be indeed, and I gotta say I'm right there with you. He's 100% on that podium in that conversation, and I can't wait to see what he does by the end of his home major as well. Well, we've had a few changes happening, but not so many roster changes. Roster changes have not been happening, which is bizarre because we're used to seeing kind of flip arounds and trying to find the right kind of meta for that team and that roster. But I gotta say, C9 being the only one there, Tusk out, Manny in, I'm not shocked, but I'm also intrigued. I'm very much intrigued here about, Brav, what this means for these teams, especially with Worlds around the corner.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think on the one hand, you have teams rotating positions more than they ever have in the history, which would indicate, for example, FaZe is the biggest example. FaZe has just dropped to top 6. I think a lot of people might have suspected on paper, if FaZe ever places top 6, will they make a team change? That would have been a conversation prior to this year. You look at also, once again, teams like Spacestation dropping to top 4. However, none of them have made a team change, which tells you a really interesting story, right? They're this confident coming in. They know that even though there's so much shakeup and honestly disappointment and upsets, they're still really confident in their rosters. Everything will be locked this way going into Worlds. So it's kind of set the stakes pretty nice.
I think a few of our teams have also considered that maybe they didn't want to tackle 2 changes at once, which would be a roster change and a meta change, because that's exactly what has happened. And Wes, when you're looking at this meta change and the updates coming forward, heading into this LAN, what do you make of it? What does it mean for these teams?
Yeah, that's the big question coming in is, how consistent are these teams at the top going to remain at the top with the meta change? Slowing down the rate of the fire of the Bandit is going to force teams to have a lot more teamwork. The individual plays that we were once seeing at such a high pace, those are going to be less effective, less efficient for some of these teams that play at that high pace. It's going to complement the structured, kind of old school style of Halo, the methodical, break you down with the setup style of Halo you would expect. So what I'm looking for is Optic Gaming and FaZe, are they getting a buff from this? Or is even SSG potentially getting a nerf from their individual skill, the individual performances we continuously see them break open setups with? Are those going to be limited because of the rate of the fire change? That's a big question coming into this weekend. I'm excited to see how the teams were affected there.
Indeed. Now, talking about affected teams, we have Shopify, who are looking to try and inject themselves back into that top 3, but also break that wall, try and get a little bit further on. We've seen some consistency coming out of this roster, and Onset, the big 4, that's the big question. It's like, well, Shopify, you need to be present on that last day. You need to be present on Sunday. What are you making of this team, their mindset, and how they can kind of carry themselves through that day 3 to try and elevate gameplay?
I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about this so far this season, right? Shopify looked great up until Sunday, and then something just doesn't click. And it's very difficult to quantify. You look for statistics, you look for outliers, you look for game types, but it just doesn't seem to be anything that's glaringly obvious, and it must mean that it's something in between the ears, right? Something that isn't just clicking with the team, or maybe it's just the elevated pressure and the expectation that you're playing against the best teams in the world when it really matters. When you're playing against a FaZe, an Optic, an SSG, who know they're probably 2 series away from becoming a champion. Therefore, they bring their A game. They're going to be playing the best Halo, the most intense Halo. And Shopify Rebellion are just struggling to match that at the moment. It's a big event for them, especially with Worlds just around the corner, to prove to everybody here and themselves that it's not just a team who gets to Sunday, but can progress on Sunday towards a final as well.
Indeed, and talking about progression as well, Pure, Brav, a roster who, quite honestly, I think have become the dark horse of the competition for many people. Every single event, especially in Atlanta, there was some kind of risks that they were taking on maps in certain games against certain people. I mean, looking at what they did to FaZe, but each and every single player on this team, they played them like they had almost no respect for them. They really did wipe the floor with them. It's impressive.
They really did. And anyone who didn't catch Atlanta, just to catch you up, as Lottie started to say, I mean, to 3-0 FaZe the way they did. They took Optic to Game 5 twice. We got to talk to Last Shot before this event as well, just how much that meant to them, because Clutch, I mean, you've kind of have done a lot of similar things yourself in your career, and also seen a lot of players, when you do so well but get even closer, right? When you have those Game 5s, those will stick on your mind, and that's going to drive them even more.
But I think that proves that they can compete with everybody. Yeah. Beating FaZe is one thing, but pushing Optic in the same tournament, the distance, gives Pure every bit of confidence they need coming into the next 2 events, that they can get the job done. It's 1 series at a time, and that experience is going to go a long way. I love the fire that we saw from that team, the hype, the energy. You could tell how much that moment meant to them, because these guys have been competing for a little bit. They haven't been able to consistently get their roster to these tournaments, and now that they're consistently getting the 4 players that they want at the tournament together, there is so much hype built, so much practice put in for the past 3 years that these guys know that they have what it takes to compete with the big dogs. They proved it in Atlanta. The big question coming into this tournament, can they find a consistent level of that and create those upsets we know they're capable of?
Indeed, the consistency is key, and Pure, they're going to have a grudge match on their hands in pools, because looking across our pool play for today, we have 4 incredible stacked pools. But Pool C has to be pool of death for me. We can talk about Pool D a little bit later on, but Pool C, I think in terms of the competition level, I think it has the kind of highest potential of a 3-way tie and the upsets that can come forward from this West.
Yeah, the big wild card here is ITB Esports. We saw them push Shopify the distance back in London. This is a big question mark for me. Which ITB Esports are we going to see? And honestly, it varies just about every single series, it seems, because we've seen them compete with the best in the world, push them the distance, create some upsets, but we've also seen them fall short to teams they have no business losing series to. Cloud9 are a very live dog in this pool, and we're going to see if Shopify can consistently come out of their pool first and unscathed. They've done a good job so far this year, but for me, the most opportunity in this series lies between ITB and Cloud9, and where those 2 teams are going to put themselves either in the winner's bracket or very quickly into the Elim bracket.
Indeed, I've also got to say, it's going to be a difficult one, I think, to take down Shopify in that pool, just because they do tend to perform very well the early stages of a competition, which we talked about before, but they do perform ever so well on day 1 and 2, which is kind of unlike some of our other top teams that we have. So it's a little bit of a role reversal there. We're looking to see that straight through consistency from Shopify. This could be the tournament for them. Let's talk about what is around the corner, though, because we do indeed have Worlds, and qualifications are definitely looming over the heads of our players. How does this work? Well, in terms of Worlds qualifications, we do have our top 8 teams qualify from this last major. And then we also have last chance qualifiers that will be happening. I do have some blurb here to make sure that I do get this right. But we have a set of 4 single elimination best of 5 playoff matches. The winners of these 4 matches will earn their spots as the final 4 teams in the Halo World Championship. So this major means an awful lot to a lot of these players. They're going to be leaving everything out on the floor and on the sticks. Once the 8 teams participate in the last chance qualifiers, they've been determined and seeded. The matches, they'll be played on LAN and broadcasted Saturday night at this major. So make sure you guys are tuning in, because there is a lot to look out for, a lot to root for some of your teams and underdogs as well. But I think when it comes down to it in this last part of the season, there is so much pressure on these players. And I think that's also why we haven't seen many roster changes. It's like, well, do we want to make a change? We also have that meta shift. Are we looking to grow as a team? Are we happy with where we're at? And I think it just shows you the fact that some of these teams are very comfortable with where they're at, and this is how they want to progress into Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the start of the season, right, and it's, we got to get to Worlds. That's what everyone is thinking. Even if you're a FaZe, an Optic, and SSG, the first thing you want to do is get to the Halo World Championships and be a part of it. And it's the same, the trickle down for everybody else who's competing. So it's going to be some really big series going on this weekend, and they're going to be a lot of fun to watch. There's going to be some hearts broken, but there's going to be some dreams made as well.
Yeah. I know, we will hear hearts shatter quite literally through our headsets, unfortunately, but that is the name of the game. And talking about the game, though, there are games being played in our open bracket, and Blaze is over there right now to give us a rundown of how this works on pool play. If you are joining us for the first time at Halo Infinite, Blaze, what have you got cooked up for us?
Thank you so much, Lottie. And you guys so eloquently broke it down on the desk, the stakes of this tournament. We even got all these open bracket teams looking to make it to Worlds, and they're getting ready to load up into their matches right now. So far, it's day number 1 in Salt Lake City, and the atmosphere is electric. Everyone's getting ready to play these matchups. And don't worry, because I know it's a lot of teams in this open bracket looking to make it to Worlds that you guys at home want to know how they're doing. And I'm going to make sure I bring you guys all those updates as we get them. But I know you excited to get this tournament started, and I am as well. So back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Blaze. So smooth with it, isn't he?
He is so smooth.
He's so
smoothest
smooth.
man.
Hair's looking good too, man.
Just looks great, sounds great, and he's over there giving us all of the updates, including the winners' interviews on our main stage today as well. You guys know the drill. You've seen Blaze 100 times. Where can you guys catch all of the action? Well, we have 2 different casted streams for you over on Twitch and YouTube. And what do you get for watching? You already know. You get the incredible drops that are happening here at Salt Lake City. We need to watch for 3 hours, folks. And I say we because I have a tab open as well. You bet you I'm having those incredible drops as well. We have weapon charms for you. We have Killtastrophe weapon charms. We have weapon coatings. If you watch 9 hours, you get the Killpocalypse weapon charm as well as the Ivory Guard armor coating as well on all cores, just to let you know. And if you also watch for 4 hours of our co-streamers, you get some incredible goodies as well. So make sure you have all of those tabs open. Watch the entirety of the weekend, and you won't miss any of it. Talking about not missing something, here's our schedule. We have Shopify Rebellion coming up first versus ITB Esports. Pure will take on Native Gaming shortly after. Optic, the green wall, they're out to go and get Complexity. Let's see who'll win that one. Pure versus FaZe Clan, the revenge match from Atlanta. And then Optic once again going up against Quadrant, a historic matchup, and we'll see if it rivals some of the ones we've seen on the previous Quadrant rosters. And then Spacestation Gaming versus Sentinels to end your day. Your hometown team will take the stage, and we'll see how they fare against that very good Sen roster and see what they have in the tank as well. So very exciting stuff. And then first up, of course, we do have Shopify versus ITB, and that is what we're here to talk about. This game should be a banger. We're going to see Shopify Rebellion in full force and see what these European superstars can do in Shopify versus ITB. These two teams have actually faced each other a few times now. The last time we saw them was in London, 3-2 ITB. This got very close, awfully close. If you're looking at the score here, it's pretty, I don't know, indicative of the fact that ITB is starting to progress a little bit. Shopify Rebellion having them on their heels. But one stat that's really sticking out has to be that Cycle stat, that 1.55. He took over. He takes over often for his team. Also in the duo of Suppressed as well. But Cycle has been phenomenal. And Slayers is kind of the name of the game for Shopify Rebellion. They have not been letting up on Slayers. They are a formidable Slayer team. And Clutch, when we're looking at Cycle, what he does for this roster, how is he elevating those game modes, those game types for his team?
I think it's the way he plays his life. Just about every single time you watch his point of view, he's putting in max damage and he's taking min damage as well. He never takes a one-on-one where it's a questionable 50-50. He's always looking for an opportunity to have the advantage in these gunfights. And when he's playing in his flow, it's Pistola-like. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Every single time you watch him, you watch Pistola, the way that they are able to somehow just read the situation so perfectly, play their lives to the very end to make it so frustrating for the other team, never giving up an easy death. That creates opportunity, not only for himself, but for the rest of his team to capitalize. That buys them so much time. And this kid is one of the rising superstars in this league because he's so consistent at it, and especially in Slayers, those moments are felt the greatest.
He is super, super efficient. He actually plays quite slow and methodical as well, which I love to see from a main Slayer. But he is absolutely incredible. It's actually the third lowest deaths per minute behind Snakebite and Lucid. That is something. And I think coming out of Shopify Rebellion, you need these superstars on your team. Here's the season review for you guys. Shopify versus ITB. This is how their placements have looked. And I've got to say, it's pretty top heavy for Shopify Rebellion. It just shows me that they are kind of on a path of growth here. They're looking really good, and they're just trying to break through that third position. And really, Sunday is where it comes down to. ITB, on the other hand, on set, it's a little bit of a roller coaster. I mean, the 6th, 16th, 6th again. Whoa. They're kind of hitting certain kind of road bumps, and it's not looking so great. How are you feeling about them coming into this tournament? Do you think growth is there?
It's an interesting one for me because ITB at the previous event had a boot camp beforehand. They got the practice in, they were ready to go. They had a huge result for them in the series that they beat Quadrant, which is a hurdle they've been trying to get over for quite some time. But coming into this event, practice has been a little bit less. No boot camp this time around, which you're kind of wondering how prepared they are going to be. And seeing that fluctuation in placements from 6th to 16th to 6th, not quite sure where they're going to stack up, especially when we talk about how difficult it is now to place within the top 8. You know, you can be anywhere within the top 8. You could be down to the top 16. You know, that's how tight it is between the teams who are in that chasing pack at the moment. So it's a big first series, I think, for them to try and lock in for the weekend here. They're going to be tested, of course. Shopify Rebellion are one of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series at the moment. So I think we're going to get a good indication of kind of where they're stacking up at the moment and what we can expect to see through the weekend.
So while I have you, looking at the series layout, I know that ITB do have their preferences, and I think it's something that we see in terms of series layouts and how things land for them. They tend to be pretty strong on certain game modes and types, but then others, it's shocking. It's not close whatsoever. So we're seeing 3-2s occasionally from them, but it's very lackluster in other modes that they're losing out on. What do you see when you look at this series layout?
I mean, the first thing is, I won't spend too much time on this, but CTF Empyrean is going to be game number 1, which is one that they beat Shopify Rebellion on back in London. So that was kind of one of the highlights of London for them, because there wasn't too much else to really be happy about with their performance. But Slayer Aquarius, ITB also won a few big game 5s on that. So if you're looking at the series and you're looking for it to go long, for ITB, I think having those 2 game types up first is going to be a great opportunity for them in this series.
It certainly will be. Bro, talking about opportunity, when you're looking at this matchup, I think a few people will be like, Shopify, they're looking so good in ITB, top 6, etc. This could be a lot spiced than I think a few of our viewers might think.
Yeah, it really can. Also, just to piggyback off what Mark was saying about game 1, game number 2, also that did go the way of Shopify in London. However, I just caught Wonderboy backstage. He says they're feeling really good about their Street Slayer. So even just to kind of reiterate, if they take these first 2, this could be a really spicy series for sure.
It certainly could be. Well, I have been told it is time to go to the main stage for the first time here at Salt Lake City. Couldn't be more excited on set. And Brav, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lon. Here we go then, everybody. It's our first series here at the HCS Salt Lake City Major. Andy, how are you feeling, brother? What a series to start us off.
It's a really great series to start things off here. 2 teams with 2 very different stories this season and 2 really different things to focus on, right? If you think about the side of Shopify, they know they need to lock in for the whole weekend and set the stage for what will be a long 3 days. For ITB, they need to make sure that they resettle the nerves here. As we talked about, a dangerous top 16 exit. They have exited in groups before. They know how important these matches are. It is a fantastic series to start off the weekend.
Yeah, and this pool is going to be so close. You remember, just lurking in the shadows for both of these teams is Cloud9, and they have been another team who has consistently upset teams who have pushed them to game 5, and we're talking about some of the best teams in the world. So Cloud9 are going to have an opportunity to strike in this series if either of these teams isn't performing at their best. But like I mentioned, CTF Imperial, a great way for both teams to start here. Gives them a little bit of comfort to get into this series, and a good indication, like we mentioned previously, for ITB, because they managed to take this game off of Shopify back in London. But it's time for us to get underway. The first bullets are about to be fired. Welcome to Salt Lake City, everybody, and welcome to the final major of the year.
And unsurprisingly, the crowd likes what they see. An opening sniper battle, early pull coming in here. Let's see what can happen here on our screen. It's going to be Mental on your screen. Obviously not Mental's POV. We'll get that sorted, but Mental, the player with the snipe here, gets the body shot that he needed on the first BR to slow things down off of the rip.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure coming in from ITB, really trying to overload that high side. Another touch is going to come in as Wuta manages to get a trade, but Mental at the moment is just having to play his life a little bit here. It looks like a somewhat of a reset on the map, although more pressure is starting to come in, and there's a repulse coming in from Chick. So a little bit of good teamwork coming in. Now we're seeing ITB off at the back of that kill on the tower, trying to flood through the long haul.
Hey, Mighty's picks up one as well. As you said, that was 2 dead momentarily. There's a little bit more slaying that needs to be done, but he continues to connect. However, not going to be easy with this flank coming in through long haul, 2v2 and long.
Yeah, this is a big 2v2. Whoever wins this might get the flag cap or the return, but it's looking like ITB are going to win that fight on the long haul. And now you can see they're shadowing the flag player back, and that is going to be ITB and Jimbo putting that first flag on the board here.
Wow, very, very nice. And once again, what did we say? When we saw ITB play against Shopify several months ago in London, we know the result of this game. ITB took that game #1, and they're off to a great start, once again indicating that they are still on top of their game. And Pit CTF eventually taken down in Sword, so that snipe, I believe, was empty. Will not be a snipe here for Mental. He'll have to push up without it, but here comes the push.
Seen suppressed is behind enemy lines as well, so ITB in a little bit of a precarious situation here as two do fall inside of their flag, and the last 2 players respawning in the courtyard means that flag is already down into the long haul. So even though it's a hot start here for ITB, it's looking like an almost immediate response, and it will be that response indeed. We're tied up at 1-1 as the flag will go home.
Very, very nice there from Suppressed and team to make sure that flag goes in right away. Big momentum arrestor play there. If you think ITB was going to maybe get a little bit of confidence off of that flag cap, it's actually shut down. ITB, by the way, outslaying by 1 right now, too. Make it 13-11 in total kills. Another flagpole coming in.
Momentary 3 dead here, and if you're wondering whose POV this is, you might be confused by the Frenchman on your screen, but you can tell by the flicks
Look at this.
and the tricks coming in on your screen with this flag run. It is, of course, the mouse and keyboard phenomenon that is Wootum. Already got this one back to his side. Just looking at the kill feed at the moment. Nobody's here. Nobody's picking up kills, but Wootum's running flags home. It's going to be ITB Esports who find them now 1 flag away from closing out this game #1.
Wootum may have single-handedly converted some controller players to mouse and keyboard with that flag run. That was some smooth as butter running of that flag, hitting the perfect slides all the way back. We'll see what Soul Snipe can do with the rockets in hand here on the first BR.
Interesting to see. It's a little bit of a kind of split of the power weapons and power-ups. You can see the power weapons are in the hands of Shopify Rebellion with this rocket launcher, but it was ITB who had that overshield. So, interesting kind of dilemma for both teams here. Do you go back? Do you try and push forward? It seemed like the flag was momentarily moving on the other side of the map, but now ITB have got to turn their attentions to the flag running back to the Shopify Rebellion side. It looks like 3 players will fall. The return will come in as they run this one back, and we have a tied game, everybody. Next flag will win, as Shopify Rebellion will tie us up at 2-2.
Impressive stuff there from Snowslipe. That was like an expensive kill on the flag to burn 2 rockets on that single player, but in the end, they make sure they get the timing on the kills, and just like you say, 2-2 here. Plenty of time on the clock, but you get the feeling we're not going to need all 8.5 to close this one out.
One thing that's crazy to me is the efficiency of both teams so far, right?
Yeah.
It's 2-2. Next flag wins in this game, and no player on the map has got double-digit kills at the moment. That is just crazy. Every flag that's moved has gone home.
Also very still neck and neck here. It's Shopify now outslaying 22-20 in terms of overall kills, but as you say, still nobody on double digits, and not just efficiency, I would say, in timing and kills, but also in the pulls themselves. When the flags have been pulled, they have gone home here. 2-2. Next flag will take it.
Chick putting some pressure onto Mental here. He's trying to stay alive, but Mikey's going to fly through and manage to get that kill going his way. There's another one being picked up on the side here of ITB, and they know where Cycle is. Mighty's trying to chase him down, trying to survive. 2 players will slide out to deal with him, but being in that advanced position on the map is allowing ITB to put more pressure here onto the Shopify base.
Back and forth here as ITB narrowly goes into a kill lead overall. Chick trying to make something happen from the training, but knows he's going to need the help, so he'll retreat. Not an easy angle to fight both these players from the court. Unsurprisingly, he is taken down, means momentarily 2 dead here for Shopify.
Oh, you see Woot getting fired up there, and I think that's because someone in the kill feed just did something a little bit special for ITB. It's 4 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, and Wootum has got that flag back to the long haul. He's got into the cover, and it might be ITB Esports here who are going to strike first in this series. Wooten throws that one forward, takes a few bullets from the bridge, but Chick gets the double, and ITB will strike first here on the main stage.
I'm just going to say it. That flag running is OP. Put Wootum on the flag. Doesn't matter if he has a snipe in hand. Those are unbelievable runs there. The timing, the slides that he's hitting both on the pull itself all the way back. You just get the feeling. I mean, how long have we been running flags on the pit? It feels like that runs a little bit.
It feels like we
better.
haven't been running along because that's the best way to do it. It's taken us, what, 15 years to get to that point?
All we needed was a keyboard. And maybe a mouse. My God, Wootum and team showing up in a big way once again. In the end, they outslay 31-25, and they win the game 3-2. And it's a little bit of deja vu on your screen. They will take game 1 Pit CTF yet again. Heading into game number 2, they take a 1-0 series lead over the heavy favorite in Shopify.
Every single pull that was made by ITB Esports was converted. Fantastic, fantastic teamwork coming in from them to make sure that everything was lining up perfectly. And something you highlighted so well as we look at these replays was the timing of the kills, right? It was, if 2 were dead, they would move that flag, and within 3-4 seconds, the other 2 players would fall, creating that pathway back for that flag to be run. It was masterful from ITB.
It really was brilliant timing. How about even on the last run itself? By the way, Wootum, I'm telling you, man, especially going from long, he's not even done. He just keeps sliding. He's flying. You can't stop him. You can't slow him down. Here's Soul Snipes. As I said, an expensive pull pays off in the end. They get this flag back, but you're about to see in just a few moments the makings of that last run. Let's not forget, they got 4 dead as the flag was already on the first BR. It was brilliant timing.
I mean, this was the play, I think. Oh, it's Wootum. That was why he was getting fired up in those final moments, and that's what he does, right? He's a playmaker, and he is a showman as well, and showing up in game number 1 is ITB Esports, following the pattern that we saw from when these 2 teams met on that game type in London. So they're pretty good on that one.
They are, and like I said, just for anyone who didn't catch it earlier in the pregame, game number 2 is going to be that Slayer Aquarius. Even though we saw Shopify take this exact same game in London against them, Wonderboy has given me his word that they are pretty confident on this game type, and I'm going to take it. So I tell you what, if this one gets, by the way, make sure to get that updated there. It's an ITB 3-2 win in that game number 1. Tell you what, if ITB manages to take game number 2 as well, that we would be looking at quite a series here.
I mean, quite a series, and there's quite a story to this game type on the ITB side, right? This was the one that last season, for this roster, was a constant game 5 loss, a disappointment. They would have like 50-49s that they would lose. They would have replays that they would lose that would eliminate them from the tournament. But this season, things have been a little bit different when it comes to Aquarius Slayer. They've had some big game 5 wins. They've had some big moments in series where Aquarius Slayer has been the game type that's given them the lead, a little bit of an advantage. So a storied game type for ITB coming up now. I mean, one thing you can say is they've certainly had some practice on it in pressured situations, as Wonderboy gives us a wave. How you doing? I haven't said hello to him yet. Hi, Harry.
Cheeky little wave from Wonderboy in the back. B-Man, stroke of the beard, knows that their team needs to focus up for game number 2.
Certainly does indeed. I mean, a lot of talk about Shopify Rebellion coming into this event is what's going to happen on Sunday. First of all, you got to get to Friday. You got to get through Friday first. You got to get through these pools, and I think this is just even game number 1. I mean, this series is very early stages, right? We're not going to learn too much about a game 1 because we've still got so much Halo to play, but it does give an indication now of how different pool play is feeling this season. Every team that is in those pools has the ability to win game types, take games off of each other, which means those small margins are going to be the big moments that decide these series. And I've got a feeling, I mean, I said at the start of the last event that I felt like there was going to be some upsets. There was something in the air here. And I don't know if it's now a case of upsets or it's just a case of every series is going to be decided by those final moments, by game 4s, game 5s, because that's what it looks like is happening.
Yeah, it really, really does. And especially when you look at even teams like this, I think it's worth noting as well that ITB will have tasted the sourest of defeats in London, not exiting groups, placing top 16, especially on what is largely considered home turf for them, especially if you look at the layout of the season. And having tasted the sourness of that defeat, I think it has only focused them up more in groups and realizing, yes, even though we're playing a team who has placed top 3 twice this season, this is our chance to show up in a big way. Here are the Slayer matchups this year so far.
This is something that Lottie was talking about at the top of the show, right? I mean, if you want to succeed in a series here in Halo Infinite, in a best of 5 especially, there's 2 Slayers to play. And that stat on your screen is going to show why probably Shopify Rebellion have had so much success so far this season. 17-5 is their records this year in those Slayers. A win percentage of over 75%, which is absolutely insane. Whereas you look on the other side of things for ITB, the objective game types of where they've had the most of their success, it's only around a 50% kind of a coin toss when it comes to those Slayers.
It's really also interesting for this story specifically. Let's just use these stats as the ones that are going to paint the picture. Imagine Shopify does take game number 2, and let's say if we get there, they take game number 5, right? If ITB manages to win their objectives, they already have taken the first one. If they continue at this pace and Shopify continues only in their Slayers, we could see this one go the distance, and if we get there, we'll have to see if we get all the way to game 4, we'll have to see if ITB can close it out in objectives alone, or if Shopify is going to force us to a game number 5. That's the question.
Yeah, it's interesting to just mention a couple of things as well. Like this event, there's a lot of stories coming into it, but that meta shift is going to be noticeable, right? That reduced rate of fire on the Bandit might not seem like a huge talking point, but the ability to survive for some of these players, the team shot that doesn't quite destroy a player who's trying to run around a corner. That player now lives for a few more seconds.
Exactly, yeah.
That's where that timing starts to come in, right? That's where that teamwork starts to really be highlighted, and Wes was talking beautifully about it on the desk before we got underway here. And I wonder if that's going to shake, the standings, these series up even more as we progress towards Worlds. It really is a fascinating time to see these changes come in so late in the season with just this major, and of course the Halo World Championships around the corner.
It really is, especially I think even in, like we said, the timing of what we just saw elimination-wise on the kills in the pit CTF alone just showed us that not only was ITV confident in that game type, but they really understood the exact timing and the angles they needed to make sure they're still hitting the team shots they need to with the reduced rate of fire. It's going to be interesting to see it play out on Aquarius as well, right? Because the team shot in Aquarius is so important, whether you're talking about a power-up grab, whether you're talking about how you're getting to top mid, the angles that you play.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of power-ups, now we have the power-up top middle, right? We have the overshield top middle. You're not going to have that kind of, the crazy fight, the nade fest that is down at P1. It's now going to be an element of step by step. How do we get this overshield? We have to regain some control on the map. We have to get our lines of sight before we move in to pick up that overshield. But off the back of it, if you are picking up an overshield top middle, the ability that you have to immediately focus fire onto respawners, players who are in the back of the flag, and create space for a flag opportunity, it's such a small change when you think about like the dynamic of the map and where we're going from A to B, but it has a big impact on the follow-up to grabbing that overshield.
It really does. It has a huge impact, like you say. Normally when you grabbed overshield in the previous location, P1, it was more of a, I think that's what that's for. I think that's what the Spacestation finger is for. Is for beating up Dad. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Oh, wait.
It goes both ways.
Okay, throw it up.
Tell you what, that, like you said, grabbing that overshield, and it was more like a reload, go pink 1 with your team, clear out fridge. It was this predetermined, relatively boring path where you were just going to kind of slowly make your way back up and probably push into a fridge door on a base, maybe go back up top pink. Like you say, now it's like if you snag that and if you pop that overshield without it getting burned. I like this as a...
And series is tied up a 1-to-1.
1-to-1 in the series of the Space Station finger. Some Optic Gaming fans in the building as well. We also saw a sneak of a Cloud9 logo. Not surprising to see the fans spread out pretty broad this season based on the results that we've seen. But I couldn't agree more, just to wrap up the overshield thought. Grabbing that overshield top mid now, when that thing pops and your team is also force firing and just focusing on a base, you're going to see a little bit more snowball opportunity, and we'll have to see which team can capitalize on that.
And we're also going to... see if it is going to be a continuation of the Slayer success, of course, for Shopify Rebellion in this game number 2. Before we get into game number 2, we're just waiting, by the way. How awesome is this event?
Amazing.
Like, I don't think you really kind of feel how much there is to do from what we've seen so far on the broadcast, but we walked in yesterday and I was told this is the fun zone. Right. And it is. And I'll describe what the fun zone is. We have arcade machines, we have like old school games, we have RC car tracks. We have all the merch booths. I mean, we have projectors. It's crazy, man. There is so much to do here. I mean, we were joking before the event. We were like, oh, and there's a Halo tournament. But it also almost feels like that.
I see Halo 3 in the distance. There was Halo 2 2v2s last night.
That was crazy.
Bunch of fantastic sponsors in the building as well. It's amazing here. Going to be a fantastic weekend, and I think anyone who's not here is going to be jealous again that they are not at what is probably set to be one of the best lands of the year for sure.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, if you're on the West Coast or if you're
just get over here.
Get your asses down here.
Do it.
Otherwise, Andy will find you. You might seem like a nice guy on the broadcast, but let me know. Let me tell you.
We have people. They have cars. They can pick you up.
You know some people. If you think what was happening in that front row with that Space Station finger was bad,
yeah,
there's a squad of them waiting outside.
We do wonder where the series is with what could be father and daughter. 1-to-1, I think, in that series of the Space Station finger.
Looks like it could go to a game 5.
That could easily go to a game 5. Also could make sure we have medical staff on attention just in case it does go that distance, which could be pretty dangerous. But a fantastic venue and also, of course, a fantastic series starting off for us so far. We just did get word from station referees. I think coaches are, as you see B-Man kind of adjusting his headset as well. I think they were looking into coach audio on the stage to make sure that everything sounds correct on both sides of the stage. Quick zoom into Mental for just a second. Got an even quicker look at that great-looking hair.
She got quick scoped.
Oh, I felt that was visceral.
It was.
I felt that.
Interesting story for ITB. I mean, we talked about their season, but I think just the preparation for this event is an interesting one, right? It's something that European teams have historically had to overcome. I would say is they have been supported amazingly by ITB. I will say in the previous event, flying them out for a boot camp is not cheap. Nope. Trust me, it's very, very expensive to send a team out, but they were supporting them and ahead of Worlds as well. I'm sure they'll be looking to do something similar, but the distance between being able to play these teams, being able to get some practice under your belt against the best in the world is something that's difficult to come by for a lot of European teams, and historically has certainly been something they've had to overcome. But I'm quite surprised by their game 1 performance there. Like it was super efficient. Looked like they hadn't missed a beat from the last event, and a very good sign for them moving forward. Yeah, I love what I saw as well, and especially when the game went to 1-1 and then went to 2-2, you got the feeling like, maybe Shopify has slowly done kind of the little bit of the longer work of the season. They're going to take this game number 1 in the end, but no. You saw a lot of also, I think, mental resilience coming in from ITB to find themselves tied up, then 2-2, and to still make sure they got the not just great flag run, but I would say perfectly executed flag run. When you see 4 dead and you're wrapping the first BR, and you got Wutum running the flag, forget it. See you later. That thing is going home. That guy can throw it further than anyone.
It was, a wild run, a really efficient run, not just in the kills, but the actual mechanics of the run. You saw there was 2 players spawning at the same time that he was at long haul entrance. 2 players spawned, and you know that the furthest they are is maybe sword ramp. And by that time, as you saw, he actually didn't. There were shots coming in. They may have been blood shots because he actually had full shields as he brought that flag all the way in. And it was just a clean run from them. Like I said, also we should mention, not only were his mechanics and the flag run so impressive, Wutum also led the game in kills. Only player on double digits in that game. So what a start from him.
Yeah, amazing flag runs, amazing slays, like you say. And I also say, amazing skincare routine. Every single time I see a picture of Wutum when it comes to like the player lineups and stuff, he's flawless.
At first I thought he always had the Paris filter on everything. Turns out no filter.
That specific one that you've...
It's the one that makes your skin look good. He's not using that though. We checked it. Everyone thought the images were doctored.
Hashtag no filter.
Hashtag no filter. No scope, no problem. Wutum able to run those flags, hit the shots, and also keep the skincare routine to keep you gaming like a pro. Looks like everyone might be ready from my angle.
That adjustment of the microphone, did you get indication?
It's like, yeah, it's kind of like
okay. Boys.
We should talk about a few more series that you and I will be on later today that we are particularly excited about. One of those, of course, is going to be FaZe Clan versus Pure.
Ooh, whatever.
The rematch.
That could be a crazy one. I mean, FaZe is going to be fired up for that one. Interestingly, actually, I spoke to Snakebite a couple of days ago. And I was like, how was the practice routine? Congratulations again. We'll say this too. Let's forget about that. Let's get into the game. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's time for us to continue the series here. Enough of us waffling. Let's see some Halo on our screens. ITB Esports up by 1 here over Shopify Rebellion in Pool C. The question is, Andy, will they be able to kind of add a few more losses to the Slayer record that has been so impressive on the side of Shopify Rebellion? That's the question. ITB knows they're going to have to play the entire 12 minutes here, all 50 kills. This is not going to be an easy one as we are underway, and now a very new opening rush. First time debuting on LAN here on the main stage. We'll see who comes out ahead. Almost strange to see players flooding down to P1 and expecting an overshield to be there, but it's going to be Mental who is going to grab it from top middle. So early advantage here to Shopify Rebellion when it comes to that power-up. However, the kills did go the way of ITB. Now we'll have to see how this kind of develops. Looks like a big flood on the P side coming in from Shopify. 4 players on this pink tower. You said we'll see what Mental could do. Already 50% of the overshield has been burned just on time alone. First one does come in, though. That's a nice opener coming in from them. Now we're tied 3-3. Mighty's manages to find a double. That's going to be 3 dead momentarily for Shopify Rebellion as that sneaky sausage Wutum manages to find his way towards a backsmack. We're 2-0 in this game. Wutum looking to add another one. Doesn't get the trade this time around, though, but it's still going to be that 1 kill, maybe 2 kills. As Chick will find another one. Advantage going to ITB. So a Tilku advantage with no overshield. Take that all day. Yeah, very nice from Wutum. Even though he may not have needed it due to the damage that was already applied to the overshield, he does get the back whack to just take down the overshield player top car immediately. And that gives them, once again, still a little bit of a lead here. So it's a solid opening from ITB, but Shopify
Shopify knows they've got a lot of time on the board and also the record to prove that they know what they're doing in this game type. 1 dead for each side.
One of my favorite players to watch in European Halo, and certainly on the big stage as well, is the man on your screen right now, and that's going to be the Frenchman, Chick. One thing I always love about him is his escape route is always planned. Whenever he's engaging in a fight, he'll put a few shots in, he has an escape route to try and reposition to help another teammate, and you're seeing that on your screen right now. His survivability is something that allows ITB to have a pivot to play around.
Really, really nicely played, as you said. It's not easy to do, especially in Infinite, but it's so important. Picks up another one there. Going to be 2, maybe 3 in a second if he gets this third one on the Dinos as well. Should be able to clean it up in the end. He does. That was a momentary 3 dead for the side of Shopify, and just like that, it's still a 3-kill lead for ITB.
Overshield going to be coming up right about now as well, top middle, and the Slade's going heavily in the favor of ITB in the last few moments. You would expect someone to be top middle who will be able to scoop that up. However, it's going to become a 2v2. Mental with a 1v1 top middle. Going to force the player down, but it's Wutum again who wins that 1v1. Suppress is going to slide in though, and manage to find the overshield, but is only met with the green gun, so the overshield, game over for you.
Huge, huge play from Chick. Shuts down the overshield immediately. Doesn't even trade. Gets the kill with the green gun as well. And now they will continue steamrolling. 19-13 off of the second back-to-back overshield denial. It's a great counter from ITB. They now lead here by 5.
Really, really good stuff there from ITB to prioritize what the play was. We're not going to get overshield. What do we do to try and counteract that? We play for the green gun. We play for the plasma pistol. And essentially, we try and play for that trade. They get more than that in that situation. And they still have a 4-kill advantage off the back of it. However, a couple of players are going to fall here for ITB, and this is an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to find a little bit of a foothold and start to close that gap.
2 were dead there momentarily for Shopify as well. Cycle's going to have to rotate and see what's going on with the squad. A few shots exchanged, but you got to think on the Shopify side of the stage, they're thinking, already lost that game number 1, down by 5, almost at the midpoint of this game number 2. They need to find a way to ice up here and focus.
Soulsnipe taking down a no shields. One thing I will say about the Bandit change you'll notice is that 5th shot, that headshot. Sometimes you'll see a couple of players just, it's almost like you have a few too many seconds to think about it, and you can miss that shot, and that can cost you. Mighty's flies in, not going to be able to get the kill himself, as Chick will get stuck on his way forward. Now he has to try and survive. Going to get no damage in that beatdown though. However, ITB will keep that advantage on their side. Now 5 kills is their lead as we approach the halfway point of this game.
Got to mention it as well. Early on, Chick was not on the board in a big way. I believe he was 1-3. Guess what? He just tracked a killing spree, and they're up by 6 right now. Chick, a huge, huge part of this last rally.
Really, really impressive, and it comes off the back of that survivability, right? We saw that life from him. Staying alive, we always talk about it. And what you can do off the back of an extra life, essentially, you can get by not over-challenging, by not being taken down. And that's exactly what we do see. Now, Mental finds an overshield again here. That's 3 in a row for Shopify Rebellion. And they're starting to just claw their way back into this game. About a third left on that overshield. Chick going to be challenging himself. He's poking. He's looking for that trade. He's not going to get it, but there's the trade in the kill feed. Shopify Rebellion again with the overshield, not doing a huge amount.
Look at that counter once again. They force a gen play there, and amazing damage that came out from Chick to almost get the trade himself, but in the end, he actually gets enough damage where they pinch the overshield from both mid-gen and a high-gen. They essentially shut it down again, and they maintain that 4-kill lead. And if they continue this pace, they will close this one out comfortably, but still a lot of game here yet to play.
One thing you will notice is the pace of this game, the Aquarius Slayer, in comparison to what we've seen essentially throughout the rest of the season. The speed at which you can collapse, the Bandit speed to kill, time to kill, excuse me, being a little bit longer means those collapses, those snowballs don't seem to be in effect quite as much in this game in particular. Another trade coming in the feed at the moment, however, it's going to be ITB who find themselves down numbers. 2 kills now the difference, and to lead for this long in the game, and then find that lead start to slip away, you can get very nervous in those final moments. So ITB, this is a big moment in the game for them.
Really big moment, as you said. Just right now, only a 3-kill game. Also worth mentioning that, let's not forget, Shopify was down 19-12, and they've now brought this game back within 3. It's a big, big comeback, but still a little bit of time left on the clock here. Well past the halfway mark. This is really your home stretch. 36 on the board for ITB now.
Getting closer and closer to a 2-0 series lead here. But the game, as we well know in Halo Infinite, is never done until you see that win come up on your screen. Cycle now trying to play the pink tower. A couple of players from ITB are going to be trapped on this pink side. Jimbo taken down to no shields and will be taken into the death screen as well. 2 kills now the difference, and Shopify once again controlling this pink tower. Now bring it back within 1, and Soulsnipe with a double ties this game up at 37.
Wow, here we are all tied up now in ITB. Lose the overshield yet again, 38-37 in their favor, but what can Mental do with the 4th overshield of the game? Can they run away with it starting now?
Cycle's going to find one. Player gets cleaned out the back of the base as well, and it will be Shopify Rebellion who go into a lead by 2, and still with 2/3 of that overshield. Mental looking to extend it even more. This is the business end of the game here for both teams, and Shopify Rebellion are showing a bit of experience and just that ice they need.
Really well done there by Mental. In the end, he doesn't get the car 3 clamber, but instead just puts his gen here. That's going to give a nice sizable lead for them by 4 at the 43 mark, and this could be heartbreaking for ITB.
Don't get many opportunities to win a Slayer against a team like Shopify Rebellion. We talked about their records, and ITB, they've had that chance. Now, are they going to be able to clutch up? Are they going to be able to somehow find a way back into this game? It's a 5-kill, make it 4-kill advantage. Goes back to 5, though, as inside of this base cycle, trying to put some pressure down. Mighty's trying to stay alive, manages to do so. So valuable at this point in the game.
That's huge, and they pick up another one as well. 48, though, on the board here. Only 2 more kills to go for the side of Shopify. No room for error for ITB.
Wootum's going to find one. Wootum's going to be re-challenging here onto Soul Snipe to break his shields as well. But like you mentioned, the bigger picture here is for ITB, it's only 2 deaths to play with.
And another overshield coming up. Hasn't gone well for them.
Jimbo finds another. And all of a sudden, look at Soul Snipe's positioning and how he is being a little bit more wary of the positions he finds himself in. ITB trapped in the gen. Jimbo find another one. Thrust in the hands of ITB as well, and all of a sudden it's a 2-kill game here.
Can you imagine?
Jimbo gets a trade in the base. That's going to be 1 more to go here. Soul Snipe finds that 50th kill, and the comeback is complete for Shopify Rebellion. They tie the series up at 1-1 with a win here on Aquarius Slayer.
Man, what can you even say? ITB gives up 4 overshields, and guess what? It's the 4th one that's the final dagger. You might be able to get away with giving up 3 and having to trade. But I'll tell you right now, you're not going to win a lot of games giving up 100% of power-ups. And honestly, it seems terribly fitting for ITB to lose that game because you need to focus up on those power-ups. Yeah, you might be able to neutralize the way that you did throughout the majority of the game, but I'm sorry. If you're going to give up 4 straight, you don't deserve to win the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just unacceptable to be at least not getting 1. You know, if you want to... And we mentioned the Slayer record. We're going to keep talking about it because it's just extending now. Shopify Rebellion are an incredible Slayer team, and if you allow them extra power on a map, they're going to win the game. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's very easy to pinpoint where that went wrong, right? I mean, the biggest one for me, I think it was the 3rd overshield, where ITB seemed to be picking up a couple of kills, but still didn't manage to get control of that overshield. And I don't know if that was because they became too hyper-focused on a couple of players who had the shields broken, if it was they were just unfortunately not in the position top middle where they were in control and had an access point to it, but whatever it was, it needs to be addressed because you can't allow that to happen.
It really does, and I think also the specific things, to take a look at some highlights from that game, the specific thing that's troubling from the side of ITB is they did so well to neutralize each of the overshields earlier on. However, guess what? When you have Mental with a little bit of overshield left, still pushing in your flag and just mopping up your team, that is when it's going to bite you. So you might get away with shutting each overshield down 1 by 1, but you are not going to win games. You're not going to win series with that tactic. And even, once again, check with great damage on this overshield as well, but you felt like, and I think ITB probably felt it as well. Once you've watched enough competitive Halo, when you watch a game like this, you're thinking to yourself, it's too close. Here's the overshield push that we talked about in the end that gave them the 5-kill lead. It's too close, it's not comfortable, and you always felt like Shopify was still in this, even when they were down by 5 or more.
Yeah, it is like you mentioned, it was an interesting game when you talk about the overshield, right? Because ITB kept it close, but it was just, there's only so many times you can get away with it. Exactly. It felt like, to be honest with you, and having got away with it for so long, it was just a case of one of these is going to hurt us. Yep. And one of them did hurt them. And then even in the final moments, ITB did a really good job of holding the line. Made it a little bit closer. We were like, they've only got 2 deaths. ITB seemed like they knew that as well when they were playing around that and waiting for Shopify to fall into that trap a little bit. But what else do you want us to say? You need to get overshields. You need to contest those overshields if you want to be successful in those games.
Yeah, really tough loss there. To be honest, I think on the ITB side, they're going to be thinking about just a few things that could have gone differently. You can't let a team, first of all, grab every overshield on you, like we said, but also even just to let, you need to make sure in the end, they had, like you said, such composure on those gen pushes. They were like baiting and switching perfectly. They got about 4 kills while Shopify was right around the 47-48 mark, but you can't let a team like Shopify get on to 48 kills. It's just too little too late for them in the end. They need to dust that one off, though, and get ready for King of the Hill recharge, because even though we were moments away from what could have been a 2-0 lead here, now we're tied up 1-1, and we are, as we said earlier, in the business end of this series now, and all tied up, everything to play for, and now momentum certainly firmly in the side of Shopify after that comeback win.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, and I think now moving on to King of the Hill, which I'm very excited to see how the game types adjust and the pace of the game adjusts thanks to the bandit change that we have seen. If it's going to be a more methodical break, if it's going to be a more methodical hold of the map where people are just not worried too much about a couple of players surviving from a push, but as long as they get those first two, then they'll be able to allow the players to respawn and hold the map a little bit more than pushing in to try and get that squad wipe that we sometimes look for with a 4 dead. But looking at the Slayers, no surprise. Cycle and Suppressed. I was going to say 2 S's, but Cycle's name starts with a C, so
we have trouble with that kind of stuff all the time.
Essentially.
Similar sounding letters, though, aren't they? Yeah.
Phonetically?
Phonetically, I think, yeah. I think that's what we would call it. Luckily, we're going to focus on the players and the gameplay instead of any type of linguistics or phonetics for the rest of the show, and that's a promise you have from us.
For everyone.
Cycling that on your screen there, just I think the way that this player has shown up, the way that this team has shown up, it's a huge win. And like I said, it'd be one thing if Shopify just came back into game 2 and steamrolled in terms of momentum, what we would see here. Instead, once again, trailing 19-12 early on to come back with a last-second steal it out from under you win, I think gives Shopify Rebellion even more momentum here. ITB is going to have to find a way to really ice up, lean forward, and get back into this series because I think Shopify is going to look the strongest that they have in this game number 3, and they're probably going to show no signs of slowing.
And of course, then we move on to Strongholds as game number 4, which we will see in this series. Live fire Strongholds, I think that's going to be the game type probably that's most affected by the slowing of the bandit rate of fire, but now we're not going to see those floods. Maybe there's going to be a little bit more of a 2-cap hold. It's going to be interesting to see how that does develop, but before we get there, of course, we have to decide who is going to go ahead in this series between ITB and Shopify. How do you think it's going to play? It's interesting, right? King of the Hill.
Yeah, this one, I agree. Very interesting. I think right now Shopify is going to come out absolutely just firing on all cylinders, and they're going to be really tough to keep pace with based off of what we just saw towards the end of that game. Really impressed with the composure from Shopify because, like we said, not only were they trailing by 7 early on, they were trailing by 4 or 5 for the majority of the game. But instead to just play their game, have that dominant of control and continue trailing, just shows a lot about their endurance, their confidence. And if they bring that and more into this game number 3, I think we could certainly see them take it.
Seems like ITB seem in pretty good spirits,
yeah,
I will say. And
they've been here before.
As crazy as it sounds, like a loss is a loss, it always hurts. But when you're going up against a team who has so much success in those Slayers that you've played previously, and even though new meta, I'm going to keep highlighting that was a much different result when those two teams met up back in London. I think it was a 50-39, if I wasn't mistaken, and I'm pretty sure it was a game 5 that hurt them. So to keep it within a few and show that you can hang with one of the best Slayers teams, there's always positives to take from that.
There really is, and if you're on the ITB side right now, and I have a feeling this might be in their comms, but I think you do have to take that takeaway indeed, and I don't think it's just rose-colored glasses. I think you could say, guys, we essentially almost beat them with horrendous overshield control and 0% overshield control. So let's make sure we're just focusing up on the grabs that we need. We're timing our kills, because keep in mind, when you're leading by either 5 or 7, you should be getting some overshields, right? So I think as long as they continue to play their slaying game and their map control game, they've got a good opportunity to make sure they stay in the lead here. So there's definitely, as you said, positive takeaways for the side of ITB. We're going to have to see if they can take that into the game.
I was just looking across the stats there of the last game as well. There was no standout performance really on either team. No disappointing performance, no standout. It was like 1 or 2 kills.
Mighties and Suppress kind of leading, but also pretty high depth as well.
Suppress had the same amount of depth. So nobody really being an outstanding candidate for the player who won that last game. It was the Overshield certainly that was the outstanding candidate as to what caused Shopify Rebellion to find themselves now tied up in this series as we head into map number 3. Time for a little bit of King of the Hill.
Underway now, tied 1-1. It's a great way to start off your day number 1 here at the HCS Salt Lake City Major. We thank you for hanging out with us, whether you're in the building or joining us online. It's been a fantastic start to the day, all tied up here 1-1 in game number 3, Shopify versus ITB.
Overshield is still down. You can see that Wooten was just waiting and baiting and hoping that someone was going to find that, and it is going to be picked up here. The camo finds its way into the body of Chick, so it's going to be ITB who win the scrap for the first power-up. However, at the moment, nobody really with a numerical advantage, is the only thing that's happened in the last few seconds away from this is a trade between a couple of players. However, a shock rifle is certainly going to make that a little bit more likely that things are going to change, and Chick finds himself the first face of the game.
I think as everyone saw Chick with the camo heading towards glass, there was one reason you're heading there. It's because the shock was down, and he's already putting it to use as well. And some progress on the board. All eyes on the tower. We're going to have to be really selective with his angles here. Might find a team shot if he's not careful. There it is.
Couple of nades come in that flood him out the position. The shots coming in from the bandits going to clean it up, but the tower push was solid coming in from Shopify Rebellion, and off the back of cleaning out the hill, taking down Chick, ITB now find themselves all in the death screen. So about a third of the progress on that hill went the way of ITB, but it's Shopify Rebellion now with full control of the map.
Answering right back, ITB still leading, by the way, in slays, so progress on the board, and there were kills on the board as well, as they will now go 9-8 in that category. Wootum needed to make that push count because they find themselves 3 down. Mighty's down again. That's a back-to-back 4 dead, and a devastating comeback yet again here on the first hill. All the progress has essentially been wiped, and Shopify looking to close out this hill. One more push for ITB right now.
Yeah, Cycle gets the first pick as well. Chick will fall, Wootum falls as well. There's a late contest going down, but Suppressed with a double kill not only keeps his teammate alive, but surely in the next few moments will secure that first hill going over to the side of Shopify Rebellion. And look at this rotate as well. They not only get that first point, but they're already set up for the next.
Also a Shroud on the Camel. This should be a clean grab here for Suppressed. He's going to be able to do that and run back to cover before he pops. Can he stay alive? He does. Somehow that nade does not do enough damage to take him down. So in the end, he'll get away with Camo as well. And right now he can wait and bait and do all sorts of damage here at Hydro.
Suppressed having a little bit of fun here with this camo. Lots of players from ITB walking into his reticle, having no idea of his position. And it's just comfortable kills for him. Chick's going to be the next one to fall as well. And this camo really has been devastating. A double kill here for Suppressed. Cycle finds another one as well. And finally, after those kills, start to get picked up, start to cycle together. It'll be Shopify who step into that hill for some time.
Yeah, a little bit of free extra kills on the board as well. You thought maybe during that, as he's picking up all those kills, they might have had time to jump in, but instead they finally jump in. To be honest, not as much progress as you might have suspected, but certainly one thing that has changed is Shopify is now outslaying 21-12.
Shock rifle going to be even more effective, I feel, this event as well, with that slowdown on the rate of fire of the bandit. Just having a little bit more time to pace that shot between the bursts coming in from your opponent. And ITB Esports in the moment are finding themselves with a rough situation to try and break out of. It's 3 dead for them. It's going to be surely in the next few moments 2-0 for Shopify Rebellion, and it's about go next for ITB. Try and play for that next hill because you are not getting close to this one.
I think they're going to wait and bait. Look at this. Cheeky waiting and baiting, not getting the last tick. They know there's essentially zero risk in just burning this clock, and this is some very tactical play here coming in from Shopify. They're fine with it. Eventually they'll probably clean this one out and try to get the clear, but they are just playing with their food at this point.
3 dead on the side of Shopify. Didn't get the point. Now. I'm just saying.
No.
Right? Okay, fair enough. 2 dead for Shopify. This could happen.
Are you worried?
Yes.
You're worried?
I'm worried.
All right, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Let's see if they can hold. It's going to have to be the strongest Lord of the Rings-esque hold on this hill, and they might be able to do it. They're already halfway done. Will this bite Shopify in the butt? That's the question.
Ammo up as well. Wootum's going to have to do a little bit of work, though, in the tower. He's sure the flood's starting to come through. A kill does go in the way of Shopify Rebellion, which might give them the opportunity to dip their toes into the ocean. And yes, indeed, they dip their toes in, and my worries will be addressed. It's 2-0 now to Shopify Rebellion. ITB have to find a way back into this, and the camo might help them do so.
I'm not going to lie, I like that. You don't see a lot of that. Obviously, they got away with it because there was zero progress on the side of ITB, so Shopify could really take that risk. But look how much time they burned. They burned about 40 seconds off of the game clock there, and now they lead 2-0. I like the play from Shopify. They're looking good.
Over to the turbine then, and Chick won't be able to survive this time. He gets flushed out by a grenade. Suppressed will find another one as well. So a 2v2 momentarily turns into a 3v2 as Shopify will have the numbers as they try and force the final members of ITB out of that hill. Suppressed waiting for the damage to come in to capitalize and add to his tally. Should be able to get another trade here, but doesn't even go down himself. It's a double kill for Suppressed. ITB 3 dead. And even though they managed to get half that hill captured, it's going to be Shopify with full control of the map again. You and I had spoke about what was going to happen here in this game number 3 in terms of just speed and momentum, and I think it's exactly what we expected with the way that Shopify came out. They're really taking that, I think, both the mental edge and the momentum from that game number 2 comeback and just absolutely running with it here. Still leading 2-0, 2:39 left, essentially tied up on this hill, though. 2 dead for Shopify. Soul Snipe trying to wait, see if some shots can be hit. Manages to tag one, manages to tag him again. Soul Snipe now flies in, tries to snap onto Chick, but won't be able to do so. Chick finds himself momentarily as the last alive, but Wootum will rejoin him off of that respawn. And now it's about holding the line once again for Chick. He finds one himself, repositions to try and get those shields back. And with a shock rifle in his hands, he's got a chance to hit a shot here onto Soul Snipe and make this a little bit dicey. Worth mentioning, their mental getting that melee trade's absolutely huge to fly in here. However, it was still 2 dead for the side of Shopify and 1 spawner 2v2 on the map momentarily. ITB showing a little bit of resilience here. Wootum flicking around the corners to find more damage that many players would not be able to get. But can they capitalize on that damage? Chick's still inside of that hill, and it will be ITB who answer back here. They will claim the Turbine Hill for themselves.
Got ourselves a game here now. Let's not forget, Shopify burning as much game clock as they did due to the confidence of being sure that they would secure that second hill is going to be a little bit of a factor here because there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. And that's not going to play to Shopify's favor. However, let's keep in mind, because we have a 2-1 game, still a lot of room here for ITB to make sure they get this second hill and send the game the distance.
One thing for ITB that might be a slight concern is how efficient the Shopify Rebellion were on that tunnel hill, which is this side of the map. A very similar position that will be held down and controlled for whoever wants to claim this hill themselves. But it's going to be ITB who seem to have an element of control around the blue at the moment. So Cycle is just playing his life at the moment. This is what he does so well, right? A lot of players might look to engage, might look to get that first pick, but he's waiting for the team beautifully. However, elsewhere on the map, ITB are saying you can have this position because we're going to pick up kills elsewhere.
2 Fall Shrouders down. Let's see the Flood if they can get him off the sneaky. Ooh, right now they're holding it very, very well. Trades will come in. So in the end, Shopify actually kind of lives to tell the tale here. Wow! Cycle whips around the glass as well and will stay alive on glass as it was 2 dead. Now players coming up off of Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, the crazy thing here is that ITB have been picking up kill. It's been 2-3 dead, but look at the progress on this hill.
Yeah.
There's always been someone from Shopify Rebellion in the vicinity with a line of sight onto that hill to make it so difficult for them to step in and claim any kind of time. So we're essentially tied up on this hill still, even though it's been ITB who have been picking up those slays.
And I got to point it out once again, you're so right, and it's been sneaky control. They've done it purely through long haul and sneaky control. It's been brilliant from Shopify, but once again, with now 60 seconds left on the clock, the burning of the time, 3 dead by the way for ITB, the burning of the time earlier is still a factor. Shopify is playing this game beautifully. 55 seconds left.
Shopify thinking we don't need to capture the hill, we need to stop you being inside of it, and ITB are finding a very difficult solution to try and come up with at the moment. A double push on the mid bridge though, after they take down one player is going to create an opportunity for them to get across the map. Camo gets picked up here by Wooten, but he'll be taken down almost immediately. So a burn of the camo for Shopify, and with only 40 seconds left on this game clock, Shopify again, you can see the game plan. They're not worried about stepping in this hill, it's about denying the time for ITB.
Was 3 dead for ITB. Spawners, though, on the long haul is going to give them a little bit of a second chance here at life. 35 seconds left. Game clock still running, though. They're not stepping in just yet. They need the slays, and they need them now. Only 30 seconds left.
Press with the first kill onto Mighties as well. That's going to make the push even more difficult towards this hill. And as the time starts to trickle through the fingers here of ITB Esports, it's only Jimbo who finds himself alive at the moment, but he'll fall as well. And this is looking like the final push for ITB. But even then, do they have the time to get in that hill?
One player pushing through Hydra right now. You have the feeling that player's not going to be the difference maker.
Time starts to dwindle down, and you can see Shopify is set up just to stop anyone from ITB stepping in that hill. 2 kills go their way. A desperate play at the end here from Jimbo. Wooten last alive, but he's not going to get the opportunity to get inside of that hill, and it will be Shopify Rebellion who play the clock masterfully in multiple situations to take a 2-1 win on Recharge King of the Hill.
It's a masterclass, as you say, from the side of Shopify Rebellion. That's one of the, I think, most tactical looks at that game type that we've seen all season. We've been waiting for teams to wait and bait the hill. It's such an advantageous and dangerous mechanic if you do that and you do it well. They knew that they had the cushion to make it happen, even on the main stage against a team like ITB. That burned, as we said earlier, 41 seconds off the clock. And guess what? When you win a game like that, only 2-1 with the game clock going to 0, that's a huge factor. As you said, they did it again with long haul and sneaky control. They did not need to jump in. It was great game clock management coming in from Shopify. They now take the series lead 2-1.
So from 1-0 down, they now find themselves 1 game away from claiming their first series of the tournament. And for ITB, some questions certainly to be answered. We'll take a look at some of the replays here. It was a good start for ITB, but the one thing that always stands out to me about a team like Shopify, which seems to be like a difference maker between the top 3 teams, the top 4 teams in the chasing pack, is a 4 dead is a devastating thing to experience if you're on the other side of it, because it usually means an entire hill going your way, because they can just cycle kills off the back of it. And they did a really good job actually of picking up the first kill off respawn as well. It weren't allowing ITB to ever feel comfortable on the map.
Also worth mentioning, Soulsnipe 17-12 in that game, and he led in assists, tied for 9. Just really, really big late game performance coming in from him to make sure he was a huge part of those holds.
This was the hill that did go the way of ITB. A lot of the work done inside and around that hill by Chick. But this is the time management that we were talking about, right? Mental just set up on the glass here. You can see 40 seconds left in the game for ITB to try and put a push together. But the frustrating thing for ITB is when you know you have to access that hill, you're kind of running through and the time is making you think we've got to get to the hill, but then you're not checking a corner. Shopify have got so many options about how they want to pick up those kills that they can set traps, and ITB will inevitably have to fall into at least one.
Exactly, and you talk about the cushion that time management created. They could just sit sneaky and long in the most obnoxious way there. They didn't even need to really look at the hill that much, because guess what? When you have players spawning gold, glass, and right around sneaky, and they're just continuing to hold down that area, ITB doesn't have to just get hydro. They don't just have to get plat. They need to clear out the sneaky and long and glass and then get in the hill. It was just never going to happen. A fantastic game in the end from Shopify. They lead now in the series 2-1. They also take the game 2-1. That sets us up for live Fire Strongholds as our game number 4.
That was the first game, as crazy as it sounds when you look at the stats and the scores, of this series, that felt like it was controlled in the entirety by one of the teams. It was back and forth in game number 1. It went down, it was an example of great efficiency in flag runs coming in from ITB. Game number 2 was a comeback from Shopify Rebellion, but when it finishes at 50-47, you can see it's only a few kills separating the team. But that one, even though it says 2-1 on the scoreboard, feels like a different game. It was a different game that was fully controlled by Shopify Rebellion. Now we move into Strongholds on Live Fire, which historically has been probably the quickest of the game types that we've had when it comes to pace of play. When you factor in the bandit change, I wonder if it's going to be a new type of game type, and a lot of work would have had to been done by these teams to find a recipe for success.
I agree. There's so many specific battles on this exact game type that anyone who's played enough Ranked Infinite will immediately kind of think of. If you think of battles, for example, from right on your screen here to Nest Bridge fighting into green, players pushing in from dummies, even battles that are going across top middle, the rate of fire change and the way that impacts team shots is really going to change the way that players and teams move around this map. We'll see if Shopify can continue the momentum and close out the series here, or if ITB can stay alive and force us to a game number 5.
I also wonder if it's going to make the sniper rifle even more valuable. The ability to quick scope between those bullets coming in from the bandits is going to be certainly increased, and we've seen the reaction time and some of the crazy shots we've been seeing so far this season from everybody who's walked upon that main stage. So the sniper rifle control has always been important here on Live Fire. It almost feels like it becomes even more of a valuable resource, and it's going to be Mental who finds it first.
Shopify also picks up the first 3 kills off the opening scuffle. And as you said, Mental now going to look for his next target. Of course, all eyes on Camo here. Let's see if he can finds a body on Jim. Will they get the cleanup? They do, as you see in the feed. Maybe based on the timing, I would say they might even get the second kill and the power up as well.
BNC going to be the hold at the moment. Hey, Shopify! Mighty's finds himself
he's going to do it?
a little bit lighter than he was a few moments ago.
Almost.
Mental now just trapping all of these players at the back of green for ITB. A is being flipped in the meantime by Shopify, so they will continue to score. And with Suppressed with the camo in his hands at the moment, it's going to be difficult for ITB to fight their way back onto the map, as Wootum is finding out himself.
Jeez, I mean, talk about power-up management this entire series. This has got to be so frustrating for the side of ITB, and it's so impressive from the side of Shopify Rebellion. 25-0 off the opening.
Yeah, really important kill though from Jim. You saw he got the kill onto the camo player and manages to just about get the conversion onto A. And even though Shopify now step into it and will be able to flip it back over, it creates a little bit of a timing window now for the rest of ITB to get back on the map. So big kill from Jimbo. Will there be a knock-on effect from it? With Suppressed with his kill in the feed, though, it looks like the answer will be no. Shopify Rebellion continue to slay here.
Very nice from Cycle. He does even more damage. And once the shields come back, you can bet he's going to jump back in for more. 42-0 off of the opening and should comfortably get this kill. Just very, very nicely to avoid any sort of melee distance there and wins the battle of back green. By the way, Shopify is outslaying 16-7.
ITB yet to get a point on the board here, 43-0, and it will continue to go the way of Shopify Rebellion, as now they will have a BC hold on the map, control of both the stronghold in front of Cycle that you can see right now and the tower side. Such a difficult situation to break out of, but Mighty checks his corners. However, he's got to check himself because Cycle hits the 5.
Really, really nicely done. Oh, finally gets taken down. You think maybe he had an extra second there. It was momentary 3 dead for both sides. It was a 1v1. Chick is going to be the player who flies into back green to try to flip this one and maybe get some points on the board.
Yeah, based upon the respawns here, it's interesting to see how this 1v1 kind of panned out, and you can see the Chick essentially had quickest access to a stronghold, so plays for B will get them scoring now for the first time in this game, whereas the respawn for Shopify was at a home base where they were already in control, which means they weren't able to defend and had to kind of let this one go. 2 kills go the way of ITB. Shopify Rebellion for the first time in this game find themselves on the back foot, not just in numbers, but in the fact that they will not be scoring.
Mighty's, by the way, just clocked his first kill of the game, and I will say, credit to him, he does lead the team in assists, so he's been shooting, but it's a big concern because he has been the leader, of course, slaying in so many of these games. And now to only have 1 kill on the board at this stage, I think you're going to need to see a big push from him if ITB is to get back into this game.
Chick trying to play his life at the moment. He knows that sniper rifle's up, but he's not going to be able to grab it. And it's going to be Cycle who is now the beneficiary of that. Maybe a little bit of a misstep coming in from Chick as he maybe thought about grabbing it, maybe thought about surviving, maybe got caught in two minds about exactly what he wanted to do in the situation, but off the back of the decisions and the plays that just happened, now Cycle could go to work. It's BC, which is the hold here for Shopify Rebellion, and they're about to cross the 100-point mark.
3 dead. This is going to be your 4th kill on the window if they pick that one up as well. Cycle should be able to just pop in, either get the kill or the finish on the reset. We'll go ahead and looks like be able to do that. Pressure probably going to still come in from window, but he times it very well and gets a little bit dicey there, but decides to just go for the flashy play. Hits the no-scope to get sort of a bolt true on the melee almost. During the scuffle, ITB will get a little bit more points on the board, but not too much that Shopify is going to worry about. It's still 88-32.
Oh my, Cycle just snaps with the bandit after the body shot. ITB find themselves 2 dead. Big kill going down here. Can't survive, and it's going to be a double push coming in from ITB. Not just to defend B, but to keep themselves scoring for just a few seconds. First time we're seeing Shopify Rebellion start to be trapped on a respawn here. You can see they're just spawning in and around the dummies. The kills are starting to line up here for ITB, and A and B will be the hold off the back of it.
See if they can make something happen. Still being heavily outslayed and outscored, but 2 will fall for the side of ITB momentarily, so they're going to have to work even harder off the respawn. Wutum trying to do everything he can at C.
It's Cycle who gets that double kill as well, right? I mentioned how it felt like ITB starting to get an element of control, forcing Shopify onto a respawn, but Cycle just breaks through that. Finds 2 kills, one after the other, immediately creating space for them to get back on the map, flip one of these strongholds over, and that's exactly what they have done. A and B in their control for now, but as they go for C, keep your eyes on the bottom of your screen on where those strongholds are moving, because it's ITB who are inside of not just 1, but 2.
Mighty's once again the only player alive. Gonna have to wait for his teammates here. 107 now to 48. It's really been a continuation of what we saw off the opening from Shopify. Just still continued control. Cycle just being a nuisance here at the tower. Soul Snipe also once again with the power up, and that's been the story of the series.
One thing that's very noticeable at the moment in this game between both teams is the lack of triple caps that we have seen. It's been more about the doubles. It's been more about holding down the map and kind of just inch by inch trying to collect those points that are required to put yourselves into a winning position here. B going to be flipped now by Shopify Rebellion. B and C will be the hold. As Suppress will find a kill onto Jimbo elsewhere. Soul Snipe in the 1v1. Chick almost managed to turn that one around, but Soul Snipe will be able to secure the kill himself. A only the stronghold to be controlled here by ITB, and they are struggling really to find any presence on the map. You're looking at the slates, it's all Shopify Rebellion.
It really is. Even worth mentioning, moments ago, we actually had a triple kill come in for Wutum, but immediately answered back by a double for Cycle, who was one of the first spawners. So it's really moments like that that are defining this game. Even when you feel like ITB is about to pull away with a big opportunity, they find themselves here on the screen once again, 3 dead.
I'm going to keep saying it, right? It's been sniper rifles, it's been camos. All of the pickups on the map have gone the way of Shopify Rebellion, and that makes it so difficult to fight in any kind of even margins. And now Wutum finds himself as last alive again here for ITB Esports, 151-51. I think the only good thing here to talk about for ITB is the fact that the triple cap hasn't been in effect, because otherwise this game would be done.
Right, and the fact that they're maybe going to get some extra time to think about how they refocus up for the next series, I think is the only other thing that we could celebrate. They're being outslayed 55-30.
They don't get B by like a pixel. Someone needs to dip their toes into B to get the conversion, or is it going to be a little bit of a heartbreak and a reset coming in for Shopify Rebellion? That's exactly what will happen. And now, over 100 points to margin between the two teams.
Got to say as well, Mighty's only records his 5th kill there in this game. And like we said, when you don't have one of your big slayers putting the numbers on the board, it's not going to be easy to get back into the game. It's 170 now to 58. Triple cap, though, by the way, just as quickly as we say that. So ITB fans, hold on to your seats. We can see some more points on the board yet. This one's a 100-point difference, but it's not over yet.
Seen some crazier things. Certainly have indeed. Like you mentioned, it's the first time we've really seen a triple cap from either side. However, it's going to be a very, very short amount of time that it was locked in. But off the back of it, ITB at least finding a little bit of momentum here. Starting to find a few kills. However, Jimbo cannot find any way to put his reticle onto a no-shield player below him, and he'll pay with his life.
That's tough to watch. We've all been there in those scenarios when you got a player scurrying away just below you. You're trying to get those last bullets down. You can't. 2 dead for ITB yet again. Make it 3 dead. Jimbo's your last player alive. He's a respawner.
A going to be flipped by ITB, but C going to be flipped at the same time by Shopify, which will continue the scoring in their favor. A Little moments like that are ones you look back on in a series where it's like, if we get that kill, what happens off the back of it? The killing spree here for Mental is going to keep his momentum going in this game as well. He's 17-6 in this game, by the way. Just kind of just went about his business without anyone noticing.
And also tied for leading in assists. Him and Suppressed both on 11 assists as well. Just unbelievable numbers coming in from Mental here.
I mean, you look at Cycle as well. He's 18-8. Not bad. 18-6. I'm actually doing him dirty here. He's got a few more positives to talk about when it comes to the KD. 210 points as we see the triple cap in effect here for Shopify Rebellion. And this is feeling like ITB just running out of steam in this series at the moment. BNC still keep them scoring. They're looking to close this one out here. Shopify, they're flipping A. They're trying to put pressure onto C. But ITB is now or never if you want to see a game 5.
Once again, just brilliant game management coming in from the side of Shopify throughout the entire game. Still outslaying, by the way, still by 30 kills. It's an unreasonable margin that shouldn't happen on the main stage.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's too many. Mental now with a sniper rifle. He hits the body. He's going to be challenged, but you got the feeling with everything that's happening in this game.
Icing on the cake.
Mental was never going to lose that.
Icing on the cake, salt in the wound, whatever you want to call it. It's 9 points to go here for Shopify in not just the game, but also the series.
Mental's going to flip A. ITB trying to push him, but this man is just having a field day at the moment. It's another one to the collection. 21-8 for Mental. Cycle now will finally lose a 1v1, which is something we haven't mentioned too many times in this game. And with only 9 points to go, ITB at least putting up a little bit of a fight towards this end game.
Was 3 dead, though. There should be some pretty heavy pressure coming in here. And moment from Shopify as they'll look to flip. But still, points on the board here for ITB as they might get past the 100-point mark here.
I'm just feeling like this is a foregone conclusion in this game, but as we know in Halo Infinite, the game ain't done till it's done. Another trade coming in, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves 3 dead. Suppress is going to be last alive here, and Shopify now find themselves under the spell of the triple cap from ITB side. Chick's going to win an individual fight as well, and maybe there is a little bit of spark here for ITB.
Should also be a camo here. Wootum will pick this one up presumably first and then pop. That's exactly what he does, and he stays alive. So eventually C will flip. However, still power up control. Wootum's going to have to wait for spawning teammates here, and they're going to really need to time this team shot perfectly. They do it well with Cycle. That first pick is big.
Yeah, really important decision there made by Wootum as well. You can see he was thinking, do I try and push over to C here? Am I going to have the timing to try and beat those respawners? But you saw that Jim was at the back of the stronghold on B, tried to help him in that situation, and they managed to keep control for a few seconds, but it was only a few seconds. A and B now going to be flipped. Shopify Rebellion now will be scoring, and in the next few moments, if ITB do not step into one of these strongholds, it will be the series going their way. It will indeed be a 3-1 series win, as Shopify Rebellion will close out here on Live Fire Strongholds. And after a shaky-looking game number 1, Shopify Rebellion looks strong in the next 3.
Cycle goes 25-10 in the deciding game in the series. And to be honest, on the entire side of Shopify, very, very impressive numbers across the board. Every player with 20 or more kills in the game. Only player reaching that kind of number is Wootum on the other side. Total kills in the end, Shopify Rebellion 89, ITB 57.
Looking across at the stats on the other side, some grim reading, unfortunately, as you would imagine from some of the stats you just highlighted from the Shopify Rebellion side.
There's the other side of the coin.
8-23, a rough one. File that under that. We'll leave it at that.
A rough game indeed. Of course, worth mentioning, did lead the team in assists there, so once again was certainly doing the damage, but just not picking up in the kills category the way that you expect him to. And in the end, just very, very strong performance from Shopify, the objective game management, showing that they're not only a Slayer team, that goes without saying, but the stats earlier might have suggested that. They know how to do it in the objective department as well, and they know how to do it with style.
Yeah, one thing that impressed me about actually Shopify Rebellion was the element of control that they hadn't. Take game number 1 out of the equation. Map number 2 felt like it was a good amount of control, especially shown to come back in that game and not let the death start to trickle up and find yourselves down 2 in the series. The King of the Hill was a great example of the control that they managed to have, and then that game number 4, it was just a stranglehold. It was a complete and utter domination of the map, and every single time that you saw an ITB point of view, it felt like they were waiting for teammates to respawn. It was a kind of a tiptoe up the map to see if they could get some damage in, thanks to the damage that was coming in on the other side from Shopify Rebellion. So very, very good signs, I think, for Shopify moving forward.
We're just getting an update. I think everyone's wondering the same thing we're wondering here on the desk, why the players have not taken headsets off, why they have not exchange handshakes, and it looks like there might have been at the 241 mark a claim from one side of the stage that there might have been a technical issue. So maybe we are going to resume here at 241, and Clutch is looking at me like that seems ridiculous.
As well.
I will say, from a ruling perspective, we won't challenge it. From whoever questioned that on the stage on rhymes with ITC, whoever might have suggested that we should go back and do a replay. It's a bold play, but that's what we're hearing from station referees.
Now, if one of you suggests to me that maybe we should play, I'm like, guys, we just got. I'm good with giving this game.
They're going to try to make the run. I think it's one thing, just because we have to discuss it. I don't want to discuss it, but just because we have to, I will say it was a big rally coming in late game, too little, too late, what we just thought from the side of ITV. They were down about 180 to 241. They did bring it back 241 to 153. Now, is that justification for a restart from here? If there's a technical issue on the stage, there's a technical issue on the stage.
Well, we'll wait to hear exactly what the outcomes of the technical decision are going to be.
And we want them in detail, preferably in writing.
I want a dossier delivered. But fair play to Shopify Rebellion, they ain't leaving the stage. To be fair to them, they're probably like, yeah, cool, we'll play a few more.
They're like, no
we'll
problem. It needs to be said. It is one round of slays. Actually, it could just be a 2 dead that ends this game. So we'll have to get final confirmation on if that's exactly what's happening, but I think everyone's spidey senses was kind of tingling and thinking, normally at this time, everyone's shaking hands. I'm in my head thinking of the series layout. I'm like, have I counted these games
wrong? That's exactly
wrong?
what I was thinking. When you just said that, I was like, wait, is it the end of the series?
And then I counted them each in my head, and then they had still won. So I was like, no, I think I've done okay here. And it turns out in the end, there may have been a technical issue at the 241 mark. And we'll see exactly what the actual score will be when we resume. Of course, keep in mind, due to new Halo Infinite settings, we can resume from the exact score point off the restart.
We can. So it's 124 we're hearing in our headsets for ITB.
Okay.
I mean, I will say, if they come back from this...
I'm going to let you finish the sentence.
I was hoping
I don't have anything to
say.
No, I'm
just saying, I don't want to
say.
put too much out there, but if they come back from this, there will be a game 5 to decide.
I think that's all you really can say.
Yeah.
Okay, 241 to 124. So it will require, no exaggeration, essentially something like 4 minimum rounds of slay
It will
hold.
require a big difference in gameplay from ITB from what we saw in the previous, shall we say, Chapter 1.
I will say also credit to ITB, because they did find some composure there in the late game. Let's not forget they were under 100 points for the majority of the game. In the end, we saw them with a pretty strong surge, but it felt a little bit too similar to some of the other games in the series, too little, too late. Now, is this going to actually give them an opportunity? I think we're being pretty casual on the stage here for a reason, because it's so unlikely, but we'll have to see if they can somehow pull out what would be described as a miracle.
Yeah, it will be a miracle. Another miracle that happened today was you somehow managing to get half of Jim's breakfast.
I did. Man, was that good.
That was good timing for me. We went to a coffee shop this morning, grabbed a coffee. Jim's there, and to be fair, the bagel it was
enormous bagel.
Fast.
I think that's it's a good moral there. You know what the moral of the story is? Always take the time to say hello, because you might get a free bagel.
It's true. I thought it was just never be around you when there's food on your plate.
That is dangerous, but I will say, fantastic
hungry or otherwise.
Bagel sandwich. I'm thinking about it right now, actually.
I did deny you getting the second half of it, though. I was.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you did that. Jim offered me the second half of the bagel, and Mark goes, no, man, you take it. And I'm like...
He said I might want it later. So I was like...
He didn't want...
Andy, you've already eaten half of his breakfast. You can't take the man's entire breakfast. You could have bought your own bagel.
Didn't cross my mind.
No, I think it would.
Okay, as a reminder, Shopify just outslayed 89 to 57 in the end of the game. However, still waiting final word on exactly when we'll be able to get into the game, but it does sound like it will be 241 to 124 as the players now wait for this on the stage. But I wonder what Shopify's thinking.
They seem to be pretty good. I will say, I think they're in pretty good spirits, because they're probably thinking there's no way we lose this from here. It's a full
No, they're not going to. I'm thinking that they're getting cut into their bagel time if they wanted to get bagels.
You can't stop thinking about bagels now, okay?
No. Frankly, I can't.
You okay? I'm going to get this man a bagel.
I will be.
Soul Snipe seems pretty happy. He's probably looking at the stats from the last game. I'll read them out to you, everyone at home. Mental, 21 and 9. Things
with 13 assists.
Things were going well for him. Suppressed, 20 and 18. Not bad.
By the way, Royal Flush from
Snipe.
Mental. Gets all 3 categories leading. Beautiful. Keep going.
Mr. Soul Snipe, 22 and 20. Not bad. Cycle 25 and 10.
Positive 15.
He was on a 2-kill streak.
You mean at the end of the game?
Yeah. He was frying.
Feels less relevant. I don't know if you could say that after the man went 25 and 10.
I mean, if
he was also on a 2-kill streak.
Let me give you the ITV stats then if you want. If you're
I'm not doing the ITV stats, no. Those are
0 for all players at the end of that game. So it was a standout statistic. He was on fire in those final moments of that game.
He was. We should mention Mutum, though, putting up 22 kills on the board. It's a pretty big statement there. He's really the only player that was on that tier. Chick was the closest at 15. Jim and Mighty's at 8 and 12, respectively. But for Mutum to be there with 22 kills in that game, keeping on, he had a lot of, 21 deaths to his name as well. But still to be kind of firing the way that he has, I think he continues to perform very well.
I was going to say something really horrible. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, don't say whatever you're going to say.
I think I worked out what the technical issue was. I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, I'm staying far away from this. I'm staying focused on bagels.
Jimbo wasn't getting any kills. Was the technical issue. But I'm going to say it quietly so it doesn't fight me afterwards.
Lots of series to look forward to, though, this evening, without a doubt. Got to say, Space Station fans in the building are going to be excited to see last match of the evening. SSG will be on the main stage. You know this place is going to be rocking. It's going to be a fantastic way to end number one. But tons of matches before we get to that. A lot to look forward to. As we said earlier, the FaZe versus Pure rematch, which is probably one of the biggest rematches I've been excited about, in not just for this event, but in quite some time.
Yeah, it's going to be a fiery series. Like I mentioned, we've got Quadrant versus Optic as well, which historically has given us some crazy outcomes throughout the years that those two teams have been throwing down. It was kind of the series that defined what Quadrant were able to achieve last year. Different season for them a little bit, though, you have to say.
Yep.
Losing to, of course, ITB Esports in that crazy game 5 that we saw back in Atlanta. I think it's worth, while we're waiting for these games to get back underway, or this percentage of game to get back underway to decide this series, to kind of mention Quadrant, right? Because it's been a very strange feeling season for them. There was a lot of expectation, a lot of excitement about the team changes. Obviously, they lost Legend, which is going to hurt anyone. Wes was talking about on the desk what a season he's had as a potential MVP candidate come the end of the year. But for Quadrant, like, we're waiting for the conversations and the statements that come out of that camp to come true, because it feels like they're just flattering to deceive. Not so much in the build-up, not so much in boot camps and scrims. It's about the main stage. It just seems like they're just coming a bit unstuck in those big moments.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the risk also for Quadrant is just, they tasted such, I think, the highest of highs last season in terms of the things that they were able to do, right? Fist bumps on the stage means one thing.
We'll go back to that conversation in a minute, but we are going to conclude this game now that the appropriate scores, numbers, inputs
had to be manually
electronically have been added to the game.
Took a little bit of time.
If you're wondering, if you're just joining us, what's going on? Good question. Chick liked that one.
I was thinking the same thing. Chick loved the joke. I love the joke.
Stream open.
This is going to be, I tell you what, this is one of the latest game restarts in terms of a score on the board. See if ITB can pull out a miracle.
Here we go then. Back into the game, 241 to 124. B will be neutral, as we'll see both teams control one stronghold at the start of this, and Wooten does get that first kill. Now, all of a sudden I'm interested, Andy. All of a sudden I'm invested, because it's going to be 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. And ITB, maybe this restart was worth waiting for.
Is it a formality or is it absurdity? That's the question here. 35 on the board here. Oh, Jimbo picks up a brainer as well, defending the pillar well. 3 still dead for Shopify. Let's see what happens here.
Well. Don't get too comfortable. Another body shot coming in. However, pressure is coming in from the tower here, and Cycle will finally take that snipe out of the hands of Jimbo. Going to be collected, though, as a QT in the hands of one of the ITB players. Suppressed is going to find a kill himself, but BC still the hold here, but the kill's starting to stack up in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. That's going to be 3 members of ITB falling. Cycle with the sniper rifle up on the tower as well. And with C being flipped to Andy, maybe the absurdity will hold off at least for a few more moments.
That's, it looks like maybe right now trending towards formality. Just a few points on them. Ooh, boy, Jimbo picks up another one, though. See?
Wait.
3 dead for Shopify. Soul Snipe is your last player alive. C will flip in the end. And only 1 point during that exchange collected for the side of Shopify. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. This could be the everlasting game of Halo. We may be stuck in some sort of time vortex. However, Shopify will get 3 members of ITB into that death screen finally. There's one more player to deal with. You can see the Soul Sniper is trying to hunt him down. Benta will find the kill. And it is going to be finally the conclusion of the game, the conclusion of the series. Shopify Rebellion will win it again. And we'll finally close the series out at 3-1. But we followed the rules.
This feels like a fever dream. I feel like I made up the last 15 minutes in my head because there's no way that we just waited for the last 9 points. I think there are lessons to be learned here. When you're trailing 241 to 124, you might not need to restart it. Shopify was always going to win that game. And they eventually, as we said, will just have their lunch delayed in the end. And they will now exchange handshakes on the stage.
Finally done. We managed to close it out. And it will be Shopify Rebellion who managed to claim their first victory here in pools. It was a 3-2 back in London between these two teams, but it's a 3-1 here in Salt Lake City in the favor of the team who have had the Sunday scaries, but certainly looked good in pool play once again. I mean, as we turn the conversation maybe from the absurd to the more serious, it's a good result for Shopify Rebellion, especially after how that game went.
It really was. I think Shopify looks very strong. I think not just the games that they won and the score lines in the end, but the way that they won them. Really, really tactical, as we said in the King of the Hill. A fantastic game management across the rest of the objectives in the series as well, and the comeback in the Slayer. So I like not only what I saw from Shopify in terms of the series result, but also the way that they achieved it.
Yeah, very, very solid stuff from Shopify. Great elements of control in those games, in those game types as well. ITB looked like they're having a pretty good time at the end of it as well. I don't think they're too frustrated with how the series went. It looks like they maybe put up as good a performance as they would have wanted to, but while we kind of wrap up this series here, let's head over to our main stage now. Blaze has an interview with a member of Shopify.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Salt Lake City, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion as they kick this tournament off right and put on a show on the main stage. Now, I got Soul Snipe with me. Talk to me about the preparation coming to the series, because we know how unpredictable they can be. What was the game plan here?
The game plan was just keep playing how we normally play. I mean, we've played ITB the past 2 events. It's been really close every time. They're a really good team. I mean, I think they're a little bit inconsistent, but when they're playing really good, they're one of the best teams in the game. So we kind of just prepared how we normally would prepare for any team.
All right, there you go. Now, speaking of consistencies here, you know, haven't got a chance to really talk to you since the last event, but that Sunday performance wasn't what everybody wanted to see. And now you're here in this tournament, getting ready to make it to another Sunday. How do you guys plan on being consistent, but also even going beyond that to get a better placement than what you guys have already had?
Yeah, I think consistency is key to be able to win a tournament. I think we're one of the best teams in the game, and I think we just got to figure out how to keep being ourselves come Sunday time and not worry too much about what else is going on and just focus on ourselves and us as a team.
All right, I'd love to hear that from you, Soul Snipe. Hopefully the soul searching has been going good for you. Lastly, anything you want to say to Shopify fans that came to support you guys?
Shout out to all the Shopify fans, shout out to Shopify and the staff, and shout out to all of our supporters at home. We really appreciate it.
All right, you heard it from me and Soul Snipe here on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, guy. We love to hear from Mikey. Soul Snipe, he's a phenomenal player, but also has lots to say about his team and also gassing up other teams, which I've got to say I respect a lot as well. I think I'm not really going to talk about what just happened in terms of that reset. No. I just don't think it's relevant,
to be
perfectly honest. But to talk about the end of that game, that game in general, that was just unbelievable strongholds from Shopify Rebellion. And I think when it comes down to it, for me, I think Suppressed fighting A completely alone, converting that one completely alone as well, holding back big door sandbags, he was untouchable. The rest of ITB could not touch him, and I think it sums up the entire series. The power the individuals hold on Shopify Rebellion is just too much for ITB, and that's really what it comes down to. There's just not enough individual skill being put on show there against Shopify Rebellion, and also not enough toys to play with for ITB as well, Wes.
Yeah, this series got real dangerous as soon as Shopify win that Slayer, they get their confidence back, and mentally they know they're the better team. When they start to play like they're the better team, that's when it becomes scary. When the individual players on this team are making those special plays, it was Cycle with the snipe. He wasn't missing. Everyone on this team starts 5-ing every single time. They start to heat up as individuals. That's when Shopify ran away with this series. ITB did a phenomenal job coming out in game 1, making a statement, kind of putting them on their back heels, but you have to find ways to knock down the momentum that Shopify was building, because once they hit their rhythm, it was over.
It certainly was indeed. I think onset, looking at ITB, something that was promising is we did see them kind of squeak back a few times and answer back, and that was great. And we love to see them kind of take control. But for me, I think when you look at Recharge specifically, leaving one alive every single time made it so difficult for them to set up effectively. And that, honestly, is what happened. They just couldn't get control of the map because they'd always leave one alive. Cycle was a nuisance, never quite going down, having everything in his arsenal to be able to fight back and push a potential break of their setup. And I think ITB need to clean up on that. They need to make sure that they have everyone dead. They need to make sure that they have the support that they need. They just couldn't find it there.
Yeah, it's one of those things you look back on. It's like, we allow Cycle to live for that long. There's going to be spawners who can help him stay alive, and then the line of sight onto the hill. All of those things start to snowball. And we always talk about the importance of making sure that a 3 dead, if you have damage, turns into a 4 dead, or at least you're forcing that player away from a spawn position that's going to be close enough for other players to influence that game. So ITB got some stuff to work on, but like I mentioned at the start of this show, I think ITB probably a little bit undercooked coming into this event, a little bit under-practiced, and maybe gets highlighted in those kind of moments.
Yeah, I want to talk about that C-Plat hill that was really where this series, in my opinion, was dictated. There's 2 down for Shopify. The last 2 players alive are known to be sneaky. They're both weak. When you're on ITB and you're trying to cap that C-Plat to gain progress, you need long haul control. You cannot allow them to continue to poke you out of the hill. Someone has got to push long haul there. They decided to sit in the back of blue and try and hold it down, but I mean, it just bought time, like you said, Mark, for Shopify to come off respawn and eventually overpower them and take the space. You have to find ways in those moments to turn 2 dead into 4 dead and to get that glass control and long haul control to keep your hill players safe and spawn the other team elevator. They weren't able to do that, and that lack of aggressiveness is what came back to bite ITB Esports. They played it safe in that game, and that's where the series was won and lost.
I mean, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, just so much to be happy about there in terms of the stats. The teamwork for me is what's coming forward. I want to highlight actually not just Cycle, he was phenomenal. We often see him as the highest KD leader on his team, but SoulSnipe for me was so good in that series. And one thing kind of sticking out in my mind is Recharge. It's great when you have everything to play for, Rob. You have Shock in your hands, your teammate has camo, you have everything that you need to make a run in that map. But for me, it was the way that he was able to use that and utilize it. Sometimes you can have everything and not know what to do with it and how to set up correctly. Him rotating with his team, constantly pushing ITB back into their spawn. It was so beautiful to watch. He had Shock for a very long time. SoulSnipe for me was a big standout in that.
He really was. I think the entire way they played that game was so indicative of kind of the overall just game management and prioritization. Let's not forget also when we had Camo on C-Plat, right? They didn't jump into the second hill for about 35 plus seconds before they even started scoring. So I think a few people would have watched that and said, this is not efficient play. I think for me, for a moment too, I was like, should they have been in here earlier? But no, they just get the cleanest kills around Hydra. They use that camo perfectly. Then they jump in, then they bait the time. So I agree. Everything that they did in that game type, it was intentional, it was focused, and it paid off.
Every time it feels like these 2 teams play, the series is pretty close, the games look pretty close, but then when you take a deep dive into the individual stats, they are so far lopsided. That gives me major concern for ITB. Yes, you were able to keep the series close. Games look relatively close at score-wise, but you're getting outslayed, you're getting out individually skilled, and Shopify being like that top 4 team, if you're ITB and you've gotten top 6 twice this year, it seems like that's the ceiling. It seems like in order to take the next step, you're going to have to be better individually. You're going to have better statistical performances against the big dogs. And that's a major concern going into what could be the rest of pool play, but also the elimination bracket that's going to be stacked with teams and individual talent that are going to have lopsided skill expression against this team once again.
Major concerns for sure coming in, and major concerns for other teams, one being Native Gaming, who are concerned about their placement going into Worlds. Will they even make it? They have to make a run coming into this tournament, and they're coming up next, going up against Pure, a team who are looking to rebound themselves up the leaderboard, looking for a potential big finish here at the last major of the season. We got Pure versus Native Gaming coming your way right after this.
The HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
You've seen Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
No, but watch this.
Not like in person, but...
Okay. Okay, so yep. And then right here, when he turns around, you see that?
See what?
Back up. So this is where AI gets kind of cool.
There's nothing there.
We'll enhance this. Enhance that. It's oats overnight. It was oats overnight the whole time, and it makes sense. There's a ton of protein, a ton of flavors, and it's easy to take on the go. Hell yeah, Bigfoot.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Not making person.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Salt Lake City Major. We're on to our next matchup, and joining me to talk all about it, I have Tony, Golden Boy and Walshy. Wow, what a lineup. Hello folks,
We're
got a
here.
little cheer there.
I know.
We had a little cheer for you two old
We had a
folks in the
cheer?
back.
Look at that, Dave. We got one whole cheer. Let's go. Turn up.
I've got to say, I'm excited about this matchup. I'm really looking for some growth from both of these teams for different reasons. And I got to say, Native Gaming versus Pure, this one is kind of all on the table for Native Gaming for me. I think they are going to be pushing forward, trying their best to get the job done. And the job for them is going to Worlds. They put in a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of effort in order to get this done. And Pure is in their way. And Pure, on the other side of things, they're just looking to grow. They're looking to vibe. What we saw in Atlanta from them was so unbelievable. I have so many questions surrounding them. And the first is, was it a fluke? What happened? Was this what we're expecting from this team moving forward? Will the meta evolve and change things for them? How are you feeling about this team, Tony?
I'm feeling really good about this Pure roster, and I feel really good about them because of the way that they prep. They take film review extremely seriously, and they act like champions. One of the reasons why they've been seeing such success going into not only London, but also Atlanta as well. I expect to be no different here in beautiful Salt Lake City. And look at that beautiful smile from Tall. That's a good
That's the guy who's happy to be here. But you know what, though? Honestly, these are four incredible individuals that it does not shock me that they have found the success that they have found. We've been covering and talking about names like Druck and Cherish and Taulik for a hot minute. But actually, the one that I'm really excited about is Last Shot. This kid had a standout performance in ATL, but on top of that, too, he's kind of been a little bit of a superstar in the making, if you will. You saw him on the narrative recently talking with Onset and Bravo about, the journey and what they're looking for. And this is a team that I think can very well catch people off guard multiple times. You got to be careful. You can't sell them short ever. Native have a tall task ahead of them.
A special talent Last Shot is, and I always talk about when I first started casting was back in Halo 5, and I was casting a bunch of SWAT tournaments, and guess who was in every single one of them? This young man, Last Shot. Somehow he's turned his SWAT skills into great competitive skills as well in the 4v4s. The damage that he lays on the map opens up so many avenues for the rest of his team. Number one, as far as damage dealt in Atlanta, that is crazy to think about.
Sorry, it's Walshy, just to cut you off there. I think with the Last Shot, one thing for me I wanted to ask you about is his fearlessness. That's what stands out for me. He's young, he's new, he's fresh, he's got a lot to prove with his team as well. They don't have the accolades behind them, but he plays like he's been doing this for years. He plays with a level of respect, but also disrespect at the same time. He's taking gunnies and fights that you just don't expect from him. I don't think some of our best pros expected either. So from Atlanta, do you see a ceiling for this kid? Is this the very beginning of a superstar?
Don't see that ceiling just yet, and you're right. He has that ego and confidence. You have some of these players who's come up through the ranks, and all of a sudden they're like, they're wide-eyed. They look at like a snake bite or World 2 and like, oh my God, these guys are legends of the scene. I'm just excited to be in the same lobby with them.
Yeah.
But then you have someone like it's Last Shot. It's like, all right, I'm ready to trash these kids. Let's go.
Yeah. Which I actually find quite fascinating considering when you look on the other side of the stage with Native Gaming, you have a lot of players on that team who we were kind of the same things about at a certain point in time, right? Tapping buttons, right, was someone who I think we were constantly praising, will constantly praise for his individual prowess. That gentleman on your screen right there, Barcode, a phenomenal player who has found an incredible rhythm with this team. I'm excited to see, though, what Pure have improved upon heading into SLC in comparison to what they did in Atlanta, because I'm sure that they had a lot of things that they wanted to work on coming out of that.
I think that's a huge question. I think it also moves us on nicely to the fact that they are a punishing team. They're capitalized kings. They will punish any mistake that you make and turn it into a ball of momentum to carry them forward to win a series. They can make something out of nothing, and I think that's what's so scary about Pure. But my question coming into this now, Walshy, is, how far is that risk-reward playstyle going to pay off for them, especially with a meta shift as well?
We're going to have to find out, because I think, yes, that risk versus reward play style has its pros and cons, but more so when I look at this map list for these players, the first map they're playing has to be arguably the most snowball-y map in the game right now. They're going to be playing Interference Stronghold. So as soon as you get control on that map, it just feels like it's so tough to break out of it. So whether or not you want to play like an all-or-nothing game style, you have no choice in this game one. It's going to be some team getting full setup, full control, and running away with it for a moment.
Getting setups and control is down to our players. What are the roles for some of these players on Pure, for folks who are kind of new to this team and the trajectory that they're on right now?
Yeah, I'm really happy you asked that because I feel like there's a little bit of a misconception between like a lot of people at home thinking that Pure are just this super fast team, these talented individuals, and that's it. But I feel like it's not the case. Yes, that is true, but it's the hard work that they put in as far as the film review where everybody knows their role on each team. You have a players like Druck and Cherish who are able to break down the play so quickly and don't have the fear to attack that play. Cherish with his unselfishness and Druck with his ability to advance the game state forward. Then you have players like Talik, who right now is looking almost Royal 2-esque with his ability to just stack up kills and keep his deaths low and cover his teammates back. And finally, last shot, like you mentioned, a damage-dealing machine that creates those lanes for the rest of his team. It's that film review, it's that understanding of your role, and it's really the hard work they put on. This is not just a bunch of talented individuals. This is a team that complement each other.
Now, looking at roles, and a role that needed to be filled and was very heavily missed for a good portion of the season was Druck, and having him back was a dream. I think everyone was on the edge of their seats coming into Atlanta thinking, is he going to be back? What's going to be happening? And he was, and looked unbelievable at the same time. And Golden Boy, like, something that I wanted to talk about is we talk about honeymoon phases and teams just vibing and feeling themselves. You know, was that, oh, we're happy to be here kind of team, and this is why we're vibing so high and we're causing upsets and doing crazy things? Or was this a team that you believe has the momentum to continue forward this season together? And this was the growth we're seeing from them.
Yeah, no, this is a team that definitively has the sauce. They got it, all right? I think that they're going to be okay because, you know, when you look at the players that are on this team, right, we talked about it before at the top of this. We were talking about, you know, like Druck and Talik for a hot minute now. I mean, these are guys who've been in the game for a super long time. In H5, they put in a ton of work. I mean, guys like Cherish as well, guys like Last Shot too, put in a ton of work in those games. And now they make their way over here. It makes perfect sense that they would be finding their success right now, especially considering that these are guys who play the game together all the time. They're constantly circling around the same groups of individuals amongst these like rosters that are sitting in the 5th through 8th range, if you will. It was only a matter of time before one of these teams crack through. Same thing for Shopify, right? It's just another matter of time before these teams manage to break through that glass ceiling and find themselves in a position where they can contend with the best teams in the world, with the FaZe, the SGs, the Optics of the world, you know?
Yeah, we talk also about duos often. And I got to say, the Druck-Talik duo has been together for quite some time now, and you talk about the history between the two. But how important is it to have a really, really good historic and also just chemistry-wise duo on your roster that has experience, Walshian, from your experience as a pro player? Having your duo, having that guy you can lean on at the hardest of times in a series, it means a lot to your team and to those individual players themselves.
Yeah, it means a lot in and out of the game. I think that's one part that people don't take into account as much is out of the game, you're spending, 30 to 50 hours a week with these players. Yeah. It's helpful to have your duo, have that person, because you go through a lot of ups and downs in gaming and practice, and you're butting heads a lot. And knowing that you have each other's backs at the end of the day, and that you guys can, go hang out, can talk through whatever. It's not just pure business with all the best teams out there. There's definitely that camaraderie and that friendship, and that really is that difference maker.
I thought funny you said pure business. One of their old team names was business. I don't know if that was planned, but that was well.
Of course, it was planned, Tony.
There, but I'm right there with you. I feel like a lot of people were asking questions about the roster about season 2, and people forget that we hadn't seen Druck until the end of season 1. Yep. And so when people were asking questions about, what's going on with Talik, he was one of those underrated slayers back in season 1. There was a huge missing piece. And like you said, it was his duo. So love the fact that Druck is back. I love the way they complement each other and they really feed off each other. And that's kind of what I was talking about before. It's so good. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. It certainly is indeed. And talking about the kind of chemistry on a team and how a team forms and how important that is to be able to lean on each other in difficult times, in and out of game. We need to talk about Native. They have been putting some work in behind the scenes through online tournaments to be here and to qualify for Worlds coming up next. And I just want to know if you're seeing anything from this roster that gives you hope. Are we seeing experience coming in from APG, being able to kind of lend that to his other teammates? How are you seeing this team evolve before you, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Native Gaming had a bit of a rocky start to this season, but I do say they have some feats of greatness. They have been getting better week after week. We saw them, beat their rivals in Optic. I thought that was huge. APG getting a little revenge on the team that dropped them a bit. We've seen them play SSG really well. We've seen them have moments looking really good, and I feel like that's going to carry over right here to SOC. And one of the reasons why I like watching this team is because of APG. Yeah. I think he brings a championship experience, a pedigree to the squad. He walks, talks, and acts like a champion, and I feel like the rest of his team is going to be able to feed off of that and learn from him, especially a player like Barcode, who's going to become a leader himself.
Yeah, actually, if you get an opportunity, go check out Native Gaming's Warcry series that they pushed out on YouTube I think just today, as a matter of fact, kind of hyping up, a Native coming into this. And I think, something you really got to take away from this is you have 4 phenomenal individuals on this team, right? You got guys who've won championships across a variety of different titles. You got guys who just have that understanding of the game at an incredibly high level. But the problem is, we've seen this happen across a variety of different esports. When you bring individuals together, they have to try to find a way to be a bit more cohesive. How do you build that cohesion? And I think that is something that Native Gaming, they're going to have to answer at this event, because last event, and one of the things I took away from that documentary that they released was Barcode saying that, he has to trust in his calling. He has to trust in what he's going to execute when he's out there with his team. And that is going to be the thing that I'm looking out for, right? How definitive is this team going to be at making decisions? Because when these 4 players get hot, they can be disgusting. They just got to find that chemistry together on stage.
Yeah, and for me, it's not as much of like how well they're doing when they're hot. We know how well they can play there. The difference between these teams that are kind of stuck in this position of 6th through 12th seed is that their average or below average gameplay isn't enough to beat those other teams within their range. Whereas when you look at the very top of our rosters, look at SSG, FaZe, Optic, their worst can withstand 7th seeds above average or near their best. Yeah. And so that's the part that those teams really need to work on, is they need to know what I like to call is worst case scenario. They need to go through those worst case scenarios in the game and say, what is our consistent method to break out of these situations and play consistently and not rely on somebody just having incredible 5-shot and get out of that position.
Yeah.
And I think there's also an element of trust that comes with that, right? It's trusting your teammates to make a call, and like you said about Barcode, make that call, and then every single one of you, 100% you are in, no matter what the issue is with that call. If it's the wrong call, oh well. Hopefully your skill ceiling will push you through that kind of bad play call. But at the end of the day, making a decision as a team is better than making a decision as a half team, because you're never going to win in that situation or scenario. And I think trust is going to be so big for this Native Gaming roster. Talking about cohesion though, and team changes, in the last tournament we saw Native actually pick up tapping. Did you see, Walshy, enough of an improvement from London to Atlanta to feel like they could grow enough for this event in SLC?
I felt like I saw improvements, but I didn't feel like this massive lead. The skill is there, but also, like I said, the difference between these teams that are stuck in this area is how can they play on their average mark. And for me, that is how strong is their overall strategy and their individual tactics when they get in those positions, that they know what they're doing. Have they labbed going through film together and talk through, what should I be doing in this situation? What should be my thought process? Because you're right, Lottie, at some points there is certain calls that need to be made and people need to be charging towards those areas. But with how fast-paced Halo Infinite is, a lot of it has to be you spawn and you know exactly what you should be doing with that spawn, with that given situation. Not giving coach from, your IGL or your coach in that position. You just need to know and do it.
We have a series layout on the screen for you guys right now. And talking about playstyles though, Tony, when you're looking at both and how they match up, Pure being one of the fastest that we have, the most unpredictable, how are you feeling about Native going up against that pace? And will they be able to dictate their own?
Well, like we kind of mentioned before, Stronghold's interference definitely lends towards Pure, who want to muddy up the game. They want to be able to create these unfair match with the 4v3s, the 3v2s. They really want to muddy up the game. The one thing that Native have going on for them is that with this new Bandit meta and the game slowing down a little bit, I think that could favor them in some scenarios, but that might more so show its head in a Slayer recharge, where they could really set up and dominate a map. Even a game type like Oddball, where it's really about holding setups and also breaking them, but more you get your points from holding when those seconds start to turn to minutes. So I feel like in game 2 or game 3, that's why I like Native a little bit more than game 1, where I'm like, that's going to be a tough one for them.
It certainly is indeed. Well, two teams looking for their first dub of the day on the main stage. We're heading on over to our two handsome, amazing, expert casters, Golden Boy and Walshy.
You sure about that, girl?
You know why you're here.
I don't know why I'm here, but I haven't casted in a year, so hopefully I don't suck. Anyway, looking forward though. This is a game that when we got it on the rotation, we saw it. I was really stoked about, Dave, because you know, Pure and Native, right? Native is I would say, a quite prolific team in Halo Infinite at this point in time.
Absolutely.
Prolific organization here. So to see them kind of go through this down part of their organization's history has been quite fascinating, because they have 4 players that can very well build them out of that slump that this team has been in. But the problem is that Pure are white hot right now, and it is going to be very difficult to try and stop this team here, especially on land with the experience that they got in Atlanta.
Yeah, and they are starting off with a tough map. And like I said, when I looked at these teams' rankings their records as they've gone through these game types, the overall map record for these two teams is 7-8 for Pure out of these 5 maps. And Native, unfortunately, is 1-13 out of these maps so far in the 2024 season. So it's going to be rough here, but like I said, I actually don't hate this first map here for Native. Despite being 0-3 on the circuit, it's just a snowball 1. You can get the kills, you can get the lead, and you can run with this game.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here as OS has been picked up. No! You hate to see it, kids. Oh, man, that is unfortunate. But, hey, at least the Overshield's not playing anymore. Take
a note from his counterpart over there and tap a different button there as he's going across. But the only call you can really do in that situation, GB, is you just say, OS is burned. That's all you just say, OS is burned, and you move on. You don't give any other details till after the match.
Yeah, because they will watch the feed and be like, what happened? And be like, yo, dog, I don't know, man.
OS got burned. I took care of it.
Honestly,
don't worry about it.
I'm going to blame lag, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, moving forward, though. Let's see, as we just saw for a brief moment here, or I would rather say it was going to be a brief moment, this trip cap here from Pure to try and get themselves back into this one. Big win there from Barcode as he comes in hot, managing to pick up 2 big frags there to keep his team very much in this one. Now they're going to set their sights over toward A. You got Cherish, who's going to wisely enough back away out of this engagement here. 2 players going to be tucked away inside of bunker. They got an opportunity, but you got to watch out for that one guy who's going to be lingering about. Barco knew that last shot was going to be around there. Was trying to sniff him out, couldn't find him.
And that's rough there, because I felt like Barcode, like you said, you got that double kill. You got shots on the remaining 2 players on the map, and they weren't able to flip that into more kills, more control. Instead, Pure able to break out of that.
We've seen the flip come through yet again. Gilkey. He's got eyes on the target here. He's got a few to mess around with, though. Need to be careful about that B push that's going to be coming in here. Druck, 1 shot. Not going to be long for this world. 2 more players. Overshield's going to be up. Oh, we almost saw a repeat. Would have been a really bad sequel. That being said, though, Gilkey's still going to keep himself alive. Big door push, but that is going to be Talik picking up that OS, and that could be quite problematic for them. You know, with the way that this game has been going, Dave, they need those little things, especially that overshield, especially what happened after the beginning of this one.
You know, with the single slip earlier there with Druck, you got to blame it on Druck. The fact that I saw it happen to Druck and Gilkey, I wonder if it's a little greasy, a little slippery there over on the OS platform. We should go get a mop.
Gotta talk to the UNSC, you know, see if they, put some oil down there or something like that, slippery up there. In any case, so as we look forward, this is now starting to be, and this is what we were talking about on the desk just a second ago, right? When, things get a little muddy, when things get a little crazy, this is when Pure is going to thrive. They're moving around this map beautifully. They're forcing Native on that back foot, giving them no opportunity to get a comfortable cap and a comfortable hold. They have that one hold at the beginning with the B and C hold, and then ever since then, it has been pretty much Pure just owning every aspect of this map thus far.
Yeah, just constant pressure here. This is the trouble with this map is it is so small that players can go capture over at C and then a few seconds later sprint on over and lay out shots over at bunker, over at engine. So it's just constant pressure. So even when you feel like you're spread out across the map and trying to distract the opposing team and pull them in different directions, they generally can get to any spot really quick.
Yeah, they've seen how this is playing out so nicely in Pure's favor, and then you can just have Taulik as well as Last Shot just constantly push these fights. Great job there, just keeping that attention on him as much as he possibly could out of that one. Last Shot's going to get cleaned up here, but you can't give up these deaths here. You got to win this big fight, and that is going to be a massive dub picked up there for Native to just try and keep themselves alive in this one. Of course, HCS 107, that's going to be APG for those of you at home.
And that's the amount of HCS tournaments he's attended in his career. So you know he's got a lot of experience under his belt. He's going for 108 next year. Or 108 at
107 years of Halo. We're doing it. I wonder if we could be here 107 years later. We got to make it first. All right. BC control yet again coming through for Pure. This is still looking quite good for the Red Squad. But can't sell Native short quite yet. Gilkey hasn't been able to heat up here, but when he does, he can be one of the most scariest people in the server. Whitehall fight coming through Talik. Oh man, but Gilkey, look at the way that Talik was just able to get away from that. Just play his life so well. And I say that he's actually re-peaked to get picked, but still keeps that attention on him for as much as he possibly could. This is going to be good though for Native Gaming, as they can now start to build up a little bit of a, some percentage here to try and get back into this one, Dave.
Yeah, and I see they also have that player over at B or at Nest, and I feel like that's okay if you were forced there and stuck for a moment, but for the most part, you're going to see these players want to control the center of the map, and they'll go to Nest when they actually need to grab Sniper, when they need to actually push out, to like reset the hill. But you generally don't want to park there. You see this again from Barcode and APG, both over at Nest. They already have Nest under control. They want to put more pressure on A and C.
Yeah, and they end up losing A out of that one, but B and C is going to be theirs for the taking. Big pressure there coming in on Snipe's side. Tapping trying to get away from this. Now let's see what he could do. No one's chasing him. He's got eyes on Druck. He's going to need some help out of this one, though, and Cherish is giving Druck all the coverage that he needs. And look at that on inside of the sewers there. Last shot just coming out of nowhere. Really just causing a problem there. You think he's fighting 2 people, instead he's fighting 3 in that engagement.
Yeah, these players just play so fast. You'll notice so many times where they get to no shields. Generally, if you're playing matchmaking or playing at home or at a lower level of Halo, you're able to just go hide in the corner, get your shields back. But instead, these players are just repositioning, trying to catch someone off guard, get a shot, get some extra damage. They can't just stay static.
Constantly talking to one another. You'll hear it in those listen-ins if we go into one of those. The Druck with an OS now. That's going to be another one grabbed here for Pure, as they have B and C control, continuing to own this one here, pinning them inside of the bunker, not really letting tapping buttons get into the action here. And as he continues to patrol this is only just going to continue to spell doom and destruction for Native Gaming. If they break out of this, they have to fight this as much as they possibly can. Just get him out of there. And Druck, though, he is keeping a presence felt. That being said, though, they do manage to force the attention over toward A, Dave.
Yeah, Druck played that mostly perfect. I felt he found 2 players over at the bunker, laid down shots on one, didn't force the fight or force the finish on one of them, just waited until his teammates got over there and then just clean up the kills. But during that time, they were able to scoop up a little bit extra time. You see still a 50-point lead here for Pure. But one thing that's surprising to me is we haven't really seen either of these teams get this back and forth full setup, which I feel is so iconic here on the rig or on the interference. They usually get all 4 down. They're able to go get the spawn trap over at Carbine, then push over, get the spawn trap over at Bunker, back to Carbine, and before you know it, the game just spins out of control. But we haven't really seen too many extended trip cap.
Yeah, we saw briefly at the beginning from Pure, where they had that first trip cap. And that is honestly what has supported this sizable lead that they have built up. But outside of that, you're right, Dave. We haven't really seen anything else. It's kind of been more back and forth, but that works in the favor of Pure. They're going to be up right now, crossing that 200-point threshold, and this is a solid start here for a team that really just surprised everyone coming out of HCS Atlanta and could very well set themselves up for success here in SLC. If they continue to play like this, I mean, they are effectively shutting down Native, not really allowing them to get any kind of presence on the map whatsoever, and you kind of feel like Native there, a little flat here, right? No one's really taking fights together. They're pretty much just taking individual ones, just trying to see if they can find a fight wherever they can. And you're constantly seeing 2 members of Pure next to one another, whereas with Native, they've just been isolated time and time again.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're all focused on the exact same spot. I mean, when I was talking about that before, when I saw players over at Nest, I'm like, Nest is an okay spot to be temporarily. But you don't want to chill there, and that's game.
That is it. I mean, that was basically as textbook as they could possibly get there for Pure. I mean, they did what they needed to do at the beginning of the game, and then at that point, they just held on. They did not allow Native to get comfortable at all. Native gets B and C control. They don't worry about it. They stick together. They fight a spot. They win that spot, and then they just continue to snowball that success. Pure pretty much picking up right where they left off. 56 kills coming out of that one to Native's 37. You ain't winning if you ain't slaying.
No, it's absolutely a Slayer's game here, especially at the highest level. We always try to talk about objective efficiency, but I always highlight and add that caveat that says, but in general, whoever's slaying more, is generally winning.
Typically, I mean, money's going to go over there, But we'll see if this Native squad can bounce back here. It's going to be quite difficult for them to do so, but you know what? Anything is certainly possible here at the HCS. Take a look at some of the replays, and I mean, again, it was a pretty solid start for both teams here. Outside of the OS dropping, that was a little bit of a heartbreaker. And then, Pure with power item control for a good chunk of this one. That's another one where it's like, you're not really gonna win if you're not controlling those power items. It becomes a lot more challenging to do so. in those engagements there, and we saw that play out to perfection for Pure.
Yeah, just still overall dominating score, even though they only had that trip cap a little bit at the early part and a little bit at the end. But game number 2, we're going to be looking at Recharge Slayer. This one's going to be a much slower game. You can't really do the exact same style of gameplay as we saw there in Interference, where you're able to get the kills and just put pressure on the new spawns because there's just too many isolated spawns. You can spawn over towards back elevator or towards back C, and you can't traverse the map as fast.
Yeah, there's just a lot of empty, or rather I should say open areas that you can get picked off if you're not careful. Of course, these players, having played this since the beginning of Infinite's run here at HCS Recharge, know that better than anyone else. And looking at some of our stats there, no surprise, Last Shot just continuing to be a top performer for this team. Coming out of that one, 16 frags for him, also 9 assists too. So this guy was out here putting in a lot of work just to set his teammates up for success. And part of that was this Last Shot Taulik tandem combo that was really pushing these fights quite nicely against Native.
Well, at some point when you put down the most damage in a tournament, you are going to get a lot of assists.
Yeah, that's true too.
As soon as you're laying out shots, you're getting a lot of kills, or a lot of assists, or a lot of kills and assists.
Yeah, you're doing something right. It's working out. But we'll see, though, how this all pans out. I mean, we're getting ready for Slayer on Recharge, as we mentioned before. And, I mean, records-wise, right, like, neither team particularly shining. But that was a thing that the Native squad had talked about extensively in that documentary I was referencing before, which was, APG was talking about, like, the Slayers, Barcode was talking about the Slayers. This was a thing that they knew has kind of just been a thorn in their side. And with the way that Interference Strongholds game went, you got to put your money on Pure here, because they have the aggression, they have the delusional confidence to just push constantly. It works out very well for them. They have that teamwork cohesion locked down. And Native, this is a team, it's 4 individuals coming together, middle of the season to try and make this thing happen here. Well, the other guys were on the roster, but bringing in Tapping, it's definitely going to create a bit of a cohesion issue if you have a Pure squad that is playing with so much confidence like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going against other rosters that have their strategies figured out, they've been together a little bit longer, they've had more success, it's just tougher to catch up to that, because even if you implement their exact same game plan, you're like, okay, they're doing this strategy.
Yeah.
They're doing this during scrims. You're still months behind, arguably. So at some
that's
point,
very true.
It's at some point you have to have some great leap in success, whether that's, all right, we've really figured out this thing, or we're getting better per hour compared to our opponents when we're scrimming and practicing. But it's really tough at this highest level.
Yeah, it definitely is. And then on top of that too, coming into this event, we only had 1 team change, right? Which tells you that you're also playing from behind there as well, because you got so many squads that have built that teamwork, built that cooperation that you'd like to see there. Look at Last Shot taking this fight. Absolutely beautiful. He knew exactly where he needed to be. Gets himself a 2-for-1 out of that one. What a way to start things off for that young gun.
Just breaking through like that. That's so incredible. Just such fast movement.
And gave him the camo to boot. With that play, that one guy took 2 players out, opened up the field, and then you get Druck picking up the camo just like that. That is scary to play against.
Druck gonna move across the map. I like this play, but gets spotted out. I don't think I'm gonna get this finish though. It's tough. You can't really lean over into batteries on a camo player if you don't have exact eyes on them.
Just a little bit of a close shave is all, but this is gonna open things up here at Pipes now. You can see these players, the blue players, dropping back, playing the steps, playing the long haul as well. But Druck's got it. He's got that grapple shot. He's got eyes on him. He's going. He's hungry. He finds it. He gets his dish. He gets his dinner. Now he's got to find himself another one. Unfortunately, the wall's going to stop him. Not his friend in that situation.
Yeah, and despite this, we've been talking about, all right, great flank by Druck with camo, great double kill from Last Shot, but game's tied. We're 6-5 here. I got to wonder what's going to happen if and when Native get control of a camo, when they can actually spread out to other spots on the map that they want. Yes, Gilkey did have the shock rifle and was doing some work with that, but it looks like it's also back in the hands of tapping buttons. So goes to show, I guess.
Yeah.
Just playing a little more patient, keeping control of shock rifle. That seems to be doing the trick against Pure, even though they've had better positions and had camos.
Do want to remind everyone, HCS 107 is APG, just an FYI. In case you're wondering, where's APG? Who's this HCS 107 guy? Problem solved. Mystery concluded. But this is, of course, slowing down to a snail's pace here. And they know that. They know that they're going to have to wait for this camo to come up here, which it is available, and that is going to be a grab from Druck yet again. Here comes the push now, tapping buttons, going to deal with some pressure. Over on his side of the elevator side of the map is going to get dominated on that one, but Barcode does manage to push away with this camo. Can he keep his life? Can he stay alive here? There's no one in the vicinity to try and stop him, so for the time being, he can breathe a sigh of relief. 2 players are going to be located here inside of Control, and that's going to be one picked off, looking for another one, but that nade is going to be his death now.
Where did that nade come from?
It came from blue, and I think it was like that player blue side. I'm pretty sure he like just tossed it up.
I was looking
but I didn't
that one
see where it
for
was.
some reason I thought that we saw Barcode kill last shot, and that said he was killed by a nade, but I could have been incorrect there from that first kill.
Score though, starting to peel away here for Native. They got themselves a 5-kill lead. Still not early days and very, very doable here for Pure, but nice shots there hit by tapping. He's getting pressure though from the long haul. Knew that was going to come. Tried to see if he could help out his teammate in enough time, but it does not work out. That being said though, does open up the opportunity for Barcode to be able to push into Control, so they can sweep through at least one of those kills now. And you can definitely see Pure kind of struggling to find where these openings are going to be, but kind of like what we saw in that last one on Rig or Interference, Davis, you know, those ones, right? Those 1v1s that we were seeing a Native take, like those are just constantly going over to Pure side. If they can find a way to replicate that in this one, it's going to be a little bit more challenging, different map, obviously different mode, but it is still very, very doable for them to come back into this one. They just need one round of slays and they're right back in this.
Yeah, I just see these players from Native taking very smart battles. Even when they're about to die, I see them laying down shots in the direction where a teammate is. Gilkey trading out that kill against last shot, so still keeping that 5-kill lead here for Native Gaming. I mean, just looks completely different for them here as this game's going to slow down at a slower pace of play on recharge.
And that's what we've come to expect on this map, especially in these Slayer situations. Tapping's got eyes, but he's actually getting pressure there by Druck. And look at that. I mean, the amount of work he's putting in there. Tapping needs to be careful, though, because he's getting pressured by Druck. Here comes APG. APG with a massive kill. It's actually going to force him out of that position there. Still keeping this one within 5. Looking for the openings, but Gilkey, unfortunately for himself, cannot find that, though, as the shock rifle is going to go over to the hands of Pure.
Tapping, pushing all the way through on pipe side, must know that players are not over there. If you're moving that quick over during a standoff time, you have to know it's clear. It looks like they're gonna try to kill off the shock rifle, but too little too late. That's gonna be Talik and Druck using that last shot bait to pick off all these kills in pipe. And here comes the collapse. Gilkey somehow able to trade out that kill against last shot, which is huge. Now APG has shock rifle. They only have a 1-kill lead. It used to be 5.
Yeah,
and try to definitely slow this down.
And it all came down to that push that we saw over toward the elevators as well. APG's got to be careful, though. He's in a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately does not come out on top there. That is now going to be lead over to Pure. This was a 5-kill game for Native Gaming at one point in time, and that lead has been chipped away little by little. And one of the players that I was actually keeping eyes on to see if he was going to start to step things up was Talik, because Talik started it off 2 frags, wasn't really getting much movement there, but then started to find a good string of kills that brought him, you know, kind of just gave him a little bit of that motivation here. Also, 10 assists certainly does help out of that one as well. Barco, though, still trying to keep his team very much in this one with a melee onto the person I was just talking about here. 31-31 in total score.
Just like that, able to isolate and pick off another kill. Camo coming up in 15. I want to see how much more ground Native Gaming are going to take up to grab this camo, because with it being up in still, like I said, when it was 15 seconds ago, you don't want to let Pure just perfectly set up and get to spots where they can nade it wherever they like. Looks like Shroud's going to come down. Barcode's going to pop that camo, and that's going to be a free, uncontested camo.
So they managed to squeak away with that one, but now the objective here for Pure is going to be to get rid of that camo player as soon as possible. And mission accomplished. They do so, and they do so by gaining a 1-kill lead here. Of course, you got these I should rather say these 4 players kind of tucked away inside of Control. Here comes a big push now, but Cherish not aware that there was going to be at least one more player there. Ended up walking into a 1v2. Kind of shocking, to be honest, considering that they had a good chunk of the map, so you would have assumed that there would have been another player there. But oh, never mind. Turn around out of that one, Gilkey. You do not want to deal with that for the time being. But that sneaky push from Druck is going to get himself a double kill. Well played.
And not just that, whole team goes down in a position like there. So those ones are tough, because as you get shot down, your first instinct is like, yes, we have to run away. Yes, we have to hide. But you really can't have too many failures when you're doing those two-person pushes like that.
Yeah.
You have to be able to get more value out of that. And sometimes when you just get popped by a nade, it's such a swing because all of a sudden, two players on one crucial flank both go down.
Yeah.
Almost no damage dealt from either of them, and that's just a 4-on-2 collapse.
And now look at the situation that Native find themselves in. They were up by 5 at one point in time, and now they're kind of playing off the back foot here. You know, backs against the wall, if you will. Last Shot's got that shock rifle. He's got vision on them. He knows exactly where this push is going to be coming from. So expect him to kind of creep around the corner or expect to push from that long haul area, which is why he's playing so passive out of this one. Of course, he has got that shock rifle too, so he needs to be careful. But there goes that player, and the awareness out of this guy is just so impressive there. Just make sure that he's constantly pushing this. He's got help now. He's going to try and make the push happen, and that is going to be a trade out, but that works out in the favor of Pure to remove that player. 45-41. You need one round of slays if you're Native to get back into this one. It ain't going to happen if you're getting picked off like that in the middle of the open field. Now 4 frags remaining, and Pure walks away with this one with a 2-0 lead in the series. Barco, though, big win for him, but it's not going to be enough. His last shot's there for the coverage. You got 3 kills remaining here, and that camo's going to be up. That's really your last-ditch effort to just try and make this game happen in your favor. Tapping buttons with some nasty shots there, forcing Talik back, though, and they got the eyes on him. Barco trying to get the better of Druck in that situation, ends up running into 2. Now Tapping got himself the camo, Dave. Can they come back out of this one?
He has the camo, still has a couple grenades. Now he just wants to find out some info for his teammates. Where are they at? They have to know something's going on here. They hear it in pipes. There's going to be first kill.
That's one. Massive kill.
They had to know their second one. He heard
the
slide.
They got to get this kill, too.
Have to get unanswered as well. Does not get an unanswered. Barcode falls there.
Becomes a lot more difficult now at this point. 49-47. Talik looks like he's in a pretty decent position here to receive any kind of pressure that's going to be coming out of control. Meanwhile, on the other side of that, you got Tapping, who's just looking for an opening. And look, Pure ain't going to give it to you. So you need to try and find that opening where it's present.
And one other concern, too, is Tapping is focused fully across map here, but he's the closest player over towards the edge when it comes towards long haul.
Yeah.
That could be a dangerous play to make, especially in a situation like this. You don't want to be just fully cross-mapping if you could be right next to an opponent. Because right there, the exact opposite can happen. Tapping buttons is hoping to lay down teammates, damage for his teammates to finish off under control, but likely the reverse will happen. Tapping buttons might take some damage. Someone's going to flank over from glass or long hole and go get the finish on Tapping. And there it is. Druck gets the grenade cross map on Tapping buttons. That's going to be a 2-0 lead there for Pure.
You can make the case that maybe Tapping should have peeled away a little bit sooner from that one, especially, with that. But that position's so strong. You don't want to give that up. If anything, someone should have gotten him a lot faster.
Yeah, I think there's 2 solutions to how you potentially play that. One is Tapping does have another teammate over there, and so Tapping can be a little bit over towards glass or a little bit closer towards long haul to make sure someone can't sneak on up. And then that second person can be laying down shots over towards control for those players at elevator.
Exactly.
Or 2 is you just hunker up down there. You know it's a 49 game. There's a difference between laying out shots and getting more value across the map in the middle of the game where your team can maybe get a better push and take out 2 players in control. But when it's just 1 kill, no room for error. You got to play a little more selfish and worry about your own life.
And it goes back to that big fight that we saw happen with Druck, that he was able to get that kill back yellow stairs. Had he not gotten that kill, we're looking at a 48-48 game, as a matter of 48-47.
I was right in that play, by the way.
The first kill he got, be right here.
I always want to be right. The first kill he got was on Last Shot, and then Last Shot somehow got the plasma grenade kill on Barcode a little bit later in control. That's why I was just so confused.
Yeah, he just threw the nade up and just waited for it to come down. Something like that would have been pretty.
Or team nade, or I don't know what the heck happened.
Could have been a team nade, actually.
It was a little something.
Yeah. Well, ultimately that was going to be just one of the many situations that would end up plaguing them in this one. A 5-kill advantage whittled down by Pure. Kill after kill after kill, leaving it into a 50-47 finish. I was talking about Talik before and what he was bringing to the table in this one. Wanted to see him step up. He definitely did so. 15 assists he was able to lock up in that game and came back with 9 kills. And the way that Last Shot is just taking initiative, the way that he is pushing these fights, he shows no fear. It is reflected in the scoreboard.
The man has no fear.
He's got no fear. It is honestly impressive. And
he's got like some weird fear though. Like that's the weird part about it is like he fears nothing, but it's like walnuts or something like that.
Like I have a irrational fear of whales, for example. Yeah, I do. I'm just afraid of whales. You know, so maybe last shot's afraid of something
Give me more
rational like
ammunition.
that too.
I now know what to do. Just
Okay, Dave,
go outside your hotel room, start playing
telling
whale
that-
noises.
I just want everyone to know right now, if you're watching, I told that to Dave in confidence as a friend, and
Told
now
the
he's going to
whole
try and use
world.
that against me.
And he put a target.
He's a terrible human being. Anyway, let's look forward to what we got here. And there's Talik yet again. As we were talking about him before, a big role player in this one. He had massive kills in that interference game. But then on top of that, in this recharge game, really playing that supportive role to great potential here. And it definitely does support. But on the other side, man, you definitely got to be feeling here for Native Gaming. That could have very well been what they needed to start getting that motivation here.
Yeah, we saw good moments, but I think this is just looking a little disastrous here for Native Gaming in this series.
Yeah.
It's more of a testament to how good Pure are, but even when you see those moments of greatness there from Native Gaming, it just feels like Pure are able to just pull it out. They get a kill or two.
Yeah.
One thing you brought up before on his last shot that I want to make a point on was you're saying he has no fear. He's able to break through and get these kills. It's very reminiscent of like year one Renegade to me.
Oh,
where
yeah.
I just remember
Good
seeing
call.
him playing before on like a Cloud9 or SSG, and like there'd be times where it's a stalemate on recharge, and he just like grapples in, gets a kill, an entry kill or 2 kills, and it's like, wait, how do you do that from a stalemate situation? And I felt that same thing from last shot. Not that it was a full stalemate situation there, but whole point is he's not afraid to slide on in over towards Hydro and just start the action.
He's quickly becoming the guy for Pure that when you need to put the game in someone's hands, you put it in his hands. And but also too, I mean, let's not forget. I mean, we've been praising a lot of what Last Shot has done, but in that map too, I mean, Druck was also popping off, right? 15 frags for him out of that one. So there was certainly, and that was mostly coming off of a lot of that support that we were seeing from Talik lay down. A lot of those fights over toward Camo that were definitely going their way. The way that they were being a bit more proactive in those situations. It's definitely indicative of a team that has just been putting in a ton of work from ATL to SLC, but also just that raw talent that they all possess now. They're really hitting their stride.
Just making the right plays. And I think that's what it is at the highest level. It's always been this at the highest level of Halo is the best teams and best players. One, they're capitalizing on opposing mistakes.
Yeah.
Someone pushes out, makes a mistake, they're getting shot, they're getting gunned down, and then they just, rolled that 4v3 advantage. The other part too is when they see an opening or when they have an advantage, they know how to capitalize on that window. And it's going to be at different players at different times. It's never just going to be this one person who's always creating that opening or always creating the play. But when you know you have 4 people on your team that know how to capitalize on those windows of opportunity, at that point, it's a very comfortable and confident game of Halo you can play.
Yeah.
You only go for the plays that you know you can make, and then you have trust that your teammates are going to make plays if you aren't the playmaker at that time.
Yeah, and these guys have a lot of playmakers at their disposal on Pure. And, not to say that Native don't. They certainly do. I mean, again, you're talking about APG, Gilkey, prolific players throughout the life of Halo. And then you got, Barcode, a superstar, coming from down under. And then, you got Tapping Buttons, another superstar coming from, the LATAM region. I mean, these are incredible players that are on the Native side. But it goes to what we were talking about on the desk with Lottie and Tony beforehand, which is, this is a team that, they're trying to find that chemistry. And you're doing it in the middle of the season while Worlds is on the horizon. And then you have all these other teams that are already, starting to find that secret sauce, if you will, coming out of Atlanta, right? You got, the likes of Shopify, of Pure, right? Who are starting to find that next level that they need to find if they want to contend with the big 3 here in the HCS. And Native, these are guys who some of them played with the big 3 teams in the HCS. So they got to find that magic themselves here. Is it going to come in Oddball Live Fire? I'm not too sure about that. It's going to be a tall task without a doubt. That being said, though, anything is possible. And if anything, this is a great opportunity here for Native. You get this win in map 3, then maybe you start building up a little reverse sweep. We saw them do this before, so they could very well do it again. And we're kicking things off with Cherish, the guy who's a bit more of the quiet side on this team, but don't get it twisted. This guy could pop off when he needs to.
Just like that, he spots where 2 players are at. He doesn't overcommit. His teammates roll across the map, get a couple kills, and now ball already in the hands of Cherish and Pure. They're down 6 points.
That was fast. Don't let Druck get away with this one. It'd be quite problematic here for Native Gaming. They haven't been able to get that ball outside of the underground tunnel yet, so you're going to be really looking for Druck to be the playmaker in this situation, and he hits the shot there on the OS player. Needed to find that one. He's getting some pressure now coming from the nest side. He knows it's coming. That's why he's going to send some nades over there. Finds another. It's going to come courtesy of some help, but he does manage to one-shot that player, and I think OS is still going to be up for grabs here.
Enemy has the ball.
Unless he got burned, but I don't think it did. No. Oh, sorry. Camo, my bad. Still dealing with old brain here. It's been a minute.
That was already snagged, and they have just the setup across the map. And look at this, just trying to clear out a garage side. They also know push is coming from cuts. This could be a play ball, but
setup.
we will see. That is going to be a play ball. Okay.
This is a great setup, though. To get them 32 points out of that one at the break of this is pretty huge. Great movement there by Druck to just get out of dodge. He saw shots were coming over toward the training side, so he knew he had to get out of there. Trying to see if he can help out as much as possibly can. Tower side's going to be taken over by Native. Now there could be an opportunity for them. Maybe add something here to the scoreboard here. They got to be able to get possession of that ball, but there's some massive nades starting to come through here from last shot. It's going to send tapping buttons packing.
At this point, it's just going to be a quick slays here for Pure. They know they have one down, but I like this play from Druck. It's not just sneak around and try to get the pick off on the ball carrier. Get a power position. He saw tower was free. Go take that, and then they can make a push together. And just because of that great position from Druck, 2 kills down. Ball is no longer scrapping up any time, and Pure in great position to snag one more kill and pick up some time.
Druck needing to stay up there, and man, this guy's making some decisions. You love to see it. Good plays here. As Druck keeps his, is really just valuing his life. Pressure starting to come through. Another big melee there for Druck. This has been a beautiful run for him. Still, though, hasn't really led to them being able to get possession of the ball yet, but neither has Native. So for the time being, that's okay for Pure.
And just discoordinated effort there, too, from Native. You saw Gilkey trying to run the ball away from players over at Camo side. And then end up delivering the ball to Pure over here on green. Not quite running all the way over on that side, but just too much pressure from too many sides. And what you'll see the stronger teams and strongest teams do here on something like live fire ball is they'll clear out a path for that ball. They'll know where they can confidently and safely push that ball over and just run that path. And right there, I almost even see some uncertainty from Barcode. That's either checking spawns or uncertainty on which way he needs to be pushing that ball.
Yeah, I think that they were just concerned that there could have been maybe one more player lingering over here, but turns out it's all right for them. They're now going to get possession of this ball. Top tower here. Pressure coming from the nest side, though. Need to be careful. Might need to play this one, and they do so. Because they're losing numbers. They lost 2 players, so that was a play to make there, Dave.
And also, I know that you're supposed to, like, that Barcode gets, what was the stat? We saw 63% of the ball time there for Native Gaming. But Barcode right now has 8 kills. He has most kills on his team by far. If somebody is popping off,
he's got the hot hand.
Take that ball or that flag out of their hands. As soon as you're right next to each other. It's not like you tell Barcode to never pick up the ball, but the moment that you have a quick pause in action, drop that ball and let your Slayer slay.
And even in that situation, when they got ball control, it was more like, oh, hey, we got ball control, but our teammates are struggling to be able to win these fights, you know, down low, right? So they only are able to accrue 23 points out of that one. Meanwhile, you got Pure, who they've just constantly, time and time again, they find like 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there. That's giving them the 56 points that they have presently. Barco, though, needing to move this ball away, and they're going to bring this one over to a garage.
There's that score that we talked about, tapping buttons, leading the way towards scoreboard and garage. There's not going to be any surprise to catch them there. They already know their back is clear, as we saw Barcode checked over on tunnels. We knew C-Plat was clear, so just a very safe rotation from Native, and they're able to get that all the way towards garage and scrap up a few more time.
Yeah, but while he was looking around to see if anyone else was going to be pushing him, the rest of the team was worrying about the objective. And that manages to get them control inside of the garage. Tapping buttons now. What was looking like a pretty solid position there ended up being just the last man standing and couldn't really stand toe-to-toe there against the Pure Might. Oh, hey, Pure Might. Of Pure. I didn't intend to do that, but, you know, hey, we may all make mistakes. I'm allowed one. Cherish now on the move. Clean shots from him there. And this continues to just be Pure dominating this, Dave.
The other thing I love there from Cherish right after getting that kill from back green is pushing away from green. You don't need that second person near the ball carrier. You can just spread out, get over towards Nest, get over towards Big Door, get bags, get any other location, because that ball player, if they do it correctly, they can just play ball as soon as they receive too much pressure nearby.
Oh, here comes a little bit of pressure there, but that camo is good for them. Problem is, they have not been able to get control of the ball. While all that was happening, APG's looking around, trying to see if he can find these players. They're dealing with fights on the other side of the map, and the ball's over here toward Camo's side. Finally, though, they're able to get possession of this one. Oh, be careful there. Try and get out of dodge with this one. Smart jump over the key door to just get out of this one. No one's there to put some pressure on him, so he's able to get out scot-free.
Ball getting all the way back over towards green, but there is a member of Pure over there, so I feel like you either have to give up that rotation, which APG does, or you have to just immediately toss it off the map and try to win your fight.
Big fight here for APG. Can he win this one? He's got help. He does get cleaned up by a nade or a stray bullet or something, but is it going to be enough, though, to get them back into this one? A massive, massive 2 kills there for Barcode is going to keep them going in this. And that could have been maybe a turning point for them in this one. They really, really needed those wins there from Barcode, and he comes through big time.
And also, I've said before, not even just when Barcode didn't have weapons, I was like, take the ball out of his hand. The guy is slain. But he has Sniper. He has Repulsor. Get the ball out of his hands. Let him do some work.
Yeah, and they're getting pressured here. And that is just going to end up... That Sniper was not in a position to be able to be effective in that one, and that is exactly where you want that power weapon for. I think he only had like 2 or 3 shots in it, but that's still enough.
And I understand, like, sometimes the desperation at the end as you close here, where it's like, all right, we're only 10 seconds behind, but that's the times where, you know, I almost think of that that quote from Warren Buffett where it's like, when other people are greedy, be fearful, and other people are fearful, be greedy. It's like, it almost applies in Halo where people are panicking. You need to be calm. You need to be like, all right, we don't need to scrap up every last second of time here.
Yeah,
there it is, going to be Cherished and Pure. Going to get the 100 points on the board there.
Yeah, that was a bit disappointing there for Native in that situation because, yeah, you know, Talik did the same thing where he was holding on to the Sniper, but he had ball, but they only had like, what, 10 seconds to gain there. So at that point, you're like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Just scrap up as much of the time as you can. You want to see Native be a bit more diligent with how they're distributing those power items, power weapons in general. There's a little quantum translocator for Druck, and to see if he can break some ankles here.
Also, I love the pack from Cherish, just putting up so many points on the board. Doesn't care that his KD is so low in a place like this. He's doing whatever he needs for his team to win the game. I've always been a big proponent of that, is if you individually, your stats say you aren't having a great game or maybe you don't have a bunch of kills and your team is still winning that Team Slayer, you need to be playing the exact same way you're playing, whether that's creating that aggression or pushing through and getting those plays.
Gilkey, wait a minute. Okay, maybe I got a little excited there for a minute, but he hit 2 gorgeous shots, trying to stay alive out of this one. He had Camo in the corner. He had no help, but they do get that ball. So they gain a little bit of time out of that one. Beautiful shots there from Gilk, but they need to turn and convert this into some more points on the board. Get an opportunity to play that ball. Perhaps as the pressure starting to come through here. And 1 player left for Native Gaming, just trying to circle about this. Does he win the fight? Barco could not stand tall against Talik out of that one there. Cherish going to be in a bit of a clinic, though. And nice nade placement's going to put the pressure onto Tapping. Tapping needs to back out of this fight. He cannot do so. That was gorgeously done. And Cherish just putting pressure and just allowing his team to just handle business on the other side of the map.
Yeah, every single time he's getting shots on somebody, he's getting cleaned up. He has the most assists in the lobby by far.
The help that Pure are giving themselves, Dave, they are constantly looking out for one another. You could see that the fundamental difference here between how Pure is playing this versus how Native is playing. And not saying Native aren't trying to play for one another. If anything, it is a testament to Pure being so good that they're isolating these guys in these fights time and time again.
Yeah, Pure's on that trajectory to establish themselves as, you know, in that group of those top 4, top 5 teams. Undoubtedly, they are 3rd seed going to this event, so it's weird to like kind of discredit them a little further and say like, you know, top 4, top 5. But until we see them kind of replicate that success we saw from the last event and do it 2 events in a row, I kind of consider it a great tournament that they had when we saw Atlanta. So based on what I'm seeing so far, I'm seeing there's many times where these players in Native Gaming are making incredible individual plays. They're shooting out of their minds, but Pure are making the better objective plays. They're moving around as a team. They're just doing everything right. And I was, as I talked about before this match started, it's when you're a great team, you don't need to be playing and shooting your best to still win.
Yeah, you got to be basically, you know, at this point, at this level, on the same page here. And that it didn't add a decent amount of points here for Native at the beginning of this one, but there's going to be 2 frags coming through here as well. Once again, I want to remind everyone, HCS 107 is APG. having an account issue, so it just went to a default account. But when we switch over to a screen, you will see that it says APG on there, so don't worry. Don't fret. Here comes ball control there for Native, and this is exactly what we wanted to see before, Dave.
Gilkey has the ball this time, and we have Barcode with Snipe. Let's see if we can do anything with this. Receiving instant pressure from Druck and decides to waste one clip of this and enter the action one more time, but getting a little too quick and a little too familiar there. I almost wonder as he's hearing his teammates call it, if he's panicking, trying to get there a little too fast, and there's the body shot. Gets the headshot onto Cherish and still staying alive with this Snipe.
I mean, just look at all of that attention that he managed to pull over toward himself, Dave. He's such a problem when he gets activated like that, but... And again, you mentioned that before. All 4 of these individuals, they can slay. They're shooting out of their minds right now, but they need to find that a little bit of that chem that we've been constantly harping them for. Right now, it is at the very least been okay here for Native Gaming to try and keep themselves competitive in this one. Talico with ball control in hand. Got pressure starting to come through. Beautifully done, though, to try and just remove him from the equation here. He had last shot there for the help, but he couldn't get there in time.
It's a nice finish, and also look at that. QT's over for basically the perfect ball rotation, saying, hey, push this towards green. I'm going to go lay some shots over the scoreboard, and I'll be right back there.
And now their only plan here is to try and win these fights inside of Garage, and then maybe you turtle your way out, maybe toward the cave or something like that, if you can try and get your way over toward green. But the problem is Last Shot ain't going to give you those opportunities to do so here with that Commando. He is absolutely ripping faces. 57-57 in the score line presently here. Going to be that 1 round advantage here for Pure, because now they got that ball yet again. They're going to start making some movement happen over toward the tower side of the map. Druck's got himself camo, and that is why you're starting to see Native play a little bit more cautiously, because they know that there was going to be one of those camo players lingering about, which they do isolate, they do remove from the equation. And they're winning these fights. That's 4 down right now.
And no play ball.
And no play ball. So you're good. You should be able to not only take the lead, but build upon this as well, Dave.
And this is a massive position for APG. The only downside here could be is if they overload that camo side, APG's now able to do damage, but it looks like they're going to try to pick off APG first. That's going to be Druck coming over to Pillar. So they found where APG was at and didn't have that extra help, and there falls tapping buttons. Barcode shortly after that. That's going to be a setup going down, ball being played, but 13 seconds gain there for Native Gaming.
Given how this round has gone, Walsh, I think that was the best possible situation there for Native to be able to scoop up as much time as they possibly could. Obviously, you'd want them to be able to win out that fight yet again, but it does not work out in their favor. That being said, though, it is going to be Pure with ball control yet again, and they're right back in the driver's seat here, Walsh. So this is basically what Native needs to prevent, is from Pure just having the agency to find themselves in these fights over and over and over and over.
Well, looks like they're able to get this stop here. Gilkey knowing there's some pressure up top. But here comes the crucial fight. You see tapping buttons take out last shot. Druck has sniper bomb center, gets the body shot into tapping buttons, but buttons trades out one of the kills. Sniper still in the hands of Pierre, and of course, Cherish is going to hit that body shot as well. These players don't miss.
Yeah, a lot of body shots, but hey, I'm okay with that. You get someone one shot, and then you're able to push them. Should be able to get that kill there. Oh, but Cherish got a little too overzealous, and that is now going to lead to a 90-point threshold crossed here for Pure. They are just a few seconds away from being able to win this one. Can Native Gaming forces, is anyone in a position to be able to stop them? Doesn't seem like anyone is around, and that is going to be a clean 3-0 for Pure as they pick up the dub.
Talik, once again, getting most time, grabbing those last crucial seconds for his team.
And in that one, too, you
most time at the end, I forget. I know Cherish had a ton of time throughout the game, so we'll double-check the scoreboard here in a moment.
He really did, but something else to make note of here, Dave, is that Cherish, we're talking about how his KD, not the best, but he was doing his job. He did his job, and then some. 19 assists he was able to pick up, really allowed players like Druck, like Last Shot, and heck, like Taulik to be able to get activated. That is literally the playmaker of that team that you want to see there for sure. Very well done. Pure continue to pick up where they left off, coming out of HCS ATL. And we could be looking at the origin story of a potential, juggernaut in HCS.
We kind of said the same thing about Shopify. We saw an event, and we're like, all right, well, we have to see it. Let's see it happen again. Sure. We'll beat a big 3 again. How many times we got to do this for you to be a believer? It's like, all right, we understand now. And I think Pure is in that same boat. They showed that they had one great LAN tournament, and I see nothing from what I saw throughout that series that's not showing that they're not going to have another great tournament this event. They're looking strong. I feel like they can close out this pool, take first place in their pool, and go strong into bracket play.
Yeah, everything indicates that this Pure team is the real deal. And if they continue to play like this, oh boy, watch out, everyone else. It's going to be a problem. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to stage. We got the one and only God Blaze standing by.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Walshy, for the cast. Salt Lake City makes some noise for Pure as they win their first match in pool play. And now I got Cherish with me on the main stage. Cherish, it's a 3-0 victory. You're slaying in this game. You're getting mad time. Why was it so easy right there on the main stage? What happened?
I think our team honestly just puts in a lot more work than any other team that plays the game. We're always grinding 24/7, whether it be scrims or film or MM. Like every single player on my team is putting like 10 hours a day into the game. Even like between events, I'm not even like there's no days off. Like there's literally no days off. So I think like for us, like we're coming into the series. Native's a great team, but we're expecting obviously the win and stuff like that, just based on how we've been playing online at the last event. So yeah, I think what separates us a lot from like and brings us into that echelon, well, you know what I mean, like the top 3 conversation or top 4 conversation is like the amount of work that we put into the game. I think that's never going to change for us. So
hey, the work is definitely here showing on the main stage, and I love how you said that. And you know, one awesome part about that is, you know, 2 events in a row for you guys as a full squad, chaining that together. So that work is compounding here, and everyone's absolutely frying on stage. So I love that you guys get to kind of come back here in Salt Lake City and try to, you know, best your performance in Atlanta. Now, you got the rookie on your team, Last Shot. Okay, we see how amazing that he's doing. Talk to me about, you know, how proud are you for him and his performance these last 2 events?
Man, Last Shot is honestly like there's only 2 words I can say. He's a generational talent. That guy is incredible. He has the best aim I've ever seen in my life. His attitude towards the game is incredible. Like, bro, you would think he's been competing for 10 years with the attitude he has. He's so mature. He's so confident in himself. He's like, yeah, we've been teaming like from before this Pure roster. We were teammates on the off season and going into the season before Hunter and them picked him up, before Talkin picked him up. But no, this guy, dude, he's a beast, man. He's a freak. He's insane.
He's definitely is a beast, okay? And I can confirm that he has that aura on the main stage when he's playing. Now, lastly, what do you want to say to the fans out there so you guys can keep building up aura to make it to Sunday to get that best placement and prove some people wrong?
Oh man, we appreciate every single one of you. Hearing like support and even seeing stuff on Twitter from every single one of you means the world to us, and it keeps us going, lets us know that we're doing something right. And yeah, so thank you all for the support. We appreciate it more than you guys know.
All right, yo, you heard it from Cherish here on the main stage. Shout out to Pure. That's going to do it for us. Lottie, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Looking like pure fire up on that main stage.
That's a good. I like that.
I got some dads on here.
I'm
We
a fan.
appreciate these jokes.
Yeah.
I honestly have no words for how incredible this roster is looking right now. And I think there is something to be said about their opponents. I think going up against Native Gaming, who haven't had the best season so far, but we are definitely seeing improvements there. I think Pure could have easily kind of come down to that level, could have met that level and had a couple of hiccups and mistakes. They weren't. They were relentless. And I think that's the biggest word there, GB, is relentless. And Pure, they did not let their foot off the gas.
I just want to say that there were 2 things that I was looking at coming into this game, right? Whether or not Pure were the real deal, which, you know, spoilers, they are. And then whether or not Native, with this time, you know, in between Atlanta to Salt Lake City, whether or not they have found that rhythm, you know? And it's clear that right now they still are struggling to be able to identify what are those win conditions for them, how do they play into that. I mean, I think honestly one of the win conditions, funny enough, was Barcode absolutely frying.
Yeah.
He was playing really, really well. And David pointed out too, everyone on the team was slaying so well. Problem is, they weren't able to build upon that. And for Pure, I mean, you heard Cherish say, like, the amount of time that this team is putting into it. This is a squad that has aspirations to win tournaments, not just be 4th place finishers at a LAN event.
I think some of the tricky parts for Native Gaming here were we were seeing bailouts with talent, right? We're seeing Barcode bailouts here and there, tapping buttons, was getting some kills, Gilkey as well.
Yeah.
But the problem is those come in and then nothing is done about it strategy-wise. There is nothing that forms around these bailouts. There is nothing that happens to allow a hold, for example, in that last odd ball. That is a serious, serious problem. You're not going to get objective work done. You're not going to get a control, a setup happening if you are not capitalizing on something that is happening in terms of the room and that map. And that was the big problem for Native. Pure, they're going to punish you every time you make a mistake, and that is what we were seeing. I think in terms of the stats and this match recap here, when you're looking across these, Tony, what is really jumping out to you? I know you had a few things that you wanted to kind of touch upon here.
Well, I mean, it was funny during the interview with Cherish. You notice how he never said anything about himself. You know, he talked about how his team does a film review. And I'm over here like, hey, give yourself some credit. You were doing a lot of the plays that maybe don't show up on the stat sheet. Then you look at Druk with that highest KD. But for me, it was a combination of kills and assists. And when I looked at Last Shot and Talik, both of them ended with 54 kills. But one thing that does not show on that scoreboard is the 30 assists that Talik was able to put up. I think it was like, 15 in that Slayer, which was crazy. The 33 assists that Last Shot was able to put up as well. The reason why the damage is so high for those two is not only the kill side of it, it was the assist as well. It was far beyond anybody else in the lobby.
I love giving the credit to the background as well, but for me, the thing that is standing out the most right now, and that is Druk. And I've got to give it to him. Walshy, when you look at Druk and how he came into Atlanta last major, there were question marks. Would he have been left behind in terms of skills, gameplay? He has not only just not been left behind, but he is heading things up for his team. That is so much to talk about when it comes to him. He's not only just making plays, he's rotating the map with power weapons. He is untouchable at times. He's a huge, huge game changer.
Yeah, the parts that's most impressive to me is when I see him get in certain fights, like there's many times when he was over at the cuts, and he wouldn't know that tapping buttons is like hiding below him, but he just quickly gets the melee shot and just kills somebody that fast. And like that's an unsuspecting player that he's killing. Somebody that caught him off guard. And so the moments where Druk is catching somebody else off guard, that's where he's getting 1, 2 kills, getting double kill. But then the fact, like I said, that he's able to flip that on its head when it should be a free kill for the opponent is just scary.
Yeah, we had some questions as well coming in about the pace, right? Especially with the meta change. How would Pure look with this meta change? Would their pace have to change? I've got to say, I felt like it was just as scrappy.
Yeah, I felt like it was the same thing. I felt like I was watching the same
I didn't want to be the first to say it, Lottie, but I also felt the same. I was like, this feels kind of like the exact same speed. It feels real fast.
Nothing really changed. I mean, we were talking about how the slower fire rate could maybe lead to some more team fights, but that's the thing, though. I think that the reason why we felt like it wasn't like that, or why there was no big change, was because of what you were talking about, Tony, those assists, the amount of damage that they're putting forward. The reason why you're seeing these fights happen the way that they're happening is because they're not happening 1v1, they're happening 2v1 in most of these cases. Pure are phenomenal at being able to command the map, but also work in tandem with one another. And that was one of the reasons why you were seeing Native just little by little in that series just crumble, because they were just constantly getting isolated, constantly getting gunned down, and there was just no out for them whatsoever.
I literally love it. And I also love some of the comparisons that you both were actually making for a couple of the Pure players. One being it's the Last Shot. I mean, he is just unbelievable. And I think what Cherish said as well, generational talent couldn't be more true. Walshy, you kind of talked about how he resembles a little bit of a young Renegade, which is weird to say considering Renegade is still kind of young in our eyes. But he has some experience now, right, under his belt. He's had quite a few years on LAN. Last Shot's coming in and he is so fresh and so new. And I think something that Renegade has learned has been discipline, when to reel that back in, because as a risk and high reward player, you have to know when to reel that back. Are you seeing any kind of comparisons there from Last Shot and thinking, okay, whoa, you need to slow that down for a second, like you're getting ahead of yourself, or are you seeing a little bit more of an established player coming forward early on?
I feel it looks very established to me. When I look at this roster on Pure, I think it's more of how are they playing off each other, and it's to me, it's never Last Shot has to be the first one in, starting the action every single time that everyone's collapsing.
I mean, he'll do it.
Plenty of times, you see Druk or Talik charging across the map, helping start the action, start the fight, and then, Last Shot's falling in line afterwards. So, and also in Renegade's defense too, I never felt like he was always just forcing the action, but anytime it's a stalemate, you knew which POV to go to. You're like, all right, go to Renegades. He's gonna do something. He's probably gonna make this happen.
Yeah, but something that I did want to say real quick. He was talking about Last Shot being a generational talent. I feel like Pure is just a generational team. I think this is a squad that, they're
throwing the word generation around quite a bit here.
We know a few things about generation.
Out there.
Am I right?
Someone who's been around for generations.
Yeah, 80.
I can say.
Crazy. But seriously though, this team has got it. They've got that, whatever it is that, the intangibles, that you oftentimes see with a lot of these pro teams, especially at the top three, the big three, I am seeing that with Pure. And it has been really magical to witness, because Tony, you've been following these guys for ages, so it's like to see these guys really pop off the way that they are. It's a breath of fresh air for sure.
Another thing that Cherish said when he was actually doing that interview was the amount of work they put in and also the maturity that Last Shot has as a player. You talked about the evolution of where Renegade is right now. I think Last Shot is like a little bit at least a step ahead as far as, knowing when to reel it in, knowing, he comes from that, from that college Halo where it's very structured as well. He comes from, from the SWAT days, as I kind of mentioned before. Like, he's a player that doesn't have a crazy ego. So he's a sponge. He wants to learn. He wants to get better. He wants to grind and learn as much as possible, which I think that's crazy because how many times have we seen young players with that type of talent kind of ego their way, maybe even out of opportunities? Last Shot does not do that. He has a great head on his shoulders.
Well, I love all the pure gas, and to be a devil's advocate, their tallest task is still ahead of them.
I couldn't agree more.
That was an incredible swift 3-0 from the Pure Boys, but FaZe is waiting in that pool. That is a revenge grudge match we can't wait to see. But coming up on the main stage next, we have two teams who are looking to go head-to-head. Complexity already starting off very spicy in their pool, managing to take Quadrant over on that series 3-1, I believe. And then Optic Gaming, they're looking for a bounce back. They are so bored with the taste of silver. They want that trophy. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus Complexity right after the break.
The HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X. HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
Good afternoon, Salt Lake City, and welcome back to the HCS Salt Lake City Major, hosted by Spacestation Gaming, of course. My name is Lottie. I'm joined on the desk now by another talent, just absolute talent on this desk, yet again. Tony, Jersey, Gaskin, lovely to see all three of you. Tony, you're back once again to talk about another incredible series that we have on our hands. Hopefully, I'm hoping it's going to be a banger of a series for you. Jersey, Dan, Optic versus Complexity, which I honestly was a little bit skeptical about at first until I heard the news that Complexity managed to beat Quadrant. Shazzy, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's indicative of how much Complexity have improved, particularly with the Bandit nerf. I think it really benefits a team like them. They like to play slow and structured, and the Bandit has been a real godsend for them guys. I think for Quadrant, there's a lot of issues they have to iron out, and they just started off really slow in game one.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. Quadrant can bounce back though, right, Gaskin?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yes, they can. We know what Quadrant are capable of, but I think that Richie's right. The teams that typically played a little bit faster might struggle a little bit more, but Complexity going up against Optic here, another team that plays slow, another team that likes to set up. So this will be a really good kind of test in the waters of how they're going to do against Complexity.
Certainly will indeed. Let's bring it back to the main stage match, and Optic up first. I think right now, looking at both of these teams on the main stage, we expect perfection out of Optic. I think going up against a roster like Complexity, who haven't quite had the accolades, and I think honestly wins that Optic have had in terms of this skill, anything other than perfection, Shurs, is going to be a problem for Optic. What would it mean to you if you did see that?
Well, I think stylistically, this is a really good matchup for them. I think, listen, typically in the last few tournaments, they have been our resident silver medalists. I'd love to get, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the camp to see what the mood is like. Do they feel like they can finally win that championship? I think stylistically, though, against Complexity, this is the kind of test they would like early on. And with this being their first series, just to get their feet hot and get under the covers, I think this one's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I do too. And Tony, you kind of talked about, and heard with Shazzy there, trying to check what the vibes are like in the camp. Are you looking for something other than gameplay here to really get an indication of where Optic are at coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I've been listening to their scrims when they do actually do scrim, and something does feel just a tad bit off, but then I think to myself, I'm like, it's still Optic Gaming no matter what. You're talking about a team that has very rarely any weak maps within their pool, which is always going to be great. And one of the reasons why they've been able to make it so deep within tournaments is no matter what map they see, they're going to feel confident. And I just can't put my finger on. Like, something just feels a little bit off.
And that's the thing, isn't it, right? Something's a little bit off, but they're still finishing in second place every time. So if they can figure it out and turn whatever is off on, then they're going to be a really good team.
I think I figured it out. I'll tell you, Gaskin, you can tell me if you agree with me. But going out in semi-finals does not bode well for them. Yes, they are scratching back, they are making it back to the grand finals, but the power position means more to Optic, I think, mentally than any other team here. Being on the side of the winner's bracket, especially going into a grand final, means more to them than I think any of the top three do. So for them mentally, it begins day 1 and 2. It is all about day 1 and 2 for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I think it's evident that Optic have historically kind of checked out, is what the cool kids say nowadays, at certain times in the tournament, whether it be just a map loss.
What the cool kids say, I'm not sure.
It is what the cool kids. I'm not one of the cool kids, so I don't really know. But you don't say it either, so that's sticking into you. But I do think that, Optic, as the tournament goes on, yes, they need to have that kind of motivation behind them. They need that success so that they can carry on with it and have the momentum. And I do think this is a really good series for them. I think that they can actually steamroll Complexity here and maybe just give them that confidence going into the rest of the pool.
Let's take a little look at a comparison that we've got some stats people cooking up for us. Our head-to-head will be Lucid versus Ryanoob, and two very different players here. And the last time that we saw Ryanoob play against Optic, he got a 0.56. I don't often like to highlight some of the kind of more difficult series for some of our players, but this one means an awful lot for him to bounce back. Tony, when you're looking at that 0.5 from Ryanoob, it's just not going to be good enough in the series.
0.56.
Get it right.
0.56.
Come on now.
All right, 0.56. We'll give it to him. We'll round it up. 0.6.
Yes.
We'll round it up. You know, it's just not what you're looking for, I think, as a player. And I think there's a lot more that goes into it than stats, than kills. But that is just indicative of a really tough series for him and also the team then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever. Complexity got smacked around back at Atlanta. It was a 3-0, and Optic showed why they're one of the best teams in the world. But I will say that this Ryanoob-led Complexity roster do look a bit different. They seem battled hard and playing through all those online tournaments, making it deep within the grand finals during the qualifier. 3-1 in Quadrant, that same Ryanoob that talked about a 0.56 KD. Well, I don't know who that was, but I know this 1.17 KD back in that matchup against Quadrant, almost outslaying the entire lobby. That's the Ryanoob that Complexity want to see here in this matchup.
Yeah, Dan and I had the opportunity to watch the B stream. It was them against Quadrant, and Ryanoob was playing out of his mind. The players he was making, particularly on that Argyle flag that we got to watch, making all of the right decisions, dropping, slaying. Ryanoob could be in final form this tournament.
He certainly could indeed. Gaskin, when you are looking at the comparison, when Cole is on that stage, they're looking at Optic Gaming, how do you derail a perfect team that has perfect structure and teamwork?
I think you really need to shut down both Formal and Lucid. Just looking at statistics, those two are the heavy slayers of Optic Gaming, and if you can slow them down, if you can win a couple of pivs and you can knock some of their confidence off of them, then you have that chance to start to roll over them as well, right? You can really find more slays going in your favor, and then, you know, Objective usually follows that as well. But at the same time, I think we've got to look at Rain, right? Ever since Rain came back, I mean, he's alongside Ryanoob. We were saying, you know, it's great to have him back. He had an okay event when we saw him first introduced again, but now he's had that reintroduction and he's had a chance to warm back into things. This is the event where I think Rain can really show us what he's made of.
I think so too. I also think that we've talked about Rain a couple of times being just very kind of underappreciated on that roster, and it's nice to see him potentially put his foot forward here for this team. Coming back to Ryanoob and him making moves so far here in SLC and doing kind of the impossible, considering what he was kind of working with last time against Optic. Is there anybody else on the team apart from Ryanoob who you're really looking at, Tony, to excel here, to have a really good series in order to try to take Optic all the way, if not the win?
Well, it's funny you talked about Rain a little bit, and I remember, you know, Dead Zone with one of my favorite quotes said, every team needs a Rain, they just have no idea who it is. But I do want to shift a little bit over towards Husk. I feel there's a lot of pressure on his hands as well. Like, he's a player that has that co-IGL potential, great communication, a leader within there to join alongside Ryanoob. But on top of that, he's been slaying out almost kind of like old Splice back in the days where he's playing a ton of twos and his individual talent is really starting to shine. Not only are you going to lead on breaking shot as far as your slays, but watch out for Huss as well. He's really starting to elevate his game, and they're going to need him going up against Optic Gaming.
And for Complexity as a whole, I think they'll be looking at this series as almost like you're playing on house money. They got the series win over Quadrant. That was the one that was going to be tough. The expectation on this series is that they were not going to win it. And Dan's going to talk about the series layout in just a little bit. Things don't look too good for them, which is never really nice when you're heading into a big series like this.
Speaking of it, just, you know, perfect tangent there, Shez. Love you. Gaskin, we do have a series layout coming your way in just a moment to talk about. Is it going to be anything jumping out that you're looking for that really will push it forward for either of our team?
It's just pushed forward for Optic throughout the entirety. They have the most wins on Stronghold's Interference across the league. They have the most wins on Slayer Recharge. They have the most wins on Oddball Livefire. And they have the most wins on CTF Aquarius throughout the entirety of the HCS, alongside both Formal and Lucid featuring as the main Slayers for every single map and mode I've just mentioned in these four as well. It's not looking great for Complexity.
So you're saying they have a chance on Slayer Solitude?
Slayer Solitude, Formal has the most kills in Slayer Solitude in the league, but Optic don't have the most wins, no. So maybe that is the opening. But you look at the win rates, if there was one map for Complexity, maybe Slayer Recharge, that's their best win rate out of all five, but like we're looking below 50% for all of the other four as well.
And with Complexity, how they performed already against Quadrant, we'll keep harping on about it. The game that they lost was the Slayer. So they beat on the 3 objective game types. They were incredible. They did not. They put Quadrant to the sword. It was easy. Now, them losing the Slayer and wanting to beat Optic in the Slayer, I feel like that's the tough ask.
Yeah, it definitely is a tough ask. I think what we're getting from this series layout, it is heavily in Optic's favor. This is going to be very difficult. And I also think there is something to be said in the mental battle looking at this series, and Cole can see what the series layout is before they get on the main stage. They're going to be thinking, oh my goodness me, how are we going to tackle this? You know, Gaskin, when you're thinking about that battle for them, you know, how can they now even try to approach this series? It's going to be very difficult.
I mean, we say it quite often. One of the good things about having a series layout that doesn't favor you is you almost feel like you've got nothing to lose, but also you'd hope they've been putting a lot of time and practice into the game types that they know they're going to face, and they know that Optic are good at as well. So there is always that chance that they could disrupt them. And if Optic do lose this series, right, then we start to ask questions, and then they're not looking like Optic Gaming, and suddenly everything's looking a little bit like doom and gloom. So we will learn a lot from this series. Either Optic continue their dominance, or are we going to see another tournament where Optic aren't at the first place?
If there's someone who can cook up some gnarly strats, it's going to be Ryan Noob.
It is.
So he's probably, you know, already done some VOD review on Optic on all of these, probably knows exactly what you were talking about in terms of the series layout and who it favors. And I hope he's just got a rebuttal. Has he got some kind of counter strat up his sleeve for Optic? Will he know what they want to do?
I think one thing we have to focus on is the GAs. We know they exist, and Optic Gaming, let's not beat around the bush, one of the best teams to use the entire arsenal of weapons that you have available in Halo Infinite. With some of those being taken away now, not being able to use the assault rifle, not being able to use the Bulldog, what happens to Optic Gaming? So the series layout looks great for them prior to the GAs, but now it could change here. So I guess that's the opening for Complexity.
Yeah, there's a lot of big questions actually cooking up. I think there's a lot of change that have come about, meta changes, like you said, the GAs, huge things. I do think that the meta change might favor Optic in terms of their playstyle, slowing things down just ever so slightly more. Tactically, strategy-wise, they are probably one of the leaders in terms of tactics and strategy. We often do see them have openers for certain maps and modes, which is really impressive as well. It's just about whether or not another team can combat that, and having a really early start is going to be so important for Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides of the coin when it comes to the meta change. Like you said, you talked about the GAs, which may work against Optic, but then you also mentioned with the Bandits slowing down and that favoring Optic styles. So I think it's going to bring Optic exactly where they were before. We know what to expect. They always have just fantastic teamwork. You always use the term as close to a perfect team as possible, because that's what it feels like when you're dealing with a team like Optic Gaming. So if they're firing all cylinders, they could win tournaments. This is going to be a great test against a battle-hardened Complexity who are looking extremely good right now. That win off a Quadrant, I don't think that was just a fluke. I think this is the Complexity saying, we are not the same team that you saw at Atlanta. This is a new us. We now actually have some scrims under our belt, some great practice under our belt, some great tournaments as well, because you can't cheat that experience. I think Complexity are going to test Optic a lot better this time than we saw in Atlanta.
I think game one's going to be really important. Interference, strongholds, it can be a snowball-y kind of game type, and if Complexity don't find their footing very early and they lose, but they lose convincingly too, let's say 250-50 or something along those lines, I can see the series getting really ugly and really quickly. So I want to see them being competitive in game number one, because that, for me, is where the series pace is going to be set.
Now we have a few audio issues on the main stage. We're just getting those fixed before we get underway, and we're just chatting things on the desk here just to make sure you are teed up on this matchup. But while I have both of you, did you guys manage to see the Quadrant Call game? Were you watching it? Okay, so obviously we weren't able to see that up on here. What happened? What was it like? How did it go? What was the series like? Just because I do think it kind of tells a little bit of a tale heading into this series.
Yeah, I think game one was incredibly comfortable for Complexity. We didn't expect it was oddball 2-0, so we really expected the start of that series like Quadrant were going to win
It's
it.
Quadrant's best map and mode, by the way. Like, recharge oddball has just been their bread and butter. So for Complexity to win that, we were like, okay, this is going to be a series on our hands. And then it was the Slayer that came back into it.
Slayer,
right?
yeah. Quadrant came back. It was like 50-36, so it was a rout for the Complexity, or for the Quadrant boys, excuse me. So we thought, all right, there's going to be life in this series, but game 3 and 4, it was all Complexity.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I'm just trying to kind of compare I don't know, how you would play the game, Cole versus Optic. I mean, in terms of oddball, we know that Optic are so good at oddball. They are phenomenal at rotating, holding, breaking, you name it, they can do all of it. What was that like seeing Complexity on the kind of higher part of that strategy and objective work against Quadrant compared to Optic's best?
They just made life difficult for Quadrant, especially in Oddball. I mean, Oddball usually for Quadrant, they can play at a fast pace. Once they have control, once they have that ball, they push out a little bit and they are a nuisance to their enemies. They weren't able to do that, and again, that might come back to the bandit speed and not being able to push in the same ways and not have the same speed in which you can kill someone. However, Complexity may struggle with breaking setups. Quadrant never really got a true setup in that game, so we didn't see them challenged as much. We know Optic are a team that are just ruthless once they get set up with any sort of oddball game as well.
Yeah, I think for the Quadrant series, Complexity were really in the ascendancy for a lot of it, and they weren't putting the back foot too often. With Optic Gaming, though, Complexity are not going to have it all their own way. As a matter of fact, they'll be playing defense for most of this series, so I think this is going to be a totally different test for them. But I'm excited to see how they can maybe come up with some answers.
And in terms of the Slayer, I know it didn't go well for Complexity. What were the problems? Was it Quadrant just being able to answer back? Were they just having a kind of better, I don't know, time? Oh, here we go. I love that. Look at production. We love production. Bringing this up for us. In terms of the slaying power, was it just a little bit too much on the side of Quadrant and Complexity couldn't keep up? They were on the back foot. What happened?
It was a real pacing issue, I think. Complexity just couldn't handle the speed. Power-ups and power weapons were more often not going towards Quadrant, and not only were they getting the snipe rifle, but Snipe Drone was really putting it to work as well and creating openings for his team. So Complexity have got to shut down Formal and Lucid, like Dan says, because they will not give them any opportunities.
It was one of those situations where Quadrant gained an early lead, kept rolling with it. Complexity tried as much as they could to try and break the setup that Quadrant had, but the more they tried, the more they would fall, the further they got behind, and then they got a little bit desperate with how they wanted to approach those breaks. So again, similarly, Optic Gaming, another team who is very good at setting up, Complexity just don't want to fall into that same trap. Don't go behind. I know it sounds very simple and it's very stupid when you say it actually out loud, but if you can take that lead, you slow down as well. You force Optic to do something a little bit different and try and break your setups instead.
Talk about Breaking Shot was the only name on call that we haven't mentioned. And you mentioned Huss, but Breaking Shot was looking great in that series. He had the highest damage, he had the highest KD on his team. What are you making of this individual and how he's kind of fitting into this roster?
I mean, Breaking Shot not only has the speed to be able to compete with any player in the league, but the creativity that he has around the environment is what's really impressive to me. Like, a lot of people talk about the Jiggle Peak Strafe, which may be a little bit weaker now with the slower Bandit, but it still exists. But the way Breaking Shot does it, he doesn't just strafe behind poles, strafe behind environment. He'll slide under those crevices. He'll be so creative and so hard to kill. And then that's what comes him coming out with these 2v1s that he has no business doing, or just buying so much time with his life to allow more players to get activated on the map itself. I love watching Breaking Shot because not only is he a fantastic talent, but his gameplay is just really fun to watch.
It certainly is indeed. Well, we're still waiting for the main stage, and there's only so much we can talk about with these two teams before we are honestly just making you snooze off with boredom. But I did want to talk a little bit about your predictions and where you guys are lying with, who you think is coming forward in this LAN tournament. Tony, who did you go with? Who are your top four, and give me your justifications on it.
So very simple. I went with FaZe, and for the reason being is that I feel like losing is probably one of the ultimate motivators, and one of the hardest things to do in any, not even just esport, but any sport, is to win back-to-back. Naturally, winning just gives you like a sigh of relief. Sometimes makes you take a step back. Where losing, especially the way that, for example, when SSG ended up losing, getting 4th place, they came back hungrier than ever, ended up winning right afterwards. FaZe getting top 6, that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So again, that makes you more hungry to be. So that's why when with FaZe winning personally, I feel like losing is the ultimate motivator. When you lose, especially in that fashion, you are going to come back. You're going to come back with that fire. And then I really like the way SSG have been looking, so I have them in 2nd place. Like I said, something just feels a little bit different about Optic Gaming, but maybe I'll change my opinion after the series. And of course, I've been talking about Shopify Rebellion for a while, but my YouTube comments are going crazy. Everybody kept saying I was crazy, but 4th place, 3rd place, I think I got something going there.
I think so too.
Tony talks about losing being the greatest motivator, and I think that stands to nobody better than Optic Gaming, right? 4 second places in a row. How many times can they finish second before they correct the errors that they have made in the past? I think this has got to be the tournament for them to win heading into Worlds. And for storylines, how perfect would it be? We'd have one of the top 3 winning a major all year heading into Worlds. So I think, for me, I just can't believe Optic will fall short again.
It's funny, I thought I was contractually obliged to put SSG in first place. No one told me I was allowed to predict someone else. But little do they know, I'm a curse. And every time I predict a team to win, they lose. So joke's on them. But I did get extra dollar. No, it's, you know, how could you go against SSG with how they played in Atlanta, right? They've looked incredible. They look like arguably the best team right now. And with the changes in the meta and with the GAs, I still think it favors a team like SSG.
I certainly do think so, indeed. We're trying everything we can to keep you entertained up here as we're getting things ready to go on the main stage. And while that is happening, we do have other series on our hands happening in pool play. Of course, day one, welcome to the HCS Salt Lake City Major. We have Cloud9 versus Shopify Rebellion happening on a side station on B Stream. It's 1-0 right now. Cloud9 are up against Shopify Rebellion, and we're into the Slayer on Recharge, and things are getting quite mixy.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting to me is that Rebellion also lost their first game against ITB, so they do typically start slow, especially when you're talking about pool play. I think Cloud9, they're actually a team that's been impressing me of late. I'm at the back of a top 8 finish, I believe, last event, so this is a team that you've got to keep an eye on.
Shopify Rebellion did lose game 1 earlier, though, right? I mean, we saw them drop it, and maybe there was the, oh my god, what's going to happen to Shopify Rebellion? And then they came back into it. Like, I'm not really worried. I think they are such a strong team now. And they should be able to overcome a team like Cloud9. But in terms of confidence booster for Cloud9 to take that first map, maybe they can carry this momentum through, but you can already see that there is a lead here for Shopify Rebellion in this one.
The one matchup I'm really looking at right now is Mandy going up against his former teammates and Suppress, but also Soul Snipe. These are two, you know, I almost said former best friends. I'm sure they're still best friends. They're just on two different teams right now. And obviously Mandy, the newest addition to Cloud9, he wants to prove so many people wrong and that have been doubting him for so long. And I think on this Cloud9 roster, he's going to complement these guys really well. I really like Cloud9, and they're up 1-0 in the series.
I have a little bit of a counter to that as well, Tony, even though I don't disagree with you, but I will say the Manny for Tusk, I don't know if it does that much for me. I feel like they're both very kind of similar-ish in that way. I don't know if that's a vibe thing. I don't know if that's something that will help elevate their chemistry as a team. But for me, in terms of a direct swap, I don't know what that did for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think, interestingly with Manny, I think Manny's got a very similar story to Collect. I think those two players, whenever they get onto a team, when a change has been made, it always seems to be one of them that gets dropped first. So there has to be something about why they're the player who's seen as the weakest link. So for Cloud9, maybe he can find a position there where he is maybe appreciated a little bit more, and his playstyle is more, maybe benefits Cloud9 a little bit more. So maybe he can showcase his skills a little bit better on Cloud9.
Well, oftentimes when I look at Manny, I don't see the most consistent player in the league. I see a player that is more of an X-Factor player. When he's popping off, his team is doing well, but it's the consistency for me. I think that's what he's been working on the most, and we're going to see that probably here with Cloud9 on top of the plays, the dirty work plays that really don't show up on the stat sheet.
Indeed. I've got to say, I'm excited to see, you know, how that's going to happen and how that forms. And so far, so good looking at that scoreline against Shopify Rebellion, a team who have big hopes and dreams coming into this land, the last one before Worlds. But I also want to see what they are capable of, right? And it's like, you made a change with the meta change. There's a lot of changes to get used to. But hey, you never know. You never know what might happen here. I'm just getting things, you know, ready to go on the main stage. It's just all me, you know, guys. I'm probably chatting like, start the game. We're trying very hard to start the game.
What's that button do? No,
I know that button is the start the game button under the desk. But we are trying our best to get things going for you. And while we're just talking about this, I think last major of the season, this is a huge one. And I'd love to talk about how much weight on the shoulders of some of our players here, because it is going to be a brawl. I think there's Worlds qualifications looming over the heads of a lot of our players, and a lot of, honestly, accoladed players. For example, APG, Native Gaming, fighting for their life going into World Shares. There's a lot to play for here in Salt Lake City, and what a major to do it with Spacestation.
Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Of course, World is going to be the biggest one, right? But if you don't perform well here at this event, your season is over. You are done until next year. So
yeah,
any underperformance from anybody on your team, and you will fall short of your goals. So for players like APG, for Native Gaming, they're really in this mosh pit of trying to qualify. Of course, they qualified for the first time, didn't have to go through the open bracket this time. So things have been looking up for them. They've been looking a lot more competitive.
So many times when people are at home, they watch these tournaments, they watch these lands, and they see, wow, there's a lot. These are long days, these are long hours. But I think what people don't realize is the amount of work that goes on outside of the camera. You think about, you know, when you're going into a scrim alone, what's that going to be? That's going to be, 6 to 10 hours by itself. Then you got film review on top of that. You want to try to at least sneak in, an hour and a half, 2 hours if you're real dedicated, 3 to 4 hours on top of that. Like, then you just want to grind on your own, doing your own work. Like, it's so tough. It is. So to do all that work and not make worlds, that's really hard to deal with. So I imagine everybody here wants to step up, wants to make worlds, and that includes Cloud9, who are 5 kills away from taking game 2.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dicey now, and if Shopify Rebellion were to go 2-0 down here, you do start to worry a little bit, and that does shake up the pool tremendously, and that opens things up for Cloud9 and also opens things up for the open bracket team that would be arriving into this pool tomorrow. So unless we see a comeback from Shopify Rebellion right now after Manny gets a camouflage, we might be looking at a 2-0 to Cloud9 here.
Yeah, I think I'd like Cloud9 to err on the side of caution. Even if they do win this Slayer, how many times do we see a team, an underdog position, find themselves 2-0 up and then get reverse swept by the favorite team? They only need 4 here to double their series advantage, Dan. And I think for Cloud9, winning this Slayer here puts them in a really good position.
Yeah, I think they just need to be careful about overextending, getting a little bit too desperate. You saw with the camouflage, they really wanted to full send in. If you're going to get trades, it's absolutely fine. You can play in that way, 47 to 43. And Shopify Rebellion, even though they are trying to slow this one down, Cloud9 are just trying to puncture through this defense that has been set up right now.
Soulsnipe does have that shock rifle. He did have that shock rifle. It has now changed hands. They only need 2. Cycles isolate on glass. That could be the pick that they look to isolate. Suppress is going to get a kill though. And like you say, it's important now. Cloud9 do not throw this away because they only need 1. But how often do we see a clean wipe? And Rebellion could come back and win this game.
Yeah, this would be heartbreaking now for Cloud9 if they were to throw this one away. But they just need to coordinate one push here. And it sounds very simple. But Shopify Rebellion are just kind of staying far enough away right now. They know the shock rifle exists. Still plenty of time, and now this should be the kill, you'd imagine. You just need to communicate that with the rest of the team.
Sab's desperately just trying to stay alive here. This is really important, and they do get the kill. It's going to be a trade in the end. Cloud9 double their series advantage, and Rebellion now find themselves down by 2 and a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. I've got to say, Tony's gasp there was probably my favorite thing.
He found himself out in like no man's land. He wanted to get that shot kill, but it's like, hey, you overextend a little too much. You're going to get punished. So great job for to use the Shroud and to stay alive, and eventually his teammate gets the kill. But I think he got the assist off of it, which is just as good as a kill in my eyes.
A couple of thoughts coming out of that is, one, I will eat my hat for saying, Manny for Tusk? Like, what does that do? Okay, hold on a second. I think I might curse something here. And 2, I'm just kind of curious to see what Shopify Rebellion do on the back foot this early on, because we came into today saying that Shopify Rebellion are really good early on in a tournament and get things done to get to the highest spots, right? And then that's kind of when they start to fold a little bit. This is different for us. We really haven't seen a Shopify Rebellion on the back foot like this, I think, especially against a team like Cloud9. That's no disrespect, just in terms of placements and how teams have been doing so far this season. I'm very curious to see how Shopify Rebellion can kind of rally and get ahead of this. Can they reverse sweep? Are they capable? Would you say that they're a team who are capable of mentally breaking through to be able to get this done?
Well, what I'm worried about now is maybe they've overlooked Cloud9 as an air of complacency that they thought this is going to be an easy 3-0, 3-1, and then we'll move on and go next. I think the concern I have now for them is they haven't found themselves down by 2 in the longest time, particularly against an underdog and a lower seed. So they've got it all to do.
Do you know what I'm worried about? ITB, man. Like, how many 3-way ties have we bloody seen from ITB? And now there is a chance that could happen again if Cloud9 beat Shopify and then suddenly ITB beat Cloud9.
Yeah.
God, I'm not sure I'm mentally ready for that to happen again.
I called it the pool of death for a reason. Pool C is where it's at. It is competitive. It's getting mixy. We'll definitely update you with what happens in that Cloud9 Shopify Rebellion series, but I have been promised that we are ready to go on the main stage, which means only one thing. I'm going to hand it on over to these 2 wonderful casters for you. Gaskin and Schurz, it's over to you, finally.
Thanks so much, lot. Dan, Optic Gaming up against Complexity. This game 1, we already spoke about it at great length. It's going to be massively important for Complexity, and maybe just as a pace setter for Optic Gaming.
A bit of a wait, but the crowd quite rightfully giving a cheer because they have been waiting to watch a little bit more Halo, and they've been waiting perhaps to see Optic Gaming on their screen. Second place at Atlanta. Always the bridesmaid and never the bride. Will this be the tournament that they change things?
Dead zone. Scooped up the battle rifle, got moving.
He didn't do the thing.
You did. I didn't do the thing because you took so much time there that you stole it from me.
You didn't do the shield.
It doesn't feel right.
All right,
to do
okay.
it now.
Well, we'll save it for another game.
Yeah, I suppose
all right,
that's what
I'm
we'll have to
sorry,
do.
I guess.
Well, we've made people wait, so we can make them wait for that too, perhaps. Or maybe some people are happy that I haven't done that. I'm sure we'll hear all about it one way or another. 3 dead for Complexity. But they are scoring importantly. Overshield has just popped up. Trippy interested in it. Can he lock it into his chest? The answer is no. It has dropped down. Did it fall off the map or is it on that catwalk?
Yeah, if it's on the ledge, and it is on the ledge, you can see Breaking Shot just had a little peek towards it, and he's going to try and grab it himself. Formal trying to be a sneaky beaver to maybe stop that from being picked up, but now we are going to see Complexity not only in the lead, but also have an Overshield to work with as well. AB in control. C will be their next focus point.
Beavers aren't sneaky.
How many beavers have you seen?
Maybe raccoons are sneaky.
How many beavers have you seen that you can try and claim they are not sneaky?
In my lifetime, I have not seen a single beaver.
Take it up with Chris Puckett, that's all I'm saying. 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming, and Complexity. For all the talk, I was saying that, you know, the series layout, it just leans towards Optic Gaming, but with the meta changes, with the slowdown of the Bandit, with suddenly all these GAs, Complexity find themselves very much ahead here.
Breaking Shot tucking himself in the corner. Lucid did not clear his angles. Unfortunately, that means a pretty routine kill. 2 down on the side of Complexity, 1 for Optic. This triple cap is still locked in, and it is locked in tight. And you know Optic are desperately trying to get a foothold in this game.
Complexity are 90-0 up, and Ryan Noob's only just got his first kill. That just shows what the likes of Breaking Shot and Rain have been doing, and Huss, I guess I'll mention all 3 of them, just around the map to really force Optic back and just trap them at any stronghold they'd be spawning themselves over towards. And now they've got another Overshield. This has gone from bad to worse for Optic Gaming. And Lucid, for all I was saying about how he is the biggest, the best Slayer statistically across the board in the league right now, yet to find a kill.
You have got to stop saying things.
Just a curse.
Because you just curse everything now. It's bleeding through to everything. Ryan Noob, though, with the commando, double kill locked in. He has been looking pretty good all Friday morning. And now Rain. Engine 2. Optic still yet to register a point on the board. The longer this goes on, the mood will very quickly dip.
I think what's even more impressive about this current scoreline is Optic Gaming have played this map in mode 5 times in the last 2 tournaments. Complexity have only played it once. They have not had that same kind of tournament experience, but you wouldn't know it with how they are currently dominating Optic Gaming right now. Another triple cap locked in, and Optic have just not woken up yet.
And I spoke about it before this game started. This one can be snowbally. And although we might have assumed it would be Optic Gaming in the ascendancy, Complexity have come out and they're looking like a different beast here in SLC.
I mean, Complexity looking to try and gobble up this group. They already took down Quadrant, and now they're trying to take on another team that wears green. Still yet to have these strongholds being broken. And Optic, they've tried every single avenue, and now Dead Zone's even getting naded by his own teammates.
Heads on over towards Long Haul now. Applying pressure to Breaking Shot. Maybe interested in getting a trade. That's ultimately what he has to settle for. Huss and Breaking Shot on the respawn screen. What can Lucid do? He is currently sitting at 1-4-7. This is not the kind of performance we expect from Tommy Wilson.
4K camera on his face, though, doesn't look phased at the moment. They do manage to overturn this, and finally Optic Gaming will be scoring. So can we see a similar amount of control? Overshield is going to be popping very shortly. And if Optic learned anything from Complexity, it's really what you can do with that Overshield and how aggressive you can be to try and force them back off spawn.
This is the thing about this map. When you do get control, even if it is just 2 strongholds, you can really start applying pressure, putting teams on the back foot and dictating where they spawn. And right now, Rain's getting this Overshield absolutely melted away. It didn't have any sort of impact or influence on the game. B is being contested right now. Rain will ultimately fall. Better from Optic Gaming as they continue to score. And nobody seems interested in resetting B.
Well, Breaking Shot, 17 kills at the moment. Did just get taken down by Dead Zone, but Tony brought him up on the desk saying he's just one of those players that can find those routes, can find those avenues to try and get behind you. And at the moment, he has just been so successful with his routes. Has found a lot of damage off the back of it that has resulted in kills. But this is where you worry about Complexity. I said you have to be ahead, right? In every single game, you've got to stay ahead of Optic Gaming. You can't allow them to gain control. If Optic were to flip this result and suddenly take the lead, then how do Complexity respond? Their breaking of setups is certainly where they need work, and that's what they've been working on, it would seem, during event to event. But at the moment, they can't quite get to B.
Strongholds really is a game of cat and mouse, and I promise you it is a lot more fun being the cat than it is the mouse. And at the moment, Complexity are not scoring, but they are interested in capturing A. They've already got control of C, so now Complexity begin to score again. And they're hoping to hit the 200-point threshold very soon.
I like this. He used A as a little bit of a distraction, and Huss very quickly recognizes there was an opening towards B, so now they will continue to score and close in on those 200 points. And now Overshield suddenly becomes the focus for everyone on the map. A breaking shot, just so much confidence at the moment. Wanted to challenge Lucid, needed help in the end from Formal. Formal will pick up a double, which actually is going to be probably the biggest kills of the game so far for him, as it will be followed up with one more in the Overshield.
I don't know whether you noticed, but when the camera was on Breaking Shot, he was strafing whilst his character was strafing. That's how immersed he was in that fight. Formal has got to make this next choice very carefully, and it has got to be the right one too. Breaking Shot's got a couple of kills in the feed. He is going to fall. Rhino face to face with Formal help though. Rain will get the kill. And they are closing in here on a game 1 victory.
Yeah, this would be massive for Complexity, especially when you do look at that series layout and how it was trending to favor Optic Gaming across the board. It just shows that Complexity have been putting in that time between events, and they really want to make a statement here in Salt Lake City. 241, they are really about to put this one to bed.
Optic Gaming were the most successful on this map mode combination all year, but it's Complexity who claim the first win, and that was pretty routine.
That was pretty unbelievable from Complexity, especially that initial start when they got 160 points unanswered, and Optic just couldn't break through. Complexity watching every angle, making sure that those strongholds were perfectly protected. And I mean, last shot, wow, I mean, what a performance that just was. Unbelievable from him.
I think Tony mentioned that
breaking shot,
breaking shot, it's just too many shots.
Too many shots.
Yeah, shots everywhere. But the performance he put in, Tony spoke about how he does the dirty work sometimes, and some things don't show up on the stats, but we've seen there, he was having unbelievable timings. He seemed to have the read on the map perfectly.
I mean, 22 kills in the end for breaking shot. At that point, you're asking, do you want to give some to someone else on the team? But plenty of assists coming through from the rest of the squad, in particular Ryan, who put in 11 on the board. I know we joked at the start that he hadn't got a kill in the first 100 points, but he was certainly putting down the damage to ensure that the likes of Breaking Shot could find those kills on the board. But it was a game of just Optic struggling to regain any control after losing it at the start, and then back-to-back overshields. There was moments where maybe Optic thought there could have been a comeback. Complexity took a short while to break the setup, but look what it means to them. And Complexity need that, right? They need that belief, they need that hype behind them, and they need to use this now as momentum going into map 2.
Now perhaps they have the wind in their sails. This is where they found themselves against Quadrant, heading into the Slayer 1-0 to the good, Dan. Now, we spoke about the series layout, and you said it heavily favored Optic Gaming. You said it was probably going to finish in 3.
Yep.
Now Complexity have got that first win under the belt. Maybe stats don't actually matter.
Well, it's important for these stats to be presented, because then you can recognize how well a team is actually playing. Complexity are overperforming, and you could argue Optic now underperforming here in this first map. And when Lottie was asking, where do we see an opening here? I said map 2, Slayer Recharge. There is a chance, that they could be 2-0 up against Optic here in this first series. And when you look about the history between these two teams, Complexity in the last 5 matchups as an org have not been able to take down Optic. This is certainly an opening, having a map lead.
Having a look at the Slayer records from HCS Atlanta, 6-5, 4-4, so very much anyone's game, as the title does say, Dan. But tell me, we speak about confidence and how it can affect one team or another. Optic Gaming would have expected that one to go their way, and now they find themselves down, but Complexity on the other side of things, like we say, the wind now in their sails.
Yeah, I wonder what questions are being asked in the Optic camp at the moment. A slow start for them all. You just need to pick your heads up, lift that chin and say, look, we take it. Complexity are a fantastic squad. They've been practicing a lot between Atlanta and now, and clearly a very different squad than we faced back then. It was a 3-0 when they previously went up against each other in Atlanta, but that is definitely changing now because Complexity have already found a lead. Can we see Optic actually get back into this one?
So indicative of our teams in the league. You have a weakness, you go back to the drawing board and you fix some of those problems, those errors that you made in the past, and you ensure that you do not do it again. After the opening break, 3-2, Camouflage has been burned. That's good for Optic now, because they have a 3-kill lead. And this is the concern, because this is what happened to Complexity against Quadrant. When they went down by 4, or 5 indeed, they never really got themselves back into it.
I think a big focus is going to be Lucid for this game, right? I alluded to it in the pre-ramble. There was a lot of ramble.
There was some ramble.
There was a lot of it, has to be said. Lucid has the highest amount of kills on every single Slayer map, apart from Solitude, which Formal holds. Lucid has been the Slayer king throughout this season, and he's already found 4 kills, uncontested, make it 5. And that's going to be difficult to shut down here for Complexity.
Killing spree for Lucid. Formal finding faces. This is the bounce back that you would ask for if you were a member or associated with the Green Wall. And as he pushes down Long Haul now, Huss is going to slide over towards Whirlpool. Oh! Formal, you filthy animal! He is starting to cook.
Complexity won't really know what corner to turn, because there could be Formal waiting with the shock rifle when he lights another up. Almost made it 3 back-to-back, but he's used all of the ammo. That's what's important. 6-kill lead now for Optic Gaming. But this is what you expect from your heavy hitters. Formal and Lucid, they are in the team to do this, right? They are the Slayers. You look to Dead Zone, you look to Trippy for more of the assist, more of the objective work. But in a game where they were just completely overrun on Stronghold's interference, you'd be expecting an answer here in Slayer.
What an answer it's been so far. Rain over towards Glass. He will be pushing over towards Long Haul. He will now have the information of exactly where Lucid is. Rhino was slid in, got the kill and the camouflage to boot, so maybe they can start to make inroads and eat away at that deficit.
And if you're Complexity, you just want Breaking Shot to have the same freedom to roam, to breathe in this game as he did in the previous. So you want to be looking to lay down as much damage and say, look, if you want to go on a flank, go on a flank. If you want to take a route and feel like you could do some heavy work against the side of Optic Gaming, then take it. Don't restrict him here and allow him to just fly. Spread his wings.
Something I've noticed with Rhino, particularly when he has camouflage, he just does reconnaissance. He's quite happy to stand still and just ping where players are. He's not going to be caught out by a player sitting in long haul. He clears his corners, but unfortunately for him, Dead Zone gets the kill anyway without taking too much damage on his shields, which means he can push forward and have an influence elsewhere, which is cleaned up the kill on the tower. Perfect work from Dead Zone.
I think that's what's important, a player like Dead Zone, right? In this scenario where you really want to give the freedom to Lucid and Formal to be getting the majority of kills, to be taking those 1v1s, when you are presented with a 1v1, you have to win it. You will not have that many opportunities of a 1v1 when you are playing in this way alongside teammates like Formal and Lucid. But Dead Zone does just that. This is still a very tight game, though. Even though it was a brilliant start for Optic, it is only a 3-kill lead. And Complexity will know that. But this is a somewhat slow matchup at the moment. Both teams just kind of sussing each other out a little bit. Reluctant to just full-on sprint at one another. But again, this is what happens when the Bandit is slowed down a little bit.
Well, we spoke about it. Stylistically, these two teams are a very good matchup for one another. They both have a similar philosophy in how they play the game. Not willing to throw kills away. Try and minimize risk-taking. Formal goes down in tower. Breaking Shot dies elsewhere, as does Ryan Noobs. That means Optic Gaming then can put further distance between them and the boys in blue. Shock rifle for Lucid then. Camouflage has been scooped up and it's by Trippy, so they've got all the goodies.
All the goodies, but can you actually get anything done with them? Breaking Shot is going to be the first target. He's been so fearless, by the way. He has not been scared of anyone. So many times he's just burst out and challenged, and I think that's exactly what Complexity needed. They needed a player with that kind of lack of fear. Because he can just hurtle himself forward. He can throw himself into the enemy sight lines. And now Complexity, they are within 2 here, and they've just recovered a shock rifle.
Look at the aura of Rain's camera. Just a silhouette. The odd flash here and there when the screen lights up. Hoping to lock in here for his team. Gets one. Looking to line up another one onto Trippy, but he steps away and evades for the moment. Formal in tower.
Oh my.
Trippy goes down. A victim to the shock rifle. Rain's happy to do the damage and back away. Playing patiently, again, minimalizing risk.
Darth Rain really looking like a different kind of beast right now. He's got this weapon in his hands. But just notice how he is not overcommitting. He is just gaining a little bit of info from the rest of the team. You know, someone who will overcommit, breaking shot, but it doesn't matter because he's been playing so much out of his skin right now that I think Optic Gaming might even fear that he might be hurtling himself around a corner soon.
Optic all trapped in towards blue. It's going to be easy pickings then for the Complexity boys. Damage has been done. Trippy goes down. It was 4 dead for Optic. They're going to spawn over towards gold down long haul. And Complexity have the lead now. And what is that doing for the mental of Optic Gaming?
I mean, this is crazy from Complexity. The start was unbelievable from Optic Gaming. They were looking like they were in full flow state. Lucid and Formal both absolutely slapping Complexity around, but Complexity slowed it down and said, look, let's not just give them what they want. Let's not push aimlessly into shock rifles. Let's make this more about strategy. And now they've been able to find themselves tied up 38-38, and they've just given Break and Shot a camouflage as well. This could bode very well for Complexity.
And this is just it. You win game 1, it's okay, you've won game 1. You win game 2, now you have our attention. And they just seem to be spotting out these players who are hiding in corners. They are not being caught out by Optic Gaming's ratty plays.
Break and Shot doing so well to listen to the rest of the team. He gets that initial kill, and then he pushes off the back of it because he knew they were also heading this way, and now they have a 2-kill lead. The real question is, do Complexity start to feel the pressure a little bit? Because you start to think, hey, actually, this is very winnable, not just this map, but this entire series with how we're currently playing. And Optic have now slowed this down to a crawl, and they are being pegged back here by the Complexity boys.
That's how Complexity have been playing this, taking space, standing still for a moment, doing damage, and only when they feel like they have the opportunities and they have the advantage, do they push forward. They've been playing this one almost perfectly. But Optic Gaming are still there, frustratingly still there. This plasma pistol has been ever present in the hands of Break and Shot. And he's been putting it to work.
16 kills for Break and Shot. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of him this event. And we are going to be saying his name so much on this desk. 46-41 now. Complexity in full control. And it's looking ever likely that they might be taking this second map and taking a lead. What do Optic have left?
Heading into game 3, I think if I'm Optic Gaming, I put in the chat GA plasma pistol, because Break and Shot has been using that more than any other weapon right now. Really making Optic Gaming hurt. And they are just 2 kills away from putting Optic Gaming on the massive back foot, putting them in the same position that Rebellion were in. Complexity only need 1 more kill. And will it come at the hands of Ryanoop?
Ryanoop does have the ability to just lurk around this camouflage and maybe use it as a little bit of a distraction here.
Playing it patient, playing it slow. Has the camouflage now. Delaying the pop. Formal on triple stack. Trying to stay alive, but he cannot do so. And Complexity do double their series advantage.
And there was a roar as well from Ryanoop, as Complexity find themselves 2 to the good against Optic Gaming. 2nd place across the last few events. And now they are currently 2-0 down in pool play against the Complexity who finished at top 8. And again, is it a case of Complexity overperforming or Optic Gaming underperforming? In my eyes, maybe a little bit of both from what we've seen so far. Optic not able to hold on to the lead that they were able to find at the start of that game, but it was Complexity's, the way they just wrestled that game back. And again, a lack of fear. They weren't scared. They are not worried about who they are playing against. They are not worried about who is on the opposite side of that stage. There is no respect being shown with some of the pushes, and I love it. That's how you should play this game.
Showing no fear, like you say. And really putting some sort of testament to the saying, finding ice. Down in that game for large portions of it. Got the power weapons, got the power-ups, and really started to tick. Got kills, but more importantly, stayed alive, Dan, and made themselves really frustrating to play against.
As we look back at some of the highlights, I mean, Optic were up by 6 at the start of the game, and they were up by 4, and then it was only just a couple. But then it was around when Complexity were able to wrestle back that shock rifle, wrestle back control, and really take the lead against Optic Gaming. And I am surprised. I would be expecting Optic to kind of run away with the lead that they had. But you mentioned it, Complexity would just do a little bit of poke damage, and they would wait, they would communicate, they would coordinate. And Complexity now are probably starting to think, hey, actually, this is for the taking, not only Optic Gaming, but this entire pool. Essentially, if Complexity were to beat Optic Gaming here, sure, we have another team arriving from the open bracket, they would steal their seed. they would then be the second seed pretty much going into the rest of the tournament. That does wonders for your bracket. Instead of you playing a potential SSG going into the winners bracket, you could be playing an ITB, a Quadrant, for example, one of the teams that are floating in that top 8 area. This is huge for Complexity, but we do then go into Oddball Live Fire. Now, I talk about statistics, I talk about this series layout was so benefit towards Optic Gaming. They have not lost Oddball Live Fire all season long. If they lose this here, then I really do start to ask those questions about how this meta has developed, and with the GAs, has that truly been what's hurt Optic Gaming here, or can they use this now as a stepping stone, as a platform to get back into this series?
My concern is the stats have told us that Game 1 and Game 2 were only going in one direction. Game 3 tells a very similar story on the stats sheet.
Well, a slightly different story. Look at that. I mean,
a similar story, not the same story.
It's all right. Oddball has been, without a doubt, Optic Gaming's best mapping mode. They are the best Oddball team so far throughout, statistically, and you can see their record throughout the season. And here at Atlanta, it was 5-1 back in Atlanta. 68% win rate. On the flip side, for Complexity, it was very much not 27% win rate, and this is what I mean. Going from Atlanta, that had a very different meta to what we see now. If Complexity were to win here, you start to scratch your head.
Yeah, I think something you said, Cool Kids mentioned being checked, and Optic Gaming can be victims of that, Dan. Find themselves down 2 in the series. Would you be worried that they might be heading towards Checkville?
If this was their second game and they'd already taken a loss, then they probably would be heading to Checkville, wherever that may be.
Tennessee.
In Tennessee. It's in the United States. Okay. I think because they still have a follow-up game with Quadrant, Optic Gaming won't be too concerned right now, and they are ever professional. I mean, you were looking at 4 of the greatest players in Halo Infinite on your screen right now, so they know they can get back into this one. However, Tony mentioned it, he was kind of watching scrims, and you hear a lot of the communication that's going on and some of the losses that went down in scrims, and it hasn't exactly been the happiest of camps leading up to this event. And you really want a win on the board in this first series so that you can kind of throw all that away. Say, yeah, scrims doesn't matter, online doesn't matter. We're here at the tournament now, la-di-da, we are still one of the best teams in the world. But now you are facing a Complexity squad who just want to take you down in a 3-0 fashion and say, actually, this group's ours.
I think you mentioned it slightly, is that when there is some turmoil and some animosity in a camp, and winning really is the best medicine to try and solve that. You can paper over some cracks as long as you're winning and things are going your way. Now down by 2. This is when the real questions are going to be asked from Optic Gaming, because I'm not sure we've ever seen this in pool play.
I mean, we've seen slow starts from some of our top teams, right? But
Optic typically skate by.
Yeah, not usually your Optic Gaming, and especially with a series layout that does heavily benefit them, and now an Oddball Live Fire, which they've never lost. Oddball in general, which they have the highest map win percentage across the league. If they were to lose here, I think Complexity will just be really a team that we have to turn our attention to for the rest of the event. They go from a top 8 finish to now suddenly winning both of their early matchups here in pool play.
They're looking at the stats between Breaking Shot and Lucid.
That's unbelievable.
Incredible. You would expect somehow, some way that those pictures would be flipped and in reverse, and that's the stats we would expect to see. But such is the performance that Breaking Shot is putting on here.
Lucid has been the best Slayer event after event after event. So many accolades behind his name of how he performs in terms of slaying ability. And as I mentioned in the previous game, every single map on Slayer, Lucid is number 1, bar 1, which Formal currently holds. So he just gives it to one of his teammates. And Breaking Shot is absolutely doubling his performance right now. And I think we have to give credit to Breaking Shot because he has been unbelievable, arguably the best player on the map. And he has a chance now to send Optic Gaming into what could be a spiral here in this event.
Well, you mentioned there our Complexity overperforming, Optic Gaming underperforming. What we can say is Breaking Shot is performing out of his mind right now. We load into game number 3. Complexity 2 to the good. And just 1 away from putting our second seeded team to the sword, but this one looks like a false start, Dan.
Yeah, either that or a really interesting starting strategy that I was very much confused by. But yeah, we'll get that one reset for all of these players. That allows us just to gas up Breaking Shot a little bit more, doesn't it, going into map 3? But God, they must be on top of the world right now. I mean, especially Breaking Shot. I mean, there was a lot of pressure, I feel, on him when he was added to this roster. I mean, there would have been a ton of people who said, you know, Breaking should be given this opportunity. He is a player who can definitely break onto the scene, but now he is not only, you know, a part of Complexity, but he is now putting them on the forefront of a series where they arguably shouldn't even be close in.
And if you talk about, you know, wanting to cause the upset, Dan, you need players like Breaking Shot to have a performance like this, because not only do you get the kills that maybe you shouldn't be getting, but you then take space for your team and you put confidence in them as well. Complexity so far have been playing incredible, already getting the 3-1 victory over Quadrant. This is a Complexity that we have not seen before.
And I think I mentioned it on the desk before, right? You've got Rain, who, you know, had the previous event, was able to get back into things, and Complexity looked okay. They looked good at times, but top 8 finish. You could say the same for Breaking Shot. He, you know, he's had that event to kind of get used to the nerves, get used to the pressure once more, being on the main stage against some of the biggest players. And now he doesn't look like he cares. He looks like he's playing from home. He's in full recline mode, right? He's got his monitor from home. His mum's bringing him a cup of tea. He doesn't look like he is fazed by the fact he is on this stage right now.
You know Ryan Noob is loving every single second of this. Because in the past, he's had some back and forth with Formal. I remember not so long ago, he was teabagging. He ended up getting beaten in that series, and Formal had some choice words to say for him, but you know if they win this series, particularly in a 3-0 fashion, he's going to have some things to say.
And as I said, in terms of like seeding and how this could really change things if we were to see them go on to win this 3-0 here, or even just win the series. It doesn't have to be 3-0. They obviously have a really good chance of winning it at the moment. Complexity would then play what, the likes of Quadrant or Sentinels when you go into the winners bracket. You know, your 7th, 8th seeds that are up there. Like, there are so many openings for Complexity playing in this way, but also I think other teams looking at this, how many times have we been through this in events where one of the biggest teams just has a really crappy day to begin with, and the whole bracket gets shaken up, and then suddenly you see FaZe dropping out at top 6, or you see someone having to play each other in the early stages, a Sentinels versus FaZe for top 6, which we've seen far too many times. And this is what's so beautiful about this game, and with the changes that we've seen as well, it just shakes things up.
That's it. I mean, we have an idea who is going to win, but we never truly know. And we've seen it in the past with the likes of SSG, then losing to LVT once upon a time, upsetting a whole bracket. But how many times have we seen an underdog get themselves into a situation where they're 2-0 up, but head on to get reverse swept? And we're hoping that maybe Complexity don't find the same problem here again.
Will Complexity make this 3-0, or can Optic Gaming begin to get back into this one? We will find out shortly. But at the moment, I'm enjoying this fly-through. Live fire, it's
cinematic.
It's a staple now, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Once the tried and true home of Optic Gaming, but things have changed recently.
Well, certainly, I mean, the way that Optic have played so far, you really have to ask the question of, are they going to be able to recover mentally? And there is only one way to find out, and that's about getting into this action here and now. Complexity, though, I just want to watch Breaking Shot throughout this entire game. I'm going to be completely honest with how he's played so far.
Currently seem to be having some issues with the score. So we don't know who's winning, or even if this game is going to count. This could just simply be testing the server down.
I'd like to think it's live, but we will find out, and we will keep you updated. For now, just enjoy just seeing people shoot at each other. I do think that this result, if it stands, right, if Complexity are able to take down Optic Gaming, you look at the predictions, everyone was saying, oh, you know, well, Optic Gaming, some people were saying first, some people were saying third, some were saying fourth. No one predicted Optic to come second, because you just felt like this event was going to be different. And I think this is evident of that. Already with the 2-0 scoreline is evident that this is going to be a very different result from Atlanta. And the changes that we've seen, the GAs that have come into the equation, have just shaken everything up.
Now, we can only expect that because the game has gone on so long, that this is actually going to be a live game, and you and I are just going to be guessing who's winning. So that's going to be exciting.
I mean, we'll get a good idea. I'll just watch the players and see who jumps up at the end and who celebrates. But for Breaking Shot, this could be his, you know, coming to age moment, couldn't it? When you look at Halo history and you look at players that have had those tournaments where suddenly they came to life and they were able to use that as a stepping stone to either bigger teams, better teams, or they then had that moment with said team. You look at the underdog story I wonder if we're starting to see the very beginning of this with Complexity, because they weren't in anyone's predictions for the top 4, and I think if you said that this is in the top 4 for Complexity, you are probably a liar or a Complexity fan.
And how many times have we seen this story pan out? Breaking Shot or X-Player, played FFAs, played in the open bracket, eventually got his spot on a top team. He seems to be his trajectory seems to be trending on the upward side here, Dan.
All right, so getting confirmation, this is a live game. We apologize at the moment, we don't have any more but what we are seeing on our screens, so we will try and guide it through as best as we can. I can tell you that right now, Optic have 22 kills and Complexity have 21, so there is that. I have that knowledge.
So close in the slays.
Close in the slays, but for the score, I can't really allude to that.
Let's just assume it's close in the score as well.
That would be the best way to go about this one.
That's all we have, really.
Sadly,
we're making it up as we go along here, folks.
So currently, Complexity are actually up by 43 to 14 is what I'm being told, so it is an early lead for them. And that could be the beginning of the end, right? What was one of the things I mentioned right at the start of this ramble? Optic Gaming can't afford to go behind. Complexity just need to continue to stay ahead. Force Optic Gaming to be out of their comfort zone. Don't allow them to set up. The best oddball team, with an asterisk, before the updates was Optic Gaming.
And maybe that makes round 1 here so important for Complexity, just to ensure Optic Gaming can't get built up and ahead of steam. So Complexity win round 1. That could be a statement of intent here, that we're about to see the cleanest of sweeps Complexity against Optic Gaming.
Gonna be honest, this is a new one for my career.
We've seen some stuff.
I've been doing this for 8 years.
A long time.
But this is a new one for me. And sometimes you just have to roll with the punches, folks. Appreciate everyone bearing with us. And of course, we'll give you the results as they come in.
One thing we can say is we're all in this together.
Everyone. We should just start holding hands, I think.
That would be nice. My hands are a little bit cold, though.
All right, we're starting to see Optic Gaming get a few more points on the board, is what I'm hearing. Be like a radio cast.
Maybe we just blacken the screens.
We just check
it. Make it up as they go along.
We just hope at that point.
We'll just cast from behind their screens. I think we go to the main stage and cast from there.
I mean, one thing I can see, I do have access to the API, and I can see that Optic are leading in the slays now. They're 37 up to 32, so they're starting to really dominate in that aspect. And I think it would be such a shame if Complexity were to throw this opportunity away. Because I know it's only pool play, and we have seen teams struggle in pool play and then come back and go on to finish top 3 and probably even win in a tournament with how things have gone on previously. But I think if Complexity were to throw away this series, they would look back and say, all right, we really should have taken that opportunity and just grasped it. And I'm not saying they are going to throw it away. There's no evidence that they will fall to that trap. But I would have been expecting, if you showed me the series layout, which you did.
We did show you the series
did show
layout.
me. I would have
you were
said,
speaking about it at great lengths.
This is the one map and mode that Optic should definitely not lose.
Again, the stats were really leading us down the garden path here. But maybe it is. It's as simple as the changes in the GAs have really just made Complexity that much more competitive. Maybe they figured out some things.
And like that was where I stepped to, right? I sidestepped and I said, yeah, the series layout should be a dominant one for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, you sat in the fence. You sat in the fence, you did. You played devil's advocate.
I said, however, we have seen the GAs. And when the GAs came into place, and if you are watching and you didn't realize that any gentleman agreement has been made between players, we no longer see the assault rifle in play, we no longer see the shotgun in play, we no longer see the heatwave in play, and even the disruptor got taken away. No one wanted to have that and have the fun with the disruptor. So we are going to see a lot of the sandbox, which Optic Gaming arguably were one of the best teams at using said sandbox, are now restricted. But remember, they also agreed to these GAs. Everyone did, all these pros did. They opted to play this way, so they only have themselves to blame if it hurts them.
I'm just happy that the Needler managed to keep itself in play.
Somehow the Needler survived.
And we're
Dave Walsh is happy.
We are happy about it. Sniper rifle has changed hands.
Good from you.
Whilst we watch Ryanoob on the floor.
That's good from you.
And Ryanoob back up again.
By the way, I mean, when you look at Ryanoob and what he's been trying to do as a player, always we've seen Ryanoob try and build a team. He has Rain, then doesn't have Rain, then brings Rain back. Now finds players like Breaking Shot, gets Huss on the squad as well. Maybe this is finally the formula that Ryanoob's been searching for. And I think Complexity have won the first round, everyone. They've taken it. I saw that happen. I saw the fist bump. You guys see the fist bumps happen, right? Okay, good. So Complexity leading 1-0, and they are now 1 round away from taking Optic Gaming down here in pool play. And I would love to be a fly on the wall for the Optic Gaming dressing room after this, but at the same time, not sure I would
I'm not sure I would want to be, because it's not going to be a very nice place to be.
And if you're Quadrant watching this, right, you've just lost to Complexity, and now you are looking at an Optic Gaming who look pretty flawed. Do you take this opportunity and say, hey, maybe Optic are for the taking here, and maybe we can still get through this group top 2?
Well, I think when you start to at least ask the question, perhaps we weren't as bad as we thought we were playing against Complexity, and perhaps they've just been performing that well. They're now putting Optic Gaming, one of our top 2 teams, to the sword. Like you say, maybe Optic Gaming are there to be beat.
I feel a little bit like Optic right now. I feel like I'm being put to the sword here, but I'm
being put to the test.
Trying my very best to stay composed.
I can also tell you that the score was 71-45 in round 1 for anybody interested, so it was a convincing victory.
So Complexity not able to get the full amount here in Oddball, but that does show that it was closely contested, of course, as I would expect from Optic Gaming. But, you know, we spoke about it. Are you checked out now at this point if you're Optic? Do you just say GG and go next? Because it isn't the end of the world if Optic do lose here. We have to mention that because they can still go on, they can beat Quadrant, they can still finish top 2, and they still will go into the winners bracket. But it's how detrimental it can be for your mentals for the tournament going on from here.
Well, I think you mentioned it, right? Now all of a sudden they might be the team that can play an SSG and, you know, or a FaZe, or indeed a Rebellion. That's the concern that they will have now, and particularly with how they are playing. There's cause for concern that they maybe come up against a team who are a little bit hotter than they are right now.
Complexity are up at the moment, 12-5, so not many points have been scored so far. But Break and Shot is still doing Break and Shot things, by the way. 17 kills at the moment, alongside Ryonoob. They are both the biggest slayers in this game. On the other side, for Optic Gaming, Trippy also has 17 kills. Formal has 19. So Formal trying to step things up for Optic to get them back into it.
And we mentioned how important round 1 could be down if Complexity won it, and they did. We have just not seen Optic Gaming come out flat like this, ever. Sure, we've seen it in the past from other teams, but never has it been Optic Gaming. They have always been tried and true, consistent to the core. People say they're the most consistent team in the league. The second place finishers will support that thesis. Camouflage has been scooped up, and it's been handled. Rhino takes care of business. The more they get those kills as we get a little side cam of the score. So that's
this is creative, and I like appreciate this, by the way.
I like this. This is needed. Oh, it's gone!
I've never been so happy to see a scoreline, but for Complexity, you can see the way they're moving around the map, or most importantly, Ryonoob, and the way he's moving around the map is just confident. Again, like, I think they've got to this point now where they are not scared of Optic Gaming, and they are happy to challenge them in every aspect of this map. But Optic do have a lead right now. You would have seen it on that screen. Can Complexity recover this one and just sweep this completely and have a 3-0 victory against Optic Gaming?
I never thought I'd say this. I really missed the crosshairs. Ball is down and there to be played. Rhino attempted to, but the grenade blew up at his feet and ensured that would not be a possibility for him. Optic Gaming have the ball and they have a tower set up. That's important to get themselves back into this game, but more importantly, the series.
Formal has 23 kills right now, but Ryonoob has 21.
Who is this Ryonoob, by the way? Where has he been?
48-12, you can see on the score for Optic Gaming. So Complexity behind in this round, and time-wise, still 2 minutes on the clock. So still time for Complexity to work this one back. But we very much could be here, right? And we say Optic Gaming are 1-0 down in this round. They are 2-0 down in the series, but perhaps this could be the turnaround and suddenly they reverse sweep the entire thing. We have seen that happen in Halo history.
Yeah, I think if they get one round back, all of a sudden we could be thinking about a 2-2 and we're heading to a Game 5, and we know who we're going to favor in a Game 5. It's the big dogs. When they are tested, they typically have the ice.
Steadicam man earning his money today. Have to respect it.
There's the Steadicam. Optic Gaming increasing that lead. And the Slay is still very evenly matched, only separated by 8. Optic Gaming hold that lead. That's indicative on the scoreline as well. Plenty of time for Complexity to get back in this round, though. 1 minute and 33 if I squint my eyes.
Oh, Ryonoob. Ronu trying his best to recover this ball for Complexity. But right now you can see that it's still Optic holding this one, and they do have a setup over towards House. Ronu does get a couple of openers though, and almost makes it a double. That could have been the break that Complexity needed just to stop Optic running away from this one, because with only 1 minute 20 left on the clock, we are looking like it's going to be more likely 1-1 here on Live Fire Oddball.
And when we're on Ryan's POV, there's little to no hesitation in the moves that he's making. He seems to be in complete flow state. As he heads into House, ball's been dropped. It's going to be a little bit of a tussle, a little bit of a scrap, and Optic Gaming man comes out on top. So it's an 88-point lead, I want to say, Dan. And again, I'm doing a lot of squinting. But
it says 86, but it was a good try, and you are close enough.
8s and 6s look close enough.
I don't have my glasses, and I can still read it, but I'm using the screen close to me.
I am using the far screen.
Yeah, that's the mistake that you're making. But it looks like Optic might be able to take this second round, and Complexity going to really struggle from this point to get back into it, but they still will have a third round to work off. And there's the confirmation. So Optic Gaming tied up 1-1. Could this be the beginning of what would seem like an impossible comeback for Optic?
We are just having the permanent Ryan Noob camp, and I'm here for it. Such is the performance he's been putting in all day.
I mean, stats-wise, Ryan Noob is leading the lobby. 23 kills right now, only followed by Formal. Actually, no, sorry, I lied. I can't read either. Formal's got 29 kills right now, so he's leading, but Ryan Noob leading for Complexity. And I wonder if, you know, just being this close for Complexity within touching distance of 3-0ing Optic Gaming, that also sits in the back of your mind as well. Well, we really hope we're not that team that Optic just suddenly reverse sweeps here.
Because we've seen Quadrant put themselves in this position often enough against Optic Gaming.
Yep.
And get reverse swept as well. And it always seems to stem from an oddball. Because the game type goes on just a little bit longer and you're forced to make more consistent plays, that's where you fall short. And all of a sudden you go down when you're up 2-1 and then it's 2-2 and you start to really feel the victory slipping through your fingers. 12-3 now. Optic have hands on ball. Rhino playing this one patiently.
Yeah, Ryan will just call that out as well to the rest of the team. I will say communication's been on point for Ryan, and actually the way that Complexity have reacted to communication throughout this entire series has been brilliant. Ryan Noob even yelling across the main stage now. If Ryan Noob's getting loud, you know you are struggling as a team. He really does like to rub it in your face when he's finding any sort of success, and one of my favorite players in the league. I have to say, I love players that do show the passion, whether they're behind, whether they're ahead, doesn't matter. I just want to see players having a good time.
He is never short of passion. That's one thing that you can say for Ryan.
FYI, on the little pip there, it is Complexity in red, so they currently have a 25-12
why not,
lead.
Dan? Why not flip the colors as well? That's the kind of day we're having. 25-14, so it is Complexity that hold the lead here, contrary to the colors above your screen. Ryan's going to fall. And the ball will remain in Optic Gaming's favor now. And they do have the option for a play ball, I would hope.
Still plenty of time for Complexity here. They don't have to panic. Yes, they've lost the ball, but Rhino just full sends it over top middle, and that is dangerous. It maybe has opened up for a flank from a teammate, potentially. You can see on the outlines there is a teammate that has just got the job done. Maybe the ball got played. But I think if you are going to commit so heavily to top mid, you have to be communicating that to a teammate. There needs to be a flank going alongside it, because otherwise you're just going to put your team at a 3 versus 4 disadvantage. Something you're very guilty of, Shurs.
I am. I really am.
So am I.
I do favor a flank as well. Something that actually was incredible to listen to as I got to listen to an interview with APG, and he spoke about how sometimes when you're making pushes, you count the grenades that are being used against you. So you know that your push might be a little bit more successful now because you've counted the grenades that the enemy has used. And maybe that's something that you have to take into account here, particularly when you're pushing tower.
Yeah, just relaying that information as well, of course, to the rest of your team, so that they also know that maybe they're going to have a more comfortable push. For example, over Nest, right? You push Nest and you are always going to be vulnerable to grenades, but if you've counted enough nades, you know they're not coming. Well, maybe you can make that push across. Now, Complexity have a lead, 44-32 here. And maybe some ball control, and maybe this could be the beginning of the end for Optic Gaming in this series. And that really would be something. You know, I've alluded to it. The stats were all in the favor of Optic Gaming, especially Oddball. And it will tell us the biggest story is this update, and certainly the GAs maybe have just changed everything we know about Halo Infinite.
I mean, even right now in this game, Optic are actually outslaying Complexity. It's 119 to 104, making that 120 now, as Optic have gotten yet another kill. But it's what Complexity do when they have the advantages, when they have control of the ball. They minimize the mistakes they make, and they maximize the amount of ball time that they can get from the objective.
I mean, Formal has been slaying out of his mind so far in this game, by the way. Ryan Noob also doing the same job on the side of Complexity. And when we've been seeing on our screen the amount of engagements that Ryan has been able to find success in, but Formal's just hit 40 kills. However, they are close to losing this series 3-0.
I mean, every player on Optic Gaming right now is positive with the exception of Dead Zone, who is -1. And they find themselves down in the round and down, equal in the game, but down in the series, excuse me. So a lot of work to do for Optic Gaming here, but not out of it just yet.
That's not good. We'll see what happens there, but Complexity did have the lead. And certainly Optic Gaming struggling. And this is, you know, this is going to be so difficult to come back from if Optic Gaming do lose the series 3-0. And I really would love to, you know, chat with the Quadrant boys and see how they're feeling about coming into this next series as well, if they are to face Optic in this matchup.
All of a sudden, you might be thinking this isn't the Optic Gaming, the beast that we're typically used to. But then again, maybe Optic Gaming come back in the next series more irritated than ever, and they poke the bear. Complexity do have the ball, and they're rotating. And they've got tower control now. And they must have a pretty significant lead here from the way the game's been played out.
Yeah, I think maybe some sort of issue there for Optic Gaming. We will find out, we'll get confirmation, but at the moment, it was a Complexity lead. But I think we are going to have this one maybe reset in this game. So we'll see what happens with confirmation, but certainly we saw something was weird there for Dead Zone. But we'll let you guys know when we find out as well. Apologies, and thank you for sticking with us for that game. We tried our best. I think you did a really good job, honestly.
You didn't do too great. You could have done with picking it up, to be fair.
I could have done better?
Yeah,
you haven't even done shields up, weapons hot yet, so
That's
I'm not
your
talking
fault.
to you.
You just took so much space.
All right, whatever.
You didn't allow me to breathe. What we can say is round 3, we'll get it figured out as to who has the lead, how many seconds that's going to be by, but perhaps then we'll get a crosshairs and some overlay back.
I mean, that's what we'll hope for. I mean, what we can say, with 100% security here, Optic Gaming not looking like the Optic that we saw in Atlanta. Optic Gaming not looking like the second place team from the previous events that maybe could be looking for that first place as well. Instead, they look like a team a little bit dejected, a little bit lost. Again, early days, it is just Friday. Complexity on the flip side, look like a completely different side, but for the better. Breaking Shot arguably having his best event yet already with the first couple of games so far. Statistically an anomaly, but a good anomaly.
And you then wonder, you pose the question, just what is the ceiling of this Complexity team? Finishing top 8, getting eliminated by ITB last event. Are they now looking above and a top 6 finish? Are they trying to challenge the likes of Rebellion and Pure for a top 4? Such as the performance they've been putting in, particularly today. They look like a different beast, a different animal. And Optic Gaming the same, but for the opposite reasons.
Well, we'll have a moment to get everything sorted, of course, between these two teams and give you that information when it arrives to us as well. But this has been, I mean, quite the series for various different reasons. But certainly one thing I can tell you, I mean, I have to give every bit of credit to Complexity with how they've played and how they've prepared for this event. In scrims, they looked successful. I mean, in online tournaments as well, Complexity did look like a different team. To go from top 8 to then be competing in this way against a team that's finished second place for the last couple of events is really just indicative of how well rehearsed they are and what a team that Ryonu's been able to build and the vision that he had when he put these 4 players together.
I mean, you talk about online performances, people will say online results mean nothing. One thing we know is they don't mean everything, but they definitely mean something, and they're translating the optics, the performances against the likes of Optic from online to LAN as well.
So confirmation in our ears, we are going to be restarting that third round, so it will be 1-1 between the two teams. and Complexity will have a lead. I believe it was 70-40, so they will continue the lead they had before the issue arose. We'll have to see whether Complexity can close this one out now, or with this brief pause, if Optic had the opportunity just to say, guys, let's lock in, focus up, because we're about to be going 0-1 in pool play.
Yeah, you'd expect that the reset button would have been pushed long before now. And if they've really started to have that conversation when down 70-40 in the final round of oddball before being clean swept, there would be concerns and there would be some problems. I think only down by 30 seconds in this round, so definitely doable, Dan. But then again, any mistakes that they make from here on out, they don't have too many more mistakes to make before Complexity do complete that clean sweep.
And for the rest of the tournament, the teams are going to be looking at this series, and you're going to have the big teams, or the bigger teams, excuse me, SSG, Shopify, which, by the way, actually, some point we'll find out what happened to Shopify. They were 2-0 down against Cloud9. What's happening in this tournament? SSG, FaZe licking their lips, saying, all right, Optic maybe are here for the taking here, but if you are one of the top 6, top 8 teams, you're saying, actually, Complexity suddenly are going to be surpassing us with a performance like this. I think this might be the craziest results that we see at an event so far this year.
I mean, you talk about how FaZe and SSG might be looking at Optic saying, oh, they're there for the taking, but maybe there's another thing entirely here. You ask, are Complexity now going to be a problem for us? Beating Quadrant so comfortably, now appearing to do the same thing to Optic Gaming. There's reason to be concerned.
By the way, confirmation elsewhere, Shopify Rebellion are back into it. It's 2-2 against Cloud9. So they were 2-0 down, and they are now back into it, and it's going into a game 5. So maybe that's something Optic can play off of here. Maybe that's a little bit of hope they can have that they won't have any idea about, but...
You think they've taken their headphones off? So what's the score of that Rebellion game? 2-2? Right, let's do that, actually.
No, they definitely wouldn't even care, because they are going to be very focused on the task at hand. Well, that man on your screen was playing Halo 2 last night.
Second place, actually.
Second place, actually.
him and Elamite.
Just Optic Gaming just can't catch a break.
Yeah.
Always second place.
Playing against Walshy and Strongside, by the way, who finished first.
I do want to say something, right?
I'm listening.
Walshy and Strongside were practicing leading up to that.
They were, they're sweaties. Sweatbags.
And I don't think anyone else was practicing. But we'll go into that a little bit later, because there's fist bumps. You know what that means. The game is going to be starting. And fingers crossed, everything will be on our screens here. Because this has been just an absolute blinder that we've seen from Complexity so far. Very unexpected, especially with the series layout at hand.
I feel like we've been blindsided, flashbanged by this performance from Complexity.
I mean, Optic have as well.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be feeling the same way, saying, where has this Complexity team come from? Where were they last event when we 3-0'd them? Where were they the event before when we 3-1'd them? And the event before that where we 3-0'd them? Optic have always had the number of Complexity, but maybe is a passing of the torch here as we get back into the game. And ladies and gents, good news. We have a scoreline to work with, but Formal starting right back from where he left off. Remember, he had like 40+ kills before we left this game. Can he be the one to lead the charge to get Optic back into this?
I think he's been trying to lead the charge. The Slays already say that. Perhaps looking for a little bit of help from the rest of his teammates. Maybe Lucy can turn up here. Sniper rifle overlooking camouflage, just getting back down. A sliver of shields left. Huss dives in the window, gets the sniper rifle control. Oddball is there to play with as well. Reminder, they only need 30 seconds here. There is 5 minutes to play with, so Complexity can't use the clock as a difference maker here. Optic have it all to do.
Well, they do shut down the camouflage. That's something for Optic Gaming to work with here. And you can see they are very quick to push and press and not allow Complexity too much ball time. You can't allow them to just get that scrappy time and slowly but surely scrape their way to a 3-0. Remember, Optic Gaming have never lost this map in mode all season long. And they have the highest win percentage on oddball in general across all of the maps. Complexity have a chance to turn all of that around in their favor. 81-68. Breaking Shot, who has been unreal so far this series, and he looks to carry it on.
Complexity really turning the screw here. And they've got the setup they want. Now the next couple of kills go their way. It's going to spell disaster for Optic Gaming. This push has got to be flawless. It's got to be perfect. They've lost a couple of kills. Complexity closing in on a clean sweep against the green wall. 1 second required, and they get it. Complexity, clean sweep, the green wall.
What a result that is for Complexity, and what a moment for those gentlemen on your screen. Sure, it's only pool play, but now they have the opportunity to top this pool, steal that seed, and arguably have a far more favorable bracket as they move forward. On the other side, though, for Optic Gaming, questions have to be asked. What happened? A series that looked good for them off the back of tournaments where they finished second place after second place, but they just couldn't get past Complexity.
It's the Texas rivals, it's Complexity, who have come out on top for the first time, possibly ever.
I mean, certainly in the last 5, right? We've seen the last 5 matches have all gone in favor of Optic Gaming, and now Complexity, they break that streak, they break that curse. And Optic have to go back to the drawing board here.
With Quadrant on the horizon, Complexity have already got the job done so far, and they've only got the open bracket team to worry about now. So they might be sitting pretty there. And like you say, stealing that second seed could be pivotal in their performance and in their results at the end of this tournament, excuse me.
I mean, job done, day done for Complexity. Smiles all round. They know they can just sit back, kick up the feet, relax, and start to think about that open team you were talking about. And I'm sure they'll be watching very interestingly towards the likes of Quadrant to see how they do against Optic Gaming as well.
Well, Dan, we spoke about if Ryan Noob had won this series, how he would have some things to say.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise to me that he is standing beside Blaze and gave him a fist bump, and he's definitely got some things to speak about.
Yes, he does, Shurzy and Dan. Salt Lake City, make some noise for Complexity as they come away with a 3-0 victory against Optic. And I got Ryan Noob on the stage, and, you know, Ryan, I don't know if you heard Shurzy and Dan, but they said, you know, we got Ryan on the stage, and we know he has something that he wants to say in this moment. Now, I don't know what that may be, but I do got some questions for you. This series, 3-0, okay? You know, just talk to me. Were you surprised about the performance of Optic here going against you guys right now?
I mean, it's not just the performance of Optic. We beat Quadrant as well, and they're supposed to be really good. Optic's supposed to be really good, and we just demolished, really. We played really well, and it's hard to tell if we're playing really well or if other teams are kind of playing bad on a Friday. So we really got to take this momentum into Saturday and win our match.
You know what? I think we can all say that you guys are playing damn good on this main stage. Quadrant and Optic going down to you guys. So you're sitting at the top of the pool, okay? Now, in this series, you guys were up 170-0 in the first map. You guys were down 6 in the Slayer to come back and win that one. Talk to me about your momentum after coming out of those 2 difficult situations against Optic, being up, being down, and having to keep that composure into that map 3. What was the comms like going into that map 3?
Oh man, our comms right now are beautiful. We're doing everything that we talked about, online, everything that we wanted to bring to this lane, we're doing it. We prepped well for Optic, and we figured out what they wanted to do, and we kind of countered it. Again, hard to tell if that was because we did good things or if they did bad things. Yeah. But for the most part, we're just flying. Like we're doing exactly what we want to do, and it showed in these 2 series.
Definitely did show. Now, someone else who was showing out on that main stage was Breaking Shot, okay? Talk to me about his performance and how is it teaming with him?
This is what we picked him up for. We knew he was capable of this. He did it to us all the time, and we were like, God, we got to pick this kid up. We haven't proved it, we haven't proved it that well until today, and he's been playing incredible Halo.
Definitely has been playing incredible Halo, okay? Now, I'm going to let you guys go and get ready for that last match of the day so you can see if you can sweep these pools, but what do you want these Complexity fans to know that's in the chat, in the venue, that's a fan of you and the squad and organization?
Hey man, it's amazing always out here having the fans just cheer for us, because normally we don't have that many fans. So for the side station match, we had 1 fan who was just screaming at the end of the game, and that felt great. So no matter if it's 1 or if it's 100, we love you guys.
They love you. Don't matter if it's 1 of 100. Complexity is going to get it done. Break the series down with the boys.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I gotta say, that was unbelievably wholesome at the end there. Love hearing that from Ryan, but I also love the honesty coming out of Ryan as well on that main stage. You know, he said, listen, day 1, it can often see the best and worst of teams. You're not quite sure who you're going up against and what you're gonna be thrown on that main stage. But he was like, you know what, it doesn't matter because we were frying, we were playing our game. And actually, he made a big point of what we were talking about ahead of this series. And it was, were they ready for what Optic were cooking up? This series was so in their favor, Shurs. It really was an Optic series to win. Complexity, they were ready. They'd done their VOD review, they'd done their research, and they took the dub.
I think the main takeaway I have from that interview from Ryan is the awareness that he has. Were we playing that good, or the 2 teams we're playing against just having a slow tournament so far? I think him recognizing that as well, maybe just trying to keep his own teammates and their expectations in check ensuring that they keep a level head here heading into tomorrow for that open bracket team and beyond.
I think it was what we mentioned, right? When you see a series layout that does favor one team going in favor of the team that should be losing, in theory, then it tells you that either the team is overperforming or one is underperforming. I think it was a mix of both. I think clearly Optic were a little bit rattled after a couple of those games, and especially that first game. I mean, it was so dominant in the early stages by Complexity, and Optic never really recovered.
And talking about breaking things, breaking hearts for the Optic fans, breaking shots. I mean, Tony, this was incredible. Some real stardom coming forward from that series, and breaking shots, Tony was up there.
Yeah, for the people who've been paying attention to the Open Series tournaments and the qualifiers, you've been seeing what Breaking Shot has been doing, not only to, the competition that they have to run up against when trying to go up against the top 16, top 12, and top 8, but also against the best teams in the world. So to me, it was no surprise that he comes out and shines against the Optic Gaming as far as the stat-wise. For me, it was more of a surprise of how dominant they looked in that game number 1 and then carried it out from there. But for me, I know Breaking Shot's going to get his, and you see it on the stats right now. He definitely got his.
He certainly did indeed. On the other side of things for Optic Gaming, I'm sure a lot of question marks coming out from a lot of fans here, wondering what on earth happened day 1. Now, look, I'm not here to make excuses, but I do know a few things happening behind the scenes, and I do know that Dead Zone is feeling pretty unwell right now. You probably noticed it on the cam, on our player POV. He was wiping his forehead with a towel. He is not feeling well at all. And I got to say, in terms of his stats, they are kind of showing that, but he's also keeping up with things. I think that's testament to how good he is as a player, how his team can rally around him. So things weren't going their way. It's not an excuse. I understand that, but I'm just saying the facts.
Well, I think the concern then is if Dead Zone is ill and still performing, still putting in like the same amount of damage that Lucid is. Dan spoke about at the start of the series. The key to beating Optic Gaming is to shut Formal and to shut Lucid down. Well, they got one out of the two, and that managed to be the complete clean sweep. We didn't see the performance from Lucid that we expected.
No, we didn't. I mean, there was a glimpse in that Slayer game where Lucid started to pop off at the beginning, but how Complexity slowed that game down and said, actually, we're not going to fall into this trap. We're not going to start running aimlessly. They had a plan for every single kind of push that they had, any sort of defensive option. And I think that is down to what Rhino was saying. They came prepared for this series.
They certainly were indeed, and preparation is key, especially for a strategic based team like Optic Gaming, where you tear apart their teamwork, you will tear apart them. And that's exactly what we saw coming out of Complexity here. And just to kind of push us into the full circle moment, tie a little bow on it, Gaskin, we talked about things that could potentially be factors, right? And one was definitely the meta change, but also the GAs and how that would affect Optic. Now seeing what you've seen in the series, what would you make of how they're kind of developing with these changes, how they're looking with these changes? I know there are a couple of different factors, outward factors, illness, etc. But what did you make of that?
I mean, if I didn't know about the illness, I think one of the factors would be GAs. I think Optic Gaming were the forefront of the sandbox for the majority of seasons we've had in Halo Infinite. The use of the heat wave, for example. How many times have we seen Trippy go on a tear with the heat wave? Yeah. When you take a lot of the benefits that Optic were able to find with those weapons away from them, they just need to find new routes to success. And they were still having those moments, like Formal, still 40+ kills, was still doing damage as well. I just think that they fell victim to falling behind too often. And sadly, they didn't have the weapons to get them back in the game because there was nothing to fight for now. There isn't a heat wave that you can go and fight for that can get you back in the game. There isn't a Bulldog that can save you when you are down by 10. And I think that was evident. They just have to make sure they stay ahead and not go behind against teams like Complexity.
I'm taking a look at the stats, and they still did decent with the power weapon kills. Were able to get at least 8 power weapon kills to Complexity's 2, as far as, with the damage that gets done and actually finishing the kill. But normally in a matchup like this, we have a live fire, a recharge, an interference as well. That's usually closer to 12, 13, 14 power weapon kills come out of Optic Gaming. So just to kind of lend to that, I agree 100%. It definitely matters as far as the weapons that are no longer in play.
Indeed, we have the stats to back it up. Let's see what Optic Gaming can do on the back foot, though. Complexity 3-0 Optic Gaming. They are ahead in their pool right now. What will our open bracket team bring to that one? We'll have to find out tomorrow. But coming up next, we have 2 teams who did face it off in Atlanta, and things did not go the way of that hometown team, FaZe. Pure, they were looking so good. Can they do it once again? A grudge match on the cards. Revenge, is that what's cooking up? It's Pure versus FaZe, coming right up after the break.
The HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
Yeah, it's like that. But oats overnight is better. It's an oatmeal shake with over 20 flavors and up to 20 grams protein. Spend 30 seconds the night before and wake up to a healthy grab-and-go breakfast you'll actually enjoy. Oats overnight. Try it out, and you'll understand.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Extermination. Extermination.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again for your Halo World Championship Grand Finals.
As you can see, we have a packed house for this Grand Final.
Oh, that's right! Double make it a triple kill! Just gonna jump out and no-scope the triple kill. Wait, and he do it all! Listen, you man!
And SSG, they will be champions here in Arlington. London, the Knots to FaZe. Give it up for Spacestation Gaming Atlanta, your champions here. And FaZe Clan will be your Halo World Champions.
HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
Welcome back, Halo fans, and welcome to the HCS Salt Lake City Major. Now, the forecast did not have upsets this early on, but here we are. And you never know what the weather may bring in, and so far it has been crazy. Wow, day one, Wes on set, Brav back again. I didn't think, for the first part this morning to be talking to you about the fact that we just saw Optic at 3-0 by Complexity. Quadrant also went down to Complexity. Complexity heading up their pool and just unbelievable scenes. Cloud9 putting in the work. Some underdogs are really here to play, and I think it's because we talk about how important this last major of the season is, where it is all to play for, and the underdogs are out to bite.
Right, the competition couldn't be any stronger. We keep saying it, but it keeps proving itself to be even stronger than when we said it the last time. These teams that are in that second tier, that third tier, are really, truly starting to be a threat. And a team in Complexity that I don't think anybody really predicted to have high hopes for comes in and beats Optic Gaming like that. That is a statement from Complexity. I think that they're knocking on the door of being the first seed in their pool surely after that win. And with that, they're going to give themselves the best opportunity they've had in years at a tournament.
It's a statement for sure. Hard work very much coming forward from Carl. Can't wait to see what they're cooking up going into tomorrow. But the main stage match coming up now is FaZe versus Pure. We saw these two match up in Atlanta, and I smell a little bit of a grudge match rivalry forming between both of these teams. What Pure were able to do to FaZe was unbelievable, and to be perfectly honest, not expected in the slightest. We've seen them actually kind of tee up many times in scrims on LAN, all sorts of things, and FaZe always had the upper hand. But for me, Tarlik was a huge part of that win, not only physically, but his presence on the stage for his team is what made a massive difference there. 1.54 coming out of Tarlik, and he was popping off with a sniper. This man was everywhere on set. He's going to have to be shut down in this series if we want to see FaZe kind of bounce back and show them what they're capable of.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting name to talk about as well. You can pick kind of any name on Pure for what they did back in Atlanta and how well they performed. But this was the statement series for me. This is the one that really put them on the map. And if you're a team like FaZe, you don't want to be the team that's put on the map by an underdog who comes out and put that big series on the board. But I want to talk about Tarlik a little bit, because I feel like after year one of the Halo Championship Series for Halo Infinite, he was a name that I was expecting at some point to make a step up to maybe one of those big organizations, the teams that were going to be going on to win titles. And it didn't quite work out like that. But now he's starting to show once again like what talent he has, what a consistent performer he has as well. And whenever you're looking at numbers for Tarlik, it's very rare that he has bad numbers. He's always super consistent, especially when it comes to those Slayer game types as well. So he's a player certainly to keep an eye on, and I just think that for Pure, this is a big tournament to prove the last one wasn't just a great run. They need to now announce themselves as a contender ahead of Worlds.
That's the big question. Another one that I have for you, Clutch, is what did Pure do right in that series? What was just really kind of piecing together to get that dub?
I think they came out and set the tone so quickly in that series. They put FaZe Clan on their back heels, which is very difficult to do, but the pace that these guys play at when they are having success, when they do find their flow, is known to be the speed of SSG. And if we've seen FaZe fall short at times, it's when they don't have that map control. It's when the game appears to be chaotic. I think a team like Pure immediately benefits from creating that chaos. They seem to flow throughout that chaos and actually have their success there. So if they can create that chaos for FaZe, make the game feel unstructured, zero rhythm for FaZe, that's where they'll have their advantages.
On the flip side of things, talking about FaZe, now bringing them into the conversation, is really what happened, what went wrong, what were the outliers in that series, because they have played Pure many, many times before. They have plenty of reps and they know what to expect. So what happened? What went wrong? Frosty, I think, having a 0.67 in that series is something you do not see. It is a rare occurrence, but it can happen to the best of us. I don't think we're going to be seeing that happen again. I think when you look at all 4 FaZe players, when they are playing even their A or B game, what could happen, Rob? What might we see from this rivalry, from this grudge match, if we're seeing even in an A or B game being played by FaZe?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of how each team comes out in the game, number one. I think the one thing that stuck out for me from last shot is he said, we just tried to punch him in the mouth. And I think that went a long way, especially because Pure was already messing up the bracket. Let's not forget, FaZe would have had eyes on the fact that Pure took Optic to a game number 5. And I wonder if in FaZe's head they're thinking, right, Optic's not the same as they've been the last few seasons. Pure probably came out hot, let's not worry. Mark and I have talked about it at length, but the fact that I think FaZe now, right, no excuses. They're going to be ready for whatever speed, whatever pace that Pure brings. And I think they're going to be ready for them right here in game number 1.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. I also think in terms of FaZe, they have been going away, working on their base level. They are trying to deepen their map pool. I feel like this is always something that they are working on. To have a deeper map pool is always going to bode very well. I feel like they don't have outlying strengths. I think that's something that FaZe kind of bring. They kind of rely on their teamwork, their skill level, but having that base is so important to this team.
Yeah, traditionally they don't look at a map pool and say this is strong or weak for us. It's more of, is this strong or weak for the other team? And usually if the answer is that this is weak, that's where we see FaZe can really dominate. If it's strong, that's where we see contested series across the boards with some of the best teams in the world. I think FaZe have got to figure out how to find strengths, though, to be able to look confidently at a map pool and not see something that we know the other team is great at. That's the mentality of a team that maybe isn't considered the favorite. When you're the underdog, that's how you're looking at a map pool. Did we get good or bad maps? I think FaZe are so traditionally looking at a map pool and saying, all right, this is 5 of the map mode combinations that we know that we're great at. When FaZe are in their flow, it doesn't matter what game type they're playing. It doesn't matter what map they're on. They're going to be dominant. I think for them to find their base is really just to feel comfortable in the server. I think that that's such an important quality to find at the start of a series, especially against a team like Pure that's going to try to punch you in the mouth.
Onset, looking at this map pool here, I'm thinking that CTF Empyrean is looking pretty good for FaZe. I think that's one of their stronger flag games. They are pretty comfortable on Empyrean. Then moving across this map layout, what are you noticing? What is kind of sticking out, and how could this version 2 of this grudge match happen?
I think it's interesting you say V2 as well, because I feel like a lot of these game types have started to have a V2 to them as well. We watched King of the Hill a little bit earlier. We didn't go the distance when it came to like Hill's capped, his time off the clock. It's taken a little bit longer maybe to set up and break some of those holds, and the same thing can be said about Stronghold. So I'm interested to see how both these teams approach it, and you mentioned at the top of the show where it's like, pacing is going to be a big thing at this tournament with how the games are structured. And I think for FaZe, it certainly plays into their hands a little bit, especially against a team like Pure, who like to play fast, who like to disrupt the timings that you would expect. So for FaZe, I think that the changes we're seeing with the Bandit in combination with some of these maps and modes certainly does favor them. And I will say, like, outside of the technicalities of games and game types, I think FaZe are going to want to beat them just to prove a point here. It's more than just, you know, we're looking at games like we're looking at a series. It's like we don't like losing to anyone, especially a team like Pure, and we are going to come back for revenge here at this tournament.
I have it on good authority that they are absolutely starving for this revenge grudge match. So FaZe, let's see what you've got going up against Pure. You were let down last time in your home major. What have you got this time around, Brav? Onset, it's over to you.
Well, let's find out then. This is the opportunity for FaZe to maybe right the wrongs that they see happened back in Atlanta. But for Pure, on the flip side of that, you got to say this is a point to prove that it wasn't just one event. It was a standout performance that we can expect to see time and time again. Starting off with Snake Barn on POV, he's going to get the rockets almost immediately.
What a treat this is going to be here, the grudge match that we've been waiting a long time for. And guess what? The players on the blue side of the stage, they've been waiting for a long time for this one as well. They want to get revenge. Let's not forget, 3-0 result for Pure, the upset that sent them into the top 6. A forced trade comes in there from Talik.
Frosty going to get the overshield off the rip as well. So a lot of power on the map is already in the hands of FaZe. Royal 2 going to be supporting Frosty here, or should I say vice versa, as Royal 2 is escaping with that sniper rifle. And look at the damage that they have to play off here. Frosty with the simplest of double kills, and he still has a third of the overshield.
Very straightforward, as you say. A little bit of repulse as well to just get up to the back of Sword and help him get this one as well. The overshield helps that. And sure, it's not a trade against Last Shot. They will maintain Sword control here off the opening. They're still going to be pushing here. Now here comes the push on tower.
Drock trying to stay alive on that tower. You can see Snakebite combining with Renegade, excuse me. Will finally deal with the final member on their side of the map. And it's been a methodical approach to the start of this game here from FaZe. Taking their time, waiting for some damage before they play off of it, and Frosty is doing exactly that once again. Just playing these sword angles beautifully, shots coming in from teammates, and now he can push towards the courtyard, try and wrap through to capture that flag.
As we said, FaZe Clan know what they need to do in this game. Number 1, 3 dead. Tolek's your last player, as you can see on your screen. Should be back base. Tolek tries to hide in the Cuts corner. Good damage comes down. Ooh, but enough damage actually that Cherish is able to come in and pick up some as well. So you thought with Tolek as the last player alive there that would have been it. Eventually a trade comes in on the first BR as well, but interesting series of events there. It's a good hold. Tolek, last player alive. He stays alive just long enough for Cherish to wrap on the first BR.
Yeah, I will say as well, there's a lot of discussion, understandably, about some of the players that we saw from Pure back in Atlanta. A lot of talk about Last Shot, understandably, a breakout tournament for him. Drock, the return, lots of talk about his performance, and Tolek we already mentioned on the desk, but I think Cherish had a really, really good event as well. He was the player who was doing a lot of the messy stuff. He was getting double kills in and around strongholds. He was the one who was getting the trades that would keep them in the game for a few more seconds. So the full unit of players for Pure working so well back in Atlanta, but at the moment, even though FaZe look like they're in the upper hand when it comes to Slays, really struggling to get that flag moving, even kind of get into the base that's being defended so well by Pure.
There was 3 dead there. Snakebite was your last player alive on the opposing green. You saw him go training side here. Looks like he's actually going to rally back with Royal 2 on a green push. 3 dead. Drock is your last player alive for Pure.
Snakebite going to get the rockets for the second time in this game as well. Still got 2 to play with, so this is fresh off the rack. Fires a blind one into S1 after getting a little bit of a peek of some of those players. Drock's still alive though and overextended, and Snakebite looks like he's aware that someone is missing. They're trying to track him down, but they're not able to find him yet.
It's interesting. They're aware, and now they're really going to be aware where the flag's going. This might be an easy pre-rocket that comes in. It doesn't hit because Drock actually goes back ramp. Maybe not even any splash damage based on the hit markers. This could get interesting.
Yes, it's very, very interesting for a number of reasons. One, it was Drock behind enemy lines, getting that flag moving, but he also had a little bit of support, and now Snakebite's going to have to turn his attention to Drock, who has that sniper rifle and is trying to hit some big shots. However, not going to happen. FaZe do a good job to defend their side.
Oh boy.
And they have that flag back already, so this is going to be a return coming in. Snakebite sends it home.
Wait.
But just as you thought the Royal 2 was going to have a comfortable ride home and put them up by 1, overextension coming through that long haul from Pure.
Does Snakebite go for a touch here? Let's see. Right now he's going to need to hold down tower. That return's coming in quick. We'll see who's going to be there on the cuts for the grab.
One thing that FaZe always do so well in these situations is get the timing right.
Yep.
Damage is coming in. They are playing for these kills, but is there anyone positioned for that flag touch?
No.
It looks like the answer is no, like you say. They're going to let that one go home. Maybe just worried too much about the counter cap there.
Yeah.
If they go for that and desperate, then Pure too good to not let that opportunity slip.
Interesting. I mean, exactly. Snakebite did everything he was supposed to do in that situation. You get tower, you get angles, you get kills. Unfortunately, because of exactly where it was on the plat, you couldn't make a cut jump. Whoa! Triple with the insta-splode. Beautiful stuff here. Let's see if they can get a pull.
Well, all of a sudden, Frosty's woken up here, and now he's going to find another. It's a triple followed by a headshot, followed by a body shot, and everybody
oh my
from
God.
Pure right now is finding out just how much FaZe want this, and this man on your screen is taking over the tower.
Oh my God. Base is popping. Bodies are dropping at the hands of Frosty. That flag goes in off of the Frosty killing spree, and my God, what a highlight reel to pair alongside it.
Not much you can do in that situation if you're Pure. Frosty on top of your tower, just hitting shot after shot after shot, creates the opening, and he's still going here. Frosty is 14-5 as FaZe put that first flag in.
3 still dead. Last shot's the last player alive. My God. What a statement here from FaZe on the early opening. Of course, there's a lot more game to play yet, 7 minutes on the clock, but they are firing on all cylinders right now.
More damage, more shots, more rockets here for FaZe as well. Tolek, his last player alive, manages to cut the flag down. However, the overshield now goes over to the side as FaZe as well. And we mentioned the rockets, we mentioned control, we mentioned the flag is moving. Well, Royal 2 has a chance to support with the overshield, but it looks like they're going to be able to defend.
Tolek, I think maybe like somehow a dodge splash damage from a rocket around first BR or something. Obviously we didn't have the POV, but that was bizarre that he somehow stayed alive. This really should be 2-0 FaZe right now, but Tolek with a huge single-handed effort from the first BR to not only get the kill on the flag carrier, but also thereafter get another kill on the first BR, so we will stay here at 1-0.
Nothing more frustrating than when you're sitting in that rocket corner trying to play sneaky and someone just checks it with a grenade.
Yep.
FaZe checks it, gets that information, and then you look a little bit silly. But on the flip side of that, if it works, you make your opposition look a little bit silly. Frosty now looking for more kills. 16 to his name, positive 10. And there is that 17th, and now they're trying to steal away the sniper rifle. And we've seen this movie before. Tries to line it up onto Torlik. Doesn't quite connect this time around.
Gonna burn some ammo here real quick. 4 more shots. The burning might continue. Finally, 3 shots left. Cherish will take him down there in the S1. Now here over to Renegade with a snipe as well.
Ammo being burnt though, which means that now Renegade doesn't have to worry too much about Sniper being on the opposing side of things. He can just concentrate on staggering this push that's coming in from Pure. On the long haul, hits the body as well. That reaction time is, it's just ridiculous.
This man has output so much damage in the last 30 seconds. It's absolutely absurd. He's not missing anything. Here comes the push as well, once again, on the Mauler.
Snakeboy's got a sniper rifle as well, so at the moment, FaZe Clan have all of Pure pinned in and around the flag and the Mauler. Cherish finds one, and a little bit uncharacteristic not to see Renegade hit that kind of shot. Usually it's too good to miss. It feels like in a lot of situations.
Oh my, gets away with that.
How is he alive?
He becomes Stretch Armstrong and weaves his way out of all that nonsense. Might even pick up another one here.
1v1. A little bit of help comes in from, yeah, I was gonna say, maybe Druck just decided that wasn't the story he wanted to be told. For all the good work though that FaZe have done in this game, Pure's still in it. Only one flag separating the two players. Two teams, excuse me. As the Overshield and the Rockets are going to be popping pretty soon as well. Repulse up to top tower and Druck. After the double, look for that triple, but Royal 2 survives.
Would have been pretty. Would have maybe been an opening as well, but instead Royal 2 shuts it down, as you say. 4:28 left now. We'll see what Cherish can do with this Obi pop. Also, we're 2 dead for FaZe. It was 2v2 momentarily.
Royal 2, though, he managed to get 1 kill, which may just make the decisions a little bit more complicated from Pure on how they want to approach this flag run. Cherish Overshield is about to expire as well. Last shot's got some rockets, so everything is lining up here when it comes to advantages on the map for Pure, but the picks keep going the way of FaZe. And now Last Shot has to turn his attention towards his base because he's hearing some overextenders sneaking through.
See what he does here. All 8 players alive on the map. Big opportunity here for Last Shot. Needs to make sure he places correctly.
It's a really smart play actually from FaZe. I think they recognize they don't have the rockets, so they're trying to overextend, make him turn around and burn the rockets on his side of the map instead of the offensive play, which is going to be what he's trying to do now. 2 rockets still to play with though, so even though FaZe make that play, doesn't quite work out in the way that they would have wanted. Frosty going to be challenging. Takes a little bit of splash damage. There is the trade though. 2 rockets for a trade. You'll take that on the side of Frosty.
Frosty's going to be very happy with that. Not only does he get the trade, but he burns both rockets in doing so. It's a really high-value trade, high-value death there that comes in for him.
3 minutes 20 left on the game clock here. Renegade just playing slow on top of his tower. Knows that they have the advantage. They've worked for this position. And he can afford to just output damage from the tower and try and slow down this push that's now coming in from Pure. A little bit of good teamwork though. He's going to deal with him. FaZe find themselves 2 dead, but Pure find themselves 3.
Yeah, Druck's in a precarious position here. Needs to really try to, A, get out of dodge, then steal the sniper rifle, but it's not going to be easy in a 1v4 where everyone's going to be looking at that same sniper tower. Let's see what Last Shot could do with this sniper rifle on his side now as he moves up to sword 2:45 left on the clock.
There's Frosty in the kill feed. Cherish is going to find that out for himself, that FaZe have a sniper rifle in their possession. Last Shot now looking to line up a few more shots. It's the body. Pressure coming in from Sword here because he's trying to check his angles, make sure he has that escape route down. Can't quite hit that shot. Just a little bit caught off guard momentarily. Royal 2 going to take him down. That means the snipe will be down, and Frosty back on that tower once again. Just playing defensively here for FaZe with 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes left on the game clock. He can understand why.
Yeah, you saw Last Shot throw his head back there in frustration. Probably thought he at least at minimum should have gotten the no-scope beat down on the player who's jumping up in back sword. A play that you'd expect him to make each time. Let's keep an eye on this Overshield here popping right now.
Frosty going to go down for it. Cherish and Torlik though. In the feed!
Oh my word. The violent,
I mean, it's repulsive. Even though he gets a repulsor, it is just... Ooh. You thought for a second there he missed the shot. The Overshield's going to be popped, but Frosty puts things right. Still manages to pick up another kill. It's another killing spree for Frosty, and at the moment, this is the Frosty that you love to watch play Halo. When he's playing like this, there's not many better players in the world.
It looks like something out of a Marvel film. He's just walking at rockets and just throwing up a fist time after time, hitting no scopes, finishing the kills himself. That was 3 dead for the side of Pure, and as you said, It's been 6 solid minutes of defense from FaZe after that first flag.
And let's just kind of put in context how big that play is from Frosty. It's not just the kills he's picking up. He neutralizes an overshield. He takes 2 rockets out of the game. All the advantages that Pure had to put a push together, completely gone due to one man.
Wild from Frosty. FaZe Clan, by the way, outslaying 80 to 54.
That's a lot
right now. An unbelievable effort from them. 60 seconds left now. Let's keep in mind there could be a Hail Mary flag effort coming in from Pure, but it is not looking like that will be the case.
Not looking like it, but like we mentioned, it's only the one flag between the 2 teams, and Cherished finally stops Frosty. Somebody had to at some point, you felt. But the way that FaZe Clan have been able to defend their base at the moment, Pure for essentially the entirety of the game have not managed to really get that flag moving in any kind of promising way. And this could be one of the last pushes that now starts to be put together by Pure. 30 seconds left on that game clock. They've got to get 4 on the map, and they've got to get into the FaZe base.
Yeah, it would need to happen right now. Frosty, by the way, 28 and 13 in this game. Unbelievable stats when you consider that nobody else on the other side even has 20.
Well, that kill from Pure gives an opportunity to push. Cherish, though, he's going to get shut down by Frosty. But Frosty's last alive here. And Frosty's going to fall. And with 9 seconds left on the game clock, we mentioned how a 1-flag game is a risky score. If you're the team who has that lead, Renegade trying to shut this flagpole down, but Pure do have the pie chart to play with.
What's he going to do here? Renegade needs to make sure he gets a kill on the way out. He needs to work with his team. His team's overextending here. 1v1 here in the back. That's going to be at the pie chart.
Big play coming in from Renegade. Big defensive plays coming in from FaZe Clan. And with that, FaZe will find themselves up 1-0 in the series with a 1-0 win here on Empyrean CTF. And you almost felt like if Pure got that flag back, it would have been pretty unjust with the momentum and the story that was told in that game.
Certainly. I mean, final stats, by the way, in terms of the kills category, Frosty goes 29 and 14, and FaZe Clan outslays 87 to 60. Remarkable stats. I agree. A little bit too close for comfort. I think a lot of people would agree there probably should have been 2 flags on the board. To be completely honest, if Talik doesn't get that ridiculous 1v2 as a solo effort from the back of the base, it probably would have been a 2-0 flag game. In the end, though, definitely a little bit of nerves coming in for the side of FaZe when you said Frosty was last alive, gets taken down, that flag run starts. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see Pure hit the gas sooner. Renegade, it took them a minute to get to the first BR. That flag really got stuck there. In the end, they're not able to take it out. FaZe will take your game number 1. Off of a very, very dominant, overall kind of slow-paced CTF win.
I think the start of the game was symptomatic of what we can expect to see from FaZe in this series, though, right? You saw Frosty picking up so many kills in and around the sword, and then he went on that run on top of the tower that turned it into the flag cap that separated the 2 teams. That was a highlight play, I think, from the season, to be honest with you. That run from Frosty that we saw on top of the tower, this was the triple that started it all off. The insta-splode onto back tower. It is picturesque. It is artistic from the man they call Frosty.
I mean, it really wasn't that. He just kept going. Just didn't stop. I mean, hitting every shot, hitting every body, paved the way for that flag to come home. And when you have Frosty doing that, those flags are going to go, without a doubt.
One of those situations where if you're on his team and he's doing that, he doesn't have to say what to do. Just run the flag. I'll take care of everything else. Just grab that flag that's in their base, run it back, and you won't get shot once. But in those final moments as well, just talking about that final push that was put together, I think that even Frosty staying alive for 1 or 2 extra seconds in and around the flag just staggered the spawn enough for FaZe to at least get back into a position to defend this. Cool. I mean,
how about Druck? Also, keep in mind, Druck, for anyone that isn't aware, Druck is trying to play that overshield off, and in the event that he somehow gets brained like that and is forced to do a backflip, he's doing everything he can to get that off the map. He can't even get it off the map in time. That shot connects so fast.
So with that, FaZe go up by 1-0. And I think if there's a team in this building right now who has maybe a chip on their shoulder about what happened back in Atlanta, it's easy to say they underperformed. I mean, they did underperform by their own standards, by anyone's standards. But there's something about FaZe I feel like is different in comparison to other teams. When you have the audacity to write FaZe off, when conversations start about what FaZe are going to do at the next event, are they the same FaZe that we expect? It's when they play their best Halo.
Yeah. It really is. We've talked about it. We've seen them here before in this scenario where they're being doubted maybe more than ever at this moment, and you have to think that's going to continue to work in their favor as we take a look at some Slayer stats from the season.
Yeah, not bad on the side of FaZe. 17-7 with an average margin of about 5 kills as well. So that's a very, very consistent, I would say. And you've got to remember as well that FaZe usually are playing the latter end of tournaments, which kind of gives more context to those stats. So you're looking at Game 5 potential. You're looking at Game 7 potentials against some of the best teams in the world. And when we head into that and you look at the stats, we head into our new game in front of us of Aquarius Slayer. It looks at the moment like things are looking pretty rosy if you're a FaZe Clan fan.
Especially if we take those slaying stats into account, by the way. Once again, being outslayed by 27 in that game. Here we are in game number 2. If you're just joining us, it's FaZe Clan versus Pure, the rematch. Coming up in just a bit. Based on the movement, I think we're going to get a match restart. Very rare that you see the fire extinguisher strategy off of the rip.
I was going to say, maybe that's the new
safety
accepted way. Like, hey guys.
I was going to say maybe a kind of fire marshal encouraged way to start the game. Make sure you know your exits, you know your fire extinguishers, and you play it safe.
We will have a restart here. FaZe, understandably, by the way, I would assume so. We are hearing from the back that we will have a full restart of this game. FaZe playing it as if they don't see anything was wrong with the game, as you would understandably do. 7-0, they'll be thinking, we are flying right now, guys. Keep it going.
There it is. Game will end, and we'll get ready here to restart that one. But just to get back into what's going on here on the main stage, if you're just joining us, Pure versus FaZe, it's the rematch from HCS Atlanta. And just in case you don't know the history, if you've been living under a rock, Pure, of course, coming out of nowhere and 3-0ing FaZe, sending them to the elimination bracket. FaZe already, though, in a very different form, taking game number 1 Empyrean CTF. They lead in the series heading into this game 2, Slayer.
It's always fun to look at a series as well, look at scores of games, and if you maybe did catch an event and you look back at that game number 1, you're like, oh, it's only 1-0 to FaZe. God, it must have been a close game. Pure still looking really good, but it wasn't. It was not a 1. It was not a 1-0 in the context of that game. It was full control for FaZe. Most of the time, it was on the Pure side of the map that most of the game was happening. Just complete and utter domination control for them in that game number 1. We'll have to see if it continues here in game number 2. One thing I've noticed about Aquarius Slayer is it does feel a little bit less snowbally.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far, with the change in maybe the GAs having an effect, maybe the slowdown in the bandit rate of fire has had slight effect as well. Just gives you a little bit more time to survive in and around those bases. And we'll have to see if that is consistent or if we're maybe just not seeing the best teams in the world play yet, which are going to prove us wrong.
I think it's worth noting too, right? Because this is our first look at FaZe, and I think a lot of people are wondering, coming off of top 6, what will this team do? What will they look like? And that first game was a pretty good indication that they're not going to get caught off guard the same way that they were and the way that they did in Atlanta. They were ready not only for this opponent, but you can bet that whoever they had on the side of the stage, it wasn't going to matter. They were going to play a very, very control-oriented game, and that's exactly what we saw in game number 1. It's reminiscent of what we saw Shopify doing on King, right? It's incredible game management that, like you said, the score doesn't tell the story. You'd have to watch the moment-to-moment gameplay and really kind of the choking of the opponent to understand what was on display.
Yeah, and if FaZe didn't need enough motivation to be fired up for this series, to be locked in for this series, to really prove a point in this series, I think watching some of the games that have happened on the main stage and off of stage as well, and seeing some of these upsets that are coming in, we saw Complexity not only beating Optic on our main stage, but also beating Quadrant a little bit earlier as well. It's certainly those kind of things you look at and you're like, okay, we cannot take any series lightly at this event. I haven't had a great amount of good things to say about Complexity throughout the season because there hasn't been many to talk about, but seeing them come out of this event and put that kind of performance, it's only day 1, it's only pool play, but it really does make you think, right? This is a team who has struggled throughout the season. Now they're performing like this.
Yeah.
What does that say for the rest of the Chasing Pack? What does that say for a team who beat us last time around? And it is the perfect way to just focus you in on every game, every series, and recognize that step by step, it's going to be a long road to that final.
It is wild how this season has delivered in that way, because a lot of times when you see a result, if you look at kind of any given season, and you see a team that has been placing top 6, top 8 come out of nowhere and do what Complexity just did, you'd find a lot of excuses very quickly. You might think, okay, this is a write-off, it's a one-off, this team was playing weird. No, that's just what we have within the top 8, within Halo Infinite. And I think Pure knows it because we saw what they did in Atlanta, of course, placing top 4, upsetting many teams along the way. Of course, Complexity knows it, and it's a fantastic place to be for these teams because at any given moment, you're not really just looking at upsets, it's simply all these top 8 teams, you could maybe break them into the top 4 and then the Chasing Pack. However, within all of that, there's just such opportunity. It's no longer about upsets. It's simply who is playing on the main stage and who's going to play better.
Yeah, who's going to play the best Halo? Who's going to hit the big shots? Who's going to make the big moments their own? And I think you look at, another series we were watching in the back a few moments ago, the C9 Shopify Rebellion series, and I'm like, wow. I turned around, I was like, wow, Cloud9 are 2 up on SR? Like, what's going on here? Yeah. I felt like I was reading a lot of wrong graphics for quite a lot of the time this morning, but hey, the graphics ops were getting it right, and the league ops guys were getting it right because those games were coming in thick and fast, and It is a crazy point in the Halo calendar, it feels like, at the moment, where every series, every game could go any way.
It really, really can. Everyone on this stage knows it for different reasons. You see Last Shot, of course, the one talking with the team right now, knows that at any given moment they can pop off and start to continue to write history. On the other side, you heard Snakebite last event saying, if you don't show up, doesn't matter who you're playing, whether it's pools, you can get caught off guard, and they know that better than anyone based on what we saw in Atlanta. They do take game number 1, though, very comfortably, and they'll look to continue holding down that momentum. I think you and I talked about it before this event, Mark, but I am expecting this to be the most clinical and fiercest FaZe clan we've ever seen at an event. Based on how much they fell in Atlanta, their practice, their routine, and their mentality would suggest that they are coming in here with a ruthless attitude.
Based on the history as well. I mean, you can even apply it to recent history this season. I mean, look at what happened in Arlington. Top 4, we were like, wow, FaZe are top 4?
Yeah.
We were like, that is shocking.
Right.
Like, is this the FaZe we expected? You know, we heard before the event.
They were third. But it proves your point even further.
Yeah.
Like, we were shocked they were in third.
They were in third. Then you get to the next event and they bounce back and they win it. Yeah. And, you know, we're like, who are we to say that FaZe were going to win it? And then to drop back again after a tournament where you are champions into the top 6.
Yeah.
It's a great indication of the unexpected nature of this season and the unexpected nature of who is going to lift that trophy at the end of it as well. It's a crazy time in the season, and it's a crazy time in this series as we get our way back into it right now. Apologies for the slight delay as we get things restarted here on our main stage here in SLC. But it's FaZe who are up by 1-0 in the series as we head into a little bit of Aqua Slayer.
Look at this, Cherish with an immediate grab here. The camo needs to be careful just because the shroom stairs can get it dicey.
What is happening?
Snakebite almost goes for the juke. Cherish comes away with the kill and a little bit of extra overshield. See if they can get this 4th kill as well. 4-1 off the opening.
Frosty going to be spotted out as last alive as well. Challenging is going to be Cherish, trying to get that damage and make it a 4 dead. It will be cleaned up almost immediately, as Druck will find another. Now, the battle rifle is something to talk about as well, because that thing on this map, I feel like, is a real pickup that you have to try and keep in your hands. With a slightly reduced rate of fire, I feel like the battle rifle has found a really nice spot here, especially if you're kind of playing that anchor position. You're firing shots across the map. It can really, really impact games.
Certainly. Look at Talik, by the way. Flies in, just robs the kill, somehow just finds the perfect lane to do so and gets away with an extra one while the team continues to push and lives to tell the tale. That means they are now up 11-12 to 3.
Well, what a start this is for Pure. Trust in the hands of Talik here. Frosty going to think about challenging, but both players going to respect each other. Back down and wait for those shields. You see a little bit of support coming in on the pink tower here for Pure as well, and Talik. Snakebite elsewhere is going to find a little pick, which will open things up, and Renegade is going to follow up. And now you're going to see the push. And that's going to be 4 dead on the side of Pure. It's a beautiful baiting coming in from FaZe. And it was all started off by an individual pick coming in from Snakebite.
Clean 4 dead with no trades as well. It was just, as we said, 12-3, now 12-7. That's what FaZe Clan can do. And credit to FaZe for slowing it down immediately, not letting this game get out of hand. Just like that, it's now a 3-kill game. Remarkable from FaZe. That is 6 unanswered kills.
Might be even more, because Renegade's going to collapse onto these last 2 players. He did the damage, and now he's moving in to clean it all up. That is 8 kills in a row without response coming in from FaZe, and now they find themselves down by just 1.
What did we say? Unbelievable there, that comeback. We know that FaZe came here to play, and they're showing that against a team that we said 3-0'd them in Atlanta. They pull off a beautiful set of essentially 3 straight slays to get right back into this game.
Over at P1, you're going to see Last Shot picking up that thrust, though, and you can see Talik from top middle picking up that next overshield. So for the good work that we just saw from FaZe, map control was lost for just a moment, which has allowed Pure to get those power-ups into their hands, and that turns into kills. That turns into a lead growing for them. They are back into an established position here with a lead of 6 kills.
Thorough work here from Talik. Just checks the fridge quickly before they push out. They might or might not know someone's here P2. Frosty and Renegade actually combined for a very nice set of kills. However, in the end, 3 do go the way of Pure. Very nice set of trades for them as they get comfortably back into the driver's seat firmly, 21-14.
Always interesting to see like how a team plays around when they see an overshielded player on the map. It's Talik flying forward with the overshield. He's doing damage, but a lot of the attention that he commands allows other players to move around the map and find some cheeky angles to clean up some damage, and that's exactly what Pure managed to do in that situation. FaZe now need to do, or repeat the dosage, I should say, of what they did a few moments ago, which is trying to find picks, trying to find kills without being traded out themselves. 23-18 is the score at the moment, as we see Druck and Frosty going down on their respective sides.
Nice job there from Talik, just holding that fridge angle. It actually leads to 2 kills for them to maintain a slight lead here. 24-19. World 2, though, is playing spoiler to that one. A trade comes out in the end. It's pretty good from Cherish to somehow trade in that scenario. It's going to, once again, just make sure they can maintain that 4-kill lead. Now make it a 3-kill lead. Royal 2 trying to make his way about and pick one, a killing spree for him.
Killing spree for Royal 2, and this is the kind of situation that he loves when he's just playing off of other people's damage. You saw him initially, he looked a bit maybe frustrated that his frag grenade wasn't perfect when he saw those two players run past him, but off the back of it, went on that killing spree and has managed to at least drag FaZe a little bit closer to that score that Pure have put on the board at the moment. Overshield is coming up. You can hear that popping as well. Royal 2 will find that kill, but it's going to be Cherish who does find that overshield, and once again, it goes the way of Pure.
Cherish finds it again. We'll see if he can find a kill now. He might get sandwiched any moment, to be honest, but three players flying under the jet.
Here comes the squad. 3 of FaZe Clan members just run at the overshield and manage to take it down. And that play now finds us in a 1-kill scenario between our two teams. The overshield completely negated.
I mean, it's an amazing play from FaZe because in that scenario when they sent Pure still now getting a 1-kill lead, but when you send 3 players flying out of Gen door towards the court after an overshield player, you can really get punished. You get 1 pre-nade there and that could be over, but instead they just put 3 guns on the overshield and shut it down very well.
Pure managed to just relax themselves a little bit there. It was FaZe who did such a good job to get back into this, but the lead has been re-established now by Pure in the last few minutes. It's been a lot of fighting in and around the back of bases, in and around those gens. It's been scrappy battles, not a huge amount of control for either team in the last few moments. But it's been Pure who have managed to keep that lead on their side. 36 kills to their name, FaZe with 34. It's still an extremely tight game.
It is indeed. This is Frosty somehow does not get the trade on Cherish there. Thought it would come in. That's going to make it even a little bit more comfortable here for Pure, 38-34.
One thing I love that Pure are doing at the moment is they are playing so tight to each other. Every single time that someone extends to get a little bit of damage, someone is there to try and follow up on it and turn the damage into a kill. It's a 4-kill advantage for them now. As Last Shot is trying to be that first player forward that's outputting damage for his teammates to play off of. Overshield coming up pretty soon as well. This is a pivotal moment in this game. If it goes the way of Pure, they might be on the home stretch.
5-kill, 6-kill lead now, 42. Make it 7. An absolutely huge swing. 4 were dead for the side of FaZe Clan. And what an opportunity here for Pure to get right back in the series. Overshield does not get fully popped.
Wait a minute. Cherish did have a position to grab that overshield. Last Shot will get it though, and that is so important, not just for the fact that it keeps Last Shot with the overshield. It keeps Pure with a chance to use the power-up having picked up initially, but it keeps it out of the hands of FaZe. It stops them having the power-up to formulate a comeback. And from there, Pure have managed to clean up the scraps, put those kills on the board, and now they are just 4 away from tying up the series.
There's the push as well. Can Cherish make it happen? He's got to help as well. They should be able to get both of these. They do. Tolik gets both of them now. That brings them to 48-40. 2 to go for Pure.
FaZe have shown that they can go 8 without response, and they're going to have to do exactly that again if they want to tie this game up and make it interesting. Good damage coming in from Tolik. 1 gets picked up to put them 1 kill away from tying this series up now at 1-1. Snakebite finds 1. Last Shot trying to pre-nade the tunnel, but instead just drops 1 at his feet. Has to just retreat to the back of the base. But for FaZe, as good as they are, Andy, it would be something special and almost a miracle if they pulled this off.
Historic would be the only way to describe it. It is going to require a miracle. They're going to hold on. They're going to try to make their best effort. First pick does go their way. First 2, 49-44, not over.
Tolik looking for the trade. Tolik will get the kill. And that will be the series tied up at 1-1. And for all the domination that FaZe had in that game 1, all of the good vibes coming out of it, Pure show once again, this is a team to be taken seriously.
3 players on that side on 13 kills. Cherish goes 13-11. Last Shot, 13-8. 13-11 for Tolik as well. He also led the game, or excuse me, the team in assists with 9. Really, it's an amazing pace setter from the side of Pure because they got that very fast overshield grab off the rip. They bring it back to their side, and to be honest, from that point on, they essentially had anywhere from a 2 to 6 point lead, essentially all the way to the 40 mark.
Now you're looking at the overshields again, right? We were kind of harping on about it a little bit earlier in the first series of the day, how Aqua Slayer, if you ain't picking up the majority of the overshields, you're going to have a pretty difficult time winning this game type, and it was a very similar story. I mean, every single clip that you're going to see here, it felt like when the overshield was available, when the overshield was picked up, it was Pure who managed to get it in their control, and it's so difficult to fight against that. Even in this situation, you know, you got 3 players from FaZe who decided we need to eliminate the Overshield now. We need to fly him. Hopefully we get out of this with 1 player being traded out. If even better if we take him down. But off the back of it, the damage that he does, the distraction that is occurring on the map, it just makes it such a difficult task to try and take out those overshielded players. And that's why you're seeing the difference in the scoreline at the end of it. Saw you dressed like that earlier.
Yeah, actually, that's what
you
I
had
wore.
To get changed for the show.
That's what I wore to dinner last night.
Yeah.
Couldn't fit through the doorway, though.
Well, you gave me a really funny look.
Did. Helmet had to come off for dinner. It was only respectful. 1-0 to FaZe Clan in that game number 1, CTF Empyrean. Pure, however, bounces back 50-44 in that Slayer. And not just that, but really comfortable control throughout the entirety of the game. Very nice power-up control as well. That now has us tied 1-1 moving into game number 3.
I think the big moment in that game was when FaZe got those 8 kills unanswered. And we were like, oh, here we go. This is where FaZe start to pick up speed. This is where momentum starts to favor them, and Pure struggle to maybe find their way back into this game. We've got some King of the Hill stats on your screen right now. Certainly favoring FaZe by the looks of things. But in that moment, it was Pure managing to stabilize, managed to get players back on the map and start trading again. Exactly. It just kept them... I think it just kept the mentals in check, right? Because it's very easy when you go 8 down to be the player who comes on spawn and goes, okay, I need to make a play here to get us back into the game. But it shows good fundamentals from them just to recognize that, hey, FaZe have played some good Halo in the last 30 seconds, but let's stick to what we know. Let's get ourselves back on the map and let's try and establish the lead once more.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big sign of resilience from them, because if you're leading 12-3 and all of a sudden it's 12-12, you can get checked real fast. You can realize we just lost game 1 by 1 flag. Did not put together our best push on the last flag where there was an opportunity. We were just up 12-3 and we just forfeited 2 straight full rotations without a single kill. It's very easy to, a weaker team mentally certainly would fumble and stumble at that moment. Instead, like you said, Pure, they find 4 dead and they run with that. They gain momentum and they tie up the series. Now game 3 will be your go-ahead game.
King of the Hill on recharge. Like you say, the go-ahead game as we are tied up at 1-1. Focus going to be down on bottom middle, understandably, for that power-up off the rip here. Toilet with some decent shots onto the tower. FaZe will find themselves 2 dead, but Pure will also find themselves in a very similar situation. Down bottom middle, it looks like, as you can see from the point of view of Royal 2, that it will be Pure who steal away that camouflage. So Cherish has got it in his hands. But now he's got to pay attention to FaZe, who have the spawns over towards the pipes, and of course, that means they've got good access to that hill.
Cherish is the power-up man. Opens another game with a power-up grab. We've seen him with a lot of power-ups in hand, but trades. Snakebite with a very nice trade there against a camo player. He'll take that every day.
Renegade misses the easy one, hits the difficult one. Now trying to flick into the turbine to try and take down a few more members off that respawn coming in from Pure. And even though it was just a trade from the camo, at least it stopped the scoring momentarily here for FaZe Clan. Still control of the pipes in their favor, still control of the spawns in their favor here for FaZe, as Renegade will finally feel comfortable to put a little bit more pressure and objective time on the board.
Look at him just flying around. He might eventually get taken down because there's a lot of pressure coming in, but staying alive and just doing damage, being a nuisance. Frosty comes in to clean it up. That was 3 dead on the side of Pure, and about 40% progress here on this first one for FaZe.
No more shock to play with here for Renegade. He's going to have to just rely on the Bandit for the next few moments, but you can see Pure having to take their time, firstly to get 4 back on the map, and secondly to decide how they want to try and navigate towards breaking this setup. 1 trade will come in. Renegade trying to play off damage though. And on the flank inside of the tower is going to be Frosty. And even though he got 1, it's going to be Renegade there to clean up the final one. It's going to be 4 dead here for Pure, and that should be in the next few moments, if someone steps in that hill. I was going to say, FaZe Clan getting that hill, but in the meantime, somebody who was in and around the hill got traded out, which has allowed Pure just an opportunity here to step forward.
You think there's just a moment of time, too, that especially it's probably going to be a step in right about now that's going to happen. Ooh, and they're going to deny as well from about a middle. 3 dead. They will also score. They will also rotate as well. FaZe Clan looking very good.
Ooh, big shots coming in from Cherish, though. Even though the help was coming in, it was almost you felt like there was a guaranteed kill on the side of FaZe without getting traded out, but after all the good moments that we just saw, that first point on the board, and the camo taken down as well, Renegade finally has to remember that he is human, and that Pure are going to make him work for every single kill. But on the rotate here, you can see Royal 2 in the back of blue, looking to clean up a little bit of damage in the tower, and it looks like FaZe have not only won that first point, but have control of the map as well.
Yeah, shock as well. That nade presumably going to do damage. Renegade's going to start the rotate, just challenge some angles here. Mighty even seen some toes coming in. Just going to hold this glass angle and wait for the pressure to come.
Renegade just waiting for the push. He knows that he's got this angle locked down. Gets a little bit of a shoulder peek there. Damage already been done by Frosty. Has to turn his attention away. And last shot just caught him off guard there as the bat was going down in tower. You can see the decision kind of going through the mind of Renegade there. Does he want to turn and try and help his teammates out? Does he want to turn and pay attention to the angle that he is responsible for? Well, in that split second, it was an advantage taken by Pure to take him down. And now you're going to see them in control of the hill. And last shot with a chance to prove his skill with this shock rifle.
Important 1v1 in long haul, and he wins that as well. Let's keep in mind there were also 2 dead for FaZe moments prior. That means you're about to see Pure essentially tie up this hill. It's a big moment.
Cherish finds one. Snakebite will take down. Last shot on that long haul, which allows Royal 2 now to move into that space. Snakebite trying to play a little bit of time here and wait for a few more kills and damage to go down from his teammates before he approaches this hill. And as you can see, once that is done, he will go forward. But look at Cherished and Last Shot. Managing, even though the pieces were going together for FaZe, they pick up a couple of kills themselves and keep this one contested in and around blue.
Yeah, they're very, very important kills there, as you said. Last Shot needs to win this one on the sneaky. Manages to stay alive for now, but you felt like if they didn't get those kills, those spawners, it was going to be a FaZe hill. FaZe will continue scoring once again. What can Snakebite do with this camo? This is big.
Well, Drunk finds the first kill. However, it's going to be traded out here by Snakebite. Good damage coming in. Torlik, I'm not sure, has any idea of the location of Snakebite, and with that camo now, he can sneak through enemy lines. At the back, though, Renegade's been taken down, and 2 players were still alive, I believe, at the back of blue, so even though he's got the camo, Snakebite's got some decisions to make. Royal 2 will find one in the feed.
Can he get it?
He's trying to burn the time. He's trying to make him go for him. And it will be FaZe and Snakebite who play his position and his life to perfection.
My God, the angles there. That's absolutely beautiful. You thought he was just going to challenge there and maybe just pray for like an ace spawn to start shooting with him. But instead, he goes into the wall glitch, sits there, gets the damage, and gets the last tick. You feel like if he didn't play that absolutely perfect, that was going to be a pure hill. Beautiful from Snakebite to close that one out.
Beautiful example of just positioning. As we see another kill going down, and we'll have to wonder if Torlik maybe has had a little bit of a technical issue, and it looks like that may well be the case. As at 2-0, FaZe will continue playing as if nothing ever happened.
And indeed, we're starting to see some wacky stuff in Observer. I think that Plasma was an indicator as well, not in addition to the AFKs that might have an issue on the stage. We'll find out exactly what that is, and most importantly, we will get a question and confirmation that that second hill was recorded before any game issue may have occurred. That's where my head is at right now when I see that play out. But looked at least to our side that was a clean hill, but we will wait to hear from station referees on exactly what the call will be.
Let's give us a moment to talk about the Snakebite play, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of play that you love seeing. That's not a show of brawn. It's not a show of like just raw individual skill. That's just a show of brains.
Yeah.
It's a great example of intelligence in a situation where it feels like the advantages are you're in a disadvantageous position, and to find advantages is almost impossible. Everything going on in front of him, we're looking like he's got camo, but there's still a couple of players alive. Then you see the double push from the front, but recognizing the timing of the situation, recognizing and understanding that there's a position to be played where he can play his life for a few more seconds and wait for people to help. It's just brilliance from Snakebite, and that is intelligence and an intangible, right? That he just has that not many players do.
He doesn't. I mean, I was thinking the same exact thing because he's pushing there into that shroud. It looks like everything's okay, but I believe Renegade dies back C as well. And all of a sudden, he's kind of in this awkward 1v1 with a player back ramp, and then he immediately has to face Stacks. And I think anyone watching that play is thinking, okay, he's in trouble. He's about to get sandwiched. There's actually probably going to be even more pressure from Bats, it looked like. Starts to take that 1v1 and just tucks himself into that right corner, and then all of our eyes focus to the progress bar on the hill, gets the ticks that he needed, and it was just so well played. Like you said, the timing of it to first challenge, to then disengage, to get into that little bit of a wall glitch. Beautifully played.
I'm hearing there's going to be 5 minutes on the game clock, and FaZe will be credited with that second hill, so it's going to be 2-0 to them, so not much difference when it comes to where we left that game, or where we believed we left that game.
Aside from
back into it.
Aside from hill placements, right? I think that's going to be the most interesting thing, is to be going in at 2-0, of course, with a reset on the actual hill rotation. So we'll essentially just play the first two we saw, which could, certainly benefit FaZe based on the fact that we're already 2-0.
They already won the first two. Yeah. It's a good pattern for them to try and follow, for sure. One thing I always like about how FaZe approach that first hill as well is their control of pipes, and I feel like they have a really good understanding of how important it is to keep forcing those spawns in and around pipes. They don't mind too much if they essentially want to spawn you
as far away from the hill as possible. They will spawn you either in A or they want to spawn you, ideally, back blue and then the tunnel, because then they have great lines of sight. But one thing I love about them as well, if they have damage, there's always someone who's looking to flank and play off of it, because a lot of the attention will be taken away by the players who are trying to break the hill in the tower, like doing damage onto the hill, trying to shoot the players who are cross map. And there's always someone, Frosty. You see him sneaking behind enemy lines. He'll push across from tower, push in behind those players and look to get a trade, look to come out with 2. And those situations, it just sets you back another 20, 30 seconds if you're pure. Because then you have to wait. Then you have to get numbers back on the map. And I think it's such a difficult timing window to try and navigate if you're pure in those situations. Because you're like, okay, we have X amount of time to focus on hill, get damage across map, but we have to be aware in our heads that at some point, Frosty is going to arrive, a Renegade is going to arrive, who's going to be challenging us in tower, and you have to have that internal timer going, ticking around, going, okay, we haven't seen anyone in a while. Everyone just stop shooting across map for a few seconds and let's pay attention to someone we maybe don't have track of.
Certainly, and also give us a moment to talk about what we saw, the stats of the initial first part of that game. FaZe was outslaying 35-24, but the most interesting stat line to me that is so telling of FaZe's methodical kind of spawn rotations and the way they get 2 to 3 to 4 dead, every single player on Pure had 8 deaths apiece, which tells you that they have died in order, in succession each time.
It's my go.
Yeah. Exactly. And that just tells you about how FaZe has been dismantling the pushes that had been coming in from Pure. Cherish was the only player that was going positive at the moment of the reset. He was 10-8. The standout player so far in the game was Royal 2. He was double positive at 12-6.
One thing to highlight as well, I think one player to keep an eye on through this weekend and in this tournament who is going to benefit from some of the changes that we've seen coming in is the man who's sat on the far side of your screen right there. That's Royal 2. Royal 2 is a player who, if he is put into a position where he can output damage from an island, he can output damage in a situation where he knows timings and where players are going to be playing, is going to put up huge KD numbers. And I think that Royal 2 is going to be a player who certainly benefits from some of the changes that we've seen in the meta over the last month or so from Atlanta. So keep your eyes on him. I think he's going to be a dangerous player to watch throughout this weekend. Always a dangerous player to watch, but... Well, here we go then. Back into the game. It is going to be 2-0 to FaZe, and we are going to see the battle once again starting around bottom middle, and it's going to be Cherish who gets away with the camo once again here. So it's going to be Pure with a chance at the start of this restart. So maybe dip their toes into the pond, and most importantly for them, not only have they done that, but they've cleared out the pipes as well.
Renegade was ready for that. You got the feeling as soon as he went to bat ledge in observer mode that he was going to try to go for that back whack on Cherish. But I tell you what, Cherish is just the power-up guy. Frosty stands still for a second. He tries to Eagle Eye. In the end, he gets good damage, but Cherish wins that one as well. But Cherish is grabbing every single opening power-up. This is the guy you want to send in on the opening moments.
That was 3 dead for FaZe. You can see even off the respawn, Snakebite taking a little bit of damage himself and then using that grapple to get behind enemy lines. Cherish is having a very good time at the start of this one. Drug's got the shock rifle as well, so Pure, already 50% of this hill on the board for them. It's a very different story to what we saw in the game just before we restarted.
It is indeed completely different. Everything flipped on its head, and you might have thought, as we did just moments ago, that FaZe was just going to kind of repeat here, maybe get the next 2 pretty clean. Instead, it's Pure with a hell of a start here on the reset.
It's looking like you could be unanswered.
I think they're going to do it here. It's still 2 dead.
Frosty does find one, but I don't think he's going to be anywhere near being able to challenge that hill, and Pure are back into this one. Renegade off respawn narrowly avoids. Have a little bit of rhinoplasty done, thanks to the shock rifle, and it's going to be Druk now who flies across 2. Try and clean out these players who have already rotated to the back of blue for FaZe.
Big push there. Didn't really get the damage he would have liked. The team was just about to push in. In the end, though, it's going to be 2 who fall, 3 who fall for Pure. Just off of the timing was Pure. In the end, Royal 2 picks up the last one as well. They were just moments apart. A little too early into C, into that first challenge. I think if you wait 1 extra second from C flat, that could have been a completely different battle.
Renegade going to get the camo as well, because Snakebite is doing damage onto respawners and taking attention away. Renegade frantically pinging onto the position of Torlik. Torlik does escape, but you have to wonder for how long. Looks like long enough. At the moment, Renegade is wondering, where's Torlik? It's a good question, honestly.
Enemy team took the hill.
Very good question. Finds him around the corner. Finally, it's a double kill.
I think I forgot about you.
2 dead here for Pure off of that. Renegade will look to hold sneaky.
Well, FaZe are doing a great job of locking down this hill at the moment. You can see they might be in a position to put their third hill on the board here. It's nobody really close to be able to challenge it, and it is going to be FaZe who put the third hill on the board for them in the next few moments. You can see maybe they're thinking about it. Maybe they're thinking about game clock as well, something we've seen develop a little bit more in the last month or so of Halo Infinite, but it is going to be finally confirmed. 3-1 now. They're one hill away from closing this out.
And this is all from Renegade's POV at Glass and Gold. He's just been absolutely punishing, setting up there, doing so much damage, setting up for his team. And his bit looked so good for the side of FaZe Clan. Frosty going to make sure he holds back Elevator here.
1v1 inside of the turbine. It's going to be Torlik who wins that one. Last shot picks up a kill himself, which makes the numbers heavily in the favor of Pure for just a few moments. Royal 2 is going to be called out. Damage comes in for Torlik as well. Trying to get out of this without trading out, but Royal 2 somehow or other, as he does so many times, even when he's no shields and he's dead to right, somehow finds a stick to keep that KD at 0.
And somehow Snakebite gets a trade there. You think Torlik might have really wanted to get that without trading, but Snakebite, of course, leave it to him to make sure that he trades in a scenario like that. Good progress on the board, though, through all this for Pure. 50% of the way, a little bit more now, nearing 70%.
Full control as well. You can see they got Elevator. They had a player in and around pipes, and finally, Pure showing a little bit of something in this game. Frosty! Beautiful shots from a grappling Druck. Now means that FaZe will finally break the setup. It looked really good when you look at our map overhead in your head of where Pure was set up, how difficult it looked like the push was going to be for FaZe, but they find the kills, they find the damage, and now they find themselves inside of that hill.
This is dangerous. Royal 2 wisely just backs out, lets a teammate jump in and rack up that time so he can just cause havoc and take any angle he wants with the camo from batteries to gold. Beautifully executed. Now going to slowly make their way back to hill. They need a few more kills here.
Elevator spawns coming in though for Pure. So Royal 2, with his camo disappearing, has to play this one a little bit slower. You can see Shock Rifle is up. It's going to be stolen away from him.
Frosty says, I'll take that.
I'm sure Royal 2,
amazing.
I'm sure Royal 2 will take that well. Maybe it'll take it a little bit better if Frosty does what he's doing right now. Another shot from here, man. Royal 2 says you can have it. It's cool.
He's like, it's cool. It's fine.
Good.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Actually, I'll take it.
Actually,
you died. Only because you died, though. I'll take it. Yeah, don't worry.
My go. Doesn't quite hit the headshot. Does enough damage to slow the push down, though, and FaZe at the moment seems to just be more concerned about stopping Pure getting across the map than collecting that final little bit of time. Royal 2 finds one. Doesn't even need to pull the trigger on the second.
He was ready.
He was ready, though.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory.
Just holding it down. No pressure coming in just yet. Should be able to get these last ticks, but you talked about it earlier, Mark. They're also still playing time among all this as well. They haven't jumped in just yet. Another kill comes in, and now going to start scoring it again.
Snakebite finds another, and this is almost like they're teasing Pure at the moment. Saying, hey, you're pretty close to getting this hill. You want to come and have a look at it? Every time they do step forward, though, Royal 2 is there to remove a few more helmets. That's going to be another one. That will be the game. Finally, FaZe decide it's time to put that hill on the board, and they will find themselves up 2-1 in the series.
And in the second iteration, it's FaZe that outslays 36-27 as well. Frosty, 12-7 in that game.
Very impressive statistics from that young man. Game 2, not too hot for him. Game 1, very hot for him. And Game 3, somewhere in the middle. Still very, very impressive. Only players to break double digits in that restart were Frosty, Snakebite with 10, and Last Shot on the other side of things with 10. But on the other side for Pure, the only... it was Last Shot was the only player who really put up significant amount of kills. It was 6 from Cherished, who was the next closest. So domination in the restart after that first hill, of course, went the way of Pure. Certainly in the hands of FaZe. And I got to say, it felt like there was a deliberateness to the way that FaZe played that second one. Once they had that advantage, once they had that little bit of a cushion, they were like, hey, Pure, do you remember when you beat us 3-0 back in Atlanta? Well, this is how it feels to play against us when we're ready for you.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, another example of that. First of all, every time you're on Snakebite's POV in scenarios he shouldn't trade, he trades. It's amazing to watch the way that he squeaks out kills that should never happen. You could say that about a lot of the players on FaZe, but it feels like on Snakebite's POV, he's one of the hardest to just kill cleanly. You did see moments that looked good, though, from the side of Pure. You saw some decent glass control there. Last Shot holding it down, winning key 1v1s in long haul, but also avoiding this ninja that was coming in there from Renegade. Attempted on the camo, but in the end, as we said, it was really just FaZe using those cushions that they had, just taking advantage and being able to play their game thereafter.
A lot of good to talk about for FaZe in these objective game types at the moment. We're going to see some more highlights coming in from Frosty, and this is where he stole the shock rifle off of Royal 2. And Royal 2 accepted it, because this is what he did right afterwards. Crazy shots. I mean, Royal 2 got his go.
He just kept it warm.
Yeah, he actually warmed it up for him, because Royal 2 looked pretty damn good with it as well.
It's true. I'll drop it for you when you spawn. No, don't worry, I'll drop it for you when you spawn. Sorry, no, you spawn kind of far away.
You're arguing over who has the shock rifle. You're usually in a pretty commanding position.
I was going to say, yeah, you know things are going okay if you're stealing the shock from each other with a grapple. You know it's an okay game where you're certainly in control. Here's a look at your series layout so far. FaZe now up 2-1 after dropping that Slayer. And the results have been comfortable, even though that was a 1-0 CTF Empyrean. If you're just joining us, it was a dominant FaZe Clan 1-0, outslaying, I believe in the end, it was 80-67 was that final margin. Next up, Stronghold's live fire.
Good memory from you. I would not have remembered those numbers, but the only number that matters at the moment is, of course, if FaZe can turn the 2-1 series lead, I should say, into a series victory with this next game going their way. Stronghold's live fire does feel like it plays a little bit differently as well, maybe a little bit slower than it had. The 2 caps are a little bit more of a favorable thing. It feels like the triple cap is a little bit more difficult to kind of really lock in, to get across the map, to get those kills as quickly as it was previously. And one team who were very, very good at that, of course, were Pure.
Yeah.
So this is, again, maybe we're going to see how the little adjustments that have been made, the little tweaks to some of our weaponry in-game is going to change the pacing of this game and potentially the pacing of how Pure have to approach things.
Certainly. Coach Trey and Coach Royal 1 on your screen there, commanding their squad so far. Royal 1 and Co. with that 2-1 lead. And like you said, this is now the danger hour for Pure because they had breakout success at Atlanta that everyone's still talking about. But you can just tell by the look on Last Shot's face. He knows they're one game away from losing to a team they 3-0'd last event.
I mean, you can't come into this kind of series expecting to have the same kind of performance, I think. It's going to be a different feeling series. FaZe are going to be ready. If you came into this series expecting to run through FaZe again, I mean, well, look where we find ourselves, right? A lot of teams, a lot of players over the years have found that out for themselves. And FaZe, once again, proving to everybody that it might be possible to beat us once across the season, but if you want to beat us again, it's going to be a much, much different road for you to have to tread.
It really will. And I think FaZe fans, with what they're seeing on the series so far, let's not forget, this series is not over. We could see something pretty spectacular happen if Pure takes this game number 4 and we go to a game 5. But what we've seen so far, I think FaZe fans are going to be pretty happy with. And I think knowing that there was a lot on the line here, knowing that they couldn't risk another tournament that looked anything like Atlanta, I think FaZe, the team, the organization, the fan base, is going to like these first few games.
Well, headsets are going back on. You can see that Renegade is doing some adjustments to the in-ears before he puts the overheads on.
A lot of headphones these days.
Technology really is prevalent.
I was going to say, it's not. Yeah, it's there. There's a lot of it, without a doubt. As the players get ready for this game number 4.
Now in-ears.
In-ears, yeah, it's good.
Over-ears.
It has to go under the over-ear. It's kind of the order of things.
Traditionally.
Yeah.
Might change by the end of the season. Who knows? Let's look at some statistics. This is from the opening 3 maps of this series, and you can see the KDs across the board.
Royal 2 on a 2.38?
Royal 2.
Are you kidding me?
That's.
I mean, you shouldn't
think
really.
Of the appropriate word. If someone could bring a thesaurus up here.
No, I'm worried, because even if you have a thesaurus, you might say something that would risk your career, because that's a disgusting stat line. 2.38 in a main stage match like this.
It's the kind of stat that you usually have to. There's a paywall in front of.
It would be paywalled. You're absolutely right. Not just that, but it was also a stat that you'd expect to see, if I'm completely honest, either in matchmaking or the open bracket, right? Not on the main stage in groups. You just don't see players that are nearing a 2.5 KD, especially against a team.
The crazy thing is 2.5. Yeah. It's not even like 2.
No, exactly.
2's like ridiculous. Like 2 is like exceptional. Like
he's
don't
closer.
see that.
Yeah, he's closer to 2.5. It's crazy. It really is a wild stat line. And it's also pretty amazing to see, not only against the team that you lost to last event, but what a statement to come into this series this way and say, we never want to taste the defeat that we tasted in Atlanta. We are your defending world champions, and we're here for a reason. They put the stats up so far, but still one more game that they need on the board. They're going to look to do it here in game number 4. Stronghold's live fire will be the battleground.
Well, let's see if they can close the series out, or if we find ourselves with the first game 5 on our main stage here in SLC. Pure maybe have something to say about it. Let's just remember what we were saying after game number 1. It felt like FaZe completely in control. Maybe this is a difficult series for Pure to try and overcome. Then they answer back in that game number 2 and tie it up. So even with a dominant performance in our game 3, FaZe will know there's still work to do, and Pure will know that they can still set this the distance.
Back into the action, Renegade right away to the sniper rifle, as we'll love to see. This has been some high-speed, fast-paced Halo all weekend long. We hope you've been enjoying day number 1. FaZe Clan and Pure. It's been a great series so far. And we'll see if FaZe can close it out in your 4th game.
You see a little bit of a split of resources from FaZe at the moment. They're going to capture B thanks to Royal 2, and he's going to be uncontested. Reason being, that camo is coming up elsewhere, and
he did it again! This is crazy. I don't know if we've ever seen a player get what? This is now, including the restart, it's like 4 straight opening power-ups.
I'll get it. Royal 2 is going to find out where that camo is as he gets taken down, and now you're going to see the push coming in from Pure to try and turn one of these strongholds back into their favor. Not only that, a lot of pressure coming in. What a shot from Renegade, by the way. Under pressure against the camo player. It's not easy to hit.
Almost does it there. He's just hiding in the mud box, and he almost picks off Cherish there. I'm not sure Cherish knew he stayed there. Finally, the camo will dissipate, and Cherish will need some help.
Hiding in the mud box is something I haven't done for quite a number of years. Parents used to have to dig me out of that one, but...
Childhood pastime.
4 dead for FaZe Clan.
2 alive here for Pure. We'll see what they can do with that time. Continue scoring, it looks like. And for a moment, thinking about a trip cap, but instead just going to have to come all the way back as A will continue to flip. In the end, BC hold.
Love this from Torlik, though. You can see he's waiting for information on spawns. As soon as he sees the spawn come in, he does a little bit of damage, but the most important thing for him to do in that situation is survive so that his team can play off of the information, right? Because if he just goes in there, gets a trade, dies, then FaZe have more space to play with. He played that perfectly, and that's why they continue to score here. 50 points on the board, doubling up on FaZe Clan, and now they have that triple cap going again.
Impressive start indeed. Eventually, it will be shut down now to an A-B hold. However, they will continue scoring on board with Snakebite. 3v3 on the map. They do pick off Cherish as well. Maybe they do. Yes, indeed. All 4 dead. FaZe answers back. Going to start to flip both A and B as they lose C.
Also going to get the information. Like you say, the C is flipping, which means the spawns are going to be in and around Tower, Mud, and those dummies. Nice little present here as well for Snakebite, having seen the kills go in his team's favor of that QT, so now he can have a little bit more freedom to play with. Going to be challenging drop. Will use that QT, but just before he goes through,
that's nasty.
He sends one bullet through the portals.
That's nasty. That is frame perfect from Snakebite. That is, I don't know if we've seen it delivered that beautifully, but on the exact frame where he just fires as he QTs, it's almost a beautiful safety play where if that shot doesn't hit perfectly, he's out of dodge no matter what as well. But mechanically, that was beautiful, making it look like a fighting game.
And with that play, FaZe now find themselves very much back into this game, and Royal 2 continues what has been an outstanding kill-to-death ratio throughout this series. He is currently 9-3 and on another killing spree.
I mean, if he keeps going, he'll be close, even closer to a 3 KDA in this series, which is, I don't even want to think about that because we were already disgusted with the 2.38, if we could be completely honest. Just look at the fake clamber as well.
The step jump up.
Nasty with the step jump. My God.
That is beautiful stuff from Royal 2. Completely fooled. You could see the 2 Pure members. They thought he was gone. He was going to be called out as falling into pillars, going bottom middle, but he jumps up behind them. Gets the damage, gets the kill, and stays alive. He's 10-3.
A lead change as well based off of those. I mean, I got to say, FaZe is not just back in the lead with an enormous comeback. They're doing it right now with style points as well. This is unbelievable. Frosty with a beautiful double on top of everything.
As soon as he hit that first one, you knew the second one was connecting straight afterwards as well. Frosty looks like a man on a mission here in SLC. One of the most fun players to watch when he's in this kind of form, and he's certainly not letting anyone down at the moment. 97 points and rising. FaZe will cross the 100-point mark, and Pure, for all of their good start here, I've just been in the blender for the last few moments.
Man, did this game heat up quick. Last shot barely gets away with his life. Royal 2 is your last player alive, bottom middle here, but wow, what a rally back from FaZe Clan. Trailing by about 40. Triple cap, though, here for Pure.
Yeah, it's an answer back coming in from Pure. All the good work done by FaZe. Pure managed to fight their way back out of it, and even though FaZe will respawn and take A away, scoring is going to continue momentarily on the side of Pure. Royal 2 looking for more kills at the moment. He's plus 10 at the moment. He's going to find another one unless
killing frenzy.
He gets taken down. It's a killing frenzy for Royal 2. This man is playing on another level.
He's 14-4 with a frenzy as well. Snakebite with a perfect reversal as well. This is unbelievable from FaZe. It's a whole different FaZe team. than you saw in Atlanta. We can say that without a doubt.
But for all of the good play that's happening right now, keep an eye on the score at the bottom. It's 110-93. Pure are not out of this. It's taking big individual plays to keep FaZe in a position of power, keep them in a position of scoring. But Pure are still managing to keep this somewhat close. But as I say that, and I finish my sentence, they find themselves 4 dead, and there's a triple cap. So my bad, Pure fans. That's on me.
Things can change very quickly as FaZe is very quick to remind us. 133-93 now. The trip cap will just become a 2, but look at the help coming in from Royal 2. Just absolute beautiful damage. Stays alive as long as he can. It was 2 dead momentarily for both sides. Pure will begin scoring once again at the 98 mark.
If I'm not mistaken, Royal 2 picked up an overkill a few moments ago as well, so he's just adding to the medal collection at the moment. He really is just taking this game over. Frosty trying to match him.
Royal 2 is quadruple positive, 20-5 at this moment in the game.
I struggled up until this point. He was only 2.53 in the...
This is wild. What a performance here. As you say, though...
He fights 2 more!
Finding the kills.
22-5!
It's still 3 dead. However, the objective efficiency has not been perfect from FaZe. This should not be a 10-point game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It's not been perfect, but it's been good enough to keep them into this lead. C is going to be flipped, though, and Pure will keep this pressure up. QT behind enemy lines.
Almost.
Killing Royal 2 is quite the struggle in this game at the moment, but finally he will go down. FaZe are in the lead, but it's a slender lead. For all the good work that we're saying, it's Pure who keep this one scrappy, and by doing so, now they go into a lead. So FaZe, efficiency has always been a question. When they're playing well, sometimes maybe they get a little bit too excited, a little bit too kill hungry, looking to play a little bit too perfect. And Pure will take advantage of that. Sniper now in the hands of Torlik, and Pure will continue to score with a BC hold.
It has to be said. Now, we've been having a lot of fun watching FaZe as Torlik picks up another one. It's been a lot of fun, these highlight reels that are coming through, but objective efficiency questions have to be asked immediately. FaZe is outslaying 50-31, and they are losing this game.
Torlik will fall. Renegade will be the player to take him down and should be able to collect the sniper rifle ammo that is left over on that floor. Snakebite flies forward, but straight into the grenade, which is going to take him down, and Pure will continue to hold. A and B is going to be the structure they're trying to play around. Royal 2 trying to pressurize the players who are in and around A. FaZe trying to flip B at the moment, but trades happening elsewhere makes it a little bit more difficult. Frosty did get taken down, so now Royal 2 has to retreat to his teammates, and Snakebite with that camouflage has got to find a way to pierce through the defenses of Pure here, but Torlik is going to take down Royal 2, and he's got the sniper rifle.
Pings are going down here. Snakebite knows he needs to make his way with a teammate onto Nest. They should be able to pick up this one. It's nice teamwork. However, they're 2 down, so they need to play this carefully.
I mean, look at this. This hold is getting outrageous from Pure. They're about to cross 200 points. AB has been the name of the game for them, and FaZe really have struggled to structure a way to drag one of these strongholds out of their hands.
And you wonder, do they have the gas in the tank? There's only 45 points to go for Pure. Needs to be very, very good Halo here from FaZe.
Double push coming in the back of green. They will get the kill. Torlik will fall, but there's last shot on those pillars, and he's there to clean up a lot of damage. 2 for him. Cherished in a 1v1. Royal 2 will pick up a double kill himself, and it should finally be B going over to the side of FaZe. Druck is there, though, and Druck gets the reset! Druck gets the reset!
Unbelievable, and he stays alive through that as well. No, finally he's taken down, but as you say, not before leading to 2 dead for FaZe. It's an unbelievable hold there from Druck. You thought he was gonna go back into A. He stays there at B. He fights, he gets the reset, they pick up more kills, and just like that, Pure crosses the 233-point mark.
Royal 2 is 27-8, but it's going to matter for absolutely nothing in a few moments' time unless FaZe can get inside one of these strongholds. 242 and rising. Pure are still scoring. Torlik is still picking up kills himself, and it is going to be the game unless Snakebite and Royal 2 can combine in B here and flip it at just the last second.
Can you imagine if they're able to? Still contested here. Going to be able to combine a little bit of QT nonsense, but more players coming in from Pure.
Snakebite 1v1 to keep the game alive. A is being flipped in the meantime. Snakebite will get the trade, but won't get the conversion.
Enemy team scored.
But 249 does not win the game. C is being flipped here, but B gets stepped into at the last second by FaZe.
Yep, all eyes on B now. They're going to start to flip that one as well. I think they'll get the finish here based on the POV we're seeing. Yes, they will continue scoring. And if you wanted to see some interesting Halo, this will be it. This is all the criteria laid out. It will only take 1 break from Pure to close out the game.
No mistakes here for FaZe. It has to be exceptional. It has to almost be perfect. A gets stopped at the last second. Pure make the play for that. That gets reset, and now there's an opportunity for a triple cap here for FaZe. Still got a long way to go. Still so much work for them to do.
Oh my.
A trade like that from Renegade is going to help their cause.
Moments like that are going to be big. Where does this camo go? If Frosty can stay alive here, this will be massive as well. It's burned in the end. Four dead for FaZe. That should be the game.
It should be the game. However, the last few moments is anything to go by. You're never quite going to be sure, but it is going to be Pure who get the final point, who answer back in the series and send us the distance here. Game 5 just around the corner, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
One of the most bizarre matches of professional Halo I think I've ever seen. Royal 2 goes 29-12. FaZe Clan outslays 73-56, and they lose by a large margin. Just when you thought that this season of the Halo Championship Series was all out of surprises, we get games like that. FaZe Clan looking so good in this series. Moments prior, we had just talked about how FaZe Clan's fans would have been so happy about what they'd seen on screen. I think we can all say, based on what we just saw, there's concern based on how that game was played and executed in the end. Somehow, they've let themselves go to a game number 5 with Pure.
That performance from FaZe Clan is the kind of game you look at and you say, if anyone's going to do that in the top 3, it's FaZe. To see a player like Royal 2 go 29-12 and lose, it says a lot about maybe where the focus was in that game instead of where the focus should have been. A few big moments, of course, coming in from the game. That little step jump was beautiful coming in from Royal 2, by the way, in that moment. But there was a run in that game where it felt like, FaZe were just starting to take over. We saw headshots coming in. We saw kills, individual pivs being won all across the map by numerous players. But Pure somehow never let it get out of hand. They were constantly in a position to contest some of these strongholds, to put pressure onto FaZe. And once they got that 4 dead, once they got that double cap that turned into a triple cap, Pure just roared back into this game. And I've got to be honest, I would say the last 60 seconds or so of that game, it felt like FaZe just fell apart.
Honestly, unbelievable scenes. You don't expect to see this out of FaZe, and I think this has also been indicative of the HCS, but I don't think anyone expected that type of game 4 based on how this series had gone. There was nothing that indicated that you would have seen such objective inefficiency, or I would say incorrect prioritization, like you said, from the side of FaZe for that game to fall the way it did in the end somehow, despite leading at the 110 mark, despite leading at the 130 mark in the end. It is Pure that wins it 250-171.
I would challenge anyone who's watching at home to read the stats off of the FaZe members, each of them in a line, and go guess what the score was.
Yeah.
Because 250-171, I think it was,
yes,
in that final moment. Not something you would expect to see when you have that kind of presence on the map and you're picking up that many kills. But now it sends us to a map 5. Now in the Slayer earlier, as you can see on your screen, it was Pure who managed to close it out. FaZe, questions will be asked if they fall in a game of 5 here against the team that beat them back in Atlanta. They got some work to do here.
I gotta say, guess what? This is the type of series that we came for. We didn't think we were going to get this. I'll tell you what, even after Game 3, we didn't think we were going to get this. Somehow, though, we're getting a Game 5 in the rematch between FaZe and Pure. Pure rallies back in a huge way to stay alive in a game they were heavily outslayed. As you said, they won the Slayer earlier by a large margin. It was 50-44. And now everything to play for in game number 5 between these two teams.
First Game 5 we're going to see on our main stage here in Royal 2. The man who, if he can recreate the stats from the last game in a Slayer game type, certainly will be on the way to maybe pushing his team towards a successful end to this series. Last shot going to get that first knock, and we're going to have to see, keep our eyes on the feed here and see if Cherish gets the first pickup as well of an overshield or a camo, or maybe even something else to go along the way.
It seems like he's going to start to make his way over, because that's how it's been every single game so far. It's been absolutely wild to see, and unsurprisingly slow-paced start from both of these teams. No one, Cherish wants a camo, you can just tell.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's set up on the laundry. He can slide for this.
Slow-paced start from these two teams just because neither one wants to be the one to make the mistake. They know what's on the line here.
I think it was Snakebite who managed to just steal away that camo. So Cherish, a beautiful little run that he would be very proud of picking up the first power-up of games. We're still going to continue here because it's going to be Snakebite with that camo, who maybe is thinking about pushing in to try and find that headshot to find the kill onto the player who had no shields. 5-5 at the start of this one. Now FaZe going to re-wrap, but that grenade is going to slow down the push. Renegade doesn't slow down though, he keeps going.
Full shields here for Snakebite once again, going to continue holding forward. They've picked off one, let's see if they can continue. That'll be 2 dead. Camo's out, but still a big man advantage here coming in.
Struck no shields. Oh, beautiful shot coming in from Snakebite. It's a great push.
Beautiful.
Coming in from FaZe, picking them apart piece by piece. And that camo allowing Snakebite just to kind of scoot through mid-map there, find the damage that was required to play off of that opening that Renegade got. I do love how Renegade played that as well. Even though you saw the damage coming into Snakebite a little bit earlier at the start of the push, Renegade keeps pushing forward, keeps the pressure on.
Last shot tries to go red room. Not going to be easy, but so far a successful push here. 3 players go pillars. It's a killing spree though for Snakebite. Here comes the push.
Still alive as well. Still outputting damage. Camo going to be coming up in a few moments' time as well. So Snakebite, who got that first one, now trying to play Protector.
Really nice.
Finds one. Renegade finds another as well, and this is a beautiful life coming in from Snakebite. It allows Frosty now to get his hands on the camo.
Mechanically, that was so beautiful. I think they're going to get the last kill, which will give me a second to talk about it. Yeah, Snakebite gets the kill. That's a clean 4 dead. It's 15-7. Snakebite staying alive on the laundry. Did you notice how he kept jumping on that left side to stay there? He would never have to clamber. If someone came out, he would immediately get a melee, and he flies in, he can shoot immediately, and he held down, most importantly, tires that entire time during the camo grab. FaZe looking strong in game number 5, double the score of their opponent.
Snakebite off of that life, 7-1. Fantastic start, 16-8, doubling up on the slays that have managed to be put on the board here by Pure. Game 5 FaZe is a scary customer, regardless of who they're going up against. So many championships, games, big series have been won in these Game 5 Slayers. And Renegade picking up that kill onto Cherish might be looking to put another one into that storybook.
18-8, quite a deficit. Now let's keep it. Oh, nice! Snakebite with the fadeaway from heaven. The thing of gods, and he's doing it from the heavens. Absolutely beautifully executed. 19-9 now. Double still their score at 20-10. It's going to require something special for Pure to get out of this.
Snakebite's closing in on a potential killing frenzy here. He's 9-1 in this game. Couple of plasma grenades going to be tossed in towards the back of Tram here to try and help Frosty move forward. Last shot's going to finally find a little bit of a foothold here with a double kill of his own for Pure, who have been rattled at the start of this game.
I mean, it's just FaZe Clan doing FaZe Clan things, to be honest. It feels like the way that they were able to run away with that. It was a beautiful push to bring the game to 9-5. They have not looked back since. Killing frenzy for Snakebite in a game 5.
There it is, the second one of the series for FaZe.
How about this? In a game, they lead by 10, now 10 plus. He's 10-1.
And he gets himself a camo. Are we thinking more?
He's not done yet.
Certainly got the opportunity here to put together the spree of all sprees. In a game 5, after a disappointing performance in the previous game, the captain of FaZe is finding a way to drag his team towards a potential series victory. Now he's got a flank here.
Oh, beautifully done.
Sneak behind enemy lines. There's the opening for FaZe again.
Look at that from Snakebite. The trigger discipline to not shoot the player on Cafe to Gen and know that he can wrap it, get the back whack. They get 2 dead yet again. 28-14, make it 29. This is a masterclass from FaZe Clan.
Doesn't even break the GA as well. Leaves the shotgun on the rack. Royalty's going to trade out as well. Still doubling the score of Pure here. FaZe, they are in complete control. But we felt that way in the last game, and then before you knew it, Pure were back into it. So FaZe will know exactly what can happen if they aren't perfect. If they take their foot off the gas for just a second here. Snakebite's still playing his life so beautifully at the moment. It's not like he's playing his life. He's outputting damage every single second we see him on our screen.
I mean, this is just so beautifully done here. Cafe push comes in from Tolik, though. This could be dangerous. Tries to stay alive, keep the spree alive. Finally, he will get taken down, but not before going 11-2 off of, I would call it the opening of the game, but we're at the 30 kill mark. So somehow Snakebite staying alive so long and deep into the game. Not over yet. 32-22. Now it's a 10 kill game.
Goes into the death screen for the second time in the game, and then Snakebite in the kill feed replies with the double kill just to really prove a point. Cherish with the red gun, looking to find a way to just pick off a couple of these FaZe Clan members. Last shot's going to find another one, and all of a sudden, when you look at the score at the bottom, it's not as much of a chasm as it was a few moments ago. And grabbing a camo might be a way for Pure to just start to put some pieces together here and think about a comeback. But as he gets away with the camo, other players have had to sacrifice their lives to keep Cherished alive.
He's going to hide here in the market boxes. Great hiding spot. But could sneak found out right away by Renegade. Still a 10-kill game. Cherish needs to make a play with this camo. They cannot let this go to waste.
FaZe are playing it beautifully as well. You can see they're just biding some time. Beatdown comes in. Stick will come in, but it's a trade. And a trade for FaZe at this point in the game. I'm with 3 dead here for Pure.
Oh, yeah.
It's starting to feel like this might be the beginning of a victory lap for FaZe. Still some work to do, of course, but this kind of established lead at this point in the game, in a game 5, it's so difficult to try and wrestle any kind of momentum back from FaZe when they're playing this way.
It's huge. I mean, also just talk about the way the Renegade sits in the L and gets the stick. When you're up by 10 and you hear Renegade say, I traded with camo, it's all you need. You know that you're just commanding this game. You're shutting down any advantages. And now still an 11-kill lead. Here's the push. One more, it looks like, for Snakebite. He's not done yet. Gets out of melee range. He's 17-3 in the game.
You did not hear that wrong. It's 17 and just 3 deaths. Make it 4, but you'll give him maybe a little bit of leeway with that one. A monstrous game 5 performance from Snakebite. As FaZe keep themselves 10 kills in the ascendancy against Pure, who have given so much in this series. Renegade on your POV right now. 12 and 13 for him.
It gives you chills, to be honest. A player like Snakebite, the general, the captain of the squad, when you get to a game 5, you want to lead by example. How about going 17-4? 7 kills to go for FaZe Clan.
A bit of a peak battle going on between Druck and Renegade. Both players finally disengaged. Here comes the re-engagement. Trades across the border, only going to favor FaZe in this situation, though. They're just 5 kills away from closing this out now.
They know it's not over, though. 8-kill lead at the 45 mark. Against a team like Pure, there's still work to be done here. Tolik also gets the camo. So just like that, this is a 6-kill game. Despite everything we've celebrated on the FaZe side so far, it's not over just yet. 4 players trapped in PD.
4 players in PD. Tolik with damage. Trade does come in from Snakebite. He finds his 18th kill of this game.
Not over.
But the collapse is now coming in, and Tolik is going to be able to catch these players off guard. Frosty looking to trade, but can't trade. He can't trade. And Pure will not die. It's a 3-kill game.
FaZe only gets 1. It was 45-38. Now it's 46-43. 3-kill game.
Tolik is going to get pushed by Snakebite. He puts his 19th on the board. And is it too little too late here for Pure? It's 2 kills to go here for FaZe.
Risky, risky! Cannot believe he pushed caution there. Tries to go for the 49th. He doesn't get it. It's a tough angle there. You knew there was going to be Cafe presence, and Renegade gets punished. Just like that, we're still at a 3-kill game. 48-45, 2:53 left on the clock.
Let's just take a second to think about the monstrous lead that FaZe had at one point in this game. It's completely evaporated. It's now a slender lead. It's now a lead that makes this a losable game on their side and a winnable one on the side of Pure. Snakebite making the play to just slow things down here, and you can understand why.
This series has had everything. Unbelievable scenes here. Well, we've spent half the game talking about the lead that FaZe had and Snakebite's KD. As you said, that is all but gone now, and there's a lot of time left. 2:20. We'll keep an eye, of course, on the camo. Really is where our eyes are going to go. This camo, or the battle that leads to it, could obviously win the game.
I think FaZe have made the play call here to just wait for this camo to come up, and we can at least trade around it. Let's not force this game. Let's make Pure to come to us. Make Pure make the play. And surely we feel confident enough in ourselves that we will be able to trade out 2 of these kills.
Snakebite has to back down. Frosty gets a camo
Renegade
clean.
gets the 49th as well. It's going to be traded out here by Tolik, but Frosty, with this camo, is going to close the game out and is going to close the series out. But boy, did Pure make them work hard for that final win. Boy, did Pure make it hard for them across the series, but it is FaZe who get an element of revenge here in pool play with a Game 5 victory.
I think we were all excited to see what that rematch would entail. I don't know if any of us knew it was going to be just that good and down to the wire. Down to only 3 kills in a Game 5. In the end, it will be a 4-kill margin, 50-46 final score. FaZe takes the 5th and final game of the series, and they get their revenge, but as you say, at great cost.
Did they? It's one of those, right? It's like they got their revenge to get the series win, but it's pool play, and that was an interesting series where I almost feel like I come away with it with just as many questions as I do answers.
Yeah, I agree. And you wonder, right, just how good is FaZe looking versus just how impressive is Pure looking this
Which is
event.
great.
And it is. We don't know exactly, but I think one thing we know is that was the hell of a series in an unbelievable way. to see the debut of both of these teams on the main stage.
I almost feel like at the end of that series, FaZe are thinking,
without
it's just a release of stress and pressure that they got over the line.
That one's in the back. Yeah, exactly.
If FaZe would have lost that game from the position they were in and lost the series because of it, now they didn't. Let's not get into hypotheticals, right? Let's not get into that. But we are going to wrap the series up right now. It will be FaZe who get that win. We're going to go down to the main stage of Blaze now for an interview.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Salt Lake City, make some noise for FaZe Clan as they take down Pure and continue on in their bracket. Now, Frosty, what an electric matchup this was going down to the wire. It was definitely good to watch. I don't know how it felt for you to be in the other seat on the stage with it being so close, but last time you guys played Pure, they 3-0'd you guys and got some traction going on in the tournament and in the community. But what was the game plan to get revenge against them today?
Honestly, it was just to not take them lightly. I feel like whenever we're on the same page, we're going to be playing well. So we were focused on that. But then also, again, they're a really good team. We couldn't take them lightly. And first match of the tourney was a great one to start off with.
It definitely was, okay? And, we saw the intensity in which you guys were playing at in this series. And, after that map number 3, it was looking good for you guys into the map number 4. I want to say you outslayed them by about 20 kills, but you lose by that great of a margin. World 2 goes 27-8 there towards the end into that game 5. What was going on through your heads having to play up against another Slayer after losing the way that you did in game 4?
Right. Well, I'll say it's a good thing, a good problem to have. If you're outslaying a team and still losing, I feel like it's a pretty easy fix. But yeah, going into game 5, I feel like we were really confident. I feel like the 2 games that we did lose, they weren't our strongest game types. So it's one thing that we lost them, but now we can hit the drawing board and try to get better at those game types. But we pulled it out game 5.
Definitely did. Now, speaking of the drawing board, the captain Snakebite kicking off map 5. Frenzy to kick it off. You guys got a 10-point lead for most of the series, but it's cut down to 3. 1 camo coming up. What was the play call?
Honestly, just stick to our guns. Make sure we're not turtling up too much. I know we did get trapped in PD for a minute. All 4 of us, I think, were stuck for a little bit. But, we just wanted to keep taking the fight to them, keep the pressure on them, and that's what we did.
You guys definitely did. Frosty, was awesome talking to you here on the stage. Make some more noise for FaZe Clan, everybody. Lot, let's break the rest of the series down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I think, honestly, the big takeaway is fight fire with fire. That's kind of what I think FaZe were trying to achieve there against Pure. I also do think that FaZe believe Pure are the real deal. The way that they were playing on there, they were also going for perfect. That's where we saw the lack of efficiency at certain times in certain places. There's a lot to learn there from FaZe. They're going to go back and do VOD review. Although they got the win, it probably wasn't the convincing win that they could have had based on some of the kills that were coming forward from this team. Whereas when you're looking at the gameplay, how FaZe were tackling Pure in this entire series, they looked like they had the upper hand, but Pure always had an answer.
Yeah, it was actually incredible. The individual plays from FaZe, from game to game to game, everyone started making plays. It started with Frosty, this snipe, those kills, insane. But you saw Pure and their resiliency stick through it. They win this Slayer in a pretty convincing fashion. It did get a little close towards the end, but those overshields allowed Pure to extend the lead to be a comfortable dub. This King of the Hill was another dominant showing from FaZe, and it was Renegade making plays. It was everybody starting to really pop off, where you thought this was only going to go 4 games in this series, and it was going to be over. FaZe looked like they were on their A game, and it is so difficult to take them down. Royal 2 and the damage he was doing on the strongholds, absolutely insane. But Mark and Andy were talking about it the entire game. Royal 2's on a frenzy. We're only up 15. That's a problem, because you cannot expect one player to keep up that pace. And even if Royal 2 does, Pure found opportunities and openings to continue to figure out a way to keep that game close. But this series came down to the one fact we always talk about. You cannot allow a series against FaZe to go game 5. Snakebite and Royal 2 are the 2 clutchest players to ever play in the history of Halo. And Snakebite's performance to kick this game 5 off is unbelievable. It showcases everything he showed us throughout the year. And if there's an MVP candidate race going into Worlds and Snakebite's playing like that, as he has been all year, he's going to put himself and his ticket into that pool as well.
I think on another side of things, just based on what you're saying here, we saw like individual talent beyond belief.
Great.
Superstar moments for every single one of the players on FaZe. But I think it's testament to Pure to not only just not allow them to run away with it and be like, okay, if one of you wants to pop off, no worries, but we got the other 3 and we're handling objective. Don't worry about that. Continue to put us on the respawn, but the rest of our team, whoever is up, whoever is alive, are putting in double time to make sure that objective is staying where it needs to be in order to bounce back and try and keep themselves in the series. That is really difficult to do because it is hard mentally to know that your team is getting cycled and cycled and cycled over again in a respawn screen, knowing someone's popping off and having that moment, but to be able to just be there every single time, Rob, it's very difficult.
Oh, no, I mean, very, very difficult. I think what you saw there was just the way that Pure was playing. It continued to push FaZe to that exact limit of, can you play the best Halo in all of these scenarios? And like you said, even the fact, I think Wes called it perfectly in terms of the way that Pure played that live fire match, just continually just like finding nooks and crannies and ways out where they could do a 2-man push where despite you have huge numbers, they're making sure that they were there where they needed to be on the map. Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful series layout, a beautiful series, one of my favorite series in a long time.
I mean, that stat graphic is everything you want to know about Pure. They had very similar stats against Optic Gaming last tournament where they went to game 5 and fell short. It's the last shot at the most damage in that series. Even with Royal 2 doing what he did, a 1.64, it's the last shot, still out-damaged Royal 2. That kid is an absolute superstar. And if anybody thinks Pure isn't the real deal, can't repeat what they did at Atlanta or even do more damage than they did at Atlanta, think again, because this team's going to be a problem for anybody in this tournament.
Indeed. I don't know which one of you it was that mentioned Royal 2 and with the meta change. Was it you on set?
Could be Mark. It sounds like a smart thing. I think it's Mark.
I think you called that one
31 series.
so
Let's
well.
not get ahead of ourselves. Right? I might have a terrible
I
rest
think
of the
you called
tournament
that
now,
one
which would
so
be on
well.
me.
The expert chair.
Sorry.
The pacing from
Yeah.
Royal 2 in that series just looked so good for him. It just looked like he was very comfortable. Something that I hadn't seen from Royal 2 in quite some time, to be perfectly honest with you. The past couple of LAN events that we've seen, even ones that they have won, he still looked uncomfortable at certain times. Right now, he's got his feet up. He is chilling. He is happy. I know that there's some objective work to be done, efficiency, some talks to, chat about later on. But he looked really, really good in terms of his reticle, in terms of his pace. He looked absolutely fantastic. So you called that one on set.
Nice job, Mark.
Good job. Fantastic work.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the pool play results as they're coming in because we have some updates for you. Now, we were over in Pool D here, FaZe. They're 1-0 in their pool right now. Pure 1-1, obviously being knocked down slightly by FaZe Clan, but they are able to bounce back as they go up against an open bracket team looking right now poised to take second in their pool potentially. And then over on the other pools, we got Col, 2-0. Who had that?
Did
anyone have that?
Anyone can screenshot with a time and a date a predictions that looks like that for Pool B?
The only person crazy enough to do that is Tony.
Tony might have.
I don't know if Tony is that crazy.
Tony's that crazy.
Is he that crazy?
I mean, he probably has like 7 predictions out there, and in one of them,
I was going to say, Tony has also been saying that Complexity have been doing something for about 2 years now, so it's going to come around at some point.
The clock.
It's a matter of time.
This is very true. I mean, we have our predictions coming up on the screen here right now. I don't see a Cole insight, to be perfectly honest with you. There is not a Cole insight. Yeah,
it wasn't even his wild card. So
no, I know.
He didn't have it.
It's the one time that Tony doesn't choose them.
Nobody had Pool B.
Let's call the Jets here, though. It's still pool play. You still got to win in winner's bracket and figure out your elimination bracket run. Complexity could still take the train off the rails.
That's not taking anything away from Complexity, by the way. Like Complexity, great performance. The surprise for me was the quadrant result. Like that was. I looked into the games there as well.
They beat Optic.
They weren't close.
3-0.
No,
the surprise is quadrant.
Doesn't let me finish my sentences.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No. Go ahead, Wes, please.
The surprise was what?
No. For the start, they hadn't played Optic then. I was surprised when I saw that result.
Okay.
Because, if you'll let me finish, the games weren't close either.
No.
All right, I'm finished.
Sorry. Are you good?
I think we're all shocked.
I think we all need to sit down for a
I
minute.
know. I think there's a few things that have been happening today. Some close calls, some upsets, all sorts of things. But we're not finished here, folks. Coming up next, we do have a historic rivalry. Although be a different team on the side of Quadrant, it's Quadrant nonetheless going up against Optic Gaming. This one is sure to be a banger. Make sure you're tuning in because coming up next, we do have more main stage action.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
What's up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we're back with another top 10 from the HCS Atlanta Major hosted by FaZe. At number 10, Druck back on American soil, back making plays. Going to find the first 2 kills in the kill feed here. Wooten Mighties go down. We switch over to Druck's point of view. He's able to finally finish that triple. The jump to top mid is clean. The grenade is perfect. And he's able to one-shot Jimbo for the overkill. At number 9, it's still Pure, and it's Talik this time around. Winners quarterfinals against FaZe Clan up 2-0. Talik finds the first kill, slides, hits the no-scope to put a punctuation and send FaZe to the elimination bracket. At number 8, it's Lucid from Optic Gaming. Tommy Wilson and the terror he put on this event. Starts it off on streets. Cycle gets taken down. A beautiful nade as he patiently plays the double kill. Spots us the third player, bottom middle, able to finish that triple kill. And as a spike grenade comes through, it creates the space for him to even get a fourth and unofficial overkill. At number 7, Collect from Bittersweet. Still making some noise as the young gun here as he finds himself against Native Gaming. The first kill is nice. The second, quick scope on the APG for the double. Finds a player, top dice. The transition to the triple is beautiful. Even hits the body for the O, but can't quite finish kill. At number 6, Dead Zone from Optic Gaming. Already dominating at 9-4-1. The double kill, no scope for the killing frenzy. At number 5, Formal from the Green Wall. It's a Green Wall top 10. Formal with the shock rifle finds the perfect kill onto Druck. He's going to be able to rotate here towards LR. He spots the player, hits another perfect shock rifle kill. Formal's forced to play his life as the other team tries to cap this hill. Formal tries to shut him down, kills all 4, but the point will go to Pure. At number 4, Stellar was always going to be here. Stellar has camo shock rifle, always making plays. Finds the first kill on the Gilkey, rotates on the barcode. 2 perfect shots from Stellar. Can we get a third? Thank you, tapping buttons as he goes down for the killing spree. At number 3, Dead Zone back in action. Dead Zone back making plays, and he's found himself the overshield here on Interference Stronghold. He's going to be able to jump back top middle. 5 perfect shots for the killing spree already, but he wants more. Second player gets down. Third player gets melted. Dead Zone with the thrust is beautiful, and the overkill comes through for another Dead Zone top 10 clip. Hope you don't get tired of me saying Dead Zone because he's back at number 2 as well. And what an event for this young man as he finds his 3rd clip in the top 10. This time it's on Live Fire. Optic Gaming versus Complexity Winners Corner Finals right now. Dead Zone has a snipe in hand. Ball trying to get rotated. Dead Zone shuts it down. Double kill for Dead Zone. A quick scope onto Huss. The triple kill comes through, and the overkill is disgusting onto Rain as Dead Zone finds himself another overkill. At number 1, it's Lucid with potentially the greatest clip I have ever seen in Halo Championship Series history. It starts from Middle's point of view. He's got snipe top tower. He gets a no shield, so he's going to try and throw this off the map. It doesn't quite make it. Lucid catches it in the air. Lucid then repositions top tower and starts to put that snipe to work. The first player eliminated. The second player spawns camo, dead. Third player called out back tower. Lucid finishes him up with a beautiful body. The fourth gets ripped for the overkill as Lucid takes down all 4
The
players.
HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
evening, folks, and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series Salt Lake City Major. We are having an incredible day one. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Tony, Golden Boy, and Walshy. Once again, a beautiful rotation. And boys, some things have been very spicy today. Day one always brings the kind of hype, the excitement, the adrenaline, the rushes, but I don't think anybody could have prepared us for some of the results that have been coming forward, some of the underdog stories developing, Tony. It has been unbelievable and, quite frankly, unmatched so far this season.
Yeah, it's crazy. People think at home that we're joking when we sit here and say that the competition is getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah.
Year 3 of the HCS is a phenomenal time to be a Halo fan. And in fact, the match we're about to watch, they were both upset by complexity, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, this right now is a fight for second currently in their pool, obviously with the open bracket coming in at some point, but usually kind of indicates a second place finish here. And who would have thought it would be between Optic and Quadrant? I think on the side of Optic, if we start with the green wall first, they are having a couple of speed bumps in the form of some things that you can't control. The uncontrollables, we know Dead Zone is not feeling well at all. That is happening. We saw a 3-0 coming for them in the form of complexity getting the better of them and capitalizing on maybe a lackluster Optic gaming. Golden Boy, with everything that they're dealing with aside, in terms of the expectations of this series, this is the bigger one technically in their pool. What do you expect for them to do in order to come out against Quadrant and make sure that in terms of history, they win this series?
Yeah, well, I briefly ran into Trippy in the back and talked with him for a little bit. And, long story short, confidence is still quite high for the team. They know that they just got to run it back. And that's basically all that is needed to be said there, right? And I think for Quadrant on the other side, this is a great opportunity to catch an Optic while they're, licking their wounds a little bit, right? If anything, what this goes to show is that in this kind of competition, especially when you have those variables, those outside variables coming into play here, you got to be careful because there are some sharks in the water ready to just strike at a moment's notice. And we could very well be looking at Optic Gaming potentially, not making it to that upper bracket, which is crazy, not getting that second place spot. I honestly have no idea what to expect here.
No, neither do I. I think also in terms of the way that things can affect the rest of the team, I think a couple of question marks were kind of thrown out there, especially against Cole Walshy, about Lucid not having the hot start we're kind of used to seeing from him on pool play. He hasn't been quite as consistent, I think, with his day one so far today as we're used to seeing in other majors this season. What could be affecting the team in that way in terms of it also dribbling onto other players as well?
That's a great question. I mean, when I've watched some of Lucid's recent streams, I just feel like I see a different attitude or like frustration coming out of him, even when he's playing random matchmaking, where maybe I caught him on a bad day during a stream or two, but you can just tell that he's when things aren't going his way, he is not having those roll off as easy as they should. Halo's a game where you're going to have 40 deaths in some games, and you need to have one death happen or a situation not play out the way you think it does, and be able to just bounce right back and go in the next play. You can't dwell on the past.
Yeah, and teamwork is going to be so important where Lucid might have underperformed there. I mean, still incredible stats, to be perfectly honest, for most people. We also saw Snipe Drone stepping up as well. And I think it's going to be super important for every single player on Quadrant right now. Although Optic kind of in a bad spot, Quadrant are going to have to kind of go against a team that really need to bounce back right now, that need to be going into the winner's side of things in that bracket. And Snipe Drone, he's one of the guys we're going to be looking at on Quadrant because he's had some incredible series so far this season.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been talking about it constantly. Scherzi brought it up, Dan's brought it up. I've been calling Snipe Drone the baddest man in the EU recently because he's just that good. No matter what battle he gets into, whether he's at a disadvantage or not, the man simply hits shots. And if you're going to challenge him and you're going to push it, you're either going to have to back down, play cover, or you're going to lose that fight. If there's one player on this roster that wins pivotal fights, honestly, it's Snipe Drone.
Yeah, for sure. Or could it be Glorious? He's making the spirit bomb there in that picture. I don't know. One or the other. One or the other.
Very true. And talking about Pivs, though, Golden Boy, GB, when I've got you, I mean, Legend was such a pivotal piece to the puzzle for Quadrant back when they made history and the ascension to the top to honestly compete with the big three that we had. Quadrant, they have a chance here to surprise a lot of people. What have you learned in terms of watching this new transition of this roster and how they can potentially perform and reach that level once again?
Yeah, honestly, having looked at, a lot of the VODs from ATL and stuff and seeing how they've been performing, it's still a team that's just trying to figure it out right now, right? And I think they're pretty much there. I think they're at that point where they're feeling good. I think they have that chemistry amongst them, right? You still have a core of that team that has stuck together for a while here, right? Especially when you got a guy like SLG on the roster. Yeah. It's a very meticulous, planned individual. He tries to ensure that he's setting up everyone for success on his squad all the time. So I think you're going to start to see that really begin to build up more and more. But the thing is that you really can't replace a player like Legend, that's always going to be a tough one. Because he's such an impact player. He literally gets slotted into Space Station, and it was like a glove, right? Like it was perfect from the get-go. So not perfect from the get-go, but you were seeing the pieces really begin to come together a lot quicker here. Whereas for Quadrant, I think they're going to need to continue to figure this one out. But this is a good opportunity for them to really stake their claim and plant their flag here in this tournament.
It certainly is indeed. And I think on that topic entirely, I think looking at the kind of roles that are coming forward for this new Quadrant team, Glory has been a main slayer, along with Snipe Drone, but also you have the likes of SLG and Seeker who can also put that kind of workforce together as well. So, Walshy, are you seeing like a shift of workforce balance that needs to happen for Quadrant in order to find their flow a little bit more? We can't have 4 people absolutely gunning for the kills. There needs to be a little bit more of a workforce balance. Are you looking for that from Quadrant still?
Well, I think they found that balance. They found at least a right stroke of that. We did see Glories, who won the support player out in London. And I feel like all those players have stepped it up. Like you said before, it felt like there was a lot of this reliance on Legend to be this main slayer and do all this killing. And they've all stepped it up respectively. I feel like Halo is also one of those games that you almost can't over-index in slaying as long as you just aren't totally brain dead and not doing any objective. Like you can just get a bunch of slays. You can eventually get that flag, get that ball, get the hill. And so if anything, I think they're fine in their slaying department. It's just, can they hang with the best of the best?
Yeah, big questions. And also another thing is, what are we going to be seeing? That's also going to dictate a lot of things for both of these teams here and what they're kind of used to and their preferences. Let's take a look at the series layout right now and see where it stands. We've got Empyrean CTF coming up first. If I know a thing or two about Optic Gaming, is that is one of their favorites, just even in terms to play. They really enjoy that as a team. Slayer Aquarius next. Tony, are you looking at anything in particular when, gazing upon this series layout that might be an outlier for either?
I mean, you're pointing it right off the rip. That Empyrean capture the flag being game number 1 to set the tone of the series, and Optic being at an 80% win percentage on this map is just crazy to think about. Game number 1s are so important for, like I said, setting the tone, setting the pace, and really putting your best foot forward. And obviously, Optic have an advantage with that insane win rate.
They certainly do indeed. Anything else in terms of Quadrant that they can capitalize on here in this series layout, Golden Boy?
Well, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I think when you take a gander at the stats and how things break down here, Optic statistically have a pretty good hand in this battle, right? But again, I don't want to harp on it, but there are a few intangibles and things that are happening, for some of the players in Optic that could end up being a real bad negative for them, right? It's not anyone's fault in particular, right? It's just life happens. So that is going to be quite the challenge, I think, for Optic to overcome. If they are able to do so, though, and if the if the Lucids of the world begins to get hot again, like you were talking about before, we're wanting to see him change that demeanor, that attitude in game. If they're able to do that here and really help uplift their teammate in Dead Zone, who is certainly going to be in a little bit of a blender here physically, I think that there is a strong opportunity for Optic Gaming to win this series. But it's going to come from those 3 players stepping up and backing up their boy.
100%. I also would like to say, in terms of a Dead Zone who's not feeling like himself at all right now, the fact that he is also able to continue to put up those numbers, yes, it was a 3-0 against Cole, but his stats weren't poor by any means. They really were up there with the rest of his team. So I've got to say that's testament to how incredible he is as a player.
And one thing I just want to say, though, is, you look at the complexity of winning, against Optic, and you're like, oh, yeah, something happened, so on and so forth, whatever. But no, they also did it against Quadrant as well. So both of these teams really needing to figure it out here in SLC.
Well, a historic matchup. One to be tried and tested with this brand new Quadrant roster. Optic Gaming, can they get this done? Quadrant, will they make history once again? Golden Boy Walshy, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie, for that. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and dive right into this one here. This is, a bit of a classic feud. This one more of a blood feud this time around, Dave, because, there's no titles on the line here. But there is an opportunity to keep yourself fighting in that pool play. Fight for that second spot, especially after Complexity managed to shock everyone by not just defeating Quadrant, but also defeating Optic in their pool 2.
Yeah, you're correct there, GB. you would expect these two teams to be going for the 1 and 2 spot in their pool. Instead, we're fighting for number 2 and number 3. One of them going to start in the elimination bracket. The other one going to start in the upper bracket. We're going to find out right here over these next 5 games.
But I do like the chances here for Quadrant. There's a great chance for Snipe Drone to just go absolutely mental here. I'm not talking about the player from Shopify.
Yeah, I think we're going to see one of those first few games won from Quadrant. Strongholds, yes, they aren't as dominant as they were in previous seasons, but they're still a very strong team at that game.
All right.
I expect if they can bring this to a game number 4, we likely will see a game 5, unless Quadrant decides to just run away with it in these early ones.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into this action here. You already hear the Green Wall fans coming out in full force, supporting their boys, and they're going to need that, you know, that 7th man, if you will, or sorry, that a 6th man, if you will, because, you know, you got Lunchbox behind the boys there, so he's the 5th. Still, though, it's going to be some CTF action. Actually, as a matter of fact, as I say that, I don't know if you saw that, Dave, but they ended up losing their snipe there, Quadrant, so now Optic are going to have 2 to use.
Also, that audio cue, I was like, there's no way they've grabbed the flag already, have they?
Yeah.
And that's just so quick, so aggressive right off the bat as they push through green and long. But now we've come to a bit more of a stalemate as Formal does not want to overstep. He realizes as long as he stays back and has the sniper, there's almost no chance that Quadrant can get this flag.
Yeah, it's basically going up against a brick wall there. Apropos, of course, for Optic, but now Formal just waiting to see if anyone's going to creep around the shoddy area, and it does so right there. So the player right in front of Needles going to be in a bit of a pickle there. But in any case, Formal's still going to be continuing to patrol around this, but you're starting to see some kills come through for Quadrant here. Big battle now under play, and that's going to be Sika. Massive pick here. Can Lucid get a follow-up as Sika's going to be tucking his tail behind his corner of this box? And I don't think anyone knows where he is, so he might be able to get out of this one scot-free, and he does so.
But wow, just like that, when Formal just oversteps a little bit going towards long haul, gets caught off guard by that person in pit. And now we have a flag pulled for Quadrant, but that's got to be done because they have gotten a couple kills on the map, and Lucid moving over the bridge.
Yeah, had Sika been able to stay up there and take control of Tower, we might be singing a little bit of a different tune here, but that is not going to be the case, as now it's going to be Optic's turn to strike. We got Lucid on the prowl. He manages to find himself two, or another one rather, but he is going to get cleaned up quickly by by Sika. Dead Zone gets the better of SLG on the other side there. Still going to continue to be a close matchup here.
See what he decides to do with these last 2 bullets. Usually as you get to the end of a sniper, you'll see these players move up a little bit more, so that way as they get that pick, they can move into enemy territory, and then if they were to die, they can usually waste that last bullet, or worst case, they're only giving up a small amount of ammo.
Big pickups there. You can start to see those movements begin to happen, but the pressure was starting to come in from Quadrant. They win the training of Optic's side, but just as I say that, you got Lucid picking up that overshield. Maybe he could put this to good use. He knows that that pressure is going to be coming in. You got a few members from Quadrant that are going to be circling around him, or 2, as a matter of fact, trying to keep himself alive out of this one, able to get 1 kill, and his teammates there for the other.
It's interesting. Usually, like, the OS person's the threat, and it's like, all right, stay away from there. Instead, it felt like Quadrant were all hunting down Lucid there over in the runway.
Yeah, they were giving him no space to work with there. They wanted to shut down that OS player right away because they know that if he had overshield, what's happening right here would be just as painful for Quadrant with the way that they're trying to take control of this base. But a big battle there for Snipe Drone. He's going to win that one out, keep himself alive in this battle.
That's going to be now the go sign here for Quadrant. They're going to make their push across bridge and training and see who they can find, and they're going to find a snipe bullet from Lucid.
Yeah, right to the dome. Going to have him take a quick seat there. Lucid anticipating a potential push on the sword side of the map. There's going to be 1 player over there, and he also got another one pushing into green now. Lucid's wise to it, but unfortunately the shot's going to be a little bit to the left. Finds another one as well, right in front of him too. Does get the tag on that guy. Is he looking for another one? But not going to happen for him there. Unfortunate, as Glory will get the better of Lucid in that exchange.
That snipe, not going to be able to waste any of the ammo, so that sniper's going to go back in the hands of Optic. Now let's see what SLG can do here. Just trying to make his way across sword, see if he can get an angle, but does not want to push too far across. Somehow gets that body shot in the training. He's going to hunt for the under bridge.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he is, whether or not he's going to commit to this, which he won't. Wise enough there. But he knows someone could be coming back for seconds. I wanted to try and give him a haircut there, but it doesn't work out in his favor. Another shot a little to the left. I don't know what it is with the snipes today, man. They're all to the left.
I actually like that. Like, despite that not going well for SLG, one thing I liked about his push there, as he pushed across bridge towards opposing sword windows, he knew someone else is in sword as the action was unfolding, and you can catch someone off guard on turret or on training as you slip behind enemy lines. Because generally, as soon as you get someone in sword, you're not worried about getting sniped from your side sword or your side window, so you can get some unsuspecting picks and hits there.
Now look, there's going to be this attempted pull here. And while you were, breaking down what we were seeing there, one thing that was happening was rockets were coming up. Problem is that Zika get a little too ambitious with this one, because he's going to have that flag tucked away in the back here. Zika waiting. He does know that player's moving the flag. He sees that icon marching forward. Is anyone there from Optic to try and send this one back? I'm not even really that concerned here about Zika. They're trying to sniff him out, which they finally do manage to after Zika decides to make some moves.
Enemy flag returned.
What a play. This is going to be the first flag going for Quadrant. I don't think Optic have a chance to stop this one. Snipe drone bringing it in, and that's going to be cap number 1 going in favor of Quadrant.
Well played by Quadrant. Zika grabbed that flag, tossed it out to his teammate, continued to fight on the other side, but we could be seeing a counter cap here as Trippy going to be marching that flag down. He's got it almost halfway to that long haul. He's going to cross that 50-yard line, which he successfully does so, and this is looking good for the green wall here, as they could very well capture this one. An instant response for Optic Gaming, and we're tied up 1-1, right back where we started.
All right, yeah, we had a lead for about 6 seconds in this game,
It was a nice
we're back
6 seconds.
tied.
It was a nice 6 seconds, but Optic was having none of that.
Is there another chance that we are going to see another counter cap? A counter cap squared.
Ooh, what if we do a counter cap to a counter cap to a counter cap?
I
That'd be
don't
crazy,
know if
dude.
my brain can handle that.
I don't know.
But I'm here for it.
My pea brain cannot acknowledge that reality. Oh my word, Glory wins that battle out. Is anyone else there from Optic to stop him? He needs some help. Seems like he's good to go though. The rest of Optic tucked away inside of their base, nowhere to go. That is going to be a second flag cap. Let's see how long this one lasts for.
Yep, counter cap. Now we're going to have to see if Optic respond, but will be an unofficial counter cap.
Yeah.
I feel like they rarely happen, so we got to call it out while it's here.
Got to enjoy the moment while we have it, That's how I feel. Here comes the push from Quadrant again, and you're starting to see things begin to crumble a bit for Optic Gaming, especially in these defensive holds. They've been breaking through these setups here. Perfectly fine, get inside of the base, and unfortunate there as Glories gets the kill onto Trippy. Unfortunate for Trippy, very fortunate for Glory.
5 minutes remaining.
And I like this play. It seems like every single time Glory rounds the corner over on bridge, over towards green, lays up Mistle, he's just trying to use the Magnum in case he gets in a close range fight so he can get those quick shots in melee or just get that quick finish. But the moment they realize it's more of a mid-range fight, he's obviously switching over to the Bandit.
Formal grabbed that sniper from Snipe Drone that was left on top of the Quadrant tower. Formal though, no, someone's going to be up top. Does manage to get the body shot, but that sniper's going to go right back into the hands of Quadrant. Only have a few bullets left to work with there, 2 to be exact. And an overshield pickup here. Let's see what Quadrant could do with it. Oh, and they got rockets. They got everything.
They got it all.
They got all the toys.
But trying to use these long range. Obviously gets the damage there. They have a 3-on-2. Now, if no one else from Quadrant gets picked here, this could be a pull, and it is going to be a pull. Run it the unorthodox side. They're going to run this towards under bridge. This isn't usually the route that people take it.
Yeah, and there was really no one there to be able to block off any of those spawns or anyone that could try and creep about. So we're able to stop that one right in its tracks. Dead zone now, looking to see if he can mark a few targets, but he will do so with an assist off of that one. The flag didn't manage to make it out too far, so the return comes through. Dead zone anticipating, seeing that push was happening, but you're just going to want to instead play this one intelligently with his squad, as they're now going to look to play off of this. And there goes that player on the right side of the map, but he's going to get cleaned up quickly there by Lucid.
And look at how often it feels Optic get a couple kills at the base, and you're like, all right, now it's Optic turn to push. But then Quadrant still get another flanker through. They still continue that push and that aggression. I think that's good in cases, especially like this, where it just paid off and they got a few kills. But other times you could wonder about them staggering their deaths or trickling deaths too much.
Yeah, and well, right now they're going to get 3 coming up immediately, so they got to take out this player in the back here, and Formal is just making himself such a hard target. Gives his teammates time to be able to regroup here. But with that sniper, Trippy's going to try and put this one to work. 3 members of Quadrant going to be tucked away inside of the back of their base there.
Here, Trippy moves on over towards the sword window, so you can just use snipe. It's funny, when you've been seeing this last action from Quadrant, it almost looks as if they're the one that needs to get that tying cap. But instead, they're just being aggressive. Feels like their game plan on this map and on this mode is just be aggressive, get to their side, and let things happen.
Yeah, play that advantage once it pops up for you. Kind of like what we're seeing right now. You got 3 players down for Optic Gaming. Trippy's going to be the last man standing. Flagpole's coming through, and this is literally what happened in that second flag cap, Walsh.
Yeah, we're going to have to see Trippy decide to kind of go towards opposite sword and see if he can get some sort of pick or an angle. But during that time, Glories gets it all the way across. You have to wonder if Trippy should just stayed at his normal spot and fought it, but that's going to be flag number 3. Going for Glory and Quadrant, winning game number 1.
Well played by Quadrant as they managed to lock up that first map. And, I mean, you could definitely point to, some moments there for Optic, but I think what it really boiled down to was just Quadrant were relentless on their attack, and Optic just were not in a position to be able to deal with that amount of aggression. And whenever they had those 3 players down, that flag was moving. They were not giving any opportunities for Optic to try and leapfrog back into this one.
No, and I thought there was also times where, like I said, with that continued aggression there from Quadrant, you have to wonder if they are sometimes giving too many opportunities for Optic just to play defense, turtle, get a couple free picks, and then push out. But it worked out perfectly for them that entire game. They were always on the Optic side of the map.
Yeah.
As soon as someone got picked off, they knew which lanes were open, where they could go, where they could isolate a 1v1 or try to flank through. It just felt like Optic were never comfortable leaving their base until they had it fully cleared out. Now, I think if Optic go back to the drawing board on this one and they review this film, they'll probably say something like, hey, as soon as we get this double kill, we can ignore anyone else on our side. If you're not there to fight them immediately, just push on through to the Quadrant base, kill the spawners, and run your own flag. But it felt like Optic were kind of going for this perfect position. They wanted to fully clear out their base, fully get set up in the center, get kills, and then pull the flag out. But sometimes when scrappy play happens, you just got to adapt.
Yeah, sometimes perfect is the enemy of good, It might just be good enough, right? So try and play off of that, because at this level of play, right, these players, they're not going to really give you those perfect setup opportunities. They're going to find ways to disrupt that because that's what they're, trained to do. That's what they are constantly faced with every single time they step into the server. So certainly going to be a lot of pressure here for Optic Gaming. But I think for Quadrant, they played that one perfectly. They did everything that they needed right. And now they sit in a decent position here, but still a lot of series left to play here, Dave.
A whole lot. And like I said, my main indicator here for Quadrant was which of these first few games can they take off, because I feel like they're the heavy favorite on game number 4. Now, this is going to be disastrous here for Optic. Optic are basically in a position where I think they need to win these next 2. They need to win games 2, 3, and 5 to close out the series. Now, if they somehow drop games 2 or 3, this could be a troublesome tournament here for Optic.
Yeah, but look at that there. A 3-loss streak on Slayer coming into this one. So you're already dealing with, being down in the series, but you're also at a disadvantageous position here as well, given how statistically things have shaped up. That being said, though, let's not forget, this is still Optic Gaming, the team that can very well light things up at a moment's notice. So we'll see if Quadrant can deal with this here, or whether or not Optic can tie this one up. But it's certainly going to be an exciting one without a doubt, Dave, because Quadrant, they keep playing like that. Sika keeps taking those opportunities. If Snipe Drone's hitting the way that he was in that first game, this could be problematic for the Green Wall.
Kicking it off here with Sika, pushing all the way over towards pink side. Going to try to go for that thruster, but he's in trouble. They found where he's at. They're going to get that finish, and that's going to be 1 down here against Quadrant. Snipe Drone getting kill as an answer.
I was going to say, how many grenades can you send at one person? My word. But for Snipe Drone, though, in the overshield, he'll be perfectly fine collecting those kills. We're going to have that 1 kill lead. Of course, not much really to harp on quite yet. 2 players going to be sent right in front of him. He does manage to get the juke off, but he's not able to get the kill. That's Dead Zone with the lockup on that.
Dead Zone just trying to lay down some shots. Now that they know the OS has been taken care of, but you got to wonder at some point, when are Optic going to get a different angle? They have everyone kind of stuck here on this car/utility side of the map. They want to get at least a second adjacent angle, whether that's a base or potentially all the way over towards pink, so they can get a little crossfire going.
See where that movement comes. So far, though, it seems to be at the very least partially working. I was going to say partially working out. I actually stand corrected on that one. Glory ended up getting that kill onto Trippy. And then Dead Zone ends up getting picked up by Glory as well. That's going to be 2 for him. Finally, though, Formal's going to be there for the stop.
Trades back and forth. This isn't the end of the world here. You always want to at least keep it close in the beginning, especially if the other team gets the first OS. You're going to settle for about an even game.
And you're sitting at that right now, pretty much 8-9. Formal trying to see if he's got eyes on anyone, but he's going to do exactly what we were talking about before, Dave. Just kind of hold down one of these bases, provide cover fire over to the top tower there. Here comes the push now for Optic Gaming. Want to take that one back. That's fine. I miss that jump all the time, to be fair, Formal. It's okay. It's perfectly fine.
He doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't want you consoling him like, hey, it happens to the best of us when we miss this jump.
Especially when it's me, right? Oh, man. Still going to be... Actually, scratch that. I was going to say a 1-kill game, but it is going to be a tie game. Now you got Optic picking up that lead. Lucid with the overshield. This is what you start to construct yourself a little bit more of a lead here.
Lucid doesn't have his teammates with him. He has to know he's near enemies. There's a lot of enemies here, and what is Lucid going to do? He's going to hold his line. Continue to hold this bridge until he takes that grenade damage. And there falls Trippy. Help came quick, but it did not last long.
I gotta say, though, credit to Quadrant for being able to fight out of that, because that could have been really bad, and they only gave up 1 kill out of that. So, and drained the OS, and traded on the other side. So, yeah, you're looking at a 2-kill lead here, but that could have potentially gotten really dicey for Quadrant if they weren't careful.
Yeah, eventually the kills fell through, though. You did see SLG, Sniper Drone, and Sika all picked off of that base eventually. But you're right there. It wasn't done with the OS. It was just done with the positional advantage.
Yeah. Very true, but now things are starting to get a lot better for Optic Gaming. Picked up the 21st there. That's a double kill for Trippy. And this is the position that Optic wanted to be in. Right here, where they're able to just control the game, control the tempo a little bit. Now Quadrant looking to see if they can get themselves back into this one. Trippy can't get away from that. He was going to get met by another player there from Quadrant no matter what. You're starting to see a little bit of this Quadrant team, though, try and get a bit more aggressive in the face of their opponents, but of course with Optic Gaming having that lead now, any trades are just going to be in the favor of Optic.
Sika, knowing that these players are stuck over at yellow base, how do they react though? Do they decide to put the squeeze on? Do they decide to push right on the base? They know Formal's up there in the window, somehow gets the pick.
Quadrant coming back from the 7-kill deficit. That could have been really, really bad for them at one point in time, but now they're just with that now striking distance. Tied game yet again. This is truly a tug of war. Back and forth we go. Overshield picked up now for Quadrant. They're looking for the targets. Where are they? The callouts are starting to come through here, and Glory trying to move on those. They got one tied away up in the fridge, trying to remove him from that. And this overshield not really leading to that many kills at the offset, but now they're starting to find the success there. That's going to be a big swing. Quadrant take the lead, and they're up by 3.
And it feels like these alternating OSs, feels like Quadrant got the first and the third one, Optic got the second. But really, the story of who's been coming out ahead is which team is being stuck in a base. Yeah. When a team gets stuck in a base, the kills follow shortly after that.
And once you're turtling, you have no other choice, right? You either got to fight your way out of that with as minimal casualties as you possibly can, or you just roll over and die. And neither of these teams are going to do that. And just look at the way that this score has continued to just be so close. A 1-kill game now, just in favor of Quadrant. Dead Zone, though, looking to see if he can even the odds a little bit. Can't do so quite yet, as he's going to get meleeed there by Glory. Formal with a follow-up there. I'm the guy who took out Dead Zone, though. It's going to give things a... keep things continued in this tied state. Crowd starting to get behind Optic here, and that is, pretty much what you would expect. But I think in this instance here, you're going to want to see Optic begin to, really rev things up a bit. They were at one point in time, and I mentioned it briefly, they were up by 7-8 kills. And then Quadrant were able to come back into this. I got to also commend Dead Zone, though. He's playing some phenomenal Halo right now. 13 kills for him. He is fragging.
Yeah, leading lobby right now. Going to get another trade over at the fridge.
Trying to have his Jordan moment,
Trying to give an opportunity for his teammates to grab this OS. Quadrant got the last one.
Can Quadrant get their third out of the fourth OSs? We're about to find out. I feel like based on how Trippy moved there, feels like Optic does not have a position to properly contest this OS or grab it. Death's going to try to desperately make a move, but based on how much damage he has, not going to happen.
That was a player that they needed to absolutely get rid of in that situation, which was
How is he still there?
So they do manage
his
to remove him
movement
from it, and there you go. So you got 2 down for Quadrant. That's going to be an OS grab here for Dead Zone. Optic, and I think we ended up having a dropout, so unfortunate there, but we'll go ahead and get that resolved. Close game though, man. Close game.
Neck and neck the entire time. I mean, at the most, what we were seeing, like a 4 or 5 kill lead, and then just instantly get answered back and tied back up.
Yeah, it is exactly what we have come to expect from these two teams, throughout their histories, right? These, the back and forth battles that they have had so many times in the past. If anything, if you're a Quadrant fan, you are pretty happy about this, right? Because, look at Optic Gaming, especially coming out of Atlanta, second place finish. You're like, man, this team is, they're still hitting, they're still firing. And then on top of that, Quadrant loses the complexities. You're like, oh no, are the wheels falling off of the wagon here? But I think, if anything, it just goes to show how competitive that group, it truthfully is.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Well, on paper, I was going to say, not one of the worst groups in the world. Like, if you look at some other, like, when you look at the FaZe pure native group, I'm like, all right, that pool is unruly. But then this one turns out to be one of the most tumultuous groups so far.
Yeah.
With complexity, upsetting the 2 higher seeds inside that pool.
Yeah. Fun fact, too, complexity after winning, Tony just told us, then they went over and played the Halo 3 tournament. So
Did they?
Yeah, they went and played H3. So, priorities, you know what I'm saying? It's working out for them. Oh, man. All right, we'll go ahead and get that sorted here in a moment. But coming out of that game, though, do want to commend Dead Zone. 16 kills that he had out of that. Maybe 15 if you take one of those kills when the player had lagged out. But outside of that, though, man, exactly what you'd want to see from a guy who, you're thinking, if Optic loses, he was sick, yada, yada, yada. But, like, Dead Zone's a competitor, man. He's going to lay it all out there, even if he's falling apart himself. So it's good to see him, fragging out the way that he is, but also the way that the rest of the team have kind of just been moving around together on that map, just kind of trying their best to control it, because it really has been a tug of war, Dave.
Yeah. Both teams, as soon as they get their own little spree, the other team answers back. And like I said, it just ended up being which team is stuck in one area, which typically ended up being the bases. There was a time period previously where Optic were stuck over at car side, eventually broke out, got the kills.
Yeah.
But then, as soon as you see a team trapped in the base, even when there's an unsuccessful push where one player goes down right away, the kills eventually come.
Indeed they do. Wait, Tony, it's your birthday today? Someone in the crowd said, happy birthday, Tony. You lying to me? To my face right now?
It's Tony's birthday every day.
Everyone, it's Tony's birthday today.
All right.
His face, he wants to kill me. I love it. Love my job.
All right, so we're getting word from TO that it's tied 38 apiece.
Hey.
With 6 minutes left.
I'll take
that. I don't
that.
think we're going to be seeing the end of that timer, though.
No.
6 minutes, 12 kills for one of these teams, and an OS to kick it off.
Unless everyone just decides to play like Gears of War and just get into cover or something like that. Just not move,
No, these teams will be moving quick. I promise you that.
I have no doubt about it. We'll be loading up pretty shortly here. But to kind of, continue to talk about what we've been seeing, man. I mean, it has been, what a wild first day here in Salt Lake City. Some results that were unexpected, almost results. I mean, we were casting Cloud9 versus Shopify. Shopify nearly, lost that one. It came down 50-49 last second.
Yeah, how many upsets and how many almost upsets we've seen today have been wild. One of the craziest pool plays I think I've seen, without doubt, this year, if not within this and the last season.
And, when you really think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? Worlds is right around the corner. No one really changed anything. So if anything, you got teams that are just getting more and more comfortable with one another. So that level of play is only going to continue to grow. But I'm still blown away by what Cloud9 were able to do against Rebellion. So I'll be keeping an eye on them. Hopefully, I haven't been able to check out the other games, but curious to see what's going on over there. But seeing some fist bumps, so I think we might be getting back into the action here in a moment.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to kick it off here in a moment. But like you said, We got ourselves a close one, 38 apiece. It's going to be a race to 12 kills for each of these teams going into this replay.
Pressure's on for Optic because they're already down 1-0 in this series. You lose this here, you're going into, what was map 3, Dave? Oh my God, you see, look at that. Why'd you break my document? You know?
Don't touch your document. Got no documents.
Yeah, I just take what Easy Matt gives me, you know, and I just try and use it. All right, we'll be going to Recharge King of the Hill after that, but we're back into the action here. Let's see how this all unfolds. Can Optic Gaming close this one out, or will Quadrant go up 2-0?
Snipe Drone in a perfect position to get this first OS. Last time he got the OS out the rip. He gets the kill.
He doesn't get the OS.
He didn't get the grab. He slid right by it, but he's holding up tight. Gets naded out, and it is still a 1-kill game between these two teams, and OS still up. Zika not going to leave that base until that OS has been acquired from one of these squads.
I got to say, those are those instances where you hope the character, you know, had a few more calories to give, because maybe you could have been able to pick that one up. But instead, these damn lean Spartans just were not able to find the pickup there with the overshield. It's quite unfortunate.
Also just that slide. Barely missing it with the slide.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
I mean, clearly had to take that route to avoid the shots, but you always wonder, like, just a millimeter over potentially snags that OS.
This score could have been flipped easily to Quadrant being up 44-42, right? If had, you know, I mean, granted, we don't know how that would have played out, but even then, right? One has to wonder, you know, in a different multiverse.
Safe to say OS is a 1 to 2 kill swing minimum.
Big kill, though. Trying to shut that down. Glory looking for another one. He does get the beat down, but that's going to bring things up to 46-44. Scratch that, 47-45. More trades starting to come in. Optic Gaming now. Want to try and take out Formal in this one. Get a little bit closer.
But Optic all stuck at the base. Optic stuck at the base and the fridge. What can Quadrant do with this?
Can they even...
They're timid, though. They don't know.
Off of
I would say if this was the middle of the game, they wouldn't care. They'd be flying across the map. But the fact that they only have 3 kills to give up, they are proceeding much more cautiously.
2 kills separates these two teams. Formal finds one in front of him. It's going to be Glory's. He's been pretty good all day, but there's going to be that Plasma. He's also got the help. That's number 48 there, locked in. 49. Formal gets picked off, though. And OS is going to be up.
Sniper Drone has the OS. They're going to try to hunt a different player. They can't just run away from this OS indefinitely. Sniper Drone loses half the OS. He wants to be the playmaker. He wants to be this tank and cushion to accept some of this damage, but his teammates need to clean up 2 kills before 1 is taken. They know somebody's nearby, but they don't know exactly where.
Nah, and he got out of there, so there's going to be 1 tucked away inside of the fridge. There's going to be another one in front, but this could be a potential crunch opportunity here for Optic Gaming to close this one out. Dead zone, though, not going to matter. Optic pick it up, courtesy of Trippy, getting that final kill onto Zika.
Pretty sure Trippy was on the fridge there at the end.
Yeah, he was the one tucked away.
I saw nobody looking over there.
He was stuck, and he made a play, and we're all tied up in the series 1-1.
Wasn't that my expected here? Going into game 2, you saw those Slayer stats. Seems like, although Optic were on a bit of a rougher current streak.
For sure.
They can bounce right back.
It's Optic,
easy.
You know? Still one of the best teams in the world, you know? Doesn't matter the situation, the circumstances. Optic will find a way. But now, we got ourselves a series, folks. We got 1-1 in the count here. And Dave, you mentioned it before that for Optic, they need to win this one. They need to pick up that map 3 recharge King of the Hill as well. And then at that point, you're going into...
I'm saying it's a favored Quadrant strongholds.
Yeah,
which, you know, live fire strongholds is going to be favored for them. Not saying it's a guaranteed win for them, but you don't want to put yourself in that position where you want to win a favored mode and then go win a game 5.
But does it equal success here for Quadrant, if that is going to be the thing that they need? Because these Slayers, they have been so close today across all these different series, and this one especially going down to the wire. So they're going to need to button things up if they want to walk away with that win, if this goes to a map 5. But there is a strong possibility Quadrant come out of the gate.
Either of these teams could win it 3-1.
Hot on King of the Hill, hot on Strongholds, and you're looking at a 3-1 Quadrant win. Same thing on the other side. Honestly, I can't really call this one at this point with the way that this series has been playing out.
No, it's just been too crazy close back and forth. Both these games as well. a 50-48 Slayer, and then also if you think about the slaying department in game number 1, if I remember correctly, it was 55 kills for Quadrant and 54 kills for Optic. So we have a 1 kill difference between this entire series so far, between these two teams.
That's wild, man. That is wild. As close as it gets. You can see heading into this one, players to look out for. You got Sika, Formal as well, performing quite decently here today. But for Formal, I mean, 91-78, not bad at all, considering, you know, that they were dealing with very hot-handed complexity earlier on. And I honestly feel like for both of these teams, like this King of the Hill game right here, I mean, this could very well set that tone for the series quite a bit. Because if Quadrant managed to pick up this win, then that pressure gets flipped right back onto Optic Gaming. And Optic does perform well under pressure. They already did that once in that Slayer game that we just saw in Aquarius. It clutched up in a moment that mattered most.
Optic sometimes make it tough for themselves.
They really do.
It's like,
really do.
I see Optic in so many close series or game 5s. I'm just like, they also have their share of dominations. But all I mainly remember is so many close series and games for them, and they persevere. They make it through.
Here we go. Now let's see how this all plays out. You got Camo up for grabs up top. I think Snipe Drone probably grabbed that one. Was he able to get away from that? Yes, he was. But he won't be able to get away for too long as he gets shut down. That's 2 players down for Quadrant here. 2 for Optic on the other side. No one's really able to get control in the early part of this game here, but he got Trippy just trying to hold things down by himself for the time being while his teammates come off spawn.
Yeah, Trippy just grabbing a couple seconds, but my guess is just going more for some glass control. That's going to be Formal's job now, but they know where he's at. Sika's cleared out the rest of the pipes. Now it's up to his teammates to finish off the part, which is the toughest part, which is killing Formal.
Yeah, and Formal's making himself a hard target.
But he's just taking up so much time. Think about that. When Formal does a great rotation like that, you push through pipes. You have someone like Sika who's on edge as they're going through pipes. They're checking every little corner. They're strafing around the side. Whereas Formal gets to go over towards glass, lay down shots, help his teammates. Great rotations turn your team into a man advantage. You get to put yourself in 2v1s, 3v2s, all those different things with great positional rotations.
Yeah, this has been, I think this is the same life that Formal's had this entire time too, which goes to show you, right, what you were talking about, Dave, like just a difficult person to try and get the better of in this one. Ooh, but unfortunately those plasmas were going to find their way over to Formal, so the shock rifle's going to go down. You got 3 players here for Optic Gaming. They're going to be off the respawn. And Quadrant get control of the hill here.
And look at the spot. I like that angle. Checking to see if anyone goes straight down towards Camo.
The timing, though.
You know, that's just gaming timing in general. That's just how gaming works. Anytime you play a game, the second you look away, the second you leave that spot, someone will be there.
Double kill there for Sika, picking up some of the scraps there on those weakened players. No one in the hill quite yet. Going to be fairly tied. Actually, literally tied. Looking at where the bars are currently, the percentage there. Gain. SLG with this camouflage. This is going to be another grab of the camo for Quadrant. And he stays alive off of this. Oh, but he doesn't get any damage on that player. Oh, never mind. A from the grave kill actually is going to be pretty big. Because you can kind of build off of that, but now that's not going to be the case here. Formal gets taken out now. While that was going on, Optic were able to collect a little bit more percentage on that hill, but Walshy, it's now time for Quadrant to take the strike.
It's time, and Glory, who shouldn't even be alive in that situation, somehow able to scrap up so much time. SLG gonna try to grab these last few moments.
Playing his life so well here, dancing around these batteries. He gets himself
Not
one
panic
player.
time yet.
Oh, but wait a minute, though. Could be another opportunity. We can dead zone, get the win. He actually ends up getting bailed out by one of his teammates there. Challenge coming through, but the help's there immediately. Snipe Drone couldn't do anything.
Wow.
And Optic Gaming get a first point on the board.
Just so many back and forth moments there during that end of that hill. We have to see what Dead Zone does. A lot of times when in doubt, if you're in a spot where you just got to kill, if you're able to scrap a few moments of time, if no one's able to get you, obviously you're scrapping up time.
Yeah.
If someone does get you, you're at least giving the location away for the opposing team. Someone now knows, okay, they're over here at Needle. I can position here to get my first shot on them. It's kind of like this exchange of small advantages back and forth.
Yeah.
You give your teammate a one-shot advantage. They win that fight. they
Yeah, man,
get
it's
one
the
shot
small
or a
things.
melee on somebody else. It's just those small little advantages that roll into each battle.
Yeah, Halo is so much about the micro, right? Like little small details that can have, cascading effects in like bigger situations. You always want to be mindful of how you're playing your life each and every spawn here in this game. None better at that than Formal. This guy, despite the fact that, right now in the kills department, not necessarily doing the best. You can expect him to get activated at a moment's notice, but it's going to be really hard to do that when you have 3 members down on your team. So there's not really much he can do besides just try and play his life here, stay alive as long as he possibly can. He's getting pressured from the sneaky. Formal can't do anything about that. So that is going to be a player that is not there for the fight for this next battle here, right? Gives that a little bit of an advantage to Quadrant, but they got to remove this guy from the hill immediately, Dave.
Yeah, and once you're back here over at Hydro, you need to just have numbers. It's just a numbers game as soon as you get to back Hydro, because people can just hide towards that back ramp. You can always just hide next to the boxes in Hydro. There's just so many areas where you need bodies there and you just can't cross map.
It's going to be another 2 down. Scratch that 3 for Quadrant. They got a decent amount of time scraped away inside of that Blue Hall Hill. Look at that 5 times fast. And see, Optic so smart knowing there's going to be someone here for sure. Someone is lingering about, and it was Snipe Drone waiting for that moment to strike. And now they got control, Optic. Know exactly where these pushes are going to be coming in from on the pipe side, yellow side of the map.
Look at that heads-up play there by Dead Zone.
For real, man.
I mean, that's just high-level Halo, knowing that you get a shot or 2 cross-map. The other team is structured and organized enough that they are going to push on both sides. So he just throws the preemptive grenade towards top control, and I think it barely missed, but the whole point is that Halo IQ is so high there from Dead Zone.
Trippy can make a big play here, by the way, Dave. There's a chance for him to stop this potential capture from Quadrant. 2 players are going to be located inside of blue, but instead he will be shut down. Dead Zone, though, on the prowl. Does he stay up, though? Got to deal with a lot of members of Quadrant. Unfortunately, couldn't do it. And that's going to be tied up 1-1. Quadrant answer back here.
What? Glory somehow turns that one on Lucid. That's unseen or unheard of in the past. Lucid, generally, even when he's down a shot, he is winning those fights, but Glory playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, he's having
12
a great
kills
series.
to his name.
He's having a great series. Honestly. Impressive from him, but also impressive for Dead Zone. 13 kills, currently leading the rest of the group right now. 14, as a matter of fact. 3 members down for Quadrant. Players going to be coming off the respawn. Still early days here for this Whirl Hill.
And you gotta think Optic feels a little confused right now. They're saying, okay, they're not C-plat. We don't see him pushing through control right now.
Yeah.
Where's this coming from? Why are we just getting so much free time? And here comes the elevator push, but instantly shut down by Trippy and Formal.
Yeah, this is probably the most dominating hill that we have seen from either team thus far.
Undoubtedly.
Optic are poised to be able to capture this, and it seems like Quadrant are going to be accepting their fate. And they go down 2-1. Optic are up halfway there for Optic to go up in this series 2-0 for the first time.
And that was a weird one that didn't just seem to get contested. It felt like there must have been too many members from Quadrant that were just weak across the map, because we weren't seeing the kill feed just filled up with a bunch of deaths. It just showed that no kills were happening in either direction, and Optic felt like they were getting free time.
And the only player that was there was only 1 member of Quadrant, as a matter of fact. I think it was probably Sika, I believe, that was like actually in a position to push toward elevators. And at that point, he had no one else to back him up. So that was a strong, strong control from Optic Gaming. Now Quadrant looking to answer back with one of their own. That's going to be 2 players down. A double kill there for Snipe Drone, able to find it against Formal as well as Trippy. Dead Zone is going to be removed from the equation as well. And you got to watch out, Dave. You called this before, right? The Hydro, how players can kind of just hide back here.
Yes, you just need the numbers game. That's going to be Sika getting the pick onto Lucid. That's going to be 1 down for each team. But during that 1 down apiece, Optic getting time. Camo's up. Can anyone get it?
I think there was 1 player there to try and catch it, but no one able to receive it quite yet. And I think someone did. Did someone actually grab it? I can't see, but
Formal dropped down for it, but I don't think he had enough time to pop that based on how quickly he died. So we'll have to find out if anyone's activated that or gotten away with it.
We'll find down here.
At this point, I'm guessing it's burned.
Nope, it was not.
All right. Well,
joke's on you, Dave. Wasn't burned. Oh, man. Though they're not able to do all that much with it, Formal finds himself another double. 4 players down for Quadrant, so great opportunity for them. But they did manage to get half off of that one on the plat.
And it looks like Optic are going to play for time here. They realize that they could either fully commit towards this hill and try to go back and forth. Either way, they're going to have to defend Quadrant out of this hill at some point or another. And they figure, why not do it with time on our side? 17 seconds that Optic need to defend and keep Quadrant out of the C-plat hill.
10 seconds remaining here. You got to get in there if you're Quadrant. You have no other time, but no one's there to try and prevent it. Zika makes the last attempt. Desperate play, but it ain't going to happen. And Optic Gaming go up here 2-1.
That's a big, big victory there for Optic.
Yeah, massive.
Set themselves up huge here going into game number 4.
You called it, Dave. You said, yeah, you dropped that first one, but if you win yourselves map 2 and 3, now you get ready for a bit of a war on Stronghold's live fire. But this is very doable for Optic Gaming to try and, survive this series, right, with how things have been playing out.
Especially with how well they slayed this last one. They
agree.
Outslayed Quadrant by 11 kills last game. 64 kills to 53 of Quadrant's.
Someone told me that when you slay more, that's good.
That is pretty good. Yeah. Did I teach you that?
Yeah, you mentioned it once or twice. I don't know. You say a lot of things. Hard to follow. Big game there for Formal, by the way. 17 kills, 12 assists. Obviously, everyone from Optic was putting in that work, though. Lucid as well as Trippy. I mean, I feel like whenever you see these pros play at this point, like it's not uncommon to see a bunch of them just, racking up assists, right? Because they're, especially with this update with the Bandit, there's just so much more emphasis on team shooting, working together a bit more to try and see if you can get those kills, isolating fights 2v1 where those chances rise up, kind of like what you're seeing right there.
Now, I would say majority of unassisted kills, if I had just randomly speculate, I would throw 40% of them are 2 players 3-shot meleeing each other.
Yeah.
Just and that's the part where there's 0 assists. That's probably 40% of unassisted kills in this game.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, of course, Optic Gaming now just 1 map away from locking this series up.
And they need to do this closeout today strong. You know,
they really do.
Get this one, go into tomorrow knowing that they have to, face a fierce open bracket team, but at least knowing that, all right, their tournament bracket is going to be tougher than they'd like it to be, but at least they're in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams want to start in elimination bracket. We didn't think either of these teams would start in the elimination bracket until Complexity came plowing through everybody.
Yeah, we really did it. Complexity had one hell of a Friday here in Salt Lake City. Put both of these teams on the back foot in the pool in pool play. But here we go. Live fire, Strongholds, a desperation game here for Quadrant. They started this series off hot, looking good. They were really just shutting everyone down. They were able to really lock up that first series quite nice, or that first map quite nicely. But since then, it has been Optic scratching and clawing their way through these games, 50, 48 situations. And we do have results, and ITB beats Cloud9. So, we were hyping up Cloud9 a little bit, but ITB, let's not forget, also had a very competitive matchup against Shopify earlier today that had some things gone and flipped their side, could have been a different series. So ITB's got to be feeling quite good about that one, Dave. And Cloud9.
Bit of a roller coaster for Cloud9.
Yeah, for real.
Going from almost taking on Shopify to now saying, all right, well, if we took them to game 5, 50-49, how's it going to look against ITB? And it looks like ITB kind of come out ahead.
I know we were casting it, and all the ITB guys were swirling around us over at the B stream. They were like, what's happening over here?
And I wonder what they were hoping for ultimately there. You know what I mean? I think everyone wants to see an upset, but ultimately, as they look at that, they're like, well, do we want this upset? Do we want to be in a tie situation with potentially in a head-to-head with them?
I think they would have preferred if they had lost. So that this way makes it a little bit easier for them. Right? I mean, that is the best case scenario here, especially with those open bracket teams coming in. But here we go. Optic could end it right here, but Quadrant more than capable to be able to force that map 5 here. Their Strongholds live fire, a phenomenal map and game type for their squad. We'll see if they can continue to build off of the success that they've had in the past.
Lucid's going to have to go back towards A, play some defense. But during that defending time, Quadrant able to capture B.
Oh, wait a minute, though. They do get that flip, so that is going to be, yeah, you're right, Dave. B and C, Camel's going to be up. Sniper's looking at it, so Snipe Jones got the shot. He's also got that crosshair trained right at the point where he sees that player's head jump up. They know.
They know.
Ooh,
How did he slip away with that?
He just sidestepped.
Didn't even take a hit.
He like scooped it to the side. He was like, give me.
That respect from both sides, just realizing it was too good to be true to grab that camo. So they had to find where that sniper was at or get a shot on top tower and then just somehow slip over that camo quickly enough. But during this entire time, where Formal and Optic get camo, Quadrant have 47 points on the board. They still have Sniper over at top tower. They're in a dominating position.
Yeah, but the thing with Strongholds, though, is that at a moment's notice, it can turn around. So, yeah, you're giving up 50 points here, but if you're Optic Gaming, you end up getting a little bit more control, and, well, you're right back into this one. It's going to be tough, though, given the deficit that they're going to be climbing out of. So that gives Quadrant plenty of opportunities, plenty of wiggle room here, and as they're trying to work their way toward A, they end up getting shut down over there. I don't know if you see that on the screen, but seems like now it's just going to be a potential trip cap or just a flip around.
It's going to be a little flip.
Yep.
In fact,
Wait a minute.
grabbing A and B.
That was unexpected.
Somehow they've just always been able to posture quite differently from their squads. They know how to rotate better. They know when they can go for the trip caps. Quadrant have always been a step ahead when it comes to overall strategy and tactics here on this mode.
Yeah, and it is definitely showing. I was saying before, hey, you could build off of this. It's all right. You know, you gave up a few points in the beginning, but nope. Quadrant trying to just shut this one down, but no one's going to be towards C quite yet. You got two players lingering about over there now. Dead zone with the snipe. Does he find a mark? He gets a tag on the one, and his teammate's there for the pickup. He also got that camo. It's going to be coming up in a moment here. And there goes the flip around. They stop that C push from happening, and that is a massive win for them.
Dead zone. Great heads up play to push on over towards A to give that help. Lucid has camo. Now we're going to see, does Optic decide to push for a trip cap here? What's going to be their trigger? Do they get a couple kills and decide to go for it? Do they let Quadrant make the initial push? I feel like once the other team's alive, you have to at least let them make the aggressive push. Let them make a mistake, because you don't want to just forcefully give up your strong positions and give them a free stronghold.
And so far, it does work out well for Optic.
Here comes the trip cap.
They're going for that trip cap there, and they pick themselves up. The snipe, A is going to get grabbed, but hey, Optic Gaming still continuing to be in control of this one.
And they're comfortable with this. They know the bigger threat right here is trying to make sure nothing sneaks on over towards B, but here comes the Quadrant push on both fronts. Pushing towards cut, trying to challenge C a little bit. Here comes the second push on towards C. Quadrant gonna absolutely grab C. I don't see any way that Optic can stop this one. They got two people at dice. They're not gonna let that sniper get away.
No, they are not. They clean them up, and they manage to pick it up for their own use here. This is a trip cap now coming through for Quadrant. Danger zone for Optic Gaming. They need to react right out of the gate here.
Look at this. They know where the spawns are. They know where they're gonna be coming from. Already locked in over towards that scoreboard.
And they do stop the bleeding, and now it's going to be Optic's time to just get control back into this game. And a nasty shot there from Lucid. But it's only going to be B grabbed here for Optic Gaming. They do not have full control of the map. You can see where that push is starting to come in here on C side. Are they going to be able to hold this one for the time being here? And I mean, Lucid's certainly going to be perfectly fine holding things down over toward B side. Got himself another target. Smart play to get out of there with the translocator. Oh my, that was so smartly played. He was not expecting that. He's like a magician.
I've been seeing that a couple times now where players tend to go the same route, especially towards garage side here on this map, where their QT is. And they'll end up seeing, all right, this person's not looking. I can just teleport right next to him and fight this out. Whereas I've also seen the opposite strategy, where players will try to just get as much distance between them and their QT. So if they first QT'd over towards garage, run towards nest. And that way you can bounce back and forth all the way across the map, covering as much ground as possible.
Yeah, to be able to move instantly around a map like that is something obviously never happened in Halo before, so it does change the way that you think about the game quite a bit. Now, Camo's going to be back up here, and that's Optic with control again. So I believe that's 3 camos that they've grabbed. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty
they've been dominant on those camos. They've been dominant on grabbing a lot of those snipers as of recent. And look at this, Lucid just spotting out players, but how do they get the kills? How do they decide to lock in on these players? Because I feel like Lucid's kind of out of the fight, but he set up this bait purposefully. He knows the push is coming towards A. SLG and crew decide to rotate through tunnel, through scoreboard, and make their push towards A, but Optic were looking out for it and had a trap set up perfectly.
And while that was going on, B was being attempted for that cap, and it is successful, though. That's going to be SLG who locks it for his squad. Giving up a little bit of C there, but you got Glory, who's been on fire all day today. It seems like Optic should be able to flip that, and they do so. Even tagging a few more of those players on their way over towards C. Here comes the push. Also, QT's going to be up in a second. And that's right, all dead. All dead. A trip cap opportunity here. But the last time Quadrant got a trip cap, they ended up getting kind of clapped after that. So
yeah, they didn't really get to do much with it. So we're going to have to see how Optic decide to hold their trip cap. But it looks like all 3 hills being contested at the exact same time. Which one do Optic prioritize? Looks like B has been defended. A falls, and C still TBD.
Yeah, but they're going for it, though. Sika wants it. Smart play from Dead Zone to get rid of that sniper off the map. Don't give that to any of the members of Quadrant to be able to use at their leisure. Now B, C, excuse me, A, B currently being captured. C on the, almost quarter mark there, but an immediate response from Optic Gaming to just get right back into this one. They're going to get A. No one's there to contest. Now they can start working toward B.
Looks like they're just going to just jump right into it. One thing I also noticed is that Optic aren't doubling people into something like B. They're just keeping that secondary angle. They realize rather than capping B just that slight bit faster, instead having Lucid just on the outskirts over towards garage door, towards pillars, towards bag, just somewhere nearby.
Good reposition there from Lucid. Anticipating, he knows that player was going to go right into the slit there. Green gun might be good, but he sends it back. Return to sender, but he can't send that one back. Glory manages to find the mark on him there. Formal can't stay alive. That's another big kill there for SLG. Does get cleaned up by Trippy. And now things are starting to get a little dicey here. You cross the 200-point threshold for Optic Gaming. They win this series wrapped up.
Just like that, Dead Zone gonna step his toe into B, get the reset, and back to holding again. Last time we saw Quadrant stuck over at C, they tried to make a rat tunnel push all the way back over towards A. Do they have a new route this time? They're going across top, and Dead Zone takes over the top area.
Yeah, he's giving him so much information, right? Because if they're not here, if he hasn't seen him yet, well, you can make the call as to where they're going to be and where you can prioritize your troops in that situation. You got a guy who's going to be tagged as well and should be bagged in a moment here, which he finds him. So, goodbye, SLG.
Such great baiting there by Optic. They'll just hide near one of the strongholds they have, catch someone sprinting right by, get the first shot or two, and they're going to win those fights.
And this could very well be the game here, and it looks like it will be the case. As got there a little bit early, but I think it might be all good to go here. I want to get back into the action. I don't know, I just heard a flip, but it doesn't matter. There we go. All right, Optic Gaming pick up the win. You got the ghost of Deadeye there in the back, or Dead Zone in the background. But there you have it. Well played, well executed from Optic Gaming. What could have potentially been a dire situation for the Green Wall. They immediately turn it around, and they come back, winning 3 straight and taking out Quadrant, a team that we have praised time and time again on strongholds, especially on live fire. Well, they beat them there too. So now Optic can rest easy tonight, as best you can when you're fighting for second place in the pool.
Get a good night's sleep. They have to take out whoever in the open bracket that makes it out towards their side. But like you said, the harder work is done today. And they're also going to go back and review some of the complexity games for sure. They're going to say, what went wrong here?
Yeah.
What small adjustments are we going to make going into Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, and and I don't want to take anything away from complexity, because this is a team that has been putting in a ton of work. It was only a matter of time before those players found that, find that second wind, if you will. And, well, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of things to review out of this one for both teams, honestly. For Quadrant, how do they let some of these games go, right? There were opportunities that they had to be able to close these series out, but it is not their day. But it does belong. The day belongs to Optic Gaming. They get the win, a much-needed win, and I believe we got Guy Blaze standing by with one of the members of Optic Gaming.
Yes, I do, Golden Boy. Not just anybody. It's Lucid with me on the main stage. Salt Lake City, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they're going to make it through these pools into the winner's side of the bracket tomorrow. Lucid, this matchup here, talk to me about it. And what was the keys going up against this Quadrant team? You guys didn't, it didn't work out the way you wanted to against Complexity earlier today. You knew it was for the pools. What were you guys talking about playing against these guys?
I mean, against these guys, we still just try to treat every team the same. I think against Complexity, we came out flat. Some things just really did not go our way with some timings, and the discipline was just not there. So it just came down to, just play the way we practice. We've been doing really good in scrims, a lot better the last few weeks. So just taking a step back, slowing down, and just tightening up.
And tighten up indeed, okay? Because that was kind of my next question too, because I was gonna say today wasn't the performance in which you wanted, okay? And kind of what happened today, and what did you guys want to work on going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is just like that last match right there. I feel like I can guarantee you're not gonna see us play like we played against Complexity, that type of fashion. So just keep your eyes open.
Hey, he said keep our eyes open, okay? They're just getting started. What do you want to say to these Green Wall fans that's interviewing you, chanting the Green Wall chants in the chat right now at home, blowing it up?
It's always appreciated, the ups and downs. Obviously, we didn't have to start, so sorry for that, but we're here to make waves like we normally should be doing.
Tomorrow's a new day, everybody, and Optic Gaming is coming to play. But that's going to do it for me and Lucid on the stage. A lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, they cleaned things up. Certainly did indeed. Optic, honestly, I just got to say it's a testament to their resilience. We've said that word quite a few times in different seasons, actually, for this team. And resilience is definitely still at the forefront of what they stand for. They're able to bounce back. The teamwork that was on display in that series is what really impressed me the most. The turnaround that they had from that Complexity one was going to be difficult. I think trying to get over that mental hurdle, knowing that is not the Halo Infinite you want to be playing as a World Championship roster and a contender this season. Tony, very impressive stuff, I think, individually, but more importantly as a team.
Oh, definitely. I want to give a shout out to Dead Zone number 1. Obviously not feeling too well. The man is sick, but he's still ill with it. He definitely put on quite a bit of a series
He was
here.
sick on the stage, but also sick on the server también. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You know how it is. But honestly, especially after that game number 1, Empyrean captured the flag. We're talking about Optic, one of the most efficient teams in the league, slaying Quadrant by 1 kill, and then losing that matchup 3-1. I was a little worried for them a bit after that game number 1, but game 2, they got a clutch overshield towards the end before that reset happens, a big game 2 win. Obviously, game 3 was a battle of attrition, and then a dominant Strongholds match against Quadrant, who are known as one of the best Strongholds teams in the entire league. It wasn't that long ago where they were undefeated on that very game type. So you're not really measured about when you're ahead of the game. It's when you're on your back foot, when the chips are stacked against you. How do you respond? And Optic responded well.
There was certainly a reason with this turnaround in this final map here, and that was because Lucid really woke up and started taking charge there for his team. And I think it's difficult. I think when you're finding your foot as a team and things just aren't quite going your way, and Lucid mentioned discipline there, and you just got to click, you just got to find your flow again, get that pace back, and you know what you want to do. It can actually affect players like Lucid. It can affect some of your superstars because it can be very difficult to then figure out what you want to do as a team. The second that happens, the second it clicks, well, we just saw it there in that final map, and they were looking unbelievable. That first CTF though, Walsh, I kind of want to understand from your perspective what was happening there on both sides for Quadrant and Optic Gaming, because that was a difficult one to watch. I think if you're an Optic fan, you're thinking to yourself, damn, this is really tough. Like, is this going to be another Complexity series?
Well, it looked good when Optic got that first counter cap and got it like within 5 seconds. What I felt from that one was, as I was talking to Golden Boy, is Optic were just on the defensive the whole time. They wanted to have the perfect clear out of their base, and until they knew that their whole side was clear, they weren't comfortable pushing past the halfway mark. They weren't comfortable pushing past the 50-yard line. So they were just consistently going back, kill this person. Oh, go back. There's still someone on our base. Oh, let's go back. And rather than just getting a kill or two and then just full sending it towards the opposing base and getting 3 down. Yeah, which what Quadrant were doing. They kept being on the defensive. And at some point, when you're playing against a team that's increasingly aggressive like that, you can't just play their game the whole time. You can't just pick them off one by one because they can send a flanker through the entire game. They can send another one through runway, another one through sword. And so I think it was just a tale of them not being content with getting a couple kills and pushing through and getting a flag in a non-perfect scenario.
I will say, if Quadrant had picked up that Slayer win, this series could look a little bit different here. Because I think that it's difficult when you're in those situations. It felt like, I made a joke about it before, but I think like Quadrant did smell blood in the water. And they were like, there's an opportunity, let's do this. And then they did it. And then they won that first map. And you're like, oh snap, this is happening. And then you think, okay, they're gonna continue to build, they're gonna find success with this, right? And as that Aquarius game continued to go forward, and you lose out on that very, very clutch, a reset, right? Where there was only 12 kills you had to get for both sides, and it was a close game the entire time. That right there will just remove all the gas from the engine, So I think Quadrant definitely were beating themselves up after that last one. And then you go into, recharge and then, live fire. And it's like once you're down at that deficit, it's very difficult to come back. So I think Optic did everything that they needed to do correctly in this. Lucid turned up exactly where he needed to. And this is going to be an Optic that, with a little bit of rest, I think is going to come back even better tomorrow.
Couldn't agree more, and honestly felt so much better after hearing from Lucid himself on the main stage and kind of just explaining how they were feeling coming off that complexity loss. And then, with that Quadrant win, being like, listen, we're not going to be showing up like that again. You don't have to worry about it. We figured it out.
Mentioned the
it's okay.
timings, and you were seeing that really
100%.
come into play, right? Because that happened in the Live Fire Strongholds game. Those timings were immaculate as they were just moving around the map just so beautifully. And then Quadrant were kind of just like spinning with their heads just whirling around. They had no idea where it was coming from sometimes.
Yeah, that's the ideal situation. That's exactly what you want to be doing for your opponent. Is
that's what Quadrant used to do to everyone else.
Hey, you hear it in comms, it's like, they're lost. That's exactly what you want. You want them to be lost. That is it. But we're not lost on pools because we have updates coming for you guys. Optic, they managed to get the job done. They're sitting second in their pool. Complexity 2-0 right now. Waiting to see who will be coming in that open bracket spot. And I think while we're talking about the tail of Quadrant, I don't think that they would have foreseen this. I know that they were thinking, okay, Optic's going to be our hardest opponent. I think we got complexity in the bag. They wouldn't be expecting to sit third right now, hoping that the open bracket team is going to not be coming hot on their heels, Tony. This is really difficult, I think, for this European roster to consider that, tomorrow might be really hard.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize the magnitude of the matchup that we just saw on the stage. Because of what Complexity did, it was the loser of that matchup, which obviously was Quadrant, are in a best-case scenario, you beat out the open bracket team and you end up in the lower bracket of tomorrow. Worst-case scenario, you don't make it to tomorrow at all. It's actually crazy to think about that type of magnitude of a matchup between Quadrant and Optic just happened. That's because of what Complexity have been able to do early on today and take that #1 spot, or at least for now, emphatically.
There's always one team.
Yeah.
There's always one team at an event.
That's to ruin it.
Like
Come
sometimes
on.
it's Shopify.
Why are you ruining it for everyone?
Sometimes it's Pure. This time it's Complexity. You know
I
what
know.
I mean? There's always one team that pops off.
There always is. There is that dark horse of competition that manages to just wiggle their way through the cracks, and they just
little wiggle.
Yeah, they do. They have a serious wiggle.
Do a little wiggle.
A serious wiggle. A 3-0 against
Wiggle,
Optic
man.
is a serious wiggle. I'll tell you that much.
That's a great line right there. I'm gonna use that.
Okay, there you go. But if I do know one thing, Walshy, that is Quadrant. They are going to come prepared for that open bracket team. They're going to be saying, no way, Jose. And they won't let that happen. If I know them, they have experience under their belt. Some of our open bracket teams are looking for that Cinderella story run. They haven't got the experience that some of our pool play teams have. So Quadrant, they're going to be ready for whoever comes their way. Do you see them continue on to Saturday and hopefully making a bit of a run tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, they have to be one of the most difficult teams that you got to face starting in the elimination bracket.
Yeah.
So they're going to start that run, but it's tough. At some point, any series could just be the end of their tournament, whether that's their first series in pool plays tomorrow or any subsequent series. They literally have one series to lose the rest of this event.
Yeah, but legends are made in the lower bracket.
Well,
So,
they
they
certainly were made on that roster because Legend moved on up to North America. But with that, folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have our final series of the night. This one is bound to be incredible. It's Sentinels versus Spacestation Gaming, your hometown team, coming up right after the break.
You've seen Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
No, but watch this.
Not like in person, but.
Okay. Okay, so yep. And then right here, when he turns around, you see that?
See what?
Back up. So this is where AI gets kind of cool.
There's nothing there.
Well, enhance this. Enhance that. It's oats overnight. It was oats overnight the whole time, and it makes sense. There's a ton of protein, a ton of flavors, and it's easy to take on the go. Hell yeah, Bigfoot.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
You've seen Bigfoot,
The
right?
HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.
right, Salt Lake City, your hometown team, they are ready to go on the main stage. It's their time to shine, and I hope they turn out for you guys like you've turned out for them here at SLC. Joining me on the desk, I have Clutch, Jersey, and Gaskin. Hello, fellas. Welcome to the end of the day of pool play. Day one has been electric. Like, what a start to this last major of our tournament. Wes, have you predicted any of the things everyone has seen happen so far today?
Not today. I think the biggest thing I got probably right was FaZe winning that series against Pure, but Pure made it far more interesting than I thought they would this time around, knowing that FaZe was going to come in here with a chip on their shoulder with something to prove, going all the way to a Game 5 and a very close Game 5 at that. So there's been pure chaos and honestly unpredictableness throughout the entire pool play. Not something we often get to say. Usually pool play is pretty predictable and goes straight forward, but this time around it's been pure chaos, and I can't wait to see how it impacts the bracket tomorrow.
You said pure chaos twice. You did that on purpose, or is that accidental?
The pun.
Yeah, I need to know. It's actually, he spotted it's
Yeah,
accidental.
exactly.
He didn't mean it.
He didn't mean to do it, but it sounded great. Sounded phenomenal. I love puns, so I ain't complaining. That is for sure. And I'm certainly not complaining about our next matchup on the main stage, because lined up we have Sentinels versus Spacestation Gaming. I think if Sentinels are coming out to play, if they have made some moves, you know, since the last time we saw them on LAN, then this could be a spicy matchup. At Spacestation Gaming, they'll have something different to say on that main stage as they hopefully make some type of kind of, I think, like, statement potentially at their first major. This is the first time we're seeing them. It's late at night. It's the last match of the day. A statement is exactly what we want out of Space Station. In terms of statements, though, the meta shift, how has that affected SSG, do you think, so far? Because we haven't seen them on mainstream, but they certainly have been playing their pools.
That's the big question coming into this tournament, is how is SSG affected? Being the best team in the world so far throughout this series, or this year, this is only a potential risk to them and what they know to be the best Halo in the world. So right now I'm looking at SSG as, are they still the team to beat? Are they still the team that we know them to be? With the shift in the meta, where they're going to have to display their individual skill a little bit less and use some more teamwork. I do not think that SSG will falter at any point throughout this tournament as far as having that affect them negatively, but they still have a responsibility to master this new meta shift.
Yeah, I think when you're the top team, the only real direction you can go over time is down. So everybody's going to be gunning for them. Everyone knows what they're about, and maybe looking to try and exploit some of the weaknesses they have in the way that they like to play. Maybe playing a little bit slow, hiding in some corners, and maybe trying to isolate the likes of Legend, who likes to push forward and be a little bit aggressive. So I'm expecting to see Sentinels maybe set some traps here for them.
Let's talk a little bit about another advantage that they have coming into this major as well, which is that kind of double buff. You know, it's their home crowd. The last time we were in Salt Lake City, they managed to win their home team major. They could definitely do it again here, and they're coming in as the favorites. Everything bodes very well for them. How do you think they're going to fare now with that fifth man on the squad with the SSG crowd?
If the crowd is anything like it was back in 23, then they will have that fifth man, right? They'll have that extra little boost. And I know that, you know, you can't hear that much when you're on the stage. You've got the white noise, but you can still kind of feel it. You can feel the atmosphere, and it's a real chance for them to put on a show here. I'd be expecting them to really, you know, at least minimum top 3 at this tournament, if not win it with the form they've been in. But we were lucky enough to see them play on the B stream a little bit earlier, and admittedly they were playing against a team where they probably weren't trying their best, but they still 3-0'd. They still looked comfortable. I think that Sentinels probably be their first test here.
Yeah, it certainly will indeed. I think another thing with the Space Station Gaming crowd, I do hope they come out in full force like we had seen last year in 23, like you said, because that kind of even rivaled Optic fans, I would go as far as saying. And that's something that I think Space Station Gaming need coming into this tournament. It's the last one before Worlds. Like you said, Shozy, it's very difficult to kind of understand your trajectory, your ceiling, when you have been winning so much. It's like, well, where do we go from here? Where is our next challenge? You know, what do we need to do to keep on top of this level? And sometimes you need to be tested. Will that come in the form of Sentinels, though, do you think, Wes?
I think it could. I think Sentinels get a buff with the meta change. I've been watching a lot of Boo Boo Doo Boo, stream 8, stream scrims and whatnot, and he seems to have elevated and found his comfort level with this new meta shift. I'm excited to see him at his best. And this Sentinels rosters has disappointed us throughout this year, but they are still a threat to the top 3. We saw them push SSG the distance in London, having a 2-0 lead. Could this be the event that they find their form in? Last time they were in Salt Lake City was when they beat FaZe twice a row in a tournament and had the best placing they had last year. Maybe this is a nice magical city that they can rely on.
Yeah, I think Wes hit the nail on the head there. For me, Sentinels are really flattered to deceive this year. Coming into it, We expected them to be the top 4 team, and they've been overshadowed by Pure now and indeed Rebellion. We expected them to be that top 4 team consistently, but they've been falling short. They've been finishing top 6, and they've been losing those big series, and they've been losing them convincingly too.
I think that one of the things that they've struggled with is not performing in pool play, ending up with a pretty rough bracket, and also coming across a team that has also not performed in pool play and having to play the likes of FaZe early on or SSG early on, right? And I think that this is a chance to right those wrongs right here in pool play and show what they're made of. Because imagine if they did upset here against SSG, that would really change their direction and change that bracket going into the rest.
The big thorn in the side of this team is they can push these series the distance, but they do not have that ice factor yet. They have not been able to clutch up in game 5s. I'm expecting this series to go the distance if Sentinels are here to play this weekend. And if it does, Sentinels will have to prove not only to us, but to themselves that they can get the job done in the clutchest of moments in Game 5.
This is the rewind that you mentioned earlier with HCS London and the reverse sweep on the cards for Spacestation Gaming. Things were looking awfully good for Sentinels early on in this series. But like you said again, Clutch, just not having the ice, not having access to that freezer. How do they gain access? How do they pick the lock on that? Because it's one thing to say it, like have game 5 ice. You need to make sure you're closing things up. How do you actually physically start to do that as a team?
They just got to do it once for me. And it's not like one small thing is going wrong. It's in these big moments where it is a tie game. Can you find a way to find success, to find that first kill and then snowball that into your favor? Sentinels have struggled in those very clutch moments, those 46s and up from there, to find that first kill. And I think the longer they go, the longer the drought is for them to find success in those moments, the more likely they are to get in their own heads, to have doubt that they're not going to be able to get the job done. So I'm looking at them to just win some of these close games, and what that would do for these guys' confidence, their momentum, their belief in themselves, it could skyrocket them into a trajectory that they find themselves in a potential winners finals.
Yeah, I think when you talk about Sentinels, I think Wes, again, doesn't often do it, but he's speaking the truth. I think
it's a lot.
I've got to say that the team, we speak about ice, but it's almost like playing with a level of confidence and believing in your ethos and what got you the ticket to the dance in the first place. Playing with a little bit of courage in that game 5, making pushes that you would do and not playing scared.
You hear it from the King of Ice himself, literally with his name and with what he does on stage. But Frosty said, we tried not to turtle up at the end. That's how you get the ice, is to, like you said, play your game, do it with confidence, know exactly what you're trying to do, and then achieve that, elevate that. It can be very difficult, but if you believe in your roster, you believe in what you've been working on, that's where the ice comes in.
And on the flip side, you've got Space Station, who are 5-0 in Game 5s so far this season, right? They have not failed when it comes to Game 5s, and I think that Sentinels, if you are this roster, you don't want to go to Game 5. Although we'll talk about the series layout a little bit later and how that might bode well for them or bode against them. Who knows with how this current meta has shifted, right? Optic, they had a good series layout earlier and then they get 3-0'd. So who knows what these stats do nowadays?
Who knows?
But
he's throwing papers out the window.
honestly, I'm just so excited. I think this is a tournament that's going to have a lot of upsets in.
Yeah, indeed. I also want to see kind of the head-to-head potentials as well, because we do have Legend on that roster who, let's be honest, is just incredible. He has gone from strength to strength with his team, back-to-back wins as well for him. I mean, he's been so incredible online, on LAN, you name it. I can't do this guy enough justice with what he's done this season as honestly a rookie in North America. It's just been incredible. On the other side, Boo Boo, talking about elevated gameplay, this meta shift has definitely done wonders for him, like you mentioned there, Clutch. When you're looking at them both together, though, I don't see resemblance. I don't see a huge comparison of these players in this head-to-head. I think one does one thing, the other does another. Boo Boo being, I think, a very kind of sneaky player in certain aspects. Fantastic with camo. He's able to prioritize certain things and pick up things for his team that they might have forgotten, and he can be really, really good at doing that, and a thorn in the side. And then with Legend, he's a forefront runner. He is powerful. He is making moves. He is creating space for his team on maps. And I think that's what makes them both so imperative to this roster. But when you're looking at the likes of Legend, he needs to make a statement in this last major of the season. We talk about that MVP potential, Wes, and it's right there for the taking.
I have no doubt that if Legend can play his game, which he has consistently done all year, he will once again have a phenomenal showing here, not only in this series, but in this entire tournament. Legend has been the player to watch. He's my MVP for the year, and it comes on the back of the risks that he's forced to take with his playstyle. You talk about his entry frag damage, his willingness to be the first man in, to do that level of damage, but when he does it the best. He finds a kill and then some, and the opportunities that Legend gives SSG, when he's able to find that success, is endless. I mean, they win tournaments because he is going in first like a bulldog and finding that first kill and being such a thorn in the side. Sentinels have their hands full with Legend alone, and you got to talk about the rest of the roster as well.
Yeah, I think Legend it's frightening how consistent he is and how aggressive he always is. And I can't tell you the last time he had a bad series or a bad game. He is always there or thereabouts, and he's never the reason why this team loses a game.
On the other side, you got Boo Boo, and you know we saw the pictures, the head-to-head. He's still doing the 4-stroke.
Count Boo Boo.
Do you reckon he's annoyed by it? Like the photographer's
was
like,
laughing.
"Go on,
do
the
thing,
choke again."
do the
And
thing.
he's like,
Oh, okay.
He's thinking
It's
this
like-
is a curse now. Is
Here
what
we
he's
go.
thinking.
It's great to see the players playing into whatever roles they end up with. But I do think that both of these guys, there is different responsibilities on their shoulders, like you mentioned, like 2 different roles. But again, 2 chances to try and win the game, whether it be being the forefront
Completely.
or whether it's a bit more as a support.
Love to hear that balance for both of those players. And I also love to see the players on the main stage, but also walking out to the main stage in a very epic way. Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie, because as you know, we are in Salt Lake City, and we haven't seen a home team all weekend. So home crowd, help me set the stage ablaze. Get ready to make some noise for the Arlington and Atlanta champions, Spacestation Gaming! Make some noise for Legend, Bound, Eco, and Stellar! With Coach Elamite looking to defend their title here on their home turf, Salt Lake City. One more time, make some noise for Spacestation Gaming!
Salt Lake City is loud and proud supporting their team. And they've got Sentinels on the horizon, Dan. That's going to be a tough test for anybody.
It really is, especially with how Sentinels have been playing between the last 2 events. The meta shift quite clearly has favored them and how they approach the game, whether it be the slowdown of the fire rate on the Bandit or whether we hit the GAs on certain weapons, it has favored them. But we look across the series layout, it starts perfectly for Sentinels. Empyrean CTF, they are amazing at this game type. They've actually yet to lose this map in mode all year long. They are 4-0, 100% record. It also ends well for Sentinels on Street Slayer, or another 100% win rate, but it's the middle. It is the meat of that sandwich on this series layout where maybe SSG can really throttle Sentinels. Maps 2, 3, and 4 does favor this SSG roster.
The buns are fun, but the meat not so much is what you're saying. I think something you spoke about was how SSG in Game 5s are unbeaten. They're 5-0. That doesn't happen by happenstance, right? That's not a coin flip game type. For them, they know what needs to be done in those Game 5s, in those nail biters, and I can expect this series to go that way.
Several times it's happened, and I've given the credit to Eco and said, you know, he's the mastermind, and then he comes on and does an interview and said, nah, I didn't do anything. It was actually my whole team, and we tried to presume that maybe he just telepathically communicated with them because he is that smart, but these players, they've been there, they've done that, they have the experience, they know how to get the job done in those Game 5s, but they won't want this to go all the way. They will want to do what other teams have struggled to do at the top, and that is make a statement here in their hometown, in front of their home crowd, and take down Sentinels in emphatic fashion.
It's the reigning defending champions, SSG, up against Sentinels. Someone's always got to go. You win this series and you most definitely will top your pool, except for some blunder against an open team. These 2 teams have worked so hard to put themselves in this position. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
There you go, we got it in this time, ladies and gents. And we are on to Empyrean CTF, as I alluded to. Very good map and mode for Sentinels. It's just one of those ones, pacing-wise, weapons-wise, that really suits their playstyle. But SSG right off the rip are getting involved, and it's a big double for Rico.
Rico's already getting frisky. Flag's already on the move. That is absolutely incredible. Talk about perfect starts. You will not see one better than that. SSG, 1 to the good.
Not a single kill on the board yet for Sentinels. And even if it is one of their best maps and modes, it is still a very successful one for Spacestation Gaming as well. But it is a good response now. A couple of kills going in favor of Sentinels as they try and regain this map. And there was a real opportunity there for Stella to shut them down. But now maybe a counter cap could potentially be on the board here.
Flags well and truly on the move. Sentinels are getting a boogie on. Precision continues to hold the line. SSG happy to give this one up. 1-1 with barely a minute and a half played.
Well, how about that for a start here? Just when you thought that SSG might run away with it, but it was just really the starting strategy that elevated them in the opening there, getting the rockets, being able to get an easy double, and then the pull was so fast from Legend as well. And now we see SSG go for another attempt, and maybe this is going to be how this game goes. A little bit of a tug of war with map control.
It's back and forth, so we go. You get a flag capture, but then you end up back in your own base, and the opposing team lays siege. Booba straight into the weapon of Eco. 4 dead for Sentinels. Flag pulled, opting to run it over towards the runway side this time, with Sentinels spawning on the high side. They've got to cut them off at green and indeed long haul. Boo's already got there. Stellar's gotten a kill. That should help the cause. Backstab from Eco, a huge double kill, and he wants more. 2-1 the score.
Such good communication from Eco as well. You saw him scream across the stage to everyone else to get that flag moving. Down low, no, don't take it up high. They will be spawning on the high side, and now they are running off the back of it. This time there is no counter opportunity for Sentinels. It's still SSG in full control. All 4 dead yet again, and now SSG can move it and also spawn them over towards high again.
This is absolutely incredible if Eco can stay alive here. And he can help usher this flag home again. Do Sentinels have a response?
Oh no.
Player on the bridge. Oh, and Boo almost got turned on. But Bound's already made such progress with this flag. And Spacestation take a 1-0 series lead.
Blink and you will miss it. One of the quicker Empyrean CTF games we've just seen, and well, that's the 100% win rate for Sentinels on that map and mode, out of the window. And like many others, stolen away by Spacestation Gaming. A squad who just seems to be ruthless once they get going. Even with the counter that came through from Sentinels, it didn't phase SSG at all. They were like, all right, well, now we'll regain map control. You can give it up to us and we'll have plenty to work with. But then it was the back-to-back caps that really just put the nail in the coffin there.
It's almost like SSG said, well, the score is to 3, so you can have 1.
We'll race you.
And race they did. Be doing well to find a quicker CTF Empyrean game, particularly when it goes 3-1.
I mean, in terms of slays as well, Spacestation 23, Sentinels 10. They absolutely massacred them when it came to slays, and of course very quickly. I mean, with that third and final run, not only did they have the flag moving, they also then picked up the rockets as well. It was near impossible for Sentinels to stop that one. That's a rough way to start the series, especially when we did look at that series layout, and maybe this was, you know, a great opening for them. But this is the thing with all the stats that we currently have, and maybe pains me a little bit to say it, a lot of them go out of the window when you get a meta shift that can change the game so drastically with these GAs. I mean, we're taking out so much of the game with the weapons that aren't being used by these players that it can really affect how the map plays.
You spoke about the buns of the sandwich being good and the meat not so much for Sentinels, but looks like one of those pieces of bread was moldy because game 1 was over in a flash. And is that what Space Station are planning here and trying to execute, just getting this series done and dusted as quickly as possible?
I think that Space Station are capable of doing that, and I think what we just saw was pretty terrifying, frightening for the rest of the competitors here at this tournament. Well, next up is Slayer Aquarius, and now, okay, maybe statistics can go the other way here because Sentinels have yet to win Slayer Aquarius this entire season. They are 0-4, but if Space Station can change things, maybe Sentinels can change it as well.
Well, we've already proven that stats don't really seem to matter this event.
Stop saying that, Richie!
Maybe they'll matter next time, I don't know. We have the meta shift, we have the GAs.
It hurts.
It really does, it pains us to say.
My chest is throbbing.
That's one of the things you pride yourself on is your in-depth research, and it's meant nothing.
I should just go home at this point. I'll come back when they start to matter. Well, maybe we will see SSG win this one and suddenly the statistics will shine through, but it has been a struggle for Sentinels on Aquarius Slayer. Admittedly, some of the teams they played against are some of the biggest and best teams as well. It's one of the things you also have to remember with stats is that they can be heavily kind of influenced by playing some of the smaller teams, as it were, in pool play, and suddenly that 3-0 could be against, you know, an open team, an EU third-string team, and then it looks far better than it actually is.
Stats definitely can be skewed. one stat that is not skewed is SSG's 1-0 advantage in this series. Sentinels have got to bounce back and do it quickly. We promise you, if you step out to make a cup of tea, you will not miss this game. This one promises to be a banger.
If you step, you might miss it if they play the same
Actually,
speed.
yes, you might.
Honestly, with how quickly they were able to get 20 kills in that game, you never know in this one. Of course, the big changes to Aquarius Slayer in the meta that we're talking about. Overshield is now top middle. You would have seen it throughout today, but just in case you're just joining us, that is the biggest difference we're going to see here. Means it's a little bit more difficult to play for, and off spawn, you can contest it far easier as well.
Stellar opted to hold an anchor position for his team with that battle rifle, put down long distance damage. Lethal's doing the same, but for Sentinels. And they've been rewarded with an overshield. Legend's going to be the first pick. And he is joined by Bound. Both players that play nice and fast for SSG have been cut down. And that's the sort of thing Sentinels have got to do.
You don't want to allow Spacestation to gain control of this map and then start to freely push you after maybe separating your spawns and really finding yourselves in 4 versus 2 scenarios over and over again. Instead, you want to be the team that's actually doing that. It always scares me, by the way, when a heat wave or a bulldog pops up on the screen. I'm just like, surely someone, maybe someone's going to pick it up.
The devil on your shoulder just enticing you.
Do it.
Do it. Good.
I mean, it is an interesting thing. It's something that doesn't happen too often in Halo, but when it does, you have to entrust that every single pro team is going to abide by said GA set in place. Because officially, they don't have to, remember. And I'll say that just in case someone breaks this tournament. I mean, if I'm an open team and I'm coming in, I'm going to be on...
I'm using everything.
Oh, a disruptor, sure, why not?
You pretend you don't even know what GA means.
I mean, they weren't part of the agreement. Well, this is a impressive start to Sentinel's game here, and that 0% win rate on Slayer Aquarius suddenly could be changed here.
I told you, your stats don't matter. Throw it out the window. Overshield then. This time goes the way of SSG. Look at the cutaway, that lead that Sentinels have put together. The 3 members trapped in the base. Lethal trying to jiggle peek over towards the shroom stairs, doing enough damage to ensure the overshield is no longer a factor. The collapse is not going to be successful. Boo Boo and Falcated to quell the push. That is perfect from Sentinels.
Yeah, that's a really good hold from Sentinels here, and not only that, but they force the overshield back. They basically negate it at this point. Eco does do well to stay alive, though. Doesn't quite connect with the final bullet onto precision, and Sentinels will maintain this lead that they've been able to really work for and actually dominate in the early stages. You just don't want to slow down if you're Sentinels. I mean, we see teams in this position get a lead, maybe allow the game to slow down a little bit and allow the bigger team to actually start to crawl their way back in. I think you want to keep the speed up here if you're Sen.
One man that loves Halo being played at speed is Legend on your screen. Looking to get aggressive again with his teammate. Getting touch tight with Bound. Baiting and switching. Doing a lovely poke damage to the players in the base. The collapse is going to come. Lethal and Boo Boo are in trouble. But with spawns happening and flipped over to the other side, we have a 2-2 split. And Legend's looking to close the distance here. He's been caught out, but somehow still manages to pop the shields and teammates on hand, getting such good help off that damage he put down.
A little bit earlier was outrageous damage being put down by Legend as well. From top mid, when he was on no shields, he was happy to challenge over towards the top base. And I assume had the call out that the player wasn't looking at him, so it just allowed him to regain that attention. And then that forced his teammate to be able to go in and actually finish off the kill. So just those minor things that are getting SSG back into this game. It's only a 5-kill difference now.
So much to be said about just buying your teammate a half a second, making the player he's shooting look at you instead of him, so you can close the distance and get the kill and the damage. These teams do it better than anybody. The overshield turned into an overshield, absolutely no impact at all. Just about kept Lethal alive. He backs away. They hold this 5-kill lead. And Sentinels have been playing this one perfectly.
Oh, a lot of nade damage, but they are going to work together, both backs against the wall, to ensure they get that kill, and they reinstate a 6-kill lead. It's quite funny earlier as well. You saw Bound was top middle when he suddenly heard the overshield popped before he'd even seen the player, and Lethal had done very well to get top middle and kind of steal that away from them. At the moment, though, it's been precision. 12 kills on the board. He's done very well to shut down these SSG members.
Everyone on Sentinels pulling their weight here, doing the part. 3 kills, though. That's the point of difference for now. Legend continues to put down damage, currently sitting at 6, 6, and 10. Not having the kind of game that he would want on the stat sheet, but doing so much damage. Lethal wins that 1v1. Continues to fight off the back foot, almost with some fadeaway shots. Being hunted, being hassled, being harried, but he gets away. Gonna fight the player over towards the fridge area now. Couple of kills go Sentinel's way. They continue to fight together. 3 dead. And an unofficial 4 dead for SSG.
I mean, you mentioned Legend's performance, 6 and 12, and I guess sometimes he's guilty of it. Playing quite quickly, trying to do too much, trying to force his team back into the game. It has just played into the hands of Sentinels that have caught him off guard. 7 kill advantage now, 10 remaining for Sentinels, but 3 are dead. Maybe this is the chance for SSG to get back into this game. They do need to make sure they get a little bit of overshield control when that next comes up, because they have maybe just given it a little bit too easily away to Sentinels.
That is the issue with Space Station's all-or-nothing playstyle, right? If your timing is off just a little bit with your teammates, you can begin to look a little bit foolish, like you're isolated and you're all alone. But when they execute it and they do it perfectly, it's a real thing to behold.
That was a good moment to play, though, from Legend, and he's still alive. Still doing damage, still finding kills. He was being tracked by 3 enemies, but was able to survive, and now maybe gets away with this overshield. But he had the thrust in hand, so actually that overshield stays up. Someone else maybe grabbed it. No, it's still going to be up there.
I think he forgot he had the thrust in his back pocket and prioritized trying to stay alive while scooping up on the run, but unfortunately for him, it just slipped through his fingers.
That it could be so detrimental as well, Richie. I mean, think of the difference if he had the overshield here. Sadly now, 6 kills behind, no overshield to work with. It's going to be 7 kills behind, and this 0% win record on land for this map and mode is very much about to change for Sentinels.
And there is that win condition that's been flipped. The overshield Legend should have got is now on the chest of Booba Dooba, but he gets absolutely fried. But has he done enough damage that his teammates can collapse on the base? Yes, he has. 1-1 the series score. Sentinels right back into things.
Screw the stats. I would tear up paper, but it's on my laptop, and I don't feel like I should throw my laptop.
Don't do damage to the laptop.
Don't want to break that. But wow, how about flipping the script? And it really, what it does demonstrate is how much has changed. I mean, there's only very small changes that came in, buffs to certain weapons, and of course, the movement of the overshield, in particular on Slayer Aquarius, to top middle. So sure, you're 0 and 4 when the overshield was down at P1, but now suddenly it looks very different when it's top middle, because you can contest it. You can do what Lethal did and suddenly just out of nowhere nab that away when maybe no one was watching you. But I think a key factor we have to look at towards the end of that game was when Legend had such a good passage of play, gets 2 kills on the board. He thinks he's got the overshield, sadly, had the thrust in his pocket.
And I think I said before the series started that I very rarely see Legend make mistakes. He's so consistent, and if he loses a game, it's very rarely because of him. But they didn't lose it because of him, but they could have won it had that play gone a little bit differently.
Yeah, it could have been very different indeed, and the shots of Legend there, maybe he knows that. It's one of those very minor details that just gets you, and you think back to it saying, could have done something a little bit different. It's all well and good having the thrust, but sadly, that would probably be the one time he didn't want it. But for Sentinels, I mean, this is their ticket back into the series now. They put 1 on the board with Aquarius Slayer. They looked very impressive as they closed in and around SSG. When they had an advantage, they pressed it. They didn't kind of sit back. They didn't look scared, and they didn't look like they were affected by that first game as well, because I think it's very easy after getting pretty much demolished in game 1. Your head can drop, but they have kept their chin up here, and we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's important you say that, because game 1 almost doesn't matter now because of how good you played in game 2. You have that confidence back again. King of the Hill recharge, Dan. Tell me what the stats say, but inevitably they're not going to matter.
It doesn't matter now, apparently. I mean, I can tell you who was good before the changes.
Come on, tell me that.
King of the Hill on recharge 5-2 in favor of SSG. They have been very confident on this mapping mode. For Sentinels, it's 2-3. So it would favor SSG. So by that logic, Sentinels are going to win this one.
It's a real mixed bag today.
Really is.
It proves that even underdogs have a bite. We definitely have a Barrack and Sentinels back into the series. And they've promised to do this for a long time, promised to be that team to push those top 3 teams the distance. And with how they performed in Game 2, you really couldn't back against them.
I mean, it is one of those scenarios where SSG can look at themselves and say, okay, well, it is just a Slayer, and I say just a Slayer and very lightly, but typically in Halo history, the underdog can take the Slayer and ride with it in the series. But when we get back into the objective focus games, if SSG look anything like they just did in map 1, then we might be in for a rough time if you are a Sentinel fan.
One player we have to highlight, Dan, on Sentinels, Precision. He is so often the difference maker for his team. And he has been just a breath of fresh air for them.
I think that when you look at a lot of these players across the board, everyone just plays a role that is so important to the team. There is no one here who is being carried through. I think that's what's brilliant about this Sentinels roster that's been built, about this SSG roster that's been built as well. There's no weak links. And even though there has been some disappointing performances on the side of Sentinels, I think this might be the tournament where they finally show us what they are truly made of.
I think the heartbreaking thing for teams when they feel like they've underperformed, it can simply be that you made a couple of mistakes and you knew it as soon as it happened, but you couldn't rectify it at the time. And every single time these teams go back and they study VOD, they seem to come back and be better. But the issue is, every team does that, and the bar is constantly moving.
Shout out to the fans as well, still here late into the night here in Salt Lake City. I actually looked in my laptop and it said 3 a.m. and I was like, it's not 3 a.m. That's a lie, and I realized it's still on UK time zone. But King of the Hill matchup, as I have previously mentioned, across the season, it was a pretty different meta, but it does favor SSG. But as Sentinels continue to flip the script here, can they go against the stats you see on your screen?
And as we load up into game number 3, is there any player that you really want to look at here that you expect to do better, or just continue in the same vein they did in game 1 or 2?
I think that we want to see a response from Legend. I think Legend will want to respond after having a pretty tough game on Aquarius. I mean, he was dying a lot. He was trying to push in, maybe arguably doing too much. I think we see a lot of players quite guilty of that. But in particular, I think off the back of that play that he will know, it will be a case of trying to make up for it by performing better here in map 3 and just forgetting about it. Because no one will remember that play if you win this series, right? If you lose the series, then some people think, okay, well, what would have happened had you got that overshot?
Yeah, particularly I think if we go to a game 5 and they lose the series, and you start to really nitpick at the problems that you had and where you lost them. But I think this Sentinels team, and indeed the Space Station team, when they lose these games, they don't want to look at moments individually. It's a game or a series as a whole. What did we do wrong fundamentally, and not just an individual error here and there?
And if I'm on the stage, I'm just constantly worried that Boo-Boo's going to stand up and force choke me at any point, right? So you really just need to make sure you lock in.
Is Count Boo-Boo, does that work? Because
you think it's better than Darth Boo-Boo?
Yeah, well, Count Dooku.
Yes.
So Count Dooku works.
I kind of like it, actually.
Yeah, because Darth doesn't really have the same ring to it.
However, Count Dooku just was really lame in the end.
Nah, he was good.
He was amazing, but he just went out bad.
He's really good in Clone Wars.
Some people haven't seen that. Anyway, it looks like match 3 is about to be locked and loaded here. King of the Hill on recharge. You know the drill by this point. A few changes, of course, though. We're not going to see maybe certain weapons being included. Does that bode well for Sentinels? Certainly looks like they are a different team from what we saw in Atlanta.
Game 3, rocking and rolling. Starting strategy is so important, particularly if you want to get control of this first hill. Give your team the best possible chance of securing the first early scoring. Stellar's gotten a huge double kill right off the rip. He has fallen, but the work has already been done because Ego's got the camouflage, and they should have map control now. Boo-Boo desperately trying to stay alive, but he's cut down, and this is perfect for SSG.
I remember when King of the Hill was first added, and SSG were really the team who really kind of pioneered how to play this map in mode. And their defense was so impressive in the way they used to break setups. I think that's something that wouldn't have changed with, you know, the shift in meta, as we've been talking about. They are still going to be a team who sets up very well and knows how to penetrate the defenses of their opponent.
Ego having great in-game awareness, realizing his camouflage is about to run out, and opting to try and be a thorn in the side of Sentinels rather than just be an easy death and be isolated on batteries. It's good from him. He managed to get a trade. They are down in numbers right now, though. Legends last man standing over towards tower then. trying to limit the amount of time that Sentinels can accumulate here. And he's done so successfully by cutting down Precision, who was standing inside that hill.
The persistence there from Legend just to ensure that he did get the kill and didn't allow that player to get away, survive, and get more time. But notice how SSG are not desperate to jump into the hill. They want to get control of the map first. As Legend, again, very brave here with his challenges. And somehow is still alive and actually does enough to get the assist in the end.
We asked for a bounce back. And we could be about to see it. And that'll be bad news for Sentinels and Sentinels fans. Another kill for Legend. Could be about to make it a double. Gets shut down though. Big kill from Lethal. And he'll continue to keep it pushing over towards tower. Unfortunately for Sentinels, they're spawning quite far away from the hill. Over towards elevator. And that's exactly where Space Station want them. And they might have to give this one up and prioritize new.
Yeah, Lethal was the last remaining player, so SSG knew they could hop in, they could get time, and they will secure the first point on the board here. And do answer back perfectly after losing the previous map. And, okay, it will hold strong, but it's going to be camouflage for Boo Boo.
What can Boo Boo do? What can Boo Boo do, Boo?
I heard it, I was going to say it.
You were waiting for it.
I was waiting for it.
I robbed job it.
I can rely on you.
They have control of the hill. 2 Sentinels now. Eco's in tower, and Boo Boo's trying to delay, revealing himself to the opposition. He's got Eco down to no shields, knows he will not be a threat for now. Unfortunately for him though, Bound's getting close. Bound gets cut down. Straight into the back whack. Legend should and does win the fight, and now Space Station have control of this second hill. Sentinels have been cut down, and you spoke about breaking setups. They've done it just there and then.
Yeah, they were very good at penetrating the defense, and now they can actually utilize this shock rifle to really gain control of the map. As long as Stella doesn't lose this 1v, oh, it almost lines up perfectly. Tries to waste a little bit of ammo as he goes down, but all the meanwhile, Legend's just kind of been sitting in the hill, so because of the focus from Sentinels, they really wanted to take that shock rifle away. They did prioritize correctly, but just so much time has been gathered here.
Legend again prioritizing living, but also more importantly, controlling blue. Unfortunately, their fight was not successful. They were cut down. Stellar's going to try and live with this shock rifle. Down to no shields, though. No more ammunition to play with, so he's already wasted it. Precision won't be able to build ahead of steam. Nobody inside of the hill right now. Again, both teams jostling for position, trying to get the perfect setup.
There's a chance if Falcate can win this, which he does. And suddenly, Sentinels actually can maybe get a little bit of control, but just when you think you're surviving, Stella comes out of nowhere to finish off a kill as well. It's something that SSG have always done well. Great at listening to where those one-shots are and not allowing people to get away.
Always capitalizing on damage. Baum will step inside the hill once more, only for a moment. Precision is back blue. Can Baum hunt him out? Yes, he can. The grenade damage is huge as well to make that fight even easier than it perhaps could have been. And now they can start to apply the finishing touches to hill number 2 and really cement themselves in the ascendancy. SSG, 2 to the good.
2 to the good, 2 minutes left on the clock as well. A third hill here, and you'd imagine this would be chalked up as a victory for SSG, so Sentinels really need to work hard to try and wrestle some control back. And they've done well at shutting down SSG at certain times, especially individually, but there always seems to be that extra player.
Currently, these 2 teams only separated by 5 kills, Dan. So, Sentinels not being heavily outslayed, but they are down by 2.
I mean, certainly you'll learn when you watch Sentinels play. They are not fazed by the pressure that SSG put in on them, and they won't get overwhelmed, but they need to be the team that actually gains control and starts to overwhelm SSG. I think if SSG are allowed to be individually as talented as they are, you just let that one player escape from your grasp and say, we'll worry about them later. Suddenly, they come to bite you in the backside.
Stellar down to 1 shot. Lethal's going to chase this kill down. Perhaps a shock rifle to play with here. They need to get themselves back into this game. Lethal's prioritizing just trying to stay alive here, being influenced on the map, and hold goal pipes. Unfortunately, though, Space Station have got control of elevator, and time is not on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, I think You've noticed it, we've noticed it, and they've noticed it as well. SSG can now play this one far slower. They can delay Sentinels if they want, and they can use the clock to their advantage. You've just got to be careful, though. It can very quickly go against you here if you allow this hill now to go in favor of Sentinels, and a camouflage is certainly going to help that. So SSG will have to work very hard if we do see this one going in favor of Sentinels right here, right now.
Still hope. Not over by any means. Booba recognizes he has to get into the hill, though. So as the camouflage player, it's not really where you want to be, but it's needs must at this moment. Trying to stay alive, just cannot get the final tick or two in the hill. Stellar's perfectly baiting it, getting kills around it. Lethal Precision now got kills elsewhere, though. Shock Rifle is there to be scooped up, but not in the hands of Stellar, unfortunately. 3 go down. Sentinels back into this. 2-1 the score.
Yeah, 1 minute on the clock to try and secure this hill here, so SSG will certainly try and play time. But we've just seen, as soon as that happened, it actually opened the door for Sentinels to get back into the game. But SSG do have eyes trained on where Sentinels are here and might be able to shut down a member or two.
I think you're right with the play call. It's going to be Slayer. Legend's just patrolling tower. He's going to be the first point of contact from anybody pushing from the elevator side. Lethal's going to come on the blue side instead. Stellar has died, but he got to trade over towards long haul. So the longer the Legend delay is here, it's perfect. It's music to the ears of Space Station and Space Station fans alike. And now Sentinel spawning so far away in gold pipes, running out of time.
Yeah, one last push here for Sentinels to try and rescue this game, but SSG, they're set up, they're watching. Falcate does get an opener, but that's traded out. It looks like this might be done and dusted.
Time is truly the enemy for Sentinels. The long haul push will not come quick enough. And Space Station back in the ascendancy in this series. 2-1 now the score.
And a really interesting decision made into that third hill about a quarter way through, where SSG said, actually, you know what? We've delayed enough time here trying to get it that we probably can use this clock to our advantage. And it is a dangerous game to play if you give up the spawns. But because they actually took map control in those final moments when Sentinels went over the line and put that on the board, it was only 1 minute for Sentinels to break that setup. And sadly, SSG were just in the perfect places to stop it from happening.
I think something has to be said, because rightfully you mentioned how risky a play it can be, but if you have the perfect setup and you're confident in your teammates that they will do what needs to be done in whatever section or lane that they're holding, they had the confidence, they knew the setup they had was going to be perfect, and they played it expertly.
Well, for the first time in this series, the team that was statistically in the advantage has actually won, so joke's on you.
Congratulations to you.
Stats don't lie. No, I would be expecting, when just with how SSG have played so far in this series, I think that they looked like the more likely to win it. But then as soon as they started playing Slayer, it did worry me because, you know, we just saw a Slayer go in favor of Sentinel, so they had the chance to overrun them, win back map control, and then maybe get back into the game, but just a little bit too late in terms of time. And now that means heading into match 4, SSG are very close to securing this series and what would be, albeit, securing their pool. Of course, the open team can come in and still disrupt things and still top it in theory, but just going off favorites.
Again, important to note, Space Station only outslayed Sentinels by 4 kills. There was very little to separate them. It simply came down to Space Station having the advantages that they needed them, and they were able to hold that final setup. Expertly done by Space Station, but for Sentinels, you can gain some confidence knowing that how close you were, and you almost won that game.
Yeah, you can take whatever you want away from it, really. The ultimate thing you have to take away, though, is that we are still in this series. We are still alive. It is not a 0-3, and we still have a chance to take this one step further and maybe get to that Game 5. The discussion before it started was, if we get that far, can Sentinels ice up? It's been something that maybe they have struggled with, whereas SSG have always won their Game 5 so far this season. But Stronghold's live fire is where we are heading next, and good news for Space Station is they are the Strongholds team. When you look across most wins, highest win percentage, highest average points for, highest average points against, it is all SSG, 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 SSG as they dominate all those statistics. But you said it, will they even matter? That's what's going to be the biggest question. Can Sentinels continue to go against those stats and prove that maybe they can get to a game 5.
Well, meta shift or not, GAs or not, Stronghold remains the fastest game type in the land. The fastest team we have in the league is Space Station. They are the heavy favorites here. But Sentinels have been more than competitive thus far.
Enemy team score.
And I expect them to continue on that vein in this game number 4.
I mean, Space Station have the highest win percentage, and the highest wins, and the highest average points for a reason when it comes to Strongholds. They have sometimes been flawless in the way they play and the way they move, frustrating their opponents in every aspect, whether it be the speed at which they move from one Stronghold to another, as Lethal gets a huge kill there to try and shut down a little bit of that momentum, but of course Stella in the right place at the right time to shut him down, and now there's a sniper rifle off the spawn as a reward here for Legend.
Legend's got all the goodies. And they still have B and C. Sentinels will be hesitant to make the first move for fear of death. Boo Boo's fallen. And Stellar's there as well. Will he opt to hold over towards Nest? It's going to be a top middle push. But no doubt one player heading towards A. Eco and indeed Legend are going to push towards A and try and flip this a little bit. Sentinels are happy to try and defend A instead of pushing around for C. Legend was left all alone towards Tower. 3 members decided to stay. The kills have not gone in favor of Sentinels here. An unofficial 4 dead. Bound's going to get A. They're going to lose C, but they will have favorable positions now for B.
The battle of B commences, but Eco's going to be there first. And actually, Bound's going to be in a great position to cover here, so they should be able to start scoring again, SSG, but it's about trying to control and stop the push. Those are great shots from Bound, by the way. Again, the confidence to be able to push out when you're down on shields. It was exactly what we saw from Legend. It's what we see from every member of SSG. They fear no one.
It's the confidence when they're down to no shields that they continue to challenge. They feel like they can maneuver their hitbox and not get headshot.
It's also because they know how important the damage they're doing could be to their teammates getting the kills as Bound puts on another double. If you just hide, you are likely just to get naded anyway because the opposition knows where you are, knows where your position, can just nade you out. Instead, they do something with their final bit of life, and they accept that they could go down, and it doesn't matter to them. Stella at the moment, 10-5, by the way. And we've seen some historic performances on this map by Stella.
Is he about to add another one to the playbook? To the history book here. 105 and climbing. Almost out of sight of Sentinels right now. They have it all to do. Lethal's down to no shields, just trying to stay alive in Nest. And when it wasn't for long, he didn't delay for long enough. He needed help, but it was never going to come as his teammates were in the respawn screen. Stellar caught unawares. That means sniper rifle will change hands. Lethal's going to take this fight with Legend, but the Frenchman comes out on top. They continue to hold A and B, happy to just keep 2 for now. But you know, if the opportunity does arise, they're going to look for that triple cap.
That moment, by the way, when Stella had the sniper rifle, if he turned around, hit that flamer, that would have been game over. Because you said they're out of sight, but the real question is, are they out of mind? Do Sentinels genuinely believe they have what it takes to get back into this game? It's very easy to fall in the trap when you are being dominated in this manner of kind of accepting your fate and saying, well, you know, it's only pool play, GG go next. There's triple cap temporarily in effect for SSG, but Sentinels will at least rescue C. Keep this a little bit closer. In terms of slays, though, SSG on 31, Sentinels on 19. It's very much one-sided right now.
One thing we do know with strongholds, it can be a gift and a curse for teams because you can score very quickly if you can flip some spawns in your favor, but you can also lose points just as quick. So Sentinels are not out of this. But unfortunately, it's been all one-way traffic thus far.
SSG just have too much rhythm about them in the moment, the way they're moving around the map in tandem with one another. Some of them attached at the hip, just finishing off those kills so perfectly once that damage has been implemented. And with Camo coming up in another 25 seconds, but the deficit we currently see Sentinels in, I'm not sure even that could rescue anything for them here.
Bound Jingle Peaks. Bound re-engages. Again, the confidence to know that he can settle for at bare minimum a trade. More damage being done by Legend. He's going to look to contest this B. Stronghold at any point here. Gets another kill. Stays alive, more importantly. and B will transition right back into control of Space Station.
Again, so smart though from Legend. He didn't contest B. He didn't just throw himself in just to try and stop them scoring and then be in an obvious position. Instead, he waited, got his shields back, and knew he could take the fight afterwards. He was patient. So many players just throw themselves into that situation, and Legend proving that he is one of the best players around, and certainly has been an excellent addition to this SSG roster.
Precision then with the camouflage. Has got to start getting to work because they are running out of time and they're running out of points. But now, this is the moment for them. They've got control of A and B. These next few slays are going to be so important because if Space Station get control of this map one more time, Dan, it could be over. Double kill for Precision.
Boy, did he need that. Boy, did Sentinels need that. They just needed something here. They can now turn over C. They can continue to score, and this is the way they need to play against SSG. You have to beat them to each stronghold. Keep rotating, keep moving from A to C, and frustrate SSG on spawn. Split those spawns if you can, and just keep pushing your advantage.
Bound goes down, 3 dead. Stellar last man standing. Sniper rifle for Precision to play with now. And this was where the game could flip in his head. If Precision could just stay alive, but he gets shut down. Sniper rifle down on that white wall. Sentinels have the information. Legend's going to slide towards B. Again, staying alive. Recognize he doesn't have to get in the hill straight away. They have points to play with. Jiggle peeks, and his teammates there to help. B still in control of Sentinels, but only for now. A Stellar falls, and a reset could and should come for Sentinels.
Sentinels are starting to get back into this game in terms of slays as well. They're out now only down by 4 with kills, and a trip cap starting to come in. A will be contested, but control very much in the hands of Sentinels, and this is what you were alluding to, right? Strongholds can be that game where it can very quickly get flipped on its head, where suddenly you lose control and you begin to panic a little bit, as now SSG, all 4 dead, on the back foot, trip cap for Sentinels, and this is the moment for them where they can get back into this game.
I love Strongholds. It's never over until it's over. Lethal's got the sniper rifle. Can he put it to work? Body shot's going to be good enough just to stop the push across top middle. Unfortunately, they've lost a teammate. Precision's been picked. That will mean B will transfer until Lethal says absolutely not and shuts Stellar down.
Going to be a killing spree for Lethal as well. He's had a great series so far. Just gets knocked out of scope in the perfect time there. But I spoke about it earlier when I said SSG, when Stellar had that sniper rifle, when he hit that no-scope, how big could it have been? But now Precision will stop at least A being taken, but SSG are back in control now, and they only need 15 seconds.
Time running out. Precision has camo to play with, but they've got to go, and it's got to be B now. Space Station have set up. They're happy to make this push. The camo's got to get inside the hill. They're controlling B and C. The slays are in their favor. Sentinels only can lose 2 more points, 1 more point arguably, and they'll be out of this series, but they continue to score now. But no more mistakes can be made.
It is a last stand here now for Sentinels. They've done so well to get somewhat back into this game, but the deficit is still massive. And as you alluded to, they can't afford to make 1 mistake here.
Lethal falls. A and C, though, remain in control. You spoke about this. Go to A, go to C. Continue to out-rotate, even if the slays aren't necessarily going in your favor. Bound's got control of sandbags, moving towards tower now. Down to no shields. He's not going to get chased. He's going to turn around on a dime and try and take that fight. Sentinels are inside of B and C now. They've got control of B, and Space Station got that 1 point I talked about.
They got that 1 point, but wasn't quite enough. 1 more push, 1 more break for SSG. Sentinel still clinging on to this series. Barely, though. And SSG just need 1 snipe. 1 moment of brilliance here from Stellar. Could be enough to break this setup.
Sentinels desperately trying to stay in this tooth and nail. Body shot from Stellar, another huge shot, connects. But Sentinel's still hanging on in there.
Stellar is 27-17 right now, by the way. I said some historic performances across the years here on Live Fire, and this is another one of those performances.
It's a Stellar clinic, putting on a show. Another face gets ripped off its skull. But they continue to rotate through Sentinels. They continue to have a dog in this fight.
They continue to be a thorn in the side of SSG, but maybe this will be the moment as they close in on both A and C here to try and convert.
Boo Boo has got to get somewhere quick. Bound recognizes this and tries to get close to B. They only need 1 point. Sentinels have been clinging on. Is it too much to ask? They do it again.
How on earth are you still in this game if you're Sentinels? But now it's Camo and Sniper for Stella.
Whiffs on one. Connects to the body in a second, but falls.
3 dead?
3 dead for SSG. Sentinels are not going quietly into that night.
This would be arguably one of the most insane comebacks, if not the most insane comeback, if it happens. But now C is currently being contested, but A will be converted for Sentinels. This is what they have to do. Constantly flip it, constantly race them. Force SSG to worry. Plant that seed of doubt into their mind where they start to panic about the comeback.
SSG looking shaky, looking nervy. But they're losing B now.
You gotta go.
They've got to go. Eco gets one. It's being contested. They've got to clear him out. Eco's hanging on in there and loses the fight. They get the reset.
What is happening on our screens right now? But there is still a large job to do here from Sentinels. SSG, they want to slow it down. They want to get that perfect push, but every time they slow it down, it's more seconds in favor of Sen City. The SSG chants will ring around the arena, but will that be enough to spur them on here?
He goes back green. And now Precision knows exactly where he's situated. Shields go down for both players, but Precision can play this one patiently and gets the kill.
Stella's having one of the games of his life, but may still fall here. B will be contested, but he goes down as well. And just like that, Senna right back into it. We could be witnessing history here.
Sen breathing down your necks. They're controlling C. They're losing B. Out-rotating. Out Spacestation Gaming. Space Station right now.
But A's being taken. And SSG, they get it done in the final moment. After Sentinels had worked so hard to get back into this game, they pluck it away from them right to the death.
Sentinels with 77 kills to Space Station 74. It could not have been closer.
And you have to give credit to Sen. They made a game of it. They were down. They were out. They were down by like 20 kills. They were down by hundreds of points.
Hundreds of kills at one point, it felt.
But it is SSG who reigns supreme, much to the crowd's enjoyment and to the Spartans' enjoyment here in Salt Lake City. But what a game that was. But that is heartbreak for Sentinels and will be a very difficult pill to swallow.
It's a dagger to the heart. You were there. You were so close. The kills were going in your favor. You were making all of the right plays. But let down in the 11th hour, in that final moment, SSG get the job done.
Stella was probably thinking, can someone else get some darn
I
kills?
have 72 kills right now.
I can't get them all. But wow, what a game, what a series. And one thing that we did learn is that Sentinels are very much here to play in this tournament. And they will have a fantastic chance throughout the rest of it. But of course, that means we have to talk to someone on the stage. Blaze, who have you got up there?
Oh man, I got the one and only Bound on the main stage with me. Man, a home crowd up here cheering for you on the stage. Just right off the bat, what is it like playing with these fans out here and having them push you over that hump, especially in maps like the one we just watched?
Yeah, I mean, usually Friday we don't have too much of a crowd, too big of a crowd, but a lot of people here, a lot of people cheering this Friday, so I know it's going to be a pretty good fucking event.
It definitely is, okay? It's only day number one. Now, last time you guys played Sentinels, you guys came out, reverse swept them, but they've been looking to get their lick back against you, and they play hard here on the stage. What was the game plan to make sure you guys secured that victory here today?
I mean, it's pool play, so you also got to take it serious, but, I mean, there's a little cushion, but it was kind of just, we knew it was our first good match of the tourney. Just come out strong, just don't be too jittery, even though it's first match, so just come out hot.
There you go. Now, as you said, don't be too jittery. How do you not get jittery in situations like that when it's 249, they're in double digits, and they pull all the way back, and then you got a player like Stella on your team just doing everything in which he can?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just don't, believe you're going to lose in those moments because you kind of, feel the pressure adding on, but you know you just need one situation to win, and then you just close the game out. So we're just really looking for that one situation.
Here you go, and you guys never got in your heads not one time, just push after push. You worked for that lead and to close it out in the last 7 seconds, but we only got a few more seconds with you here today. It's just day number 1. What do you want to say to these fans as you get ready for the championship bracket tomorrow, okay? Defending champions of Atlanta, defending champions of Salt Lake City. It's your event, it's your crowd. What you want to say?
Hey, keep bringing the fucking energy. You guys are great. Last year was pretty much a free win with the energy you guys had, so keep bringing that energy. It should be a pretty good fucking event.
You heard him. It's going to be a good one. Keep bringing that energy, Salt Lake City. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. The resident hype man bound of not only Salt Lake City, Spacestation Gaming, but of the HCS as well. He gets us all hype. I think he gets his opponents hype hearing those choice words coming from him pretty much every single time we hear an interview. We do love hearing from Bound. He is a character, but he certainly knows how to play Halo Infinite, that's for damn sure, as do his teammates. Spacestation Gaming looking really, really good, picking up where they left off against Sentinels last time these two met. What did you make of the series overall? Were you expecting it to be a little bit closer? I mean, I know it got diced at the end there, but in terms of the actual scoreline?
No, a little bit closer than I thought. I think with as well as SSG is played throughout this year, knowing that this was their home crowd event, hearing the crowd, seeing the crowd on Friday be this loud, I thought the worst for Sentinels. And this is a team that I think Sentinels is going to struggle with the most out of like those in the top 4. So for them to put up as strong of a fight as they did, I think they can hold their heads high. I think that they know that there's no more room for mistakes if they want to stay in the winner's bracket and go on a run here. But SSG still getting the job done, still looking dominant. The individual plays were all there. Everything you love to see out of those boys. They don't look to be nearly as negatively affected potentially from the meta shift as I thought might happen. They look dominant.
I think in this final map here, you know, we talked about the ice that Sentinels were lacking. I've got to say they found the freezer, that's for sure, because the ice was coming out. They just had too much kind of time to have to fill here, too many points to have to pick up, because if they had kept things close, they absolutely would have taken that map. The run they went on at the end there to find the ice to try and clutch up, it was just too little too late. What stemmed that kind of position for them? What happened in the beginning of that game that really just put them on the back foot from the start?
Yeah, I think they gave themselves a really difficult task by letting Space Station control power weapons and power-ups for so long. Stellar getting that many kills is criminal. You cannot let a player have that much of an influence on a game. He had 30-plus kills, he's getting camouflages and sniper rifles, but with all that good work that they put in, for Sentinels to come as close as they did, that makes it even more impressive for me. They looked really good.
Yeah, they did look really good. Unfortunately, just at the wrong time. And like you said, it really could have been a different story there. Gaskin, when we're looking at the series layout here, what are you making of Sentinels right now? I know it doesn't look ideal for them in terms of the actual scoreline, but things were awfully, awfully close.
They just took the reigning champions to a Game 4, and you look across all 4 of those games, they were all close as well. It's not like they were completely destroyed, except maybe Game 1. Game 1 was a little bit different with that CTF Imperium, which really was so quick, by the way, from SSG. But I think that Sentinels will be looking at it saying, look, if we can come that close with the team that's just won the previous event, why can't we go one step further and get into the top 3 and have another stab at SSG later on in the tournament?
Indeed, a stab they shall be having, hopefully with knives out.
They shall.
All sorts of things will be happening potentially on day 2 and day 3 as well. Here is the recap for you guys of that series, and looking across the KDs there, somebody who definitely jumps to my mind when looking at Sentinels is Precision, someone who is really keeping them in it at the last points of that last map as well. He has been really, really good for this roster. I'm just yet to see them fully click as an entire unit.
A couple of these kids coming up on the block nowadays, I call them the truth. Precision's one of them, a 1.17 against SSG with the most damage in the series with what Stellar was doing in that Game 4. That's such an impressive stat line. You look at the rest of the team, though, and you say Boobadooboo played probably above expectations in the way that he's been performing, I'd say, over Infinite span. You love to see him having a solid series, but Falcated's got to give you more, and you get more from Falcated in every series. He is consistently somebody that you know is reliable on Sentinels. He's going to be kicking himself for that individual performance, and not to say that he was the reason Sentinels didn't win, but if Falcated has an average Falcated series, which is a positive series, Sentinels probably are playing right now in a Game 5, and I expect to see him wake up and have a great Saturday and Sunday for the Sentinels roster. I have high hopes for them if they can play just like that, get a little bit more from your superstar in Falcated.
Let's hope they do. Here is the journey of the teams thus far, though. Here is the pool play results and updates coming in for you. We also do have our open bracket teams who have been actually really battling it out all day long to get in these positions for pool play. We'll have more updates following tomorrow as well. But Spacestation Gaming heading their pool 2-0. We've got Complexity. Who would have thunk it? Pool B. 2-0 for them as well. Pool C, Shopify Rebellion looking nice and strong, and a nice reverse sweep against Cloud9 to put them right at the top of theirs. And Pool D, FaZe Clan, they went through an absolute grueler against Pure. They were looking really, really good at times. I think they're going to be going back, doing some VOD review on the efficiency that is definitely needed coming into Champ Bracket tomorrow. Native Gaming, though, they will be right at the bottom there, facing FaZe Clan earlier on as well. So really interesting stuff coming out of all of our pools, to be perfectly honest. And I think, for me, for some of our top teams, it was the fashion in which they actually got to the top of their pools. I think Complexity is an outlier. That is an underdog story. That is a Cinderella run potentially happening coming into tomorrow. Have you seen enough, Gaskin, from Complexity to convince you this is the real deal? This isn't just a fluke. This isn't a couple of games that they managed to win and kind of edge out. I mean, it was a 3-0 against Optic Gaming. It was 3-1 against Squadron. What are they going to bring tomorrow?
Yeah, I think even though Dead Zone was sick for Optic Gaming, or is sick, and I hope he gets better, by the way. Even when you are sick like that, you still can play to a certain degree, right? And Complexity looked incredible, and I will not take away their performance. And I think they are the real deal. I think they can push further, and I think if you're one of the open bracket teams, you should be scared about going into that group because you might get decimated by several teams that are all going to want to prove a point for a different reason. Complexity were fantastic individually, as a team. They had a game plan. They've done their research. They studied Optic Gaming. They had an answer for everything. They were very impressive.
There was one series, though, that outshone them all, and it's our AMD power play as a whole, and that is going to be FaZe versus Pure. This series was epic. Some incredible gameplay, really from both sides of these rosters that were coming forward. I mean, we've seen triple kills, we've seen overkills, we've seen just all sorts of things happening. Honestly, you wouldn't believe in terms of the scoreline because you'd think it'd be so heavy in one favor, but were denied just based on the pure skill level from both sides of these rosters. Wes, when you're looking back at this and our MD power play here, what kind of goes through your mind with both of these teams for the rest of their LAN tournament?
Yeah, when Pure beat FaZe last tournament, it was Frosty going 0-6-7 in the series, and that is something that is unheard of, and I don't think will ever happen again. Frosty took it upon himself to start this series on the right foot, and it really felt like the rest of FaZe followed suit. Yes, Pure were scrappy in so many of these objectives. They pushed FaZe the distance all the way to Game 5, but that's not where you want to be against FaZe Clan. Snakebite played perfect Halo in Game 5, and that was probably the best Game 5 performance I can remember in a long time. FaZe looked prime and ready to have that chip on their shoulder that they should have after the performance they put on in Atlanta. I can't wait to see what they do in bracket play.
I think on the other side of things as well, Pure just looking fantastic. A lot of questions coming out of that Atlanta series. Yes, they managed to get it done 3-0 to FaZe, but there were question marks, right? Well, what if FaZe are just not playing like themselves? What if this is a kind of C-level squad we're seeing from them right now? Pure, are they the real deal? I think this series answered that question, dub or not.
Yeah, I think they proved that the result in Atlanta wasn't a fluke. It wasn't because FaZe Clan weren't playing well. It's because Pure are the truth. They are a problem for any team, and they will continue to be so. I think I want to highlight as well, Cloud9 and Rebellion, that was a banger of a series that we had earlier on in the day, going to a Game 5, a reverse sweep 50-49. Rebellion's tournament could be very different if they've lost that Game 5 Slayer. So they're top of their pool now, but it could be much different.
Yeah, so in this highlight series, it's 50-46, and Snakebite played perfect.
Yeah.
If Snakebite doesn't play perfect, we're talking about a completely different situation where Pure once again upset FaZe. Fortunately, the General shows up, and as we take a look at the KD's leaderboards, it's no surprise to see him there, but it's great to see Rule 2 next to him, even above him, because that means great things for FaZe when he finds his flow.
And look at number 3, Breaking Shot.
Welcome.
What a day he has had today for Complexity as well. He was certainly a difference maker. When you're asking me about Complexity and their future and how they're going to do in this tournament, if they are going to have success, he's going to be one of the key reasons for sure.
A huge difference maker indeed, and somebody else that we haven't actually mentioned their name too often today, which is unusual but formal for me. I think he is so unbelievably consistent, such a rock, such an anchor for his team. When things are going wrong, whether it be outside a game, inside a game, you can always rely on this guy to pull it together for his team. And I've got to say, to see him on that KD leaderboard after kind of the series that have been thrown his way today with the rest of his team, I think that is just unbelievable.
To get 3-0'd by Complexity with how well Breaking Shot was playing, and for Formal still to find his way onto this list, that's how well Formal has to be playing as an individual. Optic did not look like Optic today, and they need to go back to the drawing board, figure themselves out. Yeah, get some rest would be a big key factor for them. But Formal's giving you everything he has to stay in this tournament in the right direction, in the right place.
Indeed. Well, folks, we're going to have to wrap things up here, but as we do, I'm just curious on your thoughts heading into tomorrow with how spicy things have got day one. Do you see a little bit of a shuffle happening in this last major of our season?
I guarantee there's going to be a shuffle happening. That pool play today was unbelievable. Complexity, a lot of question marks if they can do that consistently or not is going to be going through my head. But what that winner's bracket round one looks like is my biggest question mark, because you have a lot of these 2 seeds that are going to be coming out that are used to being 1 seeds. You're going to have Optic Gaming there. You're going to have Complexity as a 1 seed. Who gets that bracket? And you know you got a big smile on your face if you're seeing that instead of FaZe, instead of SSG. So I'm very excited to see how that initial bracket is going to lay out, because somebody is going to have the hardest round one against an Optic Gaming, and then some others are going to have an easier trek to the top 6 and potentially more if they can catch fire.
Indeed, and looking at the open bracket teams that are going to be coming in as well, Shorzy, you're looking at some of the kind of gateways that are available for them, right? They're able to kick these gates wide open based on some of the Titans falling short in certain areas. Do you see them being able to capitalize on things too?
I think there are definitely some teams in those pools that are going to be weak and are there for the taking. The likes of Ascending Baseline, who have not typically been able to get out of pool play at all year long. So I expect that's a team that will be in trouble for any open bracket team, as much as it pains me to say, because the European boys are they're my lads.
They are your lads indeed. And Gaskin, looking at some of our underdog teams that have been really grinding out this season and pushing forward, trying to get better placements each and every LAN tournament. We have some superstar potential on those rosters. Who are you really looking at heading into tomorrow to start making statements? Some young guns, some players who are really starting to inspire some of the younger generations.
I think Breaking Shot for sure, after what we've seen today in terms of underdogs and teams. I mean, I guess at this point, Sentinels are a little bit of an underdog after recent performances, but what we just saw there does demonstrate that they can hang with the big dogs, and I'd be hoping that they can actually shake things up at the top end of these leaderboards. But what's scary is, if we do see a team like Sentinels jump up, someone has to drop down, and that's where it's so heartbreaking for some of these teams, because it is so brutal and ruthless at the top end.
It certainly is indeed. Well, that is going to do it from us on the desk, because I need to go to bed. I can't even get another word out, but I'm so excited about day 2 because it does bring our championship bracket. This is the make or break for a lot of our teams. I hope you guys have really enjoyed full play today. Tomorrow, we bring you bigger and better matches. Get some sleep, and we'll see you guys for more HCS Salt Lake City.
The HCS Spacestation Gaming Salt Lake City Major is presented by AMD and Player X.